Prologue. Wedge. Monster. Open the door this instant. Today, I shall summon the demon hunters to capture you. A commotion erupted outside. Concubine Li, adorned with a delicate visage, bore the weight of sorrow, her frail form glimmering with tears as she gasped softly. Cough, cough. Your Majesty, I am frightened. The emperor approached the edge of the bed, his heart aching as he gazed upon concubine Li's enchanting yet pallid face. My beloved, do not fear, do not fear. With me by your side, I shall see what they dare to do to you. At that moment, the grand door was forcefully flung open, and the empress, commanding and fierce, stormed in with a retinue of guards and several curious concubines. 2 Taoist priests followed closely behind, one clad in flowing azure robes, exuding an ethereal aura, wielding a demon-slaying sword. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, the empress was taken aback to find the emperor present. Your Majesty, I thought you had left the palace? She questioned, her voice trembling. At the sight of the empress barging in, the emperor felt a surge of hostility towards her. Releasing the gravely ill concubine Li, a murderous intent flickered in his brow. Did the empress summon me out of the palace to eliminate my beloved? With a thud, the empress knelt upon the ground, her voice rising in fervor. Your Majesty, I act solely for your safety. Li Mei, concubine Li, is a creature transformed by a demon. I fear you may become the second King Zhou. Your Majesty, allow me to eradicate this monster at once. The emperor appeared increasingly impatient, waving his hand and admonishing, Enough. You incessantly claim that my beloved consort is a malevolent being, yet it is evident that you are simply envious. Envious of my exclusive affection for her. But do you comprehend why I cherish her so singularly? Cough, cough, cough. The emperor's agitation grew with each word. Eunuch Yin hastily offered the emperor a cup of water. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Your health is of utmost importance. The emperor composed himself and gestured dismissively at Eunuch Yin, who, understanding the cue, discreetly withdrew. Empress, as the sovereign of this realm, you lack the most fundamental qualities of tolerance and virtue. Today, I shall depose you from your position as empress. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, the empress turned pale with fright. Your Majesty, you cannot strip me of my title. Everything I have done is for you and the stability of the Great Chu. 2 Taoist priests approached the empress, and she suddenly recalled their presence. Your Majesty, these 2 are renowned practitioners from Maoshan, experts in apprehending malevolent spirits. If you doubt my words, allow them to discern whether concubine Li is indeed a demon. With that, the empress signaled to her guards. The guards nodded and rushed to the bedside, unceremoniously dragging concubine Li from the bed, determined to present her before the empress. Concubine Li cried out in terror, Your Majesty, please save me. Her beloved consort, gravely ill, was being dragged before the assembly, clearly disregarding the emperor's authority. Where is the majesty of the ruler? Where is the majesty of the ruler? Enraged, the emperor seized the sword hanging at the headboard and thrust it into the back of one guard who was hauling concubine Li away. The guard, struck down, was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, succumbing to his fate amidst a pool of blood. The other guard, pale with terror, fled behind the queen. The emperor's wrath quelled the queen's previously audacious demeanor. Stripped of her intimidating presence, the queen appeared ashen, trembling with fear. For the first time, the emperor displayed such fury, instilling dread in all present. Even the 2 Taoist priests were momentarily taken aback. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of consort Li as she observed the profound abilities of the 2 priests. One of them bore a demon-capturing jar around his neck, while the green-clad priest was performing a gesture to open the heavenly eye. It's that accursed old priest again, thwarting my plans time and again so close to success. Consort Li silently cursed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Consort Li feigned a pitiful cough. The emperor hurriedly bent down to embrace her, reassuringly stating, My beloved, do not fear, for I am here. The green-clad priest, having opened his heavenly eye, discerned that Consort Li was indeed a fox demon. Regaining his composure, he bowed to the emperor and proclaimed, Your Majesty, in your embrace rests a fox demon that is cultivated for millennia. You must not be ensnared by harms. The emperor lifted his gaze to the green-clad priest, who exuded an ethereal aura and bore a piercing gaze, appearing to be a man of considerable Taoist mastery. After hearing the priest's words, he glanced down at Consort Li, who looked frail and delicate, a woman who would not harm even an ant in her daily life. How could she possibly be a fox demon that had cultivated for 1,000 years? I only believe in what I can see with my own eyes. How could a frail and ailing woman possibly be a man-eating fox spirit? Only because concubine Li has been possessed by the fox spirit for years has she become gravely ill. The words of the Taoist priest in green robes triggered a recollection in the emperor. Concubine Li hastily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, do not heed the words of this sorcerer. He is in league with the empress. I have devoted myself to your Majesty, never once acting against you. How could I possibly be a fox spirit?" The empress, her brows furrowed in anger, pointed accusingly at concubine Li, declaring, "You wretched fox spirit, with a highly skilled Taoist present today, let us see where you can flee. The fox spirit is adept at ensnaring hearts. She is the second coming of Su Daji. Your Majesty, if you do not eliminate her today, you shall become the next Zhou Wang." The Taoist priest earnestly implored. The emperor, torn between his affection for concubine Li and the priest's warnings, glanced back and forth between them. "Your Majesty, do you not trust me? Throughout history, any woman favored by the emperor has been viewed as a harbinger of calamity, as if transformed into a monster. Yet, despite this, I bear no resentment for being deemed a source of misfortune. I only know that being by your Majesty's side surpasses all else." Suddenly, concubine Li seized the emperor's sword and plunged it into her own chest, blood gushing forth. All present were rendered speechless. In that instant, when concubine Li grasped the emperor's sword, everyone believed she intended to assassinate him, shouting, "Your Majesty, be careful." However, to their astonishment, concubine Li turned the blade upon her own heart. She was willing to sacrifice her life. The Taoist in blue robes, also presuming that Consort Li intended to assassinate the emperor, leaped forward to seize her sword, never imagining she would turn it against him. Thus, the Taoist in blue robes became the indirect instrument in Consort Li's demise. The rapid succession of events left the emperor momentarily paralyzed with terror. By the time the emperor regained his composure, Consort Li had collapsed to the floor, blood flowing uncontrollably. "Beloved consort, I was wrong. I should have trusted you." The emperor, cradling Consort Li in his arms, cried out in anguish, "Your Majesty, I must depart. I cannot be your lifelong confidant. Your Majesty, you must remember, my blood is spilled for you." As she uttered these words, Consort Li, with her blood-soaked hand, caressed the emperor's face, seeking to forever capture his heart with her sincerity. "Beloved consort, do not leave me. I forbid you to go." Consort Li offered the emperor a faint smile, then turned her gaze to the empress, expending her last breath to say, "Elder sister empress, the emperor is the sovereign of the realm, with 3,000 beauties in his harem. Could your sister possibly dictate whom he favors? Your sister has never sought to contend with you, so why is it that you cannot forgive me?" Consort Li's repeated address of the empress as elder sister caused the observing concubines to instinctively side with Consort Li. Hearing her poignant words, they felt a sense of shared grievance and began to weep in sorrow. The empress cast a sidelong glance at the onlooking concubines. Receiving the emperor's stern gaze, the concubines abruptly ceased their weeping. "You vixen, feigning such pitiful innocence, attempting to slander this palace even in death." As Lady Li exclaimed, "Why does the empress refuse to spare her sister?" Her emotions surged, resulting in several violent coughed blood, ultimately leading her to a sorrowful demise. Tears streaming down her face. "My beloved, do not leave me. I was wrong. I should have trusted you." Seizing the moment of the emperor's profound sorrow, the fox spirit transformed into a wisp of white smoke and fled. However, such an illusion could only deceive mere mortals. The two Taoist priests from Maoshan discerned the fox spirit's escape and immediately pursued her. A smirk curled at the corner of the empress' lips. This insignificant concubine dares to challenge me, unaware of her own limitations. The empress approached the emperor with deliberate grace, advising, "Your Majesty, do not let the plight of a mere fox spirit trouble your heart. Preserving your health is of utmost importance." Suddenly, the emperor picked up a sword from the ground and lunged at the empress. In a moment of peril, the guards rushed forward to protect him. In their hearts, the guards knew the Empress was their true sovereign. The Empress stumbled back in terror. Eunuch Yin hurried forward, pleading with the Emperor not to take the Empress' life, for the state of Chu could not afford to be without an heir. Your Majesty, everything I have done is for you. You must understand that I am the one who has pledged my life to you. Those so-called concubines harbor no genuine feelings for you. They merely seek to exploit your power and wealth. The death of Lady Li imparted a profound lesson to all present. In this imperial palace, the Empress reigned supreme, and anyone who dared to offend her would face dire consequences. The onlooking concubines, infuriated by the Empress' words, glared in indignation but felt utterly powerless, ultimately departing from the Xian Hall in a huff. Forget it! Forget it! Over the years, the Queen has meticulously maneuvered to place her informants, effectively usurping her own imperial authority. The Emperor slowly released the sword from his grasp, which clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. The forest, lush and verdant, obscured the sky above, shrouded in dense mist that made it difficult to discern the way forward. Suddenly, amidst the greenery, a flash of red appeared. It seems this woodland is the lair of the fox spirits, fraught with illusions. We must tread with caution, remarked the Taoist in blue robes to his companion. Before them lay two divergent paths, and the two men chose one each, parting ways. A dark spot flickered before the blue-robed Taoist's eyes. He drew his sword and pursued the fleeting shadow. In an instant, countless dark spots transformed into fox spirits, flitting before his eyes. Hee, the Taoist is coming to catch us. Each fox spirit swayed its alluring form, their beguiling voices teasing the blue-robed Taoist. Vivid, lascivious images flooded his mind, and he realized he had succumbed to the fox spirit's enchanting spell. The Taoist promptly seated himself and began to chant a calming incantation. Hee, ha, Oriental Sioux, we have long maintained a peaceful coexistence, yet you have repeatedly thwarted my designs. Today, I shall feast upon your heart. It is said that consuming the heart of a deity not only doubles one's power, but also grants eternal youth. The blue-robed Taoist's expression darkened. How could the fox spirit know his true identity? Had the secret of the celestial being's descent to the mortal realm been divulged? Who could have revealed the celestial decree that he had always kept close? Monstrous creature, since ancient times, gods and demons have sworn not to coexist. I spare your life not because your malevolence has yet to afflict the populace, but because I, Dongfang Su, grant you a chance for redemption. Yet you remain unrepentant, ensnaring the king of Chu and disrupting the court's affairs. Do you comprehend that the king of Chu is a descendant of the celestial sovereign? Today I, Dongfang Su, shall vanquish you. The fox demon, declared Dongfang Su. The fox demon cast a seductive glance at Dongfang Su. On that day, as I passed the imperial palace, I encountered the pitiably beauty, tormented by the malevolent queen and her courtiers. Moved by compassion, I aided her, only to learn that the king of Chu is indeed a scion of the celestial sovereign. Who would have guessed that the celestial sovereign's brother is a romantic at heart? Having been bored for millennia, I merely sought to entertain myself by becoming a pair of lovebirds with him. Is this truly the cause of the court's turmoil? The celestial sovereign is still young, having just ascended to his celestial duties, and is now undergoing trials in the mortal realm at present. He is but a mortal, easily beguiled by your ancient fox charm. With that, Dongfang Su drew a small line across his middle finger, letting his blood drip onto the demon-slaying sword. The sword emitted a brilliant white light, shattering the illusionary barrier conjured by the fox demon. Panic seized the fox demon's expression as she hastily summoned her kin. Sisters, come to my aid. Tonight, we shall devour this old Taoist. Yes, sister. If we consume this old Taoist, we shall achieve eternal youth. The fox horde, brimming with excitement, bared their fangs and claws, charging at Dongfang Su. Unfazed, Dongfang Su brandished the demon-slaying sword to confront the advancing throng. With his blood as a catalyst, the sword's power surged exponentially, its blade flashing like lightning, its speed akin to that of a meteor. The horde of fox demons surged forth, falling like slices of melon beneath the blade. Witnessing her sister's demise at the hands of Dongfang Su, the fox demon unleashed a furious roar, channeling her ancient and formidable powers. The once verdant forest transformed into a grove of crimson trees. A strange wind swept through the redwood thicket, causing leaves to detach and swirl violently, resembling countless SS arrows aimed at Dongfang Su. Despite wielding the immensely powerful demon-slaying sword, Dongfang Su struggled to fend off the barrage of leaf arrows. The relentless downpour of these arrows, akin to a fine rain, posed an ever-present threat, as even a moment's inattention could result in being struck. With a triumphant laugh, the fox demon reveled in Dongfang Su's desperate attempts to evade the onslaught. However, her glee was short-lived, as she suddenly bellowed, "Today marks your demise, Dongfang Su." Before the echo of her words faded, Dongfang Su felt a searing pain in his back. The fox demon had launched a surprise attack, her 5 claws sinking deep into his flesh. His once azure garment was instantly stained crimson with blood. The fox demon's claws became increasingly ferocious, lunging toward Dongfang Su as he grimaced in agony, desperately attempting to evade. Under such dire circumstances, it seemed certain that today would herald his end. In that fleeting moment, a radiant light illuminated the sky. This light possessed an immense gravitational pull, drawing the fox demon towards it. The demon capture vessel, a magical artifact bestowed upon Dongfang Su by the goddess NWA, had been opened. No matter how powerful the demon, it would succumb to its enchantment. Another Taoist priest wandered aimlessly through the woods, struggling to discern his direction. Eventually, he was drawn towards the sounds of a commotion. The fox demon was meticulously advancing on Dongfang Su, unaware that another Taoist was approaching. In this manner, the priest effortlessly opened his demon-capturing vessel and subdued the fox demon with little exertion. Months later, Eunuch Yin, in a state of panic, rushed into the Hall of 10,000 Blessings and fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Emperor has passed. Due to overwhelming longing." With the demise of King Chu, the Celestial Lord's spirit returned to its rightful place in the Lingxiao Palace. The assembly of immortals was perplexed, questioning why the Celestial Lord sought to judge Dongfang Su, the Grand Minister of Fate. The Celestial Lord, still seething with anger, cast a stern gaze upon Dongfang Su, who was bound and kneeling in the Grand Hall. Even the Emperor Donghua and the Emperor Wenchang, who sat nearby to witness the proceedings, were equally bewildered. "Dongfang Su, are you aware of your transgressions? You have brazenly altered my celestial register and impersonated a Maoshan Taoist to slay my beloved consort." As the Celestial Lord interrogated Dongfang Su, his eyes furtively darted towards the Empress when he mentioned slaying my consort. The Celestial Lord's spirit had returned, yet he remained haunted by thoughts of that mortal woman. The Empress, though displeased internally, maintained an impassive facade, fully aware that it would be unbecoming of her to display jealousy in front of the assembly of Immortalso. For a mere mortal woman, which would tarnish her grace. The minister revealed that Lady Li, the favored consort, was in truth a fox demon of a millennium. For the safety of the Celestial Lord, I descended to the mortal realm, disguised as a Maoshan Taoist, to subdue the fox demon, explained Dongfang Su. How can it be that Lady Li, a woman chosen before her birth, is actually a 1,000-year-old fox demon? Before the celestial sovereign's descent, the Grand Minister Dongfang crafted, in accordance with the sovereign's wishes, the sacred tome of birth, a ruler of decisive prowess year, Ning solely for a confidant of exquisite beauty. That very Li Guifei was destined to be the sovereign's cherished companion in the celestial script. Li Guifei is indeed a mere mortal woman. However, the secrets surrounding the sovereign's earthly arrival have been inadvertently disclosed, allowing the fox spirit to possess her. Dongfang elucidated further. The celestial beings unveiled the sovereign's disgraceful entanglement with the fox spirit, asserting that it would tarnish the sovereign's image. The celestial sovereign retorted with a commanding voice, "Such nonsense. The tome is under your guardianship, and you alone are privy to this earthly descent. Who, then, could have betrayed such knowledge? Moreover, what evidence do you possess to substantiate that Li Guifei has been possessed by a fox spirit?" "I possess such evidence. I have already subdued the fox spirit," Dongfang replied. "Then bring forth the fox spirit." The sovereign's tone softened, perhaps betraying a hint of insecurity. The celestial general performed a spell, and the bindings of the celestial rope around Dongfang unfastened themselves. From within his sleeve, Dongfang produced a vessel for capturing spirits. The celestial beings present in Lingxiao Hall instantly recognized this vessel as a treasured artifact oft. He goddess Niuhua. The sovereign harbored concerns about the contents of the vessel, pondering how he would adjudicate the matter if it indeed contained a fox spirit. To be ensnared by a mere fox spirit during his inaugural descent to the mortal realm, only to be driven to death by the reigning empress, left him questioning his own dignity. The majesty of his sovereign presence would surely dissipate. Chapter 2. The preliminary selection. Unexpectedly, an unusual incident occurred. When Dongfang Su opened the spirit-seizing vessel, what poured out was not a fox spirit, but a puddle of water. As the vessel spilled forth, the heavenly sovereign felt a flicker of delight within. Dongfang Su was rendered speechless. The spirit-seizing vessel had never left his possession. How could this be? The deities gathered in the Lingxiao Palace wore expressions of bewilderment. The spirit-seizing vessel was not the demon-refining vessel. How could it have transformed into mere water? Now, the sole evidence to prove his innocence had vanished, rendering any further explanations futile. Faced with the heavenly sovereign's reproach, Dongfang Su appeared weary. As the Grand Minister of Fate, how could he dare to alter the fate register? What authority remained for the heavenly sovereign if he were not punished? The heavenly sovereign commanded. Dongfang Su was to be stripped of his title and exiled to the wilderness. Upon the issuance of the decree, the Emperor Donghua was about to intercede on behalf of Dongfang Su when the heavenly queen exchanged a knowing glance with him. The implication was clear. The heavenly sovereign was in a foul mood, and any plea for mercy at this juncture would only exacerbate the situation. 300 years later, a notice was posted at the Taichin Palace announcing a preliminary selection for new ministers of fate in the celestial realm. The selection did not impose restrictions on identity, gender, or age. Anyone deemed capable was welcome to participate. The announcement sent the usually tranquil Taichin Palace into a flurry of activity. The palace maids scurried about, lifting and arranging, flying to and fro, diligently preparing the venue for the selection. During the morning assembly, the heavenly sovereign inquired with the Emperor Donghua for the list of applicants, indicating a particular interest in this selection for ministers of fate. 300 years prior, the heavenly sovereign would never have concerned himself with the internal matters of the Emperor Donghua. Even in monumental decisions regarding the elevation of someone to the position of Grand Minister of Fate, the heavenly sovereign would have unhesitatingly left such determinations to the Emperor Donghua. However, 300 years later, everything underwent a transformation. The heavenly sovereign no longer held the Eastern Emperor in such high esteem, and even harbored a degree of suspicion. The Eastern Emperor casually perused the scroll containing the names of participants in the selection of the Divine Command, and he noted with surprise the multitude of names listed, indicating that this year's contenders far surpassed those of previous years. Yuer, how could she possibly participate in the Divine Command selection? The Eastern Emperor's gaze lingered on the name Dongfang Yuer. Your Majesty, is there something amiss with the list of participants? Who is Yuer? The Eastern Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the young Divine Command, who dared not inquire further. Zigua had erred once more. The Emperor had previously admonished him not to ask what should remain unasked. The young Divine Command understood that the Eastern Emperor never appreciated others attempting to decipher his thoughts. Yuer is the daughter of the Grand Divine Command, Dongfang. The young Divine Command exclaimed, I have worked alongside the Grand Divine Command for a century, and he has never mentioned having a daughter. In truth, it was only during a recent visit to the wilderness that I discovered he indeed has a daughter named Dongfang Yuer. For reasons unknown, he seems rather indifferent towards her. Suddenly, the Eastern Emperor appeared to sense that a significant event was about to unfold. Zigua hastened to the Wenchang Hall and summoned the Wenchang Emperor to the Taichin Palace at once. Inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss. The young Divine Command offered a respectful bow and swiftly made his way to the Wenchang Hall to fetch the Wenchang Emperor. Moments later, the Wenchang Emperor arrived at the Taichin Palace on his radiant seven-colored cloud, witnessing the young Divine Command reprimanding a maid. Could you not move with a bit more agility? This lantern does not belong here, nor do these floral arrangements. Why are these tables arranged horizontally? They should be placed vertically. Remember, participants in the preliminary selection must follow the order of arrival. The audience will be seated according to their rank and seniority. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Ansu, there is no need for the palace maids to attend to the Emperor Wenchang. He may proceed directly into the Hall of Taichun. The Emperor Donghua sits leisurely on the pear blossom couch, engaging in a game of chess with himself, seemingly unhurried, as described by Xiao Siming. The Emperor Wenchang laughed heartily and said, "Brother Donghua, what brings you to seek me today?" Both the Emperor Donghua and the Emperor Wenchang hold the same rank, being titled emperors. However, the Emperor Donghua, as an ancient deity, possesses a significantly higher status and has once been the sovereign of the three realms. The bond between the two is quite close, and they refer to each other as brothers in private. Thus, the senior Donghua addresses Wenchang as brother, while Wenchang, being junior, refers to Donghua as elder brother. "Please, take a seat, brother Wenchang. I have a matter to request of you today," the Emperor Donghua said. Without hesitation, the Emperor Wenchang sat down, picked up a chess piece, and began to play while conversing with the Emperor Donghua. "I can hardly believe that you, brother Donghua, would have a matter requiring my assistance," remarked the Emperor Wenchang, somewhat incredulous. The name of the Emperor Donghua is renowned across the six realms, commanding respect even from the heavenly lords. What could possibly be beyond his capabilities? "Brother Donghua, it is hard to fathom that you would seek my help," the Emperor Wenchang reiterated. The Emperor Donghua, with a serious expression, replied, "Brother Wenchang, do you think I am jesting with you today?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor Wenchang lifted his gaze to scrutinize the Emperor Donghua. With the wisdom accumulated over countless years, the Wenchang Emperor recognized that his esteemed friend Donghua had come seeking assistance. He patted his chest and declared, "What matter could my dear brother Donghua possibly have that would require my aid? I would brave any peril. Braving peril is unnecessary. I merely wish to borrow someone from you." Donghua replied with a hearty laugh. "Ah, borrowing a person. A trivial request indeed. Yet I wonder, whom does brother Donghua intend to borrow?" From Donghua's tone, it seemed he sought none other than the illustrious Sima Ao, the beloved disciple of the Wenchang Emperor. Sima Ao was not only gifted in literary prowess, but also excelled in magical arts. The Wenchang Emperor pondered how long this borrowing would last, and whether he would ever see his disciple returned. Noticing a hint of hesitation from Wenchang, Donghua understood that he was reluctant to part with such a remarkable individual. Indeed, who could blame him? If he were in Wenchang's position, he too would be reluctant to relinquish someone of Sima Ao's caliber. Sensing his friend's reluctance, Donghua inquired with a probing tone, "It seems my dear brother is unwilling to part with him?" "Not at all. If you request it, I have no reservations. I shall lend you my disciple, provided you promise to return him. He is the only one I trust completely," Wenchang replied. "Rest assured, I merely need him to serve as the chief examiner for the upcoming selection of the Si Ming. Once the selection is complete, he shall be returned in full measure," Donghua assured him. However, the Wenchang Emperor remained puzzled. Traditionally, the responsibility of the Si Ming had been solely entrusted to Donghua, even if he did not oversee it personally. There were other officials, such as the Lesser Si Ming and Su Si Ming, capable of handling the matter. Why then would Donghua choose to borrow an outsider for such an internal responsibility? "Brother Donghua, the Si Ming selection is a matter for your own administration. It would be more fitting for someone from your inner court to serve as the chief examiner. Why resort to borrowing an outsider for this task? I wish to distance myself. I am not entirely at ease with the dealings of the lesser god of destiny, and I harbor even greater concerns regarding the greater god of destiny." The Emperor Donghua produced a scroll from his sleeve and presented it to the Emperor Wenchang. Understanding that Donghua harbored unspoken troubles, Wenchang refrained from further inquiry. Casually accepting the scroll, he opened it to find the list of participants for the selection of destiny. Upon seeing the name Dongfang Yuer, Wenchang was taken aback. He was acutely aware of Donghua's lingering guilt over the punishment inflicted upon the greater god of destiny, Dongfang Su, by the heavenly sovereign, a matter that weighed heavily on his heart since that fateful event 3 centuries ago. This nightmare from 300 years past remains unresolved to this day. Donghua gazed heavenward and lamented, "I, the Emperor Donghua, have never felt remorse towards anyone, save for my greater god of destiny. What then should my esteemed brother Donghua instruct Sima Ao to do? I shall convey my wishes to him. He need only ensure the proceedings are properly notarized." "Notarized?" Wenchang inquired, puzzled. Although Wenchang did not fully grasp Donghua's intentions, he readily acquiesced. On the day of the selection of destiny, the celestial beings, driven by curiosity, flocked to participate in the event that unveiled the events from 3 centuries ago when the heavenly sovereign descended into the mortal realm. A white-haired, white-bearded South Dipper Star Lord enthusiastically conversed with several venerable deities about the demotion of the greater god of destiny 3 centuries prior. It was said that the secrets of the heavenly sovereign's birth into the mortal realm had been divulged, causing him considerable suffering. In his wrath, the heavenly sovereign dismissed the one responsible, the greater god of destiny, Dongfang Su, and exiled him to the wilderness. Indeed, the greater god of destiny has always been meticulous in his duties and resolute in character. How could he have possibly leaked the celestial secrets surrounding the sovereign's birth? Indeed, it is inconceivable that the grand decree could be the source of any betrayal. The celestial ledger detailing the birth of the heavenly sovereign is solely managed and safeguarded by the grand decree. If not him, then who could it possibly be? One might argue that the grand decree is quite pitiable, having not only been stripped of his duties by the heavenly sovereign, but also exiled to the desolate wilderness. With the Southern Dipper Star Lord leading the charge, the venerable deities no longer harbor any fear. Their discourse, laden with references to the injustices faced by the grand decree 3 centuries ago, suggests a shared sentiment of indignation on his behalf. A newly ascended young celestial, somewhat bewildered by the conversation, shuddered at the mention of the wilderness, as though genuinely concerned for the grand decree's plight. Curiosity piqued, the young celestial inquired, "What manner of place is this wilderness of the Southern Dipper Star Lord?" The venerable Star Lord, stroking his white beard, momentarily forgot the presence of the young celestial and replied, "The wilderness is a realm designated for the exile of transgressors, characterized by harsh climates and treacherous terrains, bordering on foreign lands. It is also home to many ferocious beasts, led by a pack of wolves. Most of these creatures have been trained by the foreign denizens. Encountering them indeed spells grave misfortune. Alas, this realm of exile is truly a woeful abode for the grand decree." The young celestial mused aloud, coming to the realization that the heavenly sovereign bears a grudge. Offending him leads to dire consequences, revealing that being divine is not as liberating as it might appear. As for the circumstances surrounding the grand decree's punishment, each celestial offers a differing account, yet the truth remains elusive. Whether the heavenly sovereign was swayed by the allure of a fox spirit, whether the fox spirit met her demise, or whether the grand decree is indeed a traitor, all these questions linger unanswered. Upon my arrival at the Taichin Palace, I overheard a gathering of celestial beings whispering about the disgrace that befell my father. It appears that my decision to participate in the Simi-Ming selection to vindicate him was indeed the right one. For 3 centuries, my father has never divulged the reasons behind his condemnation by the heavenly sovereign. In an effort to clear the fog of the past, I, Dongfang Yuer, approached to inquire further. However, my presence prompted the venerable immortals to exchange glances and disperse simultaneously. As the Southern Dipper Star Lord departed, he could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Little celestial, from which palace do you serve? Your attire is rather modest, having just battled with a pack of wolves." My garments bore the marks of their claws, and after several days without a bath, I was acutely aware of my unkempt state, feeling inferior even to a mere celestial maid. Recognizing my disheveled appearance, I offered an awkward smile but refrained from responding. Understanding that I was unappealing and likely to attract disdain, I sought refuge in a discreet corner. Yet, the palace was teeming with people, and as it was my first visit, I was unsure of where to hide. Suddenly, I let out a cry of pain as I inadvertently collided with a gracefully approaching celestial maiden clad in purple. Her attendant reprimanded me. "From where do you come? Have you not realized you have bumped into our celestial master?" Ignoring the maid's admonishment, I found myself entranced by the beauty of the purple-clad maiden. How exquisite she was! With her hair styled in a flowing tassel bun, delicate willow-like brows, and phoenix-like eyes, she wore a flowing purple gown adorned with a crimson cape, exuding both grace and a hint of gallantry. I mused to myself, surely she must be the daughter of a noble family, attended by her own maid. I am but a newly ascended fairy, having clumsily collided with the esteemed elder fairy, for which I offer my sincerest apologies. Dongfang Yuer humbly addresses the purple-robed fairy, who regards her with a discerning gaze. Before her stands Dongfang Yuer, slender and clad in simple attire, which bears a few tattered edges. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, hastily tied with a white ribbon, devoid of any adornments. Though her garb may appear meager, it does little to obscure her exquisite visage, particularly her eyes, which, adorned with a delicate blush, resemble the blossoms of a peach tree, evoking a sense of tender vulnerability. The collision was unintentional. The purple-robed fairy bore no ill will towards Dongfang Yuer. When a fairy attendant reprimanded her, the purple-robed fairy interjected, deeming the incident inconsequential. "Thank you, esteemed fairy sister, for your understanding. You are truly beautiful, both in appearance and spirit." The purple-robed fairy found herself a bit flustered by Dongfang Yuer's repeated calls of sister. "Dear Yuer, from which palace do you hail? Are you here to participate in the Tai-Chin Palace competition? It is of utmost importance that the identity of the daughter of the god of crime remains concealed." Thus, Dongfang Yuer hesitantly replied, "I am Dongfang Yuer, not of the heavenly palace. I am but a humble wild fairy, here to partake in the selection of destiny." As a wild fairy, she occupies the lowest echelon within the celestial realm, possessing only a fairy registration without any rank. Upon learning of Dongfang Yuer's humble origins, the purple-robed fairy felt a twinge of compassion. She removed her cloak and draped it around Dongfang Yuer. "Sister Yuer, knowing you are here for the competition, why do you wear such tattered garments? Allow me to adorn you with this cloak. It shall enhance your appearance." "Sister, I have heard that for this selection by the god of fate, the esteemed Wenchang Star Lord, Sima Ao, has been invited to serve as the chief examiner. This Wenchang Star Lord is notoriously known as the iron-faced and impartial one. Today, I fear that my attire may not meet his stringent standards, which could jeopardize my eligibility to compete." The phrase iron-faced and impartial sends a shiver down my spine, for it embodies the nature of my own father, who has always been unyieldingly strict, leaving me devoid of any paternal affection throughout my life. The fact that the current examiner possesses a similar disposition fills me with trepidation. Yet, I have risked everything, battling through a pack of wolves and defying my father's wishes to stealthily escape from the wilderness to participate in this contest. My goal is to vindicate my father and to shed the identity of being the daughter of the sinner. However, to be disqualified due to my attire would be an utter travesty. Sister, please assist me. This competition is of utmost significance to me. As a minor wild fairy, I often endure bullying from other immortals, and only by participating in the selection can I secure a position that will grant me standing in the immortal realm and protect me from further torment. With tear-filled eyes, I beseech the purple garment fairy for help. "How can I assist you, dear sister?" The purple garment fairy inquires. "All I ask is for you to lend me a suitable outfit, and I vow to repay your kindness in the future, I implore." "That is not feasible. The selection is about to commence, and any delay could result in significant loss for our household," interjected the maid of the purple orchid fairy. Just as she spoke, the resounding drums of the Tai-Chin Palace echoed thrice, heralding the beginning of the event. All the participants hurried to the grand hall, and the violet-clad fairy was eagerly ushered in by a celestial maid. Dongfang Yuer could only follow as the violet-clad fairy entered the hall. The grand hall was filled with contestants, yet the cause of the altercation between the two young women remained unknown. The conflict escalated fiercely, one wielding a precious sword and the other a divine whip. The two had forged a formidable rivalry, daring to duel within the sacred confines of the Tai-Chin Palace. Nearby, the god of longevity leaned in to observe Dongfang Yuer, remarking, "Ah, the young celestial is truly amusing. Both are princesses of golden talents and jade leaves. What enmity could arise upon their first meeting? A princess participating in the contest? Would her presence ensure fair competition?" Dongfang Yuer felt a mix of shock and concern. The god of longevity found her naivety amusing and chuckled. "Fear not, young celestials. The princess merely seeks amusement. With the esteemed star god wants you, Sima Ao." Presiding as the chief examiner, there was little cause for worry. Dongfang Yuer pondered, "Why is it always this star god wants you?" It became evident from the star god's words that he held a high regard for the princess. The situation stemmed from a dispute between the celestial princess Jinyang and the foreign princess Dilua over seating arrangements. In truth, it was well known that the foreign princess Dilua had instigated the conflict. The god of fate at Tai-Chin Palace had already determined the seating for contestants based on the order of registration, even if there was a misplacement. It was inappropriate to engage in combat with the celestial princess. After all, the celestial princess was merely another competitor, and any grievances should be addressed to the god of fate. The celestial princess Jinyang, adorned with a delicate hairpin and dressed in a pink embroidered gown, possessed slender willow-like brows and sparkling, lively eyes, exuding a charm that was both adorable and refined. The exotic princess Dairo donned a strapless gown draped in delicate black gauze, her azure tresses elegantly pinned up with a hairpin, while a few strands cascaded down her back. Adorned with heavy makeup, she exuded an air of arrogance and defiance. Gripping a divine whip, she struck swiftly and fiercely towards the princess Jinyang of the celestial clan. With a keen sense of timing, Princess Jinyoung adeptly evaded the blow, retaliating with equal fervor. The guards from both factions, incensed by the confrontation, surged forward to protect their respective sovereigns. This time, Princess Dairo was accompanied by a contingent of over a dozen formidable guards, each towering and fearsome in appearance, with the leader resembling a black bull, complete with two horns atop his head. The appearance of the exotic people was generally grotesque, yet surprisingly, Princess Dairo possessed a rather delicate beauty, albeit with a notably fiery temperament. The celestial beings were left in a state of unease regarding Princess Dairo's intentions for participating in the contest. Although relations between the exotic and celestial clans had remained relatively peaceful over the millennia, the former's inherent belligerence raised concerns about their willingness to submit to another race's rule. Rumors suggested that the exotic king had taken a young and beautiful queen, subsequently neglecting court affairs and tribute obligations, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the celestial sovereign. It seemed an inevitable conflict loomed on the horizon. Today, Princess Dairo arrived with her swaggering demeanor to compete, openly challenging the celestial princess, thus daring the celestial sovereign's authority. Observing her opponent's desperate evasion, Princess Dairo arched her brows in amusement, taunting, "The celestial princess is no more than this." Following her derisive words, her whip strikes grew increasingly aggressive. Humiliated by the exotic princess's provocations, Princess Jinyoung could only stamp her foot in frustration. Had it not been for the larger picture, she would have relished the opportunity to command the celestial troops to subdue the exotic intruders. Now, one can only blame oneself for indulging in play, resulting in a lack of mastery in martial arts, and being utterly defeated by the opponent. Dongfang Yuer contemplated the whip techniques of Princess Daila. With a swift strike akin to a white serpent flicking its tongue, she ensnared Princess Jinyoung's sword, binding both the sword and its wielder. A triumphant smile graced Daila's lips as she exerted her internal energy, intending to fling Princess Jinyoung and her sword a distance of 10 zhang. The delicate Princess Jinyoung, lacking the internal strength to rival the battle-hardened Daila, found her sword slipping from her grasp, her body sent soaring through the air by the force of Daila's power. Just as the onlookers gasped in horror, fearing for Princess Jinyoung's life, a fleeting white figure ascended, catching the airborne princess with ease. This ethereal being cradled Princess Jinyoung, twirling gracefully as they descended, landing lightly on the ground. Simultaneously, with a swift motion, the figure unfurled the Yulong fan, using it to redirect powerful internal energy towards the advancing Daila. Daila staggered back 10 steps, her internal energy shaken. Her guard, a fierce black bull, rushed forward to support her, enraged by the humiliation inflicted upon his princess, pounding his chest in a display of fury, eager to avenge her disgrace. Daila had participated in the selection of the Celestial Command, provoking Princess Jinyoung and belittling the Celestial race, all to gauge their strength. As she celebrated her victory after just 10 moves against Princess Jinyoung, she reveled in her assumption that the Celestials were not formidable. Little did she know that her joy was premature. A white figure had merely flicked the fan, effortlessly repelling her 10 zhang, revealing the unfathomable depth of that individual's internal power. At this moment, Princess Di Luo urgently called to the Black Bull Guard who was about to engage in combat. Suddenly, a white figure soared into the air, eliciting applause from the assembled immortals. This white figure, as legend has it, was none other than the impartial iron-faced Lord Wenchuxing, Sima Ao. In her moment of trepidation, Princess Jinyoung realized that it was Sima Ao, the esteemed Wenchuxing, who had come to her rescue. In that fleeting instant, her body inexplicably weakened, and she clutched Sima Ao's neck tightly, her sparkling eyes gazing dreamily at him, as if she were enveloped in a sea of blooming peach blossoms, inhaling their subtle fragrance. Princess Jinyoung wished for nothing more than to be held by Sima Ao for eternity. "I am the chief examiner of this semi-selection, Lord Wenchuxing Sima Ao," he declared. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuer was momentarily taken aback. When she learned from the fairy lawn that Sima Ao bore the moniker impartial iron-faced, her mind conjured an image of him resembling her father, of a similar age, with graying hair tied in 2 knots, a straight beard, and a perpetually stern expression. However, upon this encounter, the reality of Lord Wenchuxing Sima Ao was quite different, clad in a flowing white robe, with a chiseled and handsome face. Beneath thick brows lay a pair of affectionate eyes, his lips occasionally curling into a playful smile, a tall stature, and a folding fan in hand, exuding an ethereal aura. Such striking beauty was the quintessential figure of countless young girls' dreams. Damn it, a mere boy not yet weaned is here to serve as the chief examiner. The celestial realm has truly run out of capable individuals. How could they keep my princess waiting? The Black Bull guard of Princess D. Luo muttered irritably upon hearing Sima Ao introduce himself. As the bold words of the Black Bull guardian echoed, the members of the winged clan erupted into laughter. Even Princess Dyla couldn't help but smirk. Sima Ao clarified to the contestants that their tardiness was due to a summons from the Celestial Sovereign. It was said that Xiao Siming had delivered the list of candidates to the Celestial Sovereign, who, upon examining it, noticed the name Dongfang Yuer, which piqued his interest. He summoned his official, Jian, to request the presence of Emperor Donghua at the Lingxiao Palace. Jian, following orders, arrived at the Taichin Palace, only to find no one there. The Celestial Sovereign, perplexed, sent Jian once again to invite Sima Ao to the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 4. You have fallen into a pit. Princess Dyla had come to the Taichin Palace either to compete or to instigate conflict. Sima Ao, wielding his jade dragon fan, approached her and her entourage of guards with a hint of sternness and inquired directly. Taken aback by the unexpected directness of the Winchuxing, Lord Sima Ao, Princess Dyla and her guards ceased their laughter, momentarily stunned. It was well known that the foreign tribes yearned for independence, and the Celestial Clan had evidently surmised their intentions for participating in the contest. What could be the meaning behind the inquiry of Winchuxing Lord? Indeed, Princess Dyla and her guards exchanged timid glances, their demeanor shifting to one of sincerity. Although the foreign tribes had long harbored desires for independence, none dared to act without first gauging the strength of the Celestial Clan. The princess pondered that the Celestial Clan was a formidable lineage, and a mere foreign tribe would require careful planning before engaging in battle. Of course, I am here to compete, she asserted. However, I am quite dissatisfied with the seating arrangements you, Celestial Clan, have provided. Is this truly how you treat your guests? Suddenly, Sima Ao burst into laughter, seemingly mocking Princess Dillo's folly. Princess Dillo, have you forgotten that you are now a contestant, not a guest invited by our Celestial Clan? Contestants must adhere to their responsibilities, which include following the competition rules. Should you fail to comply, it falls upon me, as the chief examiner, to revoke your eligibility. The words of the Lord of Literature silenced the foreign participants. Witnessing the grandeur of Sima Ao, they were momentarily struck dumb, and the arrogance of Princess Dillo and her several guards was quelled, stirring youthful affections within Dongfang Yuer for Sima Ao. Princess Jinyang, brimming with excitement, grasped the hand of her fairy attendant and inquired, "Qian, do you think the Lord of Literature harbors feelings for me? Is he avenging me?" Of course. My princess is the most adorable in the Celestial Clan, with suitors lining up from the Lingxiao Palace to the Taichin Palace. Thus, the Lord of Literature is certainly no exception. Seeing her princess's cheeks flush with shyness, the fairy attendant Qing teased her. Princess Jinyang covered her blushing face with her hands and playfully scolded, "Oh, stop laughing at me. Now, may all contestants please find their seats and settle down." As we are about to commence the roll call, the speaker was none other than the young deity of Taichin Palace, who had appeared on the platform when Sima Ao soared into the air to rescue Princess Jinyang. To the contestants' astonishment, beside the young deity stood a female celestial dressed in the attire of a deity of fate. This celestial, named Su Siming, was the only female deity among the deities of fate and had previously served as a maid to the Heavenly Queen. The seating arrangement is divided into 4 groups. The first group consists of the noble celestial beings, such as princesses, princes, and the offspring of high-ranking deities, ministers, including the enchanting Nalan Fairy. The second group comprises esteemed immortals of high lineage, such as the Southern Dipper Star Monarch and the Longevity Star Monarch. The third group is made up of individuals from other tribes, including foreign races in the Feather Tribe. Lastly, the fourth group is reserved for the lesser immortals and the newly ascended young celestial beings. Princess Jinyang occupies the foremost seat in the first group without question, while the Xylan Fairy, although not a princess, is also of noble birth within the celestial realm and thus takes the second seat of the first group. Princess Dilu occupies the first seat of the third group. As for Dongfang Yuer, it goes without saying that she sits in the fourth group. The participants swiftly locate their designated seats and settle down. The young deity of fate, Xiao Siming, begins to call out the names. Each participant responds affirmatively upon hearing their name. When Xiao Siming first calls out Princess Jinyang, Princess Dilu casts a sidelong glance at her. When Xiao Siming announces Princess Dilu's name, Princess Jinyang reciprocates with a disdainful look and even sticks out her tongue, provoking Princess Dilu's ire. In response, Dilu shoots another glance at Jinyang, who, filled with pride, returns the gaze with an eye roll and a mock gagging gesture. Thus, the two princesses have forged a rivalry. Due to Dongfang Yue's late registration, her name appears at the very end of the list. In truth, Sima Ao had already taken note of Dongfang Yue, yet he remained unaware that she was the very person he had observed. Upon seeing Dongfang Yue's disheveled hair, resembling a bird's nest, and her oversized blue robe, which appeared to be a modified version of male attire, he noted the several rips in the garment. Fortunately, she wore a red cloak over it, mitigating the impression of neglect. Though it is true that the current event is a selection of fate rather than a beauty contest, the nine heavens, being a realm of the celestial, ought to be suffused with an ethereal ambience. What decorum is it for a tattered little beggar to join the festivities at the Taichen Palace? Sima Ao could not help but clutch his fan and stride towards the seat of Dongfang Yue, contemplating the revocation of her eligibility to compete. Upon reaching her position, the name Dongfang Yue resonated throughout the grand hall, and she timidly responded. Sima Ao was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. Is she truly Dongfang Yue, the very person whom the Eastern Emperor has tasked him to protect? Upon learning that he was appointed as the chief examiner of the selection by the Eastern Emperor himself, with the secret aim of safeguarding someone named Dongfang Yue, he was filled with curiosity, pondering who she might be to warrant such favor from the Eastern Emperor. Could she be a celestial being whose grace could captivate all? Yet, upon seeing her today, he could not help but wonder. Have you fallen into a cesspit? Sima Ao, greatly disappointed, coldly inquired. His words elicited a chorus of laughter from the assembled immortals. Prior to this remark, Dongfang Yue had harbored a flicker of youthful admiration for Sima Ao, but to her dismay, the elegant Sima Ao chose to mock her in front of everyone. You have fallen into a cesspit. Dongfang Yue lowered her head, choosing not to respond to Sima Ao, acutely aware that her lack of bathing over the past few days had indeed rendered her somewhat. Since Dongfang Yue was the individual entrusted to his care by the Eastern Emperor, Sima Ao ultimately refrained from rescinding her eligibility to compete. The selection of candidates for the position of the divine mandate consists of 3 events: written examinations, legal assessments, and practical trials. As these proceedings cannot be concluded within a few short hours or even a single day, arrangements for accommodations are necessitated. Within the Taichen Palace, there are over 100 palatial structures, more than 200 courtyards, and upwards of 500 rooms. The Taichen Palace, however, does not possess the grandeur of the Ziwei Palace, which is shrouded in clouds and mist. It is, in fact, one of the more ordinary celestial palaces in the ninth heaven. Due to the East Emperor's ascetic nature and his solitary existence, he remains a recluse. The East Emperor is known for his humility and preference for tranquility, resulting in a scarcity of palace maids. Thus, many of the palaces, courtyards, and rooms remain unoccupied and dust-laden. It is only with the impending selection of candidates that the East Emperor has instructed the palace maids to tidy up and prepare accommodations for the participants. Those of noble birth are afforded residence in the palaces, while those of lesser status are assigned to the courtyards. Additionally, each participant is provided with 2 palace maids for their service. The courtyard designated for Dongfang Yue is named Shuxiang Garden. 2 palace maids lead the way, with Dongfang Yue following closely behind. Approaching Shuxiang Garden, the fragrant aroma of gardenias wafts through the air. Upon entering, she is greeted by the sight of 3 blossoming gardenia trees. Beneath the trees lies a large stone platform, accompanied by 4 stone benches, perfectly suited for gathering, as if to host a game of mahjong. Chapter 5. A favor asked of others. Gently pushing open the door, the antiquated yet elegant room comes into view, captivating Dongfang Yue's eyes. The furniture crafted from sandalwood, the delicate lavender canopy over the bed, the white porcelain tea utensils, the screen adorned with motifs of 100 birds greeting the phoenix, and the gentle fragrance of gardenias wafting through the air. Overwhelmed by emotion, Dongfang Yue felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, for she was the daughter of the Sin God, destined to reside in the vast, desolate wilderness, forced to confront ferocious wolves and beasts daily. 2 palace maids, noticing the melancholic expression on Dongfang Yue's face, exchanged glances, pondering whether she was dissatisfied with her quarters. Was the celestial being displeased with her dwelling? Did she wish to change? Dongfang Yue hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and quickly replied, "Oh, I am quite satisfied. Could you prepare a bucket of hot water for me? I wish to take a warm bath." "Yes, esteemed one." The two palace maids curtsied and hurried off to prepare the hot water. Having gone several days without a bath, Dongfang Yue felt an unbearable itch, and as soon as she set foot inside, she instructed the maids to ready the hot water for her bath. She retrieved the ethereal flowing fairy skirt from her bundle, a gift from the Fairy of Orchid, bestowed upon her during the skirmish between Princess Jin Yang and Princess Delu. When the fairy commanded her maid to present the skirt to Dongfang Yue, gazing at the enchanting garment, Dongfang Yue realized that the Fairy of Orchid truly regarded her as a beloved sister. This kindness must be repaid. The palace maids had prepared the hot water, and Dongfang Yue ventured into the courtyard to pluck some gardenia petals, which she then added to the steaming bath water, releasing waves of refreshing fragrance. As the two maids approached to assist her in disrobing, Dongfang Yue, unaccustomed to being waited upon, dismissed them. As the palace maid departed, Dongfang Yue, filled with secret delight, unfastened her tattered, foul-smelling garments and stepped into the wooden tub, resting her head on its edge as she joyfully splashed water around. In this arid wilderness, even a sip of water was a rarity, let alone indulging in a bath. Recalling the days when she had to trek to the river for a wash, always wary of being spied upon or ambushed by hungry beasts, she now relished the opportunity to bathe in peace, free to soak for as long as she desired. Gradually, she closed her eyes and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Awakening from her dream, Dongfang Yue felt a chill. The bathwater had turned cool. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself. Coughing, she wondered why the door was ajar, yet no one was in sight. With her keen ears, she detected a commotion outside the courtyard. Startled, she sprang up and cast a spell, causing her ethereal flowing dress to animate itself. With a swift motion, she donned the dress and brandished the white death sword as she dashed out, only to be confronted by the esteemed Winchuxing Jun, Sima Ao. "Why do you emerge in such disarray, wielding the white death sword with such ferocity?" Sima Ao gazed at Dongfang Yue, astonished by her appearance. Her hair was damp and tousled, and she emanated a faint fragrance of gardenia, clad in a dress that exuded an otherworldly grace. What transpired to warrant such a display? "I thought there was an assassin." "So," Dongfang Yue, realizing her abruptness, timidly replied. She quickly bowed to Sima Ao, inviting him inside. "An assassin? In the Morning Palace? It is indeed rare to encounter someone so audacious, yet it is always prudent to exercise caution." As Sima Ao spoke, he fanned himself and entered the room. Noticing that only Dongfang Yue remained, while the two palace maids assigned to her had mysteriously vanished, it was evident they had sought leisure, taking advantage of their new mistress, who appeared easy to intimidate. Dongfang Yue's background was pitiable, which explained why the Eastern Emperor had taken it upon himself to discreetly safeguard her. Sima Ao felt a surge of compassion for Dongfang Yue. As the guest, he had sent the two maids away, leaving him to prepare the tea himself. Having never brewed tea before, Dongfang Yue found herself flustered in the task, unaware of the purpose behind the arrival of the star of literature at the fragrant study. She inquired, "What brings you to the fragrant study today?" "Of course, I came to visit you." Sima Ao replied with a meaningful tone, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She stammered, "Why would you want to see me?" Alas, Dongfang Yue surely misinterpreted his intentions, thinking he harbored feelings for her. "I am here to inform you that I, Sima Ao, have been entrusted with the duty of discreetly protecting you. Therefore, I shall offer you certain care and assistance in your daily life," he stated solemnly. Hoping to dispel her misconceptions, Dongfang Yue remained skeptical of Sima Ao's words. Entrusted by whom? In this vast celestial realm, I know no one. Who would be so kind as to look after me? She questioned, perplexed. Sima Ao was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. He was indeed tasked by the Eastern Emperor, yet the gravity of this mission rendered it unwise to disclose any details. Sima Ao, with an air of embarrassment, remarked, "As for who it is, you shall find out in due time." The two palace maids, upon seeing Sima Ao, knelt down anxiously, pleading for him to spare them from punishment. Dongfang Yue, observing Sima Ao reprimanding the maids, stepped forward to intercede on their behalf, saying, "Lord of the literary star, please do not chastise them. It was I who instructed them to take a rest, as I am not fond of being served." Sima Ao regarded Dongfang Yue thoughtfully, finding it rather intriguing that someone would not enjoy being attended to. "Since a celestial being has spoken in your defense, I shall let this matter pass. But let it not happen again. The two maids, relieved to hear the title of the literary star, felt the weight of their potential demotion lift and expressed their gratitude by bowing deeply to Dongfang Yuer. This gesture left Dongfang Yuer momentarily taken aback, as she was unaccustomed to such displays. Besides, she felt she had done little more than speak the truth. Hastily, she assisted the two maids to their feet and, noticing their graceful demeanor, inquired about their names. The maids, genuinely fond of Dongfang Yuer, replied with innocent expressions, "The celestial maid is named Dingxiang." The other maid quickly added, "The celestial maid is named Yuzhu." "Curious, your names are both derived from medicinal herbs. Who bestowed them upon you?" Dongfang Yuer pondered. It was known that the names of the maids in the Taichin Palace were given by Emperor Donghua, all bearing the names of herbs and flowers. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuer noticed a subtle shift in Emperor Donghua's expression, unable to comprehend why such a wise and formidable deity would fail to recognize her father's innocence. Why would Emperor Donghua not intervene on her father's behalf, especially after he had devoted countless years to serving him? Dingxiang and Yuzhu noticed that Dongfang Yuer's hair was still damp. They gently urged her to the dressing table, where they wiped her hair dry and adorned her with a delicate peach blossom hairstyle, complemented by an exquisite hairpin. After this transformation, along with the custom-made flowing, Dongfang Yuer no longer resembled someone who had just fallen into a cesspit. Instead, she appeared as ethereal and graceful as a swan, a vision that captivated all who beheld her. With her newfound elegance, thanks to Dingxiang and Yuzhu, as well as the tailored flowing, she seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. Sima Ao, realizing he had lingered long enough, prepared to depart for his inspections at other palaces. Before leaving, he offered Dongfang Yuer a word of caution. The Taichin Palace was rife with intrigue, and one must remain vigilant. Dongfang Yuer understood the gravity of his words. Many of the participants at Taichin Palace were from the Winged Clan or other factions sent as spies under the guise of competitors, probing the strength of the Heavenly Clan. Although she bore the identity of the daughter of the Sin God, she was also a member of the Heavenly Clan. Witnessing her maternal clan in peril, she yearned to contribute to their salvation. Chapter 6. The Golden Crow. This morning, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the skies of the 9 heavens, where 9 crimson suns blazed, casting a fiery glow across the heavens. The atmosphere became oppressively hot, as if scorched by flames, instilling fear among the celestial beings. The participants at Taichin Palace were equally bewildered, questioning the sudden upheaval in the celestial realm. Looking upwards, they beheld the source of the disturbance, 9 golden crows in furious flight. Their anguished cries echoed as they struggled against the celestial chains binding their feet. Strange, strange. How could the golden crow appear in the skies of the 9 heavens? The annals of divine history clearly record, during the primordial era, the 10 sons of the Eastern Emperor transgressed celestial laws, embarking on a journey through the vast and ancient lands, causing untold suffering to countless beings. The Eastern Emperor's punishment was deemed too lenient, inciting the wrath of Quafu, who endeavored to chase the sun. In retaliation, the 10 sons of the Eastern Emperor vanquished Quafu, prompting the furious Ho-E to forge arrows and slay the 9th son of the Eastern Emperor, the Golden Crow. The celestial beings were perplexed, for how could the Golden Crow, having been shot down by Ho-E, now grace the skies of the 9 heavens? As the celestial beings grappled with this enigma, Sima Ao approached with a folding fan in hand, exuding an air of triumph, accompanied by the lesser deities, Shiming and Su Siming. "Fear not, revered celestial beings," Sima Ao proclaimed. "The appearance of the Golden Crow in the 9 heavens today has been orchestrated by this Star Lord." His words resonated like a thunderclap, leaving the celestial assembly in stunned silence. The seemingly insignificant Lord of the literary star wielded such formidable authority, daring to release the Golden Crow, imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, into the celestial realm. What could be his intention? As the celestial beings remained in a state of bewilderment, Sima Ao elaborated. The release of the Golden Crow today is intended to align with the written examination scheduled for today. It is said that on that fateful day, when the Heavenly Sovereign summoned Sima Ao, his concerns were not solely directed towards the inclusion of Dongfang Yuer in the semi-selection contestant list. The name of Dongfang Yuer stirred the Heavenly Sovereign's thoughts towards Dongfang Su, leading him to ponder whether there existed any connection between the two. The scandal of 3 centuries past had only recently subsided, and he wished to avoid any resurgence of turmoil. Thus, he contemplated revoking Dongfang Yuer's eligibility to compete. However, upon noticing the names on the contestant list, including the second prince of the Feather Clan, Prince Yu, and the alien princess, Dyla, the heavenly sovereign's worries deepened. The celestial sovereign was acutely aware that, millennia ago, the alien tribes had maintained amicable relations with the celestial clan. However, upon ascending to the throne, the foreign monarch began to exhibit arrogance. Over the past century, this foreign king's hubris had only intensified. Not only did he neglect to pay homage, but he also withheld tributes, clearly indicating an intention to sever ties with the celestial clan, though he had yet to find a valid reason to do so. Presently, the foreign tribes were overtly courting the Feather Clan, with the evident aim of forging an alliance to wage war against the celestial clan. On his way to the audience, Sima Ao surmised the reason for the celestial sovereign's summons. He was likely tasked with revoking the participation of Dongfang Wei, young Master Yu, and Princess Dilu. Yet, he knew that such revocation was impossible. He had been entrusted by the Eastern Emperor to secretly protect Dongfang Wei, and thus she could not be disqualified. Similarly, young Master Yu and Princess Dilu could not be barred from competing. The Feather Clan and the foreign king had hesitated to join forces against the celestial clan, primarily due to their inability to find a justifiable reason for the assault and their lack of understanding of the celestial clan's strength. What was to be done? The celestial sovereign was filled with urgency, frustration, and a sense of helplessness. The tranquility of the three realms over the millennia had been fundamentally reliant on the prestige of the Eastern Emperor and the Wenchang Emperor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Sima Ao, and a charming smile graced his lips as he conceived a brilliant strategy. First, he performed the customary bow of respect before the celestial sovereign and then spoke. "Your Majesty need not be troubled." The celestial sovereign stared at Sima Ao in bewilderment, asking in astonishment, "Does the Star Lord know the cause of my distress?" A mere minor official like Sima, how could the foreign king and the Feather King take notice? They would never permit their offspring to participate. Today, however, both the foreign king and the Feather King had sent their children to compete, and their intentions were surely not as simple as merely securing the position of a minor official. It is widely acknowledged that the seeks to unite with the alliance to wage war against the. However, one must ponder why the hesitates to strike against them. The, possessing keen insight, may discern the underlying reasons. With a sense of confidence, inquired, "What say you?" The response was clear: "The is inherently suspicious. Until he has thoroughly assessed the strength of the, he would not dare to sever ties lightly." His apparent boldness towards the serves merely as a message to other factions, encouraging them to ally with him against a common foe. The recent decision for the and to send their offspring to compete is, in essence, a strategic ploy to gauge the capabilities of the. Why not turn the tables and allow them to witness our true strength? Suggested, fanning himself as he emphasized his final words, hoping to persuade the to embrace his idea. Words sparked a revelation in the, who paused before asking, "What ingenious plan do you propose?" Leaning closer, whispered a few words, eliciting delighted praise from the. "Brilliant. Simply brilliant." Indeed, the release of 9 from the serves as a testament to this admiration for clever stratagem. By unleashing these birds in conjunction with today's written examination, left both the and perplexed, unable to decipher the true intentions of the. Conversely, seasoned immortals like and recognized that motives were not as transparent as they appeared. The elder immortals stroked their beards in admiration, exclaiming, "Exquisite, exquisite." Meanwhile, the less experienced found themselves bewildered, questioning the relevance of the written examination to the. Was it conceivable that the questions in the upcoming test would pertain to these mystical birds? The perceptive Dongfang Yue, as always, found herself perplexed by Sima Ao's intention in unleashing the golden crows. As for Princess Jinyang, who had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, she showed little regard for the affairs of the celestial clan. Her participation in the competition was merely a means to pursue Sima Ao. Upon hearing that Sima Ao would serve as the chief examiner for the selection, she was the first to enroll, eagerly applauding any decision he made. For instance, when she witnessed the emergence of the golden crows in the 9 heavens, she erupted in fury, indignantly questioning who had the audacity to release such creatures. However, upon learning that Sima Ao had taken responsibility for their release as part of the written examination, her demeanor shifted to one of delight, praising Sima Ao. "Splendid. You intend to roast those detestable foreign beings like skewers." The maidservant attending her was equally in awe of the princess. As the written examination commenced, The contestants were informed that the venue was set at the heavenly terrace, and they were instructed to follow the selection officer. With a commanding voice, the young selection officer led the participants to the heavenly terrace. All the celestial beings knew that the heavenly terrace, as the epicenter of celestial governance, radiated authority, granting access only to those holding a third rank or above, typically reserved for significant conferences, grand ceremonies, rituals, and selections. The fact that a mere written examination was being held there underscored the heavenly monarch's emphasis on this year's selection process. The contestants walked steadily, yet their hearts were filled with trepidation as they followed the young selection officer to the heavenly terrace, directly facing 9 blazing golden crows that rendered the written examination quite arduous. Chapter 7. The written examination. The heavenly terrace, perched at the pinnacle, was once enveloped in an expansive sea of clouds. Now, however, it had transformed into a vast inferno, dominated by 9 golden crows. The most striking features were the 4 colossal pillars that soared toward the heavens. Each pillar was intricately carved with one of the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, symbolizing their guardianship over the 4 cardinal directions. The heavenly terrace had been meticulously prepared, with examination tables arranged in 3 groups, each separated by a meter. In the upper left corner of each table lay the 4 treasures of the study, and the surface of each desk was adorned with the names of the participants, allowing them to take their seats according to the list. This was the examination hall for today's written test, and the participants were instructed to be seated according to their names. Is this truly the examination venue? Questioned a voice, filled with incredulity. With the 9 golden crows hovering above, is the Star Lord testing us, or merely preparing us for a roast? The speaker was none other than the second prince of the Feather Clan, Prince Yu. The denizens of the Feather Clan harbored a profound fear of fire, and upon the emergence of the golden crows in the celestial realm, Prince Yu had been utterly petrified. He could hardly fathom that the celestial clan would possess golden crows, let alone 9 of them. It was evident that the might of the celestial clan could not be underestimated. How can the second prince be so indignant? One could choose not to participate in this examination, remarked Sima Ao, who approached Prince Yu with a fan in hand, his demeanor dripping with disdain. Prince Yu recognized Sima Ao's intention to provoke him into withdrawing from the competition, but he had no intention of conceding. I shall indeed participate in the examination, he retorted defiantly, brandishing his white feather fan as he strode resolutely into the examination hall. With a sly smile curling at the corners of Sima Ao's mouth, he remarked, any contestant harboring doubts may choose to withdraw from the competition. There is no need to subject oneself to such distress. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally drifted towards Princess Dwyro, a veiled mockery of her esteemed status, implying that she ought not to endure this trial. Princess Dwyro, fully aware of his insinuation, cast a furious glance at Sima Ao before tossing aside her sleeves and becoming the second to enter the examination arena. The princess and the prince had already made their way into the testing grounds, causing an uproar moments ago. But now a profound silence enveloped the space as contestants entered one after another. This time, the seating arrangement did not adhere to hierarchical status, as the Lord of Destiny had randomly drawn lots for placement. Coincidentally, the Fairy of Xylan sat in front of young Master Yu, while Dongfang Yuer occupied the seat behind him. With all contestants settled according to their names, the rules of the examination were articulated. The duration of the test was to last for the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks. Any participant who abandoned their seat during this period would be deemed to have forfeited their participation. Only those who could endure and answer the questions correctly would qualify for the subsequent round, the legal examination. This set of regulations clearly indicated that Sima Ao intended to assess the contestants' endurance. After all, anyone aspiring to ascend to immortality ought to possess a modicum of literary skill. The Lord of Destiny and the Lord of Literary Stars held differing expectations regarding literary prowess, as long as one had some degree of ability. It sufficed for the Lord of Literary Stars, whereas the Lord of Destiny placed greater emphasis on endurance, as all members destined to join him must undergo a trial of rebirth. As the examination commenced, the Lord of Destiny distributed bamboo scrolls. Dongfang Yuer picked up a scroll and glanced over it, murmuring to herself with satisfaction, The questions are not difficult. With a smile of self-assurance, she reached for the brush. Alas, despite her utmost efforts, she could not lift the brush from its stand. Dongfang Yu felt disheartened. There was nothing extraordinary about this brush. Although the shaft was made of jade, the bristles were merely rabbit fur, making it difficult to lift. As Dongfang Yu glanced around, she discovered that not only was her brush heavy, but so were those of the other contestants. Each of them struggled with all their might, unable to raise their brushes. Is your brush quite heavy, fellow contestants? I must confess, the brush in your hands is indeed a magical instrument of immense weight to command this divine brush. You must overpower it with your own magical force. If your power cannot surpass its divine strength, you shall not succeed in this first trial, explained Xiao Siming. A magical brush. The contestants gazed in astonishment at what appeared to be an ordinary jade brush, which was, in fact, a weighty divine instrument. Dongfang Yu gathered her energy and directed her magic at the brush, silently chanting, "Divine brush, be at my command." The brush soared from its stand, gracefully flying into Dongfang Yu's hand, which she caught effortlessly. How peculiar. This time, the brush felt as light as a feather, easily maneuverable. Sima Ao, who had been observing from the shadows, stared in disbelief at Dongfang Yu, astonished by the depth of her magical prowess. To wield the divine brush so effortlessly indicated that she must be a powerful immortal, akin to venerable figures such as the Southern Dipper Star Lord and the Star Lord of Longevity. Many contestants struggled with all their strength to summon the brush, while the haughty Princess Di Luo expended considerable effort merely to lift it. A few junior immortals, possessing lesser magical abilities, were unable to raise the brush at all and were ruthlessly expelled from the examination grounds by Sima Ao, leaving Princess Jinyang pale with panic. Alas, what a disgrace it is for a princess to be unable to even lift a pen, especially in the presence of Sima Ao, the fairy attendant of Princess Jinyang. Aware of her predicament in front of the god of literature, exchanged anxious glances with her. Realizing the meaning behind her attendant's concern, Princess Jinyang lamented, "Oh, how sweltering it is. Oh, how parched I feel. This is unbearable." She feigned a state of imminent collapse from the heat and suddenly fainted. Startled, Su Siming and Xiao Siming turned pale, fearing the worst for the princess and how they would explain this to the empress, who dotes on her niece. Prior to the competition, Sima Ao had also urged Princess Jinyang to forego participating, as the intensity of the Golden Crow's heat is not something everyone can withstand. However, Princess Jinyang was determined to seize this rare opportunity to showcase herself before Sima Ao and resolutely declared, "I shall not abandon the competition. What is there to fear from the Golden Crow? Rest assured, I am certain I will triumph." Seeing the princess's unwavering determination, Sima Ao could only seize his persuasion. Yet, unexpectedly, the princess succumbed to heat exhaustion and fainted. In a panic, Sima Ao immediately channeled some celestial energy to her, while he bestowed his ethereal essence upon her. Princess Jinyang secretly reveled in the attention, continuing to feign weakness as she clutched Sima Ao tightly, groaning, "I feel so unwell." "Humph. It seems the celestial princess is utterly useless," sneered Princess Dillo. The sudden fainting spell of Jinyang left Gongzi Yu pale with fear as he gazed up at the 9 golden crows. "Ah!" The golden crows screeched in fury, their cries sending chills down one's spine, while the flames on the horizon blazed ever more fiercely. The 9 heavens have grown increasingly sweltering, causing the trees and flowers to wither and die under the relentless sun, while the ground has developed fissures resembling tortoise shells. The highly skilled celestial beings can utilize their powers to shield themselves, yet the less adept young celestial beings are left wiping sweat continuously. And the unpowered celestial maidens hide away, desperately drinking water to quench their thirst. Dongfang Yu, having grown up in this scorching wilderness, remains unaffected by the heat. Thus she is the first to complete the written examination. "How dare you tease my sister, Xylan? Today, I shall make you pay," Dongfang Yu declared, as she cast a spell with her white feather fan towards Prince Yu. "It's on fire! It's on fire! This is terrible!" Prince Yu exclaimed in terror, as the ignited fan caused a commotion among the contestants, stirring a sense of anxiety within them. "Everyone, remain calm. If you cannot endure, you may withdraw from the competition," Sima Ao announced. Without hesitation, Prince Yu was the first to abandon the contest, prioritizing his safety. "Where are you going?" Princess Dilua, seated beside Prince Yu, called out to him as he prepared to leave. Prior to the competition, Prince Yu had made an agreement with Dilua to provoke the Celestial Clan and assess their strength. However, to his dismay, the very first match had left him so frightened by the Jinwu bird that he wished to withdraw. "Truly useless," Princess Dilua muttered under her breath. Prince Yu set the precedent, and soon after, others began to follow suit. most of whom were elderly celestial beings. In truth, the elderly participants were merely seeking amusement. A mere minor deity like the Star Lord of Destiny was hardly worthy of their attention. Some of these ancient beings held official positions, and risking their lives for such a trivial contest was simply not worth it. At last, only the young immortal remained. The young immortal had just ascended to the realm of immortals, and, in order to establish a foothold in the celestial world, could only risk everything to vie for an official position. Chapter 8. The future empress. After the passage of 2 incense sticks, the examination concluded, and the written test officially came to an end. The crimson sun in the sky vanished, and the blazing flames on the horizon extinguished, causing the heat to gradually diminish, returning everything to its usual state. Stop! Why did you burn my white feather fan, fair maiden? Young master, you blocked the path of Dongfang Yuer and the immortal Xylan. Questioning Dongfang Yuer while casting flirtatious glances towards Xylan. With audacity, young master, you leaned closer, whispering seductively into her ear, "Fair Xylan, we meet again." His flirtatious words were unbearable to hear, causing Dongfang Yuer to feel genuinely repulsed. "Who are you?" she inquired. Young master, you waved his white feather fan and replied, "I am the second prince of the Yu clan." Young master, you. "Oh, so you are the second prince of the Yu clan. I am Dongfang Yuer, a humble wild immortal. And I have met the second prince before." Dongfang Yuer offered a respectful bow. Only then did young master Yu turn his attention from Xylan to Dongfang Yuer, exclaiming, "The fairies of the 9 heavens are truly beautiful, each more enchanting than the last. It seems my journey to propose in the 9 heavens was indeed worthwhile. On what grounds do you assert that I burned your white feather fan?" "It was clearly the work of the Golden Crow," Dongfang Yuer challenged. "Do you still wish to deny it?" "If my white feather fan was ignited by the heat released from the Golden Crow, then not only would my fan be ablaze, but other fans and garments would also catch fire. I am aware that the Golden Crow emits intense heat, yet it is insufficient to reach the ignition point. Haha. Even if the white feather fan of the second prince is not ignited by the heat of the Golden Crow, one cannot unjustly accuse the little fairy. The little fairy harbors no grievances against the second prince. Why would she burn his white feather fan? That is a question you must ponder yourself." Young master Yu clapped his hands twice, and suddenly, a talking parrot appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "She burned the fan. She burned the fan. I saw it. I saw it." The origins of this parrot are truly bothersome. Dongfang Yuer raised her hand, intent on chasing the parrot. "You can't catch it. You can't catch it. It was you who burned the fan." The parrot teased Dongfang Yuer, persistently squawking. Provoked, Dongfang Yuer threatened the parrot, saying, "If you keep squawking, I will pluck all your feathers." Young master Yu interjected, "Lure, come to my hand." The parrot named Lure obediently flew to young master Yu's hand, who looked at his pet with admiration and continued, "My Lua witnessed you burning my white feather fan. Do you still wish to deny it?" Initially, Dongfang Yuer thought she could deceive young master Yu and let the matter slide, but unexpectedly, a talking parrot emerged, one that had indeed witnessed her casting the spell to incinerate the feather fan. Dongfang Yuer straightened her posture and confessed, "Yes, it was I who burned your white feather fan. You have persistently disturbed my sister's island. Burning your fan serves as a lesson for you." Young master Yu chuckled derisively. "Fairy Xylan is my betrothed consort. How can I be accused of disturbing my own fiancée?" Fairy Xylan was taken aback, wondering when she had become young master Yu's betrothed consort. The fairy Xylan retorted, "Shameless. Who is the unwed imperial consort in your eyes? Indeed, my esteemed fairy is already betrothed. Her future husband is none other than General Yin, the leader of 100,000 celestial soldiers from the War God clan." The fairy's maid spoke with indignation. The maid had long harbored resentment towards young master Yu for his audacious pursuits. Yet due to her humble status as a maid and his position as the second prince of the Yu clan, she often felt powerless to protect her mistress. Now that her mistress had broached the subject, it was the perfect moment to reveal the formidable backing of General Yu Wenyin, hoping to intimidate young master Yu and quell his arrogance. What of General Yin? As long as Fairy Xylan remains unwed, this prince still has a chance. "A chance for the celestial sovereign to bestow a marriage upon me," young master Yu confidently proclaimed. His words left the crowd in confusion. What exactly was young master Yu scheming? However, his hawkish nose and piercing eyes suggested he was no virtuous individual. The onlookers turned their attention towards the source of this proclamation, which came from none other than Sima Ao. Curious about how Sima Ao had appeared here, Dongfang Yuer wondered. In truth, Sima Ao was concerned for Princess Jinyang. As the chief examiner of the competition, he would bear responsibility should any misfortune befall her. Thus, seizing the opportunity after the written examination, he made his way to the Changle Hall of the Ziwei Palace to check on Princess Jinyang. Passing by the Taichan Palace, he noticed young Master Yu and Dongfang Yuer in a standoff for some unknown reason. Tasked by the Eastern Emperor to discreetly protect Dongfang Yuer, how could Sima Ao stand idly by when she was in trouble? Who decreed that one must leave the Taichan Palace after the preliminary examination? Young Master Yu protested. Asking Sima Ao, isn't it my prerogative to decide? I am the chief examiner. Naturally, it is I who sets the rules. Sima Ao replied firmly. You dare to question my authority? Sima Ao let out a cold, disdainful laugh, declaring, if you refuse to comply, then leave. I shall not depart. And what can you do about it? To his astonishment, the esteemed second prince resorted to such stubbornness, catching Sima Ao off guard. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuer, quick-witted, interjected. If you refuse to leave, I shall unleash the golden crow to singe every feather from your body. Having witnessed the might of the golden crow firsthand, Gongzi Yu trembled at the mention, though he soon regained his composure. You cannot expel me. My purpose for coming to the 9 heavens is not to compete. I hold the insignificant Lord of the Star of Fate in contempt. I have come to the 9 heavens to facilitate a century-long alliance between the Celestial and Feather clans, specifically to request the Heavenly Sovereign's blessing for marriage. Upon uttering the word marriage, Xylan Fairy's expression faltered. Could it be that Gongzi Yu genuinely sought to wed the Heavenly Sovereign and bind himself to her? I am already betrothed to Brother Yin. The Heavenly Sovereign has no power over my matrimonial affairs. Though Xylan Fairy thought this, her heart remained restless. Recalling how the date of her union with Brother Yin had continuously been postponed by the Heavenly Sovereign and the Heavenly Empress. Upon hearing that Gongzi Yu's intention was to forge a marital alliance, Sima Ao's demeanor shifted instantly, stating, the second prince seeks a union for the benefit of both clans. I, of course, would not dare to drive him away. Sima Ao's abrupt change of attitude left Dongfang Yuer feeling disdainful. Gongzi Yu, with a triumphant smile, remarked, it seems that Lord Wenshu is indeed a person of talent. I cherish those who are gifted. Lord Wenshu, why not accompany me? Once I ascend the throne, I shall surely promote your talents. After Gongzi Yu departed, Dongfang Yuer inquired, why would the esteemed Lord Wenshu fear such a minor prince from the Feather clan? It is amusing. I, Sima Ao, fear him. Are you aware that the 3 princes of the Feather clan are embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne? Disregarding even the old Feather Emperor? The eldest prince is ruthless, the second is debauched, and the third is insidiously cold-blooded. Each of them posing a threat to the Heavenly clan's interests should they ascend to the throne. Presently, the second prince, young Master Yu, has come forth ostensibly to participate in the selection of the God of Fate, while covertly seeking the Heavenly Sovereign's consent for marriage, hoping to leverage the Heavenly clan's support for his claim to the throne. I suspect young Master Yu's repeated entanglements with the Xylan Fairy are merely attempts to forge a romantic bond and ally himself with the formidable War God clan, as his elder brother and younger brother wield far greater influence than he. What perplexes me is that this debauched young Master Yu has suddenly become intent on vying for the throne. At this moment, I, Dongfang Yuer, realize my own ignorance. It seems Sima Ao possesses considerable knowledge and intelligence. If I could win him over, then the day of my father's vindication would be imminent. I cannot fathom why I would entertain such malicious thoughts against Sima Ao. Chapter 9. The War God clan. The peach blossoms you planted have filled the city with fragrance. Yet I alone admire their beauty. Last night, a sudden chill awoke me. Had you been here, you would have draped me in a warm garment. Your visage has faded, leaving my heart in anguish, with no lovely face to accompany me in the enjoyment of spring splendor. Standing atop the city tower, gazing towards the north cold, I now realize that my longing for you has reached an unbearable depth. Xylan meticulously stitches that white cloak, day and night consumed by thoughts of General Yu Wenyan, who guards the north cold. To alleviate the torment of yearning, Xylan often finds solace on the city tower, searching for glimpses of the north cold. Had it not been for Brother Yan's defiance against the Empress, he would not have been sentenced by the Heavenly Sovereign to guard the northern cold. Nor would the date of his nuptials have been postponed. Lanner, are you once again longing for Yenner, the mother of Zilan, the Iron Pear Princess of the War God clan, and a trusted aide to the Emperor Donghua, noticed her daughter gazing wistfully towards the northern cold, aware that her heart ached for Yenner. Due to years of relentless warfare, the majority of the War God clan's able-bodied men have perished on the battlefield. To ensure the continuation of their lineage, it is customary for each family to arrange betrothals for their children, with the expectation that they shall enter the marital chamber upon reaching adulthood. Currently, the sole heirs of the War God clan are the Yuan and Jiang families, a matter that has caused great concern among the clan. Hence, on the day Jiang Zilan and Yuan Yin were born, a marriage contract was established, with hopes for an early union. On the day of their coming of age, Yuan Yin was to honor the marriage pact by marrying Jiang Zilan. However, on the eve of their wedding, the empress announced a banquet to bestow a marriage. In her delight, the empress indulged in several cups of wine and, in a fit of merriment, declared her intention to wed her niece, Princess Jinyang, to Yuan Yin, stating that due to her noble status, she would naturally be the general's wife, while Zilan, being of lesser rank, would have to settle for the position of a secondary wife. This decision perplexed the War God clan, yet given their dwindling numbers, the empress's actions were somewhat understandable. The clan leader saw no fault in the empress's arrangement and accepted the betrothal with a jovial demeanor. Sensing the leader's acquiescence, the empress, further emboldened by her inebriation, jested about selecting 100 concubines for General Yin, claiming that his true duty was not merely to guard the southern heavenly gate, but to ensure the proliferation of the War God clan. Yuan Yin pondered over the profound bond he shared with his sister Xilan, coupled with the prior engagement between them. The actions of the heavenly empress seemed no different from mockery, akin to jesting with a pair of lovebirds. Speaking such words before the assembly of deities was clearly a jest, yet it felt like a subtle humiliation directed at him. As a scion of the War God lineage, it was his duty to wage blood-soaked battles, safeguard the divine populace, and uphold peace for all living beings. How could he indulge in frivolous serenades day and night? Moreover, as the commander of 100,000 guards, it was his solemn responsibility to defend the southern heavenly gate. The impetuous Yuan Yin could no longer contain the fury that churned within him. He defiantly downed his drink, his face flushed with indignation, and resolutely rejected the heavenly empress's matrimonial bestowal in front of the assembly of gods, brazenly opposing her. The heavenly sovereign, witnessing the escalating turmoil, felt a headache coming on. Ultimately, out of respect for the heavenly empress's dignity, he attributed the incident to Yuan Yin's excessive drinking. The sovereign decreed, Yuan Yin, in his ignorance, not only failed to appreciate the heavenly empress's goodwill, but also audaciously defied her. Therefore, Yuan Yin must be demoted to guard the northern cold region, and only after 5 years would he be permitted to wed Jiang Zilan. The War God clan seethed with indignation over the matter, yet they were compelled to endure, for the heavenly sovereign had issued his decree. Suddenly, a cry of pain escaped from Xilan, who had inadvertently pricked her hand with a needle. "Lanner, where have you pricked yourself? Is it severe?" Princess Tieli, filled with concern, gently took her daughter's delicate hand and inquired softly. "It's nothing, just a little prick." Xilan replied, "Mother, I wish to go to the northern cold." "The northern cold? No, you cannot go. It is a time of turmoil, and besides, are you not preparing for the competition?" Princess Tieli responded with unwavering resolve. "Mother, I miss Brother Yin. I wonder how Brother Yin is faring in the north cold." Princess Tieli, how could she be unaware of her daughter's feelings? The daughter has shared a bond with Yuan Yin since childhood, their hearts intertwined. Had it not been for the empress's meddling, they would have been wed by now, and she would not have to endure the anguish of longing. Alas, Princess Tieli sighed, saying, "My dear, the heavenly sovereign currently fears our War God clan, so we must tread carefully in all matters." Fear. Fairy Zilan could hardly believe that the heavenly sovereign harbored such trepidation towards the War God clan. Surely, her mother was overly concerned. Initially, it was merely conjecture on my part, but after the heavenly sovereign exiled Yin to the North Cold, he has appointed the empress's nephew, Jin Hong, to guard the southern heavenly gate and has granted him command over 100,000 heavenly soldiers. By transferring these troops to him, it is evident that he seeks to diminish our clan's military power. How infuriating! How vexing! Our War God clan has fought valiantly through generations, with our men perishing on the battlefield and most of our women left as widows. For what? Merely for the peace of the three realms, for the longevity and stability of the heavenly clan? Yet now, we find ourselves so unjustly feared. That cannot be true, Mother. Please, do not say such things. I refuse to believe the heavenly sovereign could be such a person. Fairy Zilan, though not a master of military strategy, often accompanied Brother Yin to the training grounds and had heard him and her mother discuss matters of warfare. As the saying goes, even if one has not tasted pork, one has seen a pig run. Fairy Zelan had gleaned some understanding of military tactics. The southern heavenly gate is a crucial entry point to the nine heavens. It is astonishing that the heavenly sovereign would assign a clueless nephew to guard such an important military site. It is infuriating that on several occasions I have passed by the southern heavenly gate, only to find the careless nephew of the Queen of Heaven drunkenly engaged in card games with the generals. Should the enemy launch a surprise attack, this realm would be doomed, yet the Heavenly Lord remains so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In stark contrast, my elder brother, Yin, mastered military strategy by the age of 7, followed the warriors of the god of war into battle at 10, commanded troops to reclaim lost territories by 15, and achieved remarkable feats by 18. After much difficulty, he garnered the favor of the Eastern Emperor, who honored him as the foremost divine general, assigning him to guard the southern heavenly gate. However, due to his refusal of the queen's marriage proposal, he has been demoted and dispatched to the frigid north. This turn of events is truly disheartening. The Heavenly Lord's actions are exceedingly short-sighted. Is it truly fear of the God of War clan that drives such decisions? But what is there to fear from a clan that has fought loyally for the heavenly family for generations without a trace of treachery? Why must the power of the God of War clan be undermined without regard for consequences? Although the fairy Xylan outwardly professes disbelief in the Heavenly Lord's apprehension of the God of War clan, the evidence suggests that he is indeed diminishing their military influence. Contemplating this, Xylan trembles. It is truly terrifying. This only strengthens my resolve to venture to the north. Mother, why do you understand the Heavenly Lord's intentions, yet choose not to reveal them? Why do you prevent your daughter from going to the north? Your words carry weight, mother. And with a resigned nod, Xylan dismisses the thought of traveling to the north. Chapter 10. The legal examination. The first round of the divine selection has concluded with the written examination, and the second round, the legal examination, officially commences on the training grounds. Following the elimination of candidates in the written test, those who voluntarily withdrew have reduced the number of competitors by more than half. The magical contest is a duel between two participants, where the victor advances to the next round, while the defeated is promptly eliminated. This competition primarily assesses the cultivation and magical prowess of the contestants, as some immortals have ascended from mortal origins, while others are born with innate celestial qualities, resulting in differing levels of talent. The rules stipulate that both parties may wield weapons and magical artifacts, yet lethal attacks are strictly prohibited. Strikes must be measured and restrained. A participant is deemed defeated if they fall to the ground, or if they are unable to retaliate within 10 exchanges, thereby forfeiting by default. Seated in orderly rows beneath the platform, the contestants await their turn. The arena has been meticulously prepared, with the lesser deity of fate positioned centrally to articulate the rules of the contest, while the attendant, Su, holds a small booklet at the edge of the stage. Sima Ao, comfortably seated below the platform, fans himself with great delight, attended by 3 celestial maidens, one shielding him with an umbrella, another brewing tea, and the last providing a soothing back rub. Occasionally, Sima Ao indulges in playful banter with the maidens, who respond with soft giggles and shy smiles. With a resonant voice, the lesser deity proclaims, "The magical contest commences now. The first pair of contestants is Dongfang Yuer and Princess Dairo. Please step forward." Upon hearing her name alongside that of Princess Dairo, Dongfang Yuer momentarily hesitates, but quickly regains her composure. She harbors no fear of the whip wielded by Princess Dairo. Although the princess's whip techniques are exceptionally refined, she has devised a method to counter them. However, Zelan, having witnessed the prowess of Princess Dairo's whip techniques, grows concerned for Dongfang Yuer. While not the highest caliber, the princess's skills are certainly above the intermediate level, and having been raised on horseback, her combat abilities are formidable. As Dongfang Yuer ascended the arena, Xylan Fairy anxiously cautioned her younger sister to exercise utmost caution, suggesting that she withdraw early if necessary, lest she jeopardize her life. Dongfang Yuer responded with a composed acknowledgement, wielding her cold sword with poise as she stepped onto the stage, her gaze firmly fixed upon Princess Delu. Unfamiliar with Dongfang Yuer, Princess Delu cast a disdainful glance in her direction, dismissing her presence with a scoff, muttering about the lack of capable warriors in the heavenly clan, sending a frail country girl to compete against her. Who is this wild girl that dares challenge me? Dongfang Yuer, having witnessed the princess's whip technique, recognized its extraordinary finesse. She politely bowed to Princess Delu, who, intrigued, scrutinized her further and remarked, "You show a degree of respect, Yet my whip shall not extend the same courtesy to you. Is that so? That aligns perfectly with my intentions, Dongfang Yue replied, drawing her sword with a flicker of white light gleaming from the scabbard before the eyes of the onlookers. The sword in her hand was none other than the formidable Bai Wang, often wielded by the great deity Dongfang Su, a weapon renowned for its unparalleled capacity to vanquish demons. The old immortal recognized Bai Wang at a glance, astonished that such a powerful sword was in the hands of this seemingly insignificant girl. Unwilling to be outdone, Princess Dilu swiftly maneuvered, her legs bracing as she unleashed a whip strike that was both swift and fierce, aiming for Dongfang Yue's right cheek. With a slight closure of her eyes and ears attuned, Dongfang Yue heard the whoosh of the whip. Remaining unfazed, she deftly turned her face to the right, allowing the whip to narrowly miss her left cheek by mere millimeters. This strike left Princess Dilu empty-handed, failing even to graze a strand of Dongfang Yue's hair. A flicker of realization dawned on Princess Dilu. It appeared she had underestimated this slender country girl. Diluo Gong continued to wield her whip, striking precisely at the center of Dongfang Yue's head. Unfazed, Dongfang Yue leaned forward slightly, bending at the waist, causing the whip to miss its mark, sailing above her head. In a stunning display, Dongfang Yue executed a graceful backward somersault, garnering admiration from the spectators. With the whip having failed to connect, Diluo Gong, incensed, launched a fierce barrage of strikes aimed at Dongfang Yue's vital points, compelling her to hastily parry with her sword. Watching intently, Sima Ao felt a surge of anxiety for Dongfang Yue, unable to remain seated on his pear blossom stool, concerned she might falter under the pressure. Diluo Gong unleashed another whip strike, akin to a white serpent flicking its tongue, attempting to ensnare Dongfang Yue's sword, intending to entangle both the weapon and its wielder in one swift motion. This time, however, Dongfang Yue did not evade. Instead, she advanced, sweeping her sword to create a luminous barrier that rendered the whip ineffective against her. Channeling her formidable inner strength through the shield, she struck Diluo Gong in the abdomen, causing her to stagger back, unable to withstand the force, and she spat blood in distress. Seizing the moment, Dongfang Yue delivered a final flying kick, toppling Diluo Gong to the ground, her sword poised to pierce the princess's eye. Of course, Dongfang Yue would not truly strike. She halted her blade a mere 10 centimeters from its target. Victorious, Dongfang Yue was hailed by Xiao Ximing. As Su Ximing noted the results in his ledger, Dongfang Yue approached Diluo Gong out of camaraderie, only to be met with the princess's furious dismissal as she flung Dongfang Yue's hand away. "Who are you? How did you unravel my whip techniques?" Princess Diluo, who grew up amidst the chaos of war, wielded her whip with lethal precision, having vanquished countless foes, with few capable of besting her. It was, therefore, an inconceivable humiliation when she was defeated by an unassuming wild girl. Consumed by rage and resentment, she remained oblivious to the fact that Dongfang Yue, the girl in question, was the daughter of the great deity, Dongfang Su. In truth, Dongfang Yue, raised in the wilderness, faced trials no less harrowing than those of Princess Diluo, having battled ferocious wolves and narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions. Although Dongfang Su harbored little affection for his daughter, he was profoundly moved by her resilience in the face of peril, and thus imparted his life as cultivation to her, endowing her with remarkable strength. Princess Diluo suddenly perceived that apart from the inept Jinyang princess, the celestial clan was brimming with formidable talents. Indeed, this clan concealed many extraordinary individuals. The second contest unfolded between the Southern Dipper Star Lord and the Longevity Star Lord. Both were seasoned and venerable immortals who participated in the selection simply for amusement. Having been longtime acquaintances, the two ascended the stage without weapons, leaving the armaments to the younger generation, who merely engaged in playful mimicry. As the competition commenced, the Longevity Star Lord greeted the Southern Dipper Star Lord with hearty laughter, exclaiming, "How is it that you, old man, have yet to depart this world? You remain as spirited as ever." To which the Southern Dipper Star Lord retorted, "Ah, you insufferable old child, still as irritating as always." Their laughter echoed through the air. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a tempest arose, whipping the empty training grounds into a frenzy of swirling dust. The weapons, neatly arranged upon the field, clattered together, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. A commotion arose beneath the arena, as the crowd, filled with trepidation, hastily covered their faces with their sleeves. Upon the stage, the Southern Dipper Star Lord and the Fortune and Longevity Star Lord were engaged in a fierce battle, each unleashing spells upon the other with unrestrained ferocity. The dim sky was filled with swirling purple and white energies, clashing like two dragons wrestling in the depths of water, their roars echoing like thunder. This was indeed a duel among the elite, leaving the young immortals spellbound. Such venerable sages, whose reputations had been built over millennia, rarely competed, making this a feast for the eyes. The two old sages battled from the stage into the heavens, soaring through the sky, creating a spectacle of chaos that obscured the day and night, yet neither emerged victorious. Ultimately, both, panting heavily, conceded the match. In the third contest, the Azure Orchid Fairy faced off against a young immortal. As a member of the War God clan, the Azure Orchid Fairy possessed formidable magical prowess, cultivation, and combat skills, making her competition with the young immortal akin to a contest between a stone and an egg, ensuring her effortless victory. The magical trials continued until the sun dipped beyond the western mountains. Chapter 11. Forming a brotherhood, my sage, is undoubtedly clever enough to pass, declared Yu Zhu. Seizing the moment. Indeed, you have hit the mark, replied Dongfang Yuer, deliberately keeping the audience in suspense. I knew it. The sage is certainly capable of succeeding. Yu Zhu exclaimed with evident excitement. In truth, the sage had only just managed to pass. Please wait for me outside. I am quite fatigued and need to rest now. Shall not the sage take a bath first? The gardenias are blooming splendidly today. How about the two fairies gather some for the sage's bath? Asked Ding Xiang. Aware of Dongfang Yu's fondness for the fragrant gardenias, Dongfang Yuer gazed at the 3 gardenia trees, adorned with blossoms. Very well. Daphne and Yu Zhu, brimming with joy, took a sieve to gather gardenia petals and prepare a bath. After a short while, they had the bathing water ready, perfectly heated. Dongfang Yuer, in her natural state, stepped into the wooden tub, resting her head against the edge, closing her eyes in serene enjoyment as she soaked. After her bath, she donned the flowing fairy dress gifted by the Violet Fairy and lay down on the bed, reflecting on her victories in 2 competitions, finally able to indulge in a restful slumber. Just as her eyes fluttered closed, a commotion outside the door caught her attention. The sound suggested it was Princess Jinyang. Dongfang Yuer felt puzzled, as she had no acquaintance with Princess Jinyang, wondering what brought the princess to the Shushang Garden today. Outside, Princess Jinyang sought to meet Dongfang Yuer, but was obstructed by Daphne and Yu Zhu. The princess's maid, Qing'er, was incensed. You 2 celestial maidens. How dare you block the princess's entrance? Your celestial being is merely a newly ascended fairy. What audacity to prevent our princess from entering. Startled by Qing'er's reprimand, Daphne and Yu Zhu exchanged fearful glances, on the verge of inviting Dongfang Yuer out. Is your celestial being injured? Severely, I presume. But fear not, for I possess healing ointment specifically for whip wounds. Quickly summon your celestial being to receive treatment. Yu Zhu looked at Princess Jinyang with a perplexed expression, pondering what had prompted the princess to make such a claim, as their celestial being was indeed uninjured. With a soft click, the door swung open, and Dongfang Yuer emerged. Upon seeing her, Princess Jinyang exuberantly seized Dongfang Yuer's hand. Pray tell, are you not Dongfang Yuer? Where are you injured? Fear not, for this princess has brought the revered ointment for whip wounds. With that, Princess Jinyang addressed her maid, Qing'er. Hurry and administer the medicine to the celestial being. Qing'er, pouting in reluctance, replied, Princess, you want me to tend to her, of course it is you who shall apply the ointment. Unless you wish for this princess to do it myself? Very well. Qing'er begrudgingly accepted the ointment from the princess, preparing to apply it to Dongfang Yuer. Dongfang Yuer was taken aback. What had gotten into Princess Jinyang today? She was perfectly fine, yet insisted that she was injured and needed treatment. There was no connection between herself and the princess. Why would the princess be so gracious as to bestow the ointment upon her? Princess, please wait. I am not injured. You are unscathed? That cannot be. The witch's whip technique is so formidable. Surely you must have endured a strike to emerge victorious? At that moment, Dongfang Yuer understood how Princess Jinyang had come to be at odds with Princess Dilu. She had won against Dilu in the recent trial of skills, a means of avenging the princess's grievances. This visit to the fragrant book pavilion was likely a gesture of gratitude, or perhaps an attempt to curry favor. Princess Jinyang, unconvinced that Dongfang Yuer was unhurt, rolled up her sleeve to inspect her hand. To her surprise, the flawless skin bore no trace of blood. Still skeptical, She gently tapped Dongfang Yuer's body, yet she did not hear a single cry of pain. At last, Princess Jinyang was convinced of Dongfang Yuer's uninjured state. Splendid. Just wait and see how that which dares to be so arrogant again. By the way, celestial being, what is your name? Which palace do you hail from? What is your celestial rank? Princess Jinyang gazed at Dongfang Yuer with admiration, prompting a slight embarrassment in her. Oh, you are indeed a little wild fairy, she exclaimed. Dongfang Yuer, what a melodious name. Suddenly, Princess Jinyang clapped her hands in excitement and said, how about we become sisters? Dongfang Yuer was taken aback by the princess's exuberance and whimsical nature. Immediately, she performed a deep bow, saying, Your Highness, please do not belittle this humble fairy. There are distinctions of rank, and a mere fairy cannot be sisters with a princess. I am a princess, and what I say goes. I care not for these distinctions, declared Princess Jinyang as she helped Dongfang Yuer rise from her kneeling position, joyfully draping her arm over Dongfang Yuer's shoulder. Given that Princess Jinyang was about 10 centimeters shorter, she even stood on her tiptoes to rest her arm comfortably. If I am a princess, then I shall be the elder sister. From now on, I will look out for you, she proclaimed with generosity. But this humble fairy is actually older than the princess by half a year. Ah, is that so? Then you shall be the elder sister. Nevertheless, I, as your younger sister, will still look out for you. Touched by the innocent charm of Princess Jinyang, Dongfang Yuer accepted this silly princess as her sister. Just then, Xylan Fairy and her maid, Xiu'er, arrived. Xylan Fairy noticed that Dongfang Yuer, who usually dressed simply in favored male attire, had come to receive some old garments that she had brought specially for her. Princess Jinyang was pleasantly surprised to see Xylan Fairy at the Shushan courtyard, as they were old friends. In her youth, Princess Jinyang was often found trailing behind the enchanting Xylan Fairy, who, in turn, was captivated by the presence of Yuan Yan. As the youngest among them, Jinyang frequently found herself left behind, leading to her tearful protests. Over time, however, she ceased to follow this charming pair. Dongfang Yuer addressed Xylan Fairy as sister, while Xylan Fairy affectionately referred to Dongfang Yuer as sister in return. In a moment of joy, Princess Jinyang proposed that the three of them, she, Dongfang Yuer, and Xylan Fairy, swear brotherhood beneath the 3 gardenia trees. Initially hesitant, Dongfang Yuer ultimately succumbed to the enthusiasm of Xylan Fairy and Princess Jinyang, agreeing to the bond. Thus, the trio gathered at the fragrant garden of the bookish courtyard, pricking their fingers to seal their oath, invoking the divine as they forged an alliance of sisterhood. Following their oath, they indulged in joyous revelry, a rare occasion of merriment within the scholarly abode. Chapter 12. The Decree of Descent. Is there a momentous occasion in the fragrant courtyard today? Sima Ao entered with a look of astonishment, eager to uncover the truth. Princess Jinyang was directing her maidens to carry in boxes of goods. Urging them, she exclaimed, Be swift and nimble. Carry the boxes inside. From this day forth, what I possess, my second sister shall also have. Suddenly, Princess Jinyang noticed the sly smiles exchanged among Dingxiang, Yuzhu, and Qing'er, feigning anger as she approached. Pointing a finger at Yuzhu and Dingxiang, admonishing, You two must attend to my second sister diligently. In due course, rewards shall be bestowed upon you. Dingxiang and Yuzhu bowed respectfully to Princess Jinyang, assuring her, Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall serve the fairy with utmost devotion. Very well, that is splendid. Princess Jinyang is exceedingly pleased with Dingxiang and Yuzhu. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yu sits serenely beside a stone platform under 3 blooming gardenias, savoring tea and allowing Princess Jinyang to express her spirited nature. The lively princess takes a step back, inadvertently colliding with Sima Ao. Upon seeing him, Princess Jinyang exclaims in surprise, Lord Wenchu, Brother Ao, you have come to visit me. Sima Ao replies, I am the chief examiner for the selection of candidates. I have come to observe the participants. Oh, you are here to see my second sister, Princess Jinyang states, playfully darting into Sima Ao's embrace. As affectionate as a kitten seeking comfort. My princess, please do not behave this way. Sima Ao, feeling flustered, pushes her away gently, lamenting. You are of an age where propriety should be observed. Such familiarity is inappropriate in public. Brother Ao, it has been a long time since you visited the Chonglu Palace to see me. Princess Jinyang says, her face flushed with shyness. Sima Ao, feeling embarrassed, firmly pushes her aside while saying, Princess, You must conduct yourself with dignity. We are in a public setting. Reluctantly, Princess Jinyang releases her hold on him, and Sima Ao seizes the opportunity to make his escape. She watches him leave, her lips pursed, her expression a mix of sorrow and longing. Sima Ao, wishing to avoid her gaze, discreetly shields half his face with a fan. As he approaches the 3 gardenia trees, he notices Dongfang Yu calmly sipping tea. Leaning closer, Sima Ao whispers, "Is there a celebration at your literary garden today?" "No." The princess has shown great favor to the little fairy, bestowing upon her some precious gifts. How could you mistake the foolish princess for a sister? Though somewhat naive, the princess is undeniably charming. Isn't the Star Lord quite fond of the princess? Sima Ao wore an expression of taciturnity. Engaging in lively conversation with Dongfang Yuer, Princess Jinyang leaned closer to Sima Ao and inquired, "Brother Ao, what delightful topics are you discussing with my second sister?" "I was asking Yuer when you both became sisters," Sima Ao curiously responded. "Yesterday, my sister Xylan, the second sister, and I formed a bond beneath the gardenia tree." Princess Jinyang replied with glee, "Now that you have a sister like Xylan and a little sister like me, Yuer, I need not worry so much." "Worry?" Both Dongfang Yuer and Princess Jinyang queried in unison. Sima Ao chuckled softly, amused by the woman's sensitivity. "If it weren't for the task entrusted to him by the Eastern Emperor to discreetly protect you, Dongfang Yuer, would you have fared so well in both rounds of the trials? Oh, I am here to inform you that you are to descend to the mortal realm for training tomorrow, so do prepare yourself." Upon saying this, Sima Ao stood to leave. "I wish to go down as well. It has been ages since I last played in the mortal realm," Princess Jinyang exclaimed, excitedly grasping Sima Ao's sleeve. "Even if I don't play, I can accompany you during your training." Princess Jinyang earnestly implored Sima Ao once more. Yet he remained steadfast in his refusal to take her to the mortal realm. Second sister. Princess Jinyang cast a meaningful glance at Dongfang Yuer, signaling for her to intercede on her behalf. Dongfang Yuer remarked, "Lord of the literary star, let the princess descend to the mortal realm." "No," Sima Ao replied. "The princess is of noble lineage. Who shall be responsible for her safety? Moreover, this descent is meant for the selected candidates, and the princess is no longer among them." Sima Ao continued, "What danger could possibly threaten an immortal descending to the earthly realm? The princess possesses martial skills and magical abilities to protect herself." Dongfang Yuer pondered the powers of the immortals, questioning the potential dangers of the descent, yet acknowledged that no matter how skilled, a mortal is ultimately still a mortal. "Indeed, I can safeguard myself and shall not be a burden to you," the princess of Jinyang pleaded pathetically to Sima Ao. "This descent is for training. All immortals will have their magical powers sealed before descending, as a precaution against revealing heavenly secrets, and they cannot bring magical artifacts. Without her powers, the princess would be as defenseless as an ordinary scholar, and the heavy pollution of the mortal realm could harm her celestial essence. Therefore, this descent is limited to 10 days. Seeing that gentle persuasion was futile, the princess of Jinyang resorted to obstinacy, insisting on her descent. "Regardless, I shall descend. I must descend. If you can seek a decree from the heavenly sovereign to allow your descent, I, Sima Ao, shall not impede you." "Very well. I shall request it from my uncle right now. Qinger, let us go." The princess of Jinyang hurried to the Lingxiao Palace to plead for a decree from the heavenly sovereign. Coincidentally, the heavenly sovereign was engaged in discussions with young Master Yu regarding a marriage proposal. Young Master Yu requested the heavenly sovereign to bestow the Xylan fairy of the god of war clan upon him, as a means to strengthen the bond between the Yu clan and the heavenly clan. The heavenly sovereign, feeling troubled, noted that if the Xylan fairy had no betrothal with Yu Wenyan, he would indeed consider young Master Yu's request, but he reluctantly revealed the reasons preventing the marriage. The Violet Fairy and General Yin are betrothed. Thus, it would be inappropriate to forcibly bestow her upon me. However, is it not true that the Violet Fairy and General Yin have a 5-year term? I, the prince, am willing to engage in fair competition with General Yin during this period. How shameless. My elder sister harbors feelings for General Yin, and he, too, holds her in his heart. They have long regarded each other as spouses. Princess Jinyang's sudden appearance in the Lingxiao Palace astonished Lord Yu and the heavenly monarch. "Jinyang, cease this folly and step aside," the heavenly monarch declared sternly. Yet, Jinyang refused to budge. "Uncle, you cannot bestow Sister Xylan upon him," she exclaimed, pointing at the bewildered Lord Yu. "Foolish child, This is Lingxiao Palace, not the ZY Palace. You may only call me uncle within the ZY Palace. The heavenly monarch retorted with irritation. Jingyang was confused, yet she insisted. Oh no. The heavenly monarch must never agree to Lord Yu's proposal. He is nothing but a despicable scoundrel. A despicable scoundrel? I, the prince, admire the violet fairy. What is wrong with pursuing one's affections? Moreover, I request the heavenly monarch's blessing to engage in a fair contest with General Yin. And my plea for the heavenly monarch's consent is also to foster goodwill between the heavenly clan and the Yu clan for a century. Bah, you are merely quibbling. Our heavenly clan is a prominent lineage. Are we to fear your insignificant Yu clan? Humph. Let us fight. Who fears whom? Princess. Such remarks are the words of a child. The Yu clan has always acknowledged itself as part of the heavenly clan and has never harbored intentions of enmity. Today, I specifically request the heavenly monarch's blessing in marriage to demonstrate my sincerity. The heavenly monarch could no longer bear to witness this and ordered the military officials to escort Princess Jingyang away. After Princess Jingyang was led away from the Lingxiao Palace by the military official, she suddenly recalled her purpose for visiting, to request the heavenly lord for a decree allowing her descent to the mortal realm. Contemplating her uncle's current ire, she realized that approaching him again for the decree would be futile. Frustrated, Princess Jingyang stamped her foot and exclaimed vehemently, "That despicable Gongziyu has caused me to forget my true intentions." Realizing that seeking her uncle's favor was unwise, she resolved to turn to her aunt, the Empress, for assistance. Princess Jingyang was certain that her aunt held a special affection for her, not solely because she was her niece, but also due to the shared character in their names. Her aunt, Shiyang, and herself, Jinyang, both bearing the character for son, which fostered a sense of kinship. Moreover, the most significant reason for this affection lay in the fact that her aunt had been married to her uncle for countless years yet remained childless, nurturing a longing for motherhood. Thus, she had taken Princess Jinyang to reside in the Changlu Hall of the ZY Palace, treating her as a daughter. The ethereal aroma of the yaoqi wafted through the air, a delightful fragrance that captivated the senses. The sacred lotus blooms of the holy lotus pond were in full splendor, their layers of leaves reaching towards the heavens. Each lotus flower stood gracefully upon its slender stem, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of celestial maidens dancing gracefully. Surrounding the lotus pods, a multitude of stamens clustered closely together, akin to maidens encircling a regal queen. The delicate five-petal blossoms, tinted in soft pink, resembled exquisite trays, each cradling a tiny sprite. In such a breathtaking paradise, the Empress, however, found no leisure to appreciate the beauty around her. Instead, she sat upon a bench in the pavilion, engrossed in the arduous task of admonishing her nephew, Jinhong. The Empress gazed at her inept nephew, feeling a pang of anguish in her heart. Had she not been unable to find a trustworthy individual, she would never have entrusted military power to this ineffectual relative. Jinhua stood before the Empress, her head bowed in dismay, constantly sensing that whatever she did was deemed wrong by her aunt, who remained an enigma to her. After admonishing him for the better part of the day, the Empress grew weary and, with a dismissive wave of her hand, sent her nephew, Jinhong, away. The dim-witted Jinhong trembled as he bent low to show his respect before daring to retreat. "Come forth. Do not lurk in the shadows," the Empress called out once Jinhong had departed. "Dear aunt, how vexing it is that you've detected my presence." Princess Jinyang pouted playfully. The princess had initially intended to request a decree from her aunt, but upon visiting the Empress's chamber and finding it vacant, she surmised that her aunt must have gone to the Yao Pool, for there were but two places the Empress frequented. Upon arriving at the Yao Pool, she spotted her aunt from a distance, scolding her brother, and thus had no choice but to observe from afar. "Do you think you can conceal anything from your aunt?" the Empress exclaimed, pointing an affectionate finger at Jinyang. "I know that Jinyang can hide nothing from you, dear aunt." As she spoke, the princess, resembling a playful kitten, leaped into the Empress's embrace. The Empress gently stroked Jinyang's little head, her laughter bubbling forth. "Aunt, what grievance do you have against my brother?" The joyous Empress's expression soured at the princess's inquiry, reminding her of her disappointing nephew. With a resigned sigh, she lamented, "What grievance? It is merely that your brother is utterly lacking in ambition. Were it not for the bond of kinship between aunt and niece, I would never have entrusted him with the command of 100,000 troops, nor would I have assigned him to guard the southern gate." The Empress sighed deeply, lamenting, "He is indeed fortunate. Despite my profound affection for him, he fails to properly defend the southern gate, indulging instead in games of chance and revelry with his guards. What a disgrace. To make matters worse, the Princess of Iron Pear, the highest ranking and most revered among our celestial kin, witnessed this debacle. Even your uncle, and I must address her as elder sister, Jinyong, what nonsense are you spouting? How could your thoughts stray so far? The Empress admonished, forcefully pushing the Jinyong princess away from her embrace. Startled, Princess Jinyong nearly stumbled as she was thrust aside, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at her aunt. Perplexed by the outburst provoked merely by her honest words. Yet, aunt, my brother is utterly unfit to lead troops. He is ignorant of military strategy and is timid in the face of adversity. Should an enemy strike, he would surely shy away from battle. The Empress was well aware of this, yet she found herself bereft of any trustworthy alternatives. But he is your brother. It is, of course, prudent to keep authority within the family. I understand, yet enough? Depart at once. The Empress's voice rang with authority, her frustration boiling over at the perceived incompetence of her two nephews. Anti-Princess Jinyong contemplated appealing to her aunt's affection, hoping to avoid dismissal. But today was not the day for such tactics. The Empress's countenance was dark, her gaze sharp as it turned upon her. In the end, Princess Jinyong had no choice but to withdraw discreetly, a sense of frustration welling up within her. Twice she had attempted to broach the subject of the descent decree, only to be dismissed. Upon arriving at the Taichin Palace, she was taken aback and inquired, Sugu, where is everyone? The palace was eerily desolate. Devoid of all the selection members, including Sima Ao, only Su Siming and a few palace maids remained. Princess, whom are you searching for? Su Siming asked, her curiosity piqued. Where is Lord Wenshu? Lord Wenshu has descended with the selection members. What? They left? Was it not agreed that they would descend today? The initial plan was to depart this morning, but Lord Wenshu, concerned about unforeseen circumstances, descended 2 hours early. They are likely already on the mortal realm, Su Siming explained. Upon hearing that Sima Ao and the selection members had already descended, Princess Jinyong could not help but burst into tears, asking, Sugu, in which direction did they descend? Why do you ask, Your Highness? I wish to descend and catch up with them. Please, Sugu, tell me. But, Your Highness, do you possess the descent decree? As Su Siming inquired about the decree, Princess Jinyong's sobs intensified. Observing this, Su Siming concluded that the princess indeed lacked the descent decree. It was only natural. The heavenly king and queen were exceedingly fond of this niece and would be reluctant to allow her descent. Realizing this, Su Siming felt even more compelled to prevent the princess from descending. Your Highness, any descent requires a decree. Without it, one cannot exit the southern heavenly gate. If the heavenly army discovers your unauthorized descent, you shall face punishment, and in severe cases, you may be relegated to the mortal realm to atone for your misdeeds. Sugugu, I truly wish to descend to the mortal realm. Please assist me in finding a way, implored Princess Jinyong to Su Siming. After a moment of contemplation, Su Siming replied, this time, the Lord of Literature, Wenshu Xingjuan, will bring the selected members down for a 10-day experience. The princess may beseech the Queen of Heaven for a decree to descend. It is prudent to wait for an extraordinary edict rather than rush to descend today. Jinyong pondered Su Siming's words carefully. She realized that her earlier remarks had angered her aunt, prompting Su to send her away. She resolved to wait a couple of days until Su's temper had cooled, and then she would offer her apologies and charm her aunt into granting her the descent decree. Su Siming's counsel alleviated Jinyong's urgency to descend. Chapter 13. Disguised inspection. It was decided that the members selected for the descent would be divided into 3 teams, with Sima Ao leading one, while Xiao Siming and Su Siming each commanded a team, scheduled to descend at the hour of the tiger. Their destination was the southern realm of Nanghua. However, due to the reluctance of Gongzi Yu and Princess Daila to leave the Taichin Palace, a rule stipulated that those not selected must vacate the palace on the same day. Unfortunately, Sima Ao, constrained by their esteemed identities, had no choice but to allow them to remain, assigning Su Siming to keep a close eye on them. Thus, Sima Ao restructured the teams into 2 groups, leading one himself while Xiao Siming led the other. The descent time was changed from the hour of the tiger to the hour of the pig. As the hour of the pig arrived, the selected members eagerly gathered in the grand hall of the Taichin Palace. Sima Ao summoned 2 magnificent clouds, indicating that they would be taking to the skies for their descent. Sima Ao, accompanied by his members, ascended upon a cloud, while Xiao Siming took his group onto another. After 2 rounds of competition, only about 30 members remained. The 2 clouds were ample to accommodate them. As some members took their positions, the clouds were ready for departure. Once Sima Ao finished speaking, the clouds soared into the sky with a whoosh. How enchanting! The members gasped in awe. Standing on the floating clouds, they beheld the entirety of the 9 heavens, overwhelmed by the resplendent light and the vast sea of clouds stretching for miles. Witnessing the excitement of his companions, Sima Ao felt a surge of exhilaration himself. Truly, the 9 heavens were a marvel. Amidst the joy, he jested, this journey of ours as celestial beings to the mortal realm can be likened to a discreet inspection in incognito. Future Lord of Destiny, remember to observe the happenings of the mortal world. It will aid you in the compilation of the Destiny Scrolls, he continued. Lord of Literary Stars, do we have any tasks during this incognito inspection? Inquired Dongfang Yu, stepping forward. Dongfang Yu stood behind Sima Ao, and during the group selection, both Xiao Siming and Sima Ao had chosen Dongfang Yu as their first pick. Ultimately, Xiao Siming graciously yielded his choice to Sima Ao, opting instead for the Fairy's Island as his first selection. Indeed, there is a task. The primary purpose of this incognito journey is to test your hearts, Sima Ao replied. Our hearts? The members echoed, intrigued. Yes, your hearts. To become celestial beings, one must be free of desires, devoid of greed and malevolence, and rooted in goodness. The mortal realm is rife with impurities that can easily corrupt the human heart. Thus, our descent serves to challenge your hearts. You are all aware that aside from being born as a celestial being, achieving immortality is an arduous journey. Some have to cultivate for 3 lifetimes to attain celestial status, yet still lack the rank of immortality. To achieve such a rank, one must consider their own cultivation, magical prowess, and merits. Now, you have the opportunity to become an immortal official. Truly, you must express your gratitude to the Emperor Donghua, for it is he who has granted you this opportunity through the selection process. Therefore, cherish this chance. Should any celestial being, during their descent to the mortal realm, succumb to the corrupting influences of earthly desires or malevolence, the opportunity to serve as the Star Lord of Destiny will be rescinded. In severe cases, one may even lose their celestial status and fall forever into the realm of mortals. Hence, dear celestial beings, be wise and cautious. Having successfully passed 2 trials, do not let this rare opportunity slip away during this covert expedition. The final hurdle to becoming the Star Lord of Destiny is within reach. Sima Ao's earnest words left the assembled members in stunned silence, revealing that this trial may indeed be a turning point in their destinies. Suddenly, the auspicious cloud began to spin rapidly, buffeted by 2 powerful currents that struck it, causing the cloud to lose its balance. Everyone steadied themselves. We have departed from the celestial realm's trajectory and are now entering the mortal realm's path, which is why our auspicious cloud is being caught between these 2 forces. Already out of the celestial realm? Dongfang Yuer asked incredulously. Yes, be cautious, Yuer. If you cannot maintain your balance, hold on to me, Sima Ao replied. Noticing that Dongfang Yuer was being jostled severely and nearly toppled from the cloud, after a moment's thought, Dongfang Yuer tightened her embrace around Sima Ao, closing her eyes tightly in fear of looking down, and thus felt the cloud stabilize somewhat. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged towards the auspicious cloud, engulfing it like a colossal wave. Ah, I am falling, cried the young celestial being, Shundao, in panic. Quick, hold my hand. Yuer, be careful, shouted Sima Ao, just as he was about to reach for Dongfang Yuer. Ah! With a gasp, Dongfang Yuer lost her balance and tumbled from the edge of the cloud. This was dire. As she plummeted from the heavens to the mortal realm, her fate seemed grim, especially as her magical powers were sealed. Sister Yue. At the moment Dongfang Yuer fell from the cloud, all members were struck with horror. Shundao, overwhelmed with guilt, cried out in despair, Yuer, wait for me. I will come down to save you. Sima Ao yelled towards the spot where Dongfang Yuer had fallen. Shundao, you take the helm of this cloud. Yes. Lord Winchuxing, Shundao responded tearfully. As a mortal who had attained celestial status through years of cultivation, Shundao cherished this rare opportunity to serve as a celestial official. Thus, among all the participants, he exerted the most effort, eager to please everyone and cautious not to offend. He astutely observed that the chief examiner, Sima Ao, held a particular fondness for Dongfang Yuer, which inspired him to win her favor. Initially, Shundao had approached Dongfang Yuer with ulterior motives, but over time, He came to regard her as a beloved sister, frequently addressing her affectionately as Sister Yue. Dongfang Yu regarded Shundao as a dear younger brother, acknowledging the hardships he endured while cultivating for 3 lifetimes. Who possesses such tenacity? Presently, Shundao weeps with profound sorrow, burdened with guilt, lamenting, "It is all my fault. I have harmed Sister Yue. Had it not been for her rescue, she would not have fallen from the heavens." Despite his grievances, Cheng Jian continuously reassured Shundao, urging him not to blame himself, for this was an unforeseen accident that no one desired. Yue, being a favored one by the heavens, would surely be unharmed. Sima Ao exchanged places with the young celestial Shundao, then called out to the distant Xiao Siming, "Xiao Siming, take good care of the members. Await my return in 10 days at the Xuanjin Taoist Temple." Sima Ao stood resolutely atop the clouds and leaped into the abyss. Chapter 14. The Celestial Maiden descends in the southern capital, Yinqing. Relentless rain had plagued the south for several months. As a low-lying region, the incessant downpour had inundated much of the territory. The calamity wrought by the floods had torn families apart and rendered many homeless, while famine now loomed ominously. In desperation, some citizens of the south sought refuge in the neighboring north. The monarch of the south, beset by worry, had opened granaries multiple times to alleviate the hunger of his people, yet the plight persisted. The unending rains left the sovereign in a state of utter despair. He promptly issued a decree across the realms, seeking a sage capable of managing the deluge like the legendary Dayu. In the dead of night, he summoned the Grand Sorcerer to discuss the matter of the rains. The Grand Sorcerer was later appointed as the national master by the monarch. The Grand Sorcerer entered the palace with trepidation, for he harbored no great confidence in his ability to quell the torrential rains. Upon encountering the Grand Sorcerer, the sovereign of the southern kingdom felt as if he had found a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought. He urgently inquired, "Oh, esteemed Grand Sorcerer, why has the heavens poured forth rain for several months? Have we, the southern kingdom, inadvertently offended the celestial deities, inciting their wrath to the point that they wish to obliterate our realm with incessant rain? Pray, hasten to the altar and perform the rituals. Intercede on my behalf and inquire of the divine why such relentless rain has beset our kingdom. Should it be revealed that I or my subjects have indeed transgressed, we are prepared to humbly offer our apologies and express our contrition to the celestial beings." The Grand Sorcerer, bowing in gratitude to the sovereign, swiftly departed to prepare for the sacred rites. In light of the downpour, a grand pavilion was erected over the altar, and the incense burners were ablaze with fervor. The Grand Sorcerer, with utmost devotion, chanted, "O spirits of the heavens, please cease the deluge and bless our southern kingdom with peace and prosperity, with favorable winds and timely rains." Subsequently, 7 junior sorcerers, their faces painted in grotesque designs and garbed in the attire of spirits, performed a frenzied dance upon the altar, wailing like banshees. They engaged in this ritual for an entire day, yet the sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds, with thunder rumbling and torrential rain pouring down like buckets. The emperor and his ministers stood beneath the altar, drenched, awaiting a manifestation from the divine. Craning their necks toward the sacred platform, the Grand Sorcerer, wielding his magical implement, recited incantations that no one could comprehend. In truth, his heart raced, for he too harbored doubts about whether he could truly summon the deities. He feared that if the ritual failed to quell the storms, the emperor's wrath could cost him his position. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A beam of green light descended from the heavens, striking the altar and collapsing the pavilion. The crowd erupted in joy, for the celestial deities had indeed manifested. As the crowd drew closer, they beheld a maiden clad in green. Her figure was graceful and enchanting, her visage strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a celestial being. The sovereign of the southern kingdom was overwhelmed with joy. He promptly commanded that the maiden be revived and placed in the queen's chamber. The Grand Sorcerer wiped the sweat from his brow, finally exhaling in relief. Dongfang Yue felt a profound ache throughout her body, her bones seemingly rendered soft and unresponsive. She attempted to shift her position but found herself immobilized, akin to a lifeless entity. With great effort, she pried her eyelids open, as though they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, managing to create a narrow slit. Through the haze, she discerned a room adorned with intricately carved beams and embroidered doors, furnished with zeton wood and embellished with white jade decor. She lay upon a bed draped with bright yellow curtains, and the scene of her fall from the clouds flashed through her mind. In a daze, Dongfang Yue pondered her whereabouts. Am I still alive? A palace maid, noticing her awakening, exclaimed in delight, Your Majesty, Your Highness, the celestial maiden has awakened. At that moment, a man clad in a yellow brocade robe, exuding an aura of regality, entered alongside a woman who radiated an air of nobility. Indeed, the celestial maiden has awakened. She fell from such great heights and yet remains unscathed. Dongfang Yue, in a faint voice, queried, Who are you? Where am I? I am the sovereign of the Southern Kingdom, and this is the queen, responded the monarch. The Southern Kingdom's ruler? I have descended to the mortal realm. Yet I am still alive. I wonder how Sima Ao and the others are faring. Have they also descended to this world? Are you well, celestial maiden? What caused your fall from the heavens? Inquired the Southern ruler. I am merely a mortal, not a celestial being, she replied. The young lady, yearning to cultivate her celestial abilities, believed she had truly ascended to immortality. In her eagerness, she attempted to soar into the skies, only to unexpectedly plummet from midair. Dongfang Yue, still quite feeble, found each word she uttered a considerable exertion. Just as she completed her sentence, she succumbed to a deep slumber. The monarch of the Southern Kingdom pondered that it must be the formidable magic of the grand sorcerer that had summoned the celestial deity, foreseeing the cessation of the rain and the salvation of his realm. Dongfang Yue remained in a delicate state, requiring rest, and no further inquiries were made. The future was long, and he resolved to discuss the matter of rain with the celestial maiden once her health was restored. As he departed, the Southern King instructed the queen to attend to the celestial maiden with utmost care, ensuring the finest imperial physician was summoned to tend to her ailments, employing the best medicinal herbs for her concoction. The queen, not daring to delay, complied immediately. When Dongfang Yue awoke again, it was already midday the following day. This time, she could easily open her eyes. The ache in her bones had lessened, and she could shift her body slightly, her spirit noticeably brighter. The maidservant attending to Dongfang Yue joyfully exclaimed, Your Majesty, the celestial maiden has awakened. How does she feel now? Lianer, quickly administer the restorative medicine to the celestial maiden. The Southern Queen inquired, prompting Dongfang Yue to pause momentarily and ask, Who are you? Celestial maiden, have you forgotten? I am the Queen of the Southern Kingdom. Dongfang Yue intended to rise and pay her respects, but her body would not comply. The Southern Queen quickly interjected, Celestial maiden, there is no need for such formalities. If we were to adhere to rank, it would be I who should pay my respects to you. Seeing that Her Majesty the Empress firmly believed she was a celestial fairy, Dongfang Yue no longer concealed her identity. Reflecting on the truth of her divinity, she decided to embrace this notion for the time being. Once her injuries had healed, she would devise a plan to escape the palace and reunite with Sima Ao and the others. The Empress of the Southern Kingdom, noting Dongfang Yue's silence, became even more convinced that she was indeed the divine being summoned by the great sorcerer. Heaven bless our Southern Kingdom. Fearing that she might inadvertently offend Dongfang Yue by delaying her care, the Empress dispatched an additional 5 maidservants to attend to her. With a heart full of joy, the Empress hurried to the imperial study to relay the news to the sovereign of the Southern Kingdom. Upon hearing her words, the ruler expressed his delight. It appeared that the great sorcerer indeed possessed remarkable abilities, having successfully summoned a celestial being. I shall now issue a proclamation to the 4 seas, announcing that our Southern Kingdom has been graced with a fairy from the heavens. Our kingdom is saved. Indeed, indeed. First, we must calm the hearts of the people. If they learn that a celestial being has been sent to our Southern Kingdom, they shall not seek refuge in neighboring lands. The sovereign promptly penned a public notice for the realm. People of the Southern Kingdom, do not panic. Our kingdom is saved. Just yesterday, our great sorcerer summoned the divine being. Once she has recovered, she shall surely quell the impending calamity. Chapter 15, A Rivalry of Affections. 2 days later, Dongfang Yue was finally able to rise from her bed and move about. This injury had been the most severe she had ever endured, having even fractured her bones. Fortunately, her celestial constitution allowed for recovery. Had she been of mortal flesh, she would have likely perished. As she took her first few steps, she required the assistance of her maidservants, but once she had exited her chamber, she found herself capable of walking unaided. These days, having lain in bed away from the sun's embrace, Dongfang Yue finally rose from her slumber, stepping outside her chamber in anticipation of sunlight. Yet, what greeted her was a somber sky shrouded in a relentless downpour. A tinge of disappointment washed over her as she gazed at the raindrops cascading from the eaves. A chill seeped from her palms, penetrating every fiber of her being. Her body, still recovering, was ill-equipped to endure the cold, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The attendant swiftly draped a cloak over her shoulders, advising, "Fairy, do take care not to catch a chill, as you have only just regained your health. It seems I have been hearing the persistent patter of rain these days. The southern rains are indeed abundant," Dongfang Yue remarked, playfully reaching out to splash the water. "The rainfall in the south surpasses that of the north, especially this year," the attendant replied. A yawn escaped Dongfang Yue's lips, followed by a sneeze. "Fairy, now that you have just recovered, it would be wise to refrain from playing in the water. Be cautious of the cold," the attendant cautioned anxiously. Displeased by the constant attention of her 5 attendants, Dongfang Yue felt a sense of discomfort, yet could not refuse the gracious hospitality of the southern monarch. "Is there no leisure to be found within this palace?" she inquired of the attendant beside her. "The long corridor? Is that where one can appreciate the paintings?" "Indeed, Fairy." The attendant nodded in affirmation. With a sense of ennui, Dongfang Yue resolved to explore the long corridor, curious to discern the differences between mortal artistry and celestial depictions. The leading attendant guided her, with the remaining 4 following closely, their demeanor exuding an air of nobility akin to that of a favored consort. Before her unfolded a serpentine corridor, its ancient elegance captivating her gaze. The architectural beauty, adorned with intricately carved beams and vibrant murals, exuded an enchanting charm. In the garden, vibrant flowers bloom, birds soar through the trees, pavilions and towers grace the landscape, and the shimmering lake reflects the majestic mountains, all woven together with tales of animated characters. The ambience is delightful and enchanting, with a harmonious blend of soft yet clear hues. Dongfang Yue, captivated by the beauty of the painting, finds herself lost in admiration. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the corridor, several elegantly adorned concubines engage in hushed whispers. Is that person the celestial being descended from above? One questions, what celestial being? It is merely a scheme devised by those with ulterior motives. Another retorts, they deliberately manifested during the old sorcerer's ritual, appearing on the altar to attract the emperor's attention. Draped in a delicate green skirt adorned with subtle floral patterns, her hair styled in a traditional updo with a jade hairpin, Meng Shufei, with a visage as radiant as a lotus and a demeanor as graceful as an orchid, furrows her brow in indignation. "Sister Shufei, please refrain from such reckless talk. It could lead to dire consequences if overheard." Zhao Liangrun, donned in a simple orange gown with a white tassel cinched at her waist, her figure as slender as a willow and her eyes bright, advises gently. Meng Shufei scoffs, "And what if they do hear? I speak nothing but the truth. Such tactics have been employed before. Today, the emperor is deceived, all for the sake of summoning rain, when she fails to conjure it. I wager the emperor will either execute her or cast her into the cold palace." The other watching concubines join in the mockery. "Indeed, sister, you will have quite the spectacle to witness then." Undeterred by their scorn, Dongfang Yue remains oblivious to their machinations, her demeanor serene and detached, which only fuels Meng Shufei's ire, for she cannot abide Dongfang Yue's lofty and arrogant countenance. "Halt!" Meng Shufei commands sharply as she rises. Yet, whether Dongfang Yue truly did not hear or simply chose not to engage in the petty disputes among the concubines, she continues on her path undeterred. Meng Shufei, consumed by anger and humiliation, hastily pursued Dongfang Yue, grasping her sleeve firmly. This impulsive action startled the maids present, who anxiously parted to create a path. "Sister, do not be so self-satisfied. Although you currently enjoy the emperor's exclusive favor, it is merely a fleeting novelty. Every sister present has experienced such admiration at one time or another." Dongfang Yue forcefully shook off her sleeve, causing Meng Shufei's grip to slip away. This unexpected gesture momentarily rendered Meng Shufei speechless. "Sister, exclusive favor, novelty, are you addressing me?" Dongfang Yue retorted, her expression one of bewilderment. "You, arrogant." Meng Shufei stammered in frustration. Ever since she bore a son for the sovereign of the southern kingdom, she had commanded respect from the concubines in the palace. Aside from the empress, who occasionally had to concede her some regard, the aging ruler, now in his 50s, had 2 sons, one born of the empress and the other of Meng Shufei. What fueled Meng Shufei's pride was the fact that the empress's son was inherently dull-witted, while her own was exceptionally gifted, a clear indication that her child would surely ascend the throne in the future. "I don't understand what you mean by this. Nor do I have the time to listen," Dongfang Yue replied curtly. "Meng Shufei, unwilling to let Dongfang wear off easily, advanced with the intention of striking her. Enraged, Dongfang Yuer declared that as a celestial being, she would not allow a mere mortal to lay a hand upon her. Seizing Meng Shufei's hand before it made contact, Dongfang Yuer mused that had she been at full strength, and were her powers not suppressed, she would have snapped Meng Shufei's hand in two. Only when Meng Shufei cried out in pain did Dongfang Yuer release her. "Guards! To me! Guards!" Hearing Meng Shufei's cries for help, the palace guards hastened to the scene. "Seize this harlot and shackle her. Drag her to the dungeon," Meng Shufei commanded, ordering the guards to apprehend Dongfang Yuer. A calamitous event was unfolding. The maids attending Dongfang Yuer, in a flurry of panic, prostrated themselves before Meng Shufei, pleading, "Your grace, temper your wrath. Our fairy is ignorant of palace customs and has offended you. We beseech you, have mercy and release her." At this, Meng Shufei erupted in laughter. The audacity of this little harlot, claiming she can summon rain. It is but a ruse to beguile the emperor. Once I expose her charade, I shall relish in her torment. Dongfang Yuer remained unfazed, retorting coldly, "Summon rain? Whoever said I could summon rain?" "Huh, huh," Meng Shufei chortled, pointing at Dongfang Yuer. Everyone heard it. The little harlot admits she cannot summon rain. Her sole aim is to bewitch the emperor and vie for his favor. Your end is near for daring to deceive the sovereign, the emperor, the empress. The unexpected arrival of the emperor and empress in the gallery sent ripples of consternation through the crowd. As it happened, during the altercation between Dongfang Yuer and Meng Shufei, Zhao Liangren had surreptitiously fled to the imperial study to inform the southern emperor, in whose presence the empress was also present. Upon learning of the matter, the sovereign and queen of the southern kingdom hurriedly arrived, just in time to overhear Dongfang Yuer claiming ignorance of the impending rain and asserting her inability to summon it. Chapter 16. The Blood Oath. When the monarch of the southern kingdom heard Dongfang Yuer's declaration of her inability to bring rain, he was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Is this truly the case, fair maiden?" At that moment, Meng Shufei rolled up her sleeves to reveal the crimson mark left on her wrist by Dongfang Yuer's grasp. The southern king cast a fleeting glance at Meng Shufei and sternly commanded, "Nonsense, begone at once." Meng Shufei, believing the emperor would feel pity upon seeing the mark and would thus condemn Dongfang Yuer to death for her crime of deceiving the sovereign, a grave offense punishable by death, was utterly bewildered when the emperor showed no compassion for her plight and instead sought to hold Dongfang Yuer accountable for her transgression. In disbelief, she stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "Did you not hear? Withdraw at once. Release the maiden, or shall I punish you for your insolence?" The southern king reiterated, his voice laced with authority. Finally convinced of the reality of her situation, Meng Shufei covered half of her face with a handkerchief, stifling her sobs, and withdrew in indignation. The guards who had seized Dongfang Yuer, upon hearing the monarch's command, hastily released her and offered their apologies before departing. It was indeed a moment of collective relief. As the southern king reprimanded Meng Shufei, the queen also interjected firmly, "Do not linger. Retreat at once." At first, Dongfang Yuer was unaware of the rain's occurrence. When she innocently inquired of Meng Shufei what rain was falling and who had proclaimed her capable of summoning it, one of the serving maidens informed her that the southern kingdom had been besieged by incessant rains for several months, resulting in widespread flooding and the sovereign's desperate need for rain. It became clear that the ruler of the southern kingdom had warmly welcomed her for a purpose, to beseech her for rain. If her powers had not been sealed, soaring through the skies would pose no challenge. She could simply ascend to the heavens and report the plight of the southern kingdom to the rain god, who would surely cease the deluge. Frustratingly, her abilities were currently confined, rendering her little more than an ordinary mortal, save for her celestial womb. However, upon reflection, Dongfang Yuer realized that while her powers were sealed, Sima Ao's were not. If she could enlist his assistance, it might prove beneficial. Just as she contemplated her departure from the palace, a splendid opportunity to escape presented itself. With this thought, Dongfang Yuer couldn't help but smile radiantly. This moment did not escape the notice of the southern kingdom's sovereign, who gazed intently at her, seemingly entranced by her playful demeanor. "Fairy, might this individual be summoned to conjure rain?" The southern sovereign joyfully inquired upon hearing that Dongfang Yuer knew someone capable of such a feat well. Dongfang Yuer feigned irritation, questioning whether she truly wished to summon this person for rain. The ruler understood her implication. Meng Shufei, quickly kneel and apologize to the fairy. Meng Shufei was taken aback, as if she had not heard or could scarcely believe the request. Your Majesty, that little trickster is nothing but a liar. She is merely a mortal. How could she possibly know someone who can summon rain? The sovereign of the southern kingdom pondered deeply, for his realm was beset by calamity. With vast tracts of land inundated and relentless rain looming on the horizon, he could not afford to overlook even the faintest glimmer of hope. Meng Shufei, consumed by jealousy and rivalry, remained oblivious to the sovereign's turmoil. Silence at once. Bring forth Meng Shufei and administer 20 strikes. The emperor's voice thundered. Your Majesty, I beseech you for the sake of my perilous efforts in bearing your heir, please spare me. Meng Shufei wept, imploring the sovereign to grant her mercy. The sovereign, incensed, waved his sleeve dismissively. I shall not strike you, but you are confined to your quarters for a month. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing me from punishment, she exclaimed, hastily bowing in gratitude before being escorted away by guards for her confinement. As Meng Shufei faced her punishment, the other consorts and the empress exchanged furtive glances of amusement. Later, the sovereign, recalling that Meng Shufei had given birth to the crown prince, commuted her sentence of 20 strikes, leaving the other consorts and the empress disheartened. It seemed that giving birth conferred not only prestige, but also a reprieve from punishment. Fairy, might this act of mercy quell your anger and allow you to forgive Meng Shufei this once? The sovereign interceded on her behalf, leaving Dongfang Yuer with little reason to harbor resentment. Very well, I shall not be so petty. Although Meng Shufei has wronged me, the sovereign has shown me kindness, and I shall repay that kindness. Does this mean the fairy will permit rain to fall? The sovereign asked with delight. I can summon my master to bring forth the rain, but I must first leave the palace to seek him, she replied. Leave the palace? The sovereign seemed reluctant to grant Dongfang Yuer such liberty. How can I find my master without leaving? I can dispatch a minister to assist the fairy in her departure, he proposed. The sovereign was unaware that my master possessed an eccentric disposition, shunning interactions with strangers and preferring to remain aloof from the affairs of others. He has always walked his solitary path, making it imperative for me to seek him out and persuade him to come forth and summon the rain. After a moment of contemplation, the ruler of the southern kingdom declared, Very well, I shall engage in a blood oath with the celestial maiden. He commanded his eunuchs to prepare a bowl of water and a knife, intent on sealing their pact with blood. The eunuchs hastily complied. Shortly thereafter, a eunuch presented a bowl of water alongside a sharp dagger, arranging them neatly before the assembly. With unflinching resolve, Dongfang Yuer took the initiative, grasping the keen blade and delicately slicing her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the bowl. Once she had completed her offering, it was the southern kingdom's sovereign's turn. The empress, concerned that her sovereign might harm himself, interjected with caution. Your Majesty, as the ruler of a nation, your well-being is paramount. How can you afford to draw blood from your own hand? Allow me to take your place instead. The mere act of shedding blood will not jeopardize my royal constitution. Begone. The southern kingdom's ruler admired Dongfang Yuer's audacity and spirit, resolutely determined to proceed with the blood oath. He swiftly took the dagger, gently nicked his fingertip, and allowed his blood to mingle with hers in the bowl. After completing the ritual, Dongfang Yuer raised her gaze skyward and vowed, For the sake of the people of the southern kingdom, I, Dongfang Yuer, upon leaving the palace, seek only to find my master, Sima Ao, to descend from his mountain and bring forth the rain, granting the southern kingdom a clear and brilliant sky. When shall the celestial maiden depart from the palace? On the morrow. The following day, the celestial maiden's form. The ruler of the southern kingdom was astonished by Dongfang Yuer's eagerness to leave the palace, yet he consented, understanding the urgency of bringing forth the rain. The sovereign need not worry. Yuer has fully recovered. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the warm hospitality of the sovereign. With these words, Dongfang Yu performed a respectful bow to express her thanks. Chapter 17. The Dragon Pool Cave. At last, she could leave the palace. As Dongfang Yu leaned on her hand, pondering where to find Sima Ao after her departure, she couldn't help but wonder about the well-being of the other members. Prior to descending to the mortal realm, the plan was to journey from the south to the north, converging at the Xian Zhendao Temple. She was uncertain if the plan had changed, but decided to set her course for the temple to seek out Sima Ao nonetheless. Gathering her sparse belongings, which were minimal as she had fallen from the heavens, Dongfang Yu prepared to exit the palace. The only possessions she had received from the southern monarch were some garments and silver for her travels, along with a passage document. Although the southern monarch had promised to personally escort her from the palace, The hour of her departure had arrived, and he was nowhere to be seen. With the rain having ceased, Dongfang Yu chose not to wait any longer for the southern monarch and stepped through the imposing gates of the Weisong Palace. In the distance, she heard the sound of galloping hooves. A youthful figure, ethereal in appearance and clad in white, rode a swift steed towards the palace gates. The young man called out to her, wait. The familiarity of that voice took Dongfang Yu by surprise, and she turned in the direction of the sound. It was him. The one who had called to her was none other than Sima Ao. Stunned, she pondered the extraordinary circumstances. How could Sima Ao possibly be in the southern palace? With a swift exhalation, he brought his horse to a halt and dismounted with urgency. Having faced the brink of death, they shared a moment of profound connection, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, tears glistening in the corners of their sight. You are still alive. How wonderful! How wonderful! Sima Ao's voice trembled with emotion as he enveloped Dongfang Yu in his embrace. The name Yu was uttered with such warmth that it rendered Dongfang Yu momentarily speechless, enveloped in a sensation of indescribable comfort. How did you end up here? She inquired first. At this moment, Sima Ao became acutely aware of his abruptness, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he loosened his hold on Dongfang Yu. His cheeks flushed slightly as he lowered his head and murmured, I searched for you with great difficulty. After Sima Ao had descended from the auspicious clouds, he arrived in the city of Jiang in the southern kingdom, yet he found no trace of Dongfang Yu. The calamity had rendered the citizens of Jiang homeless, compelling them to flee to the neighboring northern kingdom in search of survival. Sima Ao intercepted an elderly man to inquire about the situation, questioning why the southern kingdom was plagued by such disasters. The old man, visibly anxious, replied, The southern kingdom has unknowingly offended the rain god, who has decreed a deluge to annihilate us for several months. The old man's words filled Sima Ao with skepticism. The distribution of rain was subject to regulations, and the rain god was not permitted to exceed the prescribed limits. Any significant alteration in the rainfall must be sanctioned by the heavenly sovereign. Yet, the current deluge in the southern kingdom undeniably surpassed the established parameters. Concerned for the safety of the southern populace, Sima Ao resolved to temporarily set aside his search for Dongfang Yu and ascend to inquire of the rain god governing the southern kingdom as to why he had unleashed such relentless rainfall. In an instant, Sima Ao soared into the clouds, reaching the temple of the rain god presiding over the southern realm. To his surprise, he found the rain god lazily dozing, completely neglecting his duties of precipitation. Yet, the rain continued to fall upon the southern kingdom. Clearing his throat deliberately, Sima Ao coughed twice. The rain god awoke from a pleasant dream, somewhat irate, only to find Sima Ao standing before him, which startled him into a fearful kneel. Why would the Lord of Literature visit this humble shrine? Rain god, why have you incessantly brought rain to the southern kingdom for months on end? This has led to the demise of countless citizens, leaving them homeless amidst the floods. Sima Ao questioned sternly, If it is not your doing, then why does the southern land suffer such calamities? The rain god, bewildered, wondered who might have orchestrated the deluge on his behalf. What? You are unaware as well? Why have you not reported this matter to the heavenly Lord, so he may send someone to investigate? This. I acknowledge my error and implore the Lord of Literature not to inform the heavenly Lord. Sima Ao recognized that the rain god was simply lazy and bore no true fault. After all, someone else was managing the rain, allowing him to indulge in slumber. Ultimately, the rain was not within his purview, so Sima Ao chose not to expose the rain goddess' negligence. He turned away and quickly descended to inquire of the earth god. Sima Ao stamped his foot and called out, Earth god, come forth. The elderly earth god emerged with half of his head, only to be yanked from the ground by Sima Ao, who tugged at his ear, pulling some mud along with it. The earth god exclaimed, Lord of Literature, be gentle. My ear is about to come off. Why has the southern kingdom been plagued by relentless rains? Sima Ao released the earth goddess' ear and asked urgently. Upon learning that a dragon was the cause of the turmoil, Sima Ao bade farewell to the earth god and followed the scent of the dragon to seek it out. Indeed, as the earth god had informed him, beyond 100 miles to the south lay a majestic range of mountains, undulating and grand, from which a wisp of purple mist ascended into the sky. In the lush shade of towering trees lies a marsh, where a dragon serpentantly reclines within its waters. This marsh is known as the dragon pool. The dragon's eyes glimmer like precious gems, its antlers resemble those of a deer, Its head bears the likeness of a camel. Its neck echoes that of a serpent. Its belly is akin to a mythical beast. Its scales shimmer like fish. Its claws are reminiscent of an eagle. And its paws resemble those of a tiger. Sima Ao, wary of startling the formidable creature, observes from a distance, noting the dragon's immense power, its presence commanding the heavens. Its roar akin to thunder. With a mere flick of its tail, it can summon winds and rain, stirring the waters of the four seas. Sima Ao contemplates the futility of relying solely on his strength to subdue the dragon. Should he fail to tame it, the dragon would continue to invoke storms, potentially inundating not only the southern lands, but all of the mortal realm. What should he do? As he ponders, he considers that perhaps gathering all his allies to confront the dragon might yield a chance of success. Thus, his immediate priority becomes locating Dongfang Yuer. At the city gates of Jiangqing, a notice is affixed, proclaiming that a celestial being has descended to quell the tempest, assuring the citizens of the southern kingdom that they need not fear. The notice bears an image that strikingly resembles Dongfang Yuer. Determined, Sima Ao resolves to present himself before the ruler of the southern kingdom in his capacity as a strategist, hoping to trace the whereabouts of Dongfang Yuer. Upon hearing of a strategist from the Eastern Empire seeking an audience, claiming to possess a solution to the torrential rains threatening the kingdom, the southern monarch is filled with delight and promptly summons Sima Ao, momentarily forgetting the task of personally escorting Dongfang Yuer from the palace. The southern monarch, upon meeting the distinguished Sima Ao, is further pleased and grows increasingly trusting of this strategist. He is the first to inquire if Sima Ao possesses any means to quell the deluge. Sima Ao conveyed the reason to the sovereign of the southern kingdom, clarifying that it was not a celestial downpour, but rather the mischief of a dragon. Once this so-called heavenly rain was subdued, it would cease. The ruler of the southern kingdom was astonished to learn that a dragon was causing turmoil 100 miles away and urgently inquired how to tame it. This question struck at the heart of the matter. He had heard rumors of a celestial maiden descending upon the southern kingdom and expressed his desire to meet her. Sima Ao's words reminded the sovereign that Dongfang Yuer was indeed set to leave the palace today. It was then that the ruler realized that Dongfang Yuer's master was none other than this strategist. The sovereign promptly ordered his men to provide Sima Ao with a swift steed to pursue Dongfang Yuer. Chapter 18. Yuzhou City to subdue the dragon. It was essential to gather all members, for strength lies in numbers. Hence, Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao hastened towards Xianjin Temple. Dongfang Yuer mounted Sima Ao's fine steed, taking the lead, while Sima Ao grasped the reins in one hand and wielded the whip with the other, urging the horse northward. Along their journey, they encountered many fleeing citizens affected by the flood. Moved by the plight of these unfortunate souls, Dongfang Yuer chose to share the silver bestowed upon her by the sovereign of the southern kingdom with the refugees, who were also en route to the northern kingdom. The northern kingdom, situated on elevated terrain, contrasted with the low-lying southern kingdom, which frequently suffered from torrential rains. As a result, the southern populace, fearing floods, would migrate northward. To preserve his kingdom's population, the ruler of the southern kingdom established a checkpoint at Yuzhou City, located at the border between the two realms, requiring all travelers to possess a pass to enter the northern kingdom. After the heavy rains, the roads became treacherous, littered with mud and ditches, but fortunately, with a horse, the journey to the northern kingdom could be completed in merely 2 days. As night descended and the horses grew weary from a day's journey, Sima Ao suggested they rest for the night and resume their travels come dawn. With a sigh, he grasped the reins, bringing the horse to a halt. Dismounting alongside Dongfang Yuer, he shed his damp cloak, shaking off the rainwater. Approximately 200 meters away lay a cave, where they would spend the night. Dongfang Yuer followed Sima Ao into the dark cave, its shadows evoking a sense of trepidation. Heightened by caution, she unsheathed her white blade, prepared to defend against any lurking beasts or venomous snakes. Rest assured, this cave is relatively safe. I once spent a night here with my master, the Wenchang Emperor. Sima Ao reassured her. Dongfang Yuer regarded him with disbelief, prompting a gentle smile from Sima Ao as he continued deeper into the cave. Once inside, Sima Ao gathered dry twigs to kindle a fire, while Dongfang Yuer removed her drenched outer garment, using the sleeves to dry by the flames. The flickering fire illuminated the dark cavern, casting a warm glow that accentuated Dongfang Yuer's bashfulness, drawing Sima Ao's gaze more than once. It was the first time she found herself alone with a man, her heart racing with a blend of understanding and confusion regarding matters of intimacy, leaving her feeling both anxious and awkward in Sima Ao's presence. To what extent does the Wenchang star often descend to the mortal realm? She inquired, seeking to ease the tension. My master oversees the judicial affairs and fortunes of the mortal world, frequently descending to inspect the order of human affairs. As his disciple, I accompany him. Sometimes, to avoid disturbing mortals and to protect celestial secrets, we choose to camp in the wilderness. No wonder you are adept at horseback riding and possess a profound understanding of the affairs of mortals, much like a commoner. With a hint of playful mockery, Dongfang Yue remarked. Sima Ao chuckled heartily and responded, how delightful it would be to truly live as a mortal, to attain academic success, marry, and raise a family. Enjoying a blissful life together. Dongfang Yue sighed in agreement, indeed. However, we are inherently celestial beings, not mortals, and thus cannot lead a mortal existence. Upon hearing Sima Ao's inquiry, Dongfang Yue realized her stomach had indeed begun to growl. Throughout their journey, she had focused solely on the road ahead, distributing some provisions and money to the refugees, leaving her both famished and fatigued. Sima Ao, noticing the rumbling of her stomach, understood her hunger and hurriedly ventured outside the cave in search of sustenance. Dongfang Yue dried her damp outer garment and then proceeded to dry Sima Ao's cloak. Without hesitation, she accepted a sweet potato and began to eat heartily. Having satisfied her hunger, it was time to rest. Observing Dongfang Yue's drowsiness, Sima Ao gently suggested, Yue, you should rest first. I will keep watch. Dongfang Yue nodded, lying down on the stone slab, turning to her side to sleep. In the stillness of the night, the two shared little conversation, yet there was no sense of restraint or awkwardness between them. After an indeterminate period, Sima Ao also began to feel sleepy and decided to lie down for a brief nap, resting his hands beneath his head. That night was peaceful, and they both slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao continued their journey, their next destination being Yuzhou City. With swift horses, they soon arrived at Yuzhou City, where Sima Ao dismounted and entrusted the horse to the relay station for care. The city of Yuzhou is constructed entirely of blue bricks, standing firm and imposing. The city gates are heavily guarded, with several hundred soldiers stationed to oversee entry, requiring all who wish to enter Yuzhou to possess the appropriate passes. It seems we must hasten to meet our companions. Until the dragon of the river descends, the people of the south cannot find peace, remarked Sima Ao. Dongfang Yue nodded in agreement, and the two quickened their pace into the city. The ancient and charming Yuzhou is bustling with merchants, surprisingly more prosperous than the capital of the south, Yanqing. It is no wonder so many refugees are flocking to Yuzhou. Hurry, old man. I've heard a female doctor has arrived here, and she treats patients for free, an elderly woman urged her companion. Coming, replied the old man, shuffling along with his cane to keep up with her. In the streets, news spread that under the grand banyan tree at the West Street, a beautiful female doctor, renowned for her exceptional medical skills, was offering her services to the poor without charge. The citizens of Yuzhou greatly favored seeking her aid. Although Dongfang Yue had descended to the mortal realm for some time, she had remained in the South's palace recuperating from her injuries and had yet to truly explore the vibrant life of the world. Upon her arrival in Yuzhou, she found herself captivated by its splendor. She felt compelled to shake a hand drum, to try on exquisite hair ornaments, and to touch the luxurious silks. Now, upon hearing of such an extraordinary person, her curiosity piqued. She joined the throng heading to the grand banyan tree at the West Street. Sima Ao, unable to restrain her, had no choice but to follow her lead. Indeed, beneath the great banyan tree at the West Street sat a woman in purple, tending to her patients, while several Taoist priests assisted her in preparing and boiling herbal remedies. The woman clad in purple was attending to a 7-year-old child afflicted with an abundance of red rashes, experiencing both intense itching and pain, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. The child, overwhelmed by his suffering, wept loudly, his skin on both face and hands marred by his own scratching. This was not smallpox, but rather a relatively rare waterborne illness, exacerbated by the prevalent floods that had tainted the water supply, making such ailments more likely. The purple-clad woman addressed the child's mother, who was already in her 40s, her hair graying and her face etched with the marks of time. Upon hearing that it was not smallpox, but an uncommon waterborne disease, a heavy weight of worry lifted from her heart. There's no need for concern, dear lady. I shall apply a remedy to alleviate the itching, and he shall recover, she assured. With that, the woman carefully applied the crushed herbs to the child's skin, a soothing balm that quelled the incessant itching, bringing forth a smile from the previously distressed child. The gathered crowd erupted in applause, praising her as a divine healer. Amidst the throng, Dongfang Yue managed to squeeze her way forward. "Sister Xylan," she exclaimed in delight. Chapter 19, Reunion. The purple-clad woman, engrossed in her task, was suddenly taken aback by the familiar voice calling her name. "Yue, my dear sister, it is wonderful to see you alive," Xylan exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. As if having fallen from the heavens, Dongfang Yue was surrounded by Xylan and the others, eager to assess whether she had sustained any serious injuries. A small boy named Shuani gazed at Dongfang Yue in disbelief, asking, "Sister Ware, are your arms and legs truly real?" "Of course they are." Sima Ao emerged from the crowd, affirming her words. The appearance of Sima Ao ignited a wave of excitement among the gathered members. Just as Shuani was about to mention that the Star Lord of Literature was also present, he was interrupted by Sima Ao's deliberate cough. Sima Ao, curious, inquired of Xylan Fairy why she was here practicing medicine and where Xiao Shiming and the other members had gone. Xylan Fairy, along with the other members, bowed their heads in sorrow and revealed the reason. It transpired that after Sima Ao leaped from the auspicious cloud, it encountered a fierce gust of wind that distorted its shape, rendering it unmanageable. Concerned for the safety of the members, Xiao Shiming released their seals, instructing them to jump from the cloud and convene at the Xianzhen Dao Temple after descending to the mortal realm. Xylan Fairy and 10 members descended simultaneously in Yuzhou City, witnessing a surge of refugees fleeing from the floods, all afflicted with waterborne ailments. As cultivators rooted in benevolence, how could they turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people? Thus, Xylan Fairy and her team organized a medical brigade, initially providing free treatment to the impoverished sick before proceeding to the Xianzhen Dao Temple. Unexpectedly, word spread rapidly. One person told another, and soon the entire Yuzhou City was abuzz with news of a skilled female doctor offering free consultations to the poor. The citizens flocked to seek Xylan Fairy's healing touch. This meant that the other members had become separated, and they would need to reach the Xianzhen Dao Temple to reunite with them, Sima Ao surmised. The members present nodded in agreement. Sima Ao suggested they should make their way to the Xianzhen Dao Temple to join the others. However, Xylan Fairy insisted that they must first attend to the ailments of the people. Sima Ao remarked, "As long as the Jiaolong does not descend, not only will the southern kingdom face calamities, but the entire mortal realm will be engulfed by a vast ocean. Please ponder this carefully." Xylan, astonished, inquired, "Jiaolong? Does the southern kingdom also have a Jiaolong?" Sima Ao nodded, explaining, "In Yin City, there exists a dragonpool cavern, inhabited by a Jiaolong that often goes into a frenzy, disturbing the clouds of the southern kingdom." Having grasped the gravity of the situation, Xylan, the celestial maiden, along with the other members present, expressed their apologies and dispersed all patients waiting for treatment, hastily making their way to the Xianzhen Daoist Temple to join the remaining members. Situated in Linzhou, the capital of the Northern Kingdom, the journey from Yuzhou City to Linzhou City would take 2 days of relentless travel. Apart from Dongfang Yue's sealed powers, the other members had regained their abilities. Sima Ao, Dongfang Yue, and the others journeyed tirelessly throughout the day, finally reaching the border of the Northern Kingdom. Strangely, upon arriving at the border, the enchanting scenery of the Northern Kingdom was nowhere to be seen. The sky above the Northern Kingdom gradually lost its sunlight, being devoured inch by a dark cloud, enveloping the entire expanse in a chilling aura of malevolence. It was eerie to behold that the avian creatures dared not approach the skies of the Northern Kingdom. Any unwary bird that ventured near the dark clouds would be consumed, leaving no trace behind. Even the terrestrial beasts, upon sensing this ominous presence, fled in panic towards the southern kingdom. Sima Ao pulled on the reins of his horse, bringing it to a halt, and turned to the following Xylan, proclaiming loudly, "Xylan, advise the members behind us to exercise utmost caution. The skies of the Northern Kingdom are far from tranquil." The Violet Orchid Fairy loosened the reins, allowing the horse to decelerate. Gazing skyward, she observed that the northern sky was shrouded in ominous black clouds, imbued with a sinister aura. As she grasped the reins once more to bring the horse to a halt, the others caught up. "Have you beheld the sky of the north?" they inquired, casting their eyes upward. The atmosphere was thick with malevolence, and it was no wonder that even the birds dared not approach this foreboding land. Fear etched upon their faces. They questioned, What has caused such a phenomenon? Is there a malevolent creature nearby? From the eerie bamboo grove, the sounds of battle echoed. Sima Ao, Dongfang Yuer, and their companions dismounted, advancing towards the source of the commotion. Within the grove, dozens of masked figures clad in black surrounded 10 Taoist priests in white. It appeared the white-robed priests were at a disadvantage against their assailants. Upon closer inspection, Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao recognized these 10 white-robed Taoists as Xiao Siming and the selected members from the Sea of Candidates. Witnessing their comrades besieged, the Violet Orchid Fairy and her 10 companions drew their swords, charging forth to their rescue. Just as Dongfang Yuer unsheathed her white Oblivion sword, preparing to rush in, Sima Ao restrained her. Confused, she asked, "Why do you prevent me from aiding them?" Before she could finish her sentence, Sima Ao swiftly lifted Dongfang Yuer. Soaring to the treetops, standing resolutely atop the bamboo, they resembled dragonflies poised upon the water's surface, undisturbed by the winds. It was then that Dongfang Yuer noticed 10 masked figures lurking at the apex of the bamboo. These enigmatic figures, with their peculiar forms and mastery of sorcery, were no ordinary martial artists of the mortal realm. Who dares to be so audacious as to assault the mortals, courting their own demise? Are they perhaps interlopers from another realm? Identify yourselves. What is your motive for attacking us? Are you aware of our identities? Sima Ao demanded sternly. The masked leader of the black-clad figures hesitated, taken aback by the swiftness of their discovery. With a cold snort, the leader retorted, "Regardless of who you are, today marks your end." Sima Ao responded with a burst of unrestrained laughter. "To kill us? We shall see if you possess the capability." He pressed on, "I know you are certainly not mortals. Reveal your identities and your reasons for this assault." The leader exchanged a subtle glance with the 10 masked figures, who promptly encircled Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer. Raising their scimitars, they lunged towards the pair. Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer merely curled their lips in disdain, regarding the 10 assailants as mere insignificant pawns. With composure, Sima Ao unfurled his jade dragon fan, which, with a gentle wave, unleashed a surge of light akin to a tidal wave, deflecting the incoming scimitars. As Sima Ao gracefully repositioned the fan, another powerful wave erupted, striking the masked figures, who cried out in agony. Chapter 20. The peculiar village. Dongfang Yuer's white death blade traced an arc of deadly light with unparalleled sharpness, severely wounding the 10 masked figures. With cries of anguish, they tumbled from the bamboo branches to the ground. Sima Ao, holding Dongfang Yuer's hand, descended gracefully to the earth. Beneath the bamboo grove, the figure clad in black, masked and shrouded, suffered grievously at the hands of the members. The arrival of the enchanting Xylan and her 10 companions bolstered their strength, turning the tide of battle against Xiao Siming and his 10 members, who had previously been at a disadvantage. They pressed the masked assailant back, forcing him to retreat. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting the shadowy figure to withdraw hastily, swiftly vanishing without a trace. As the black-clad figure retreated, Dongfang Yuer and her 10 comrades prepared to pursue, only to be halted by Sima Ao. The members, perplexed, questioned why they should not capitalize on their momentum. Sima Ao replied, cautioning them against recklessly chasing after the enemy, without first discerning their true intentions and capabilities, lest they fall into a trap. After a moment of contemplation, the members acknowledged the wisdom in Sima Ao's words and ceased their inquiries. It was then that Dongfang Yuer realized they were missing 10 members and her brother Shundao. Did this imply they were lost? Sima Ao suggested that they first proceed to the Xianzhen Dao to ascertain whether the missing members had arrived there. The group assembled and set off for the Taoist temple, but due to their large number, riding horses proved impractical. Sima Ao proposed they walk, releasing the horses to roam free. Throughout the journey, Sima Ao expressed concern that the masked figures might launch another surprise attack, repeatedly urging the members to remain vigilant and cautious. He positioned Dongfang Yuer and Xylan to lead the way, with the remaining members closely following, while he and Xiao Siming took precautionary measures against a potential ambush. Along the path, Sima Ao, puzzled, inquired of Xiao Siming about the identity of the masked assailants and their motives for attacking them. Could it be that they were truly unaware of their celestial lineage? The young deity was equally perplexed, uncertain of the identity of the cloaked figure in black, nor did he comprehend the motive behind the attack. However, one thing was certain: the figure was no ordinary being. The notion that an extraordinary entity lurked among them was indeed alarming. Sima Ao concurred with a nod. More peril awaited them, as 10 members were unaccounted for, and they were hastily attempting to subdue the lurking dragon, now beset by the enigmatic assailant. A series of events instilled a sense of trepidation in Sima Ao. Suddenly, the dense bamboo forest, both lush and foreboding, was stirred by a gust of wind, creating a rustling sound as bamboo leaves cascaded to the ground. Sima Ao felt an ominous premonition and urged his companions, "Hurry, we must exit this bamboo grove before sunset." The members recognized the eeriness of their surroundings and quickened their pace, moving swiftly as meteors chasing the moon, just managing to emerge from the grove before dusk. Before them lay a broad avenue, and approximately 500 meters away stood a village, where they finally released the fear that had weighed upon their hearts. The young deity inquired of Sima Ao, "It is now dark. Shall we not seek shelter in the village for the night, and continue our journey at dawn?" Sima Ao pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. The night brings treacherous paths. Let us take refuge in the village until morning light." With the decision made to seek lodging in the village, they proceeded down the narrow path leading to it. Oddly, the village appeared desolate and forlorn. With overgrown weeds choking the fields, the ground littered with withered branches and leaves, and the neighboring homes devoid of light. As dusk descended, the villagers extinguished their lights and retired to sleep at such an early hour. With a surge of courage, Dongfang Yuer approached the door of a farmhouse and knocked, calling out, "Is anyone there? Please open the door. We wish to find shelter for the night." The group was perplexed. The village was eerily silent, devoid of light and life, an atmosphere of desolation pervading the air. Continuing their search for lodging, they arrived at a second house, only to find it securely locked. No matter how fervently Dongfang Yuer knocked or called, there was no response. At the third house, adorned with a crimson door and flanked by 2 red lanterns, a faint flicker of candlelight seeped through the cracks, suggesting prosperity within. This time, it was Xylan Fairy who knocked gently 3 times and softly inquired, "Is anyone there? Please, open the door. We seek a place to rest." Strange. Indeed, it was peculiar. Sima Ao suggested, "It appears the villagers are particularly wary of outsiders. Perhaps we should find a level spot outside to set up camp? We can take turns resting." After a long day of travel and the encounter with the masked figures, the group, weary and fatigued, agreed with Sima Ao's proposal to seek a flat area for rest. They ventured to a grassy clearing by a stream outside the village, an expansive and picturesque spot ideal for camping. Xiao Simi concurred with the choice and instructed 2 members to gather firewood nearby, while another 2 were dispatched to forage for food. Xylan Fairy and Dongfang Yuer were tasked with fetching clean water from the stream. Before long, the members returned safely with firewood and had pilfered some sweet potatoes from the villagers' fields. Xylan Fairy and Dongfang Yuer not only collected clean water, but also caught a sizable fish. On a dark and tranquil night, the group gathered around a bonfire, roasting corn and large fish. At that moment, their hearts were less burdened by fear, and their spirits began to lighten. Xiao Siming inquired how Sima Ao had located Dongfang Yuer, and he also asked whether the southern kingdom was plagued by disasters, resulting in countless refugees fleeing northward. Sima Ao recounted in detail the events transpiring in the southern kingdom. When he mentioned the Longtan Cave, Xiao Siming's brow furrowed. He recalled hearing from the Eastern Emperor that Emperor Du had sealed a rain-bringing dragon within Longtan while managing the waters in the south. Could it be that the Long and Cave in Yinqing of the southern kingdom was indeed the very place where Du had imprisoned that dragon? Indeed. I have consulted the land deity. Now that the dragon has managed to break free from its seal, I suspect that there are sinister forces aiding it from behind the scenes, Sima Ao stated. The seal placed by Emperor Du is formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for the dragon to escape. Thus, it must be orchestrated by human intervention. But what could their motives be? Sima Ao paused, his keen intellect unable to discern the purpose behind the dragon's release. Regardless of their intentions, the immediate concern is to swiftly locate the remaining 10 members and proceed to the Longtan Cave to subdue the dragon, he continued. The words of the Winchuxing Lord ring true. We must hasten to tame the dragon. Its unchecked power threatens not only the southern kingdom, but the entire mortal realm as well, Xiao Siming concurred. Chapter 21. An unknown heritage. All members were asleep, leaving Xiao Siming alone to keep watch. The village was enveloped in an eerie stillness that sent chills down one's spine. The ethereal figure of Xiao Siming stoked the campfire when, suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted before him. Without hesitation, Xiao Siming pursued the elusive silhouette. The shadow entered a secluded grove and abruptly slowed its pace, coming to a halt by a grand tree. Noticing the shadow had ceased its movement, Xiao Siming too came to a standstill. With a frosty demeanor, he inquired, "Who are you?" Draped in a black cloak that obscured their face. The figure was indiscernible in terms of gender, though the silhouette suggested a feminine presence. "It is I, brother," the shadow replied in a gentle voice. Xiao Siming was taken aback and responded, "You are." At this moment, the shadow extended a delicate white hand to untie the cloak's fastening, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. "Brother, Di Luo has missed you." It turned out that the shadow was none other than the princess of a foreign tribe, Di Luo. Princess Di Luo had longed to reunite with her brother, Xiao Siming, but had restrained herself due to their differing statuses. Later, during the trials of magic, she was defeated by Dongfang Yuer, which incited her frustration and led her to challenge Dongfang Yuer to further contests. Upon learning that Xiao Siming intended to descend to the mortal realm with his companions, she yearned to accompany him, yet Sima Ao firmly opposed her. Once in the mortal realm, Di Luo found herself under the watchful gaze of Su Siming, akin to that of a criminal. Xiao Siming was momentarily stunned. "Di Luo, how did you come to be here? You must leave, it is not safe." Di Luo refused to depart, for she had waited 500 years to see her brother. Even in the 9 heavens, she had wished for their reunion, enduring in silence for her brother's safety. With that, Princess Di Luo stepped forward and embraced Xiao Siming. Weeping as she said, "Di Luo truly misses her brother. Brother also misses his sister. In truth, during the twilight hours, there was a persistent longing to recognize my sister, yet the opportunity eluded me." Xiao Siming embraced Princess Dairo. "Is it true?" "Indeed it is. In this world, my sister remains my sole kin." Suddenly, Princess Dairo broke free from Xiao Siming's embrace and explained, "Brother, you misunderstand our father. The reason he stripped you of your title as crown prince was to place you within the heavenly clan as an informant." "Brother," father also said. Upon hearing the mention of father, Xiao Siming's visage contorted with unbearable anguish. "Dairo, do not utter that beast's name in my presence. I wish never to hear it again in this lifetime." "Brother, what troubles you?" Princess Dairo inquired, sensing his lingering resentment towards their father from years past. "Dairo, leave. Do not seek me out again." Princess Dairo, bewildered, once more leaped into Xiao Siming's arms, weeping, "Brother, why do you wish to drive Dairo away? Did you not say that in this world, Dairo is your only kin? Now, we stand on opposing sides. I do not wish to harm you. You must depart." Xiao Siming insisted. Princess Dairo gazed at him in shock, as if the brother before her was no longer the one she had known 5 centuries ago. "Brother, what are you saying? You are the prince of an alien race. How can you align yourself with the heavenly clan?" "Ha ha ha." Xiao Siming laughed coldly to the heavens. "Prince of an alien race. That prince has long since been flayed and drawn and quartered. Brother, that was all a misunderstanding. Father explained it to me. It was merely a ruse, a means to place our people within the heavenly clan." Xiao Siming smiled foolishly, reminiscing about her past innocence. Much like her younger sister today, who would still believe in their beastly father. From the moment he flayed and tortured her, belief in him was forever shattered. "Dairo, cease your naivety. Do you truly trust the words of that vile creature? Let us not forget how our mother perished." Dairo's words triggered a recollection in Xiao Siming of the recent ambush by the masked assailants in the bamboo grove. "Dairo, I ask you, were those black-clad figures sent by you?" Xiao Siming inquired with grave seriousness. Dairo trembled slightly, responding with a hint of indignation. "Brother, it was not I who sent them. It was that wicked woman. Why would I send someone to harm you? It is she, that malicious woman, who refuses to relent. Brother, this attack was not aimed at you, but rather at that group of celestial beings." Xiao Siming was taken aback. The relationship between the alien tribes and the Celestials had deteriorated to such an extent that it was now time for decisive action. Xiao Siming pressed further. "Dairo, did you release the dragon from the dragon pool?" "It was that evil woman's idea," Dairo confessed. "She intends to unleash chaos upon the mortal realm. If the world descends into turmoil, the Celestials will be too preoccupied to defend against us, giving us the opportunity to strike." Xiao Siming was utterly astonished. The purpose of releasing the dragon was to wage war against the Celestials. "Dairo, you are foolish. Do you not realize how many innocents will be left homeless? Should a war break out between the Celestials and us, the common people will once again suffer, leading to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses." Xiao Siming admonished. "Why? Brother? The other world is indeed my brother's home." Princess Dairo inquired with confusion, pursuing Xiao Siming for clarity. Just then, The village roosters crowed, heralding the dawn. Xiao Siming realized that at this moment, persuading her sister was futile. She did not comprehend his inner turmoil. For the sake of her safety, he urged Princess Dairo to depart swiftly. Princess Dairo gazed up at the sky, realizing daybreak was imminent. After 500 years of separation, they had only a few fleeting hours together. Despite the myriad of words left unspoken and the profound reluctance for the safety of her brother, Princess Dairo resolutely took her leave. Once she departed, Xiao Siming called out to the great tree, "Come forth." From behind the tree emerged two figures, none other than Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao. Dongfang Yuer, filled with rage, drew the white oblivion sword, pressing it against Xiao Siming's neck. It turned out that Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao had long been concealed behind the tree, having overheard the conversation between Xiao Siming and Princess Dairo, thus uncovering Xiao Siming's hidden lineage. In Chapter 22, Ambush, if anyone else had a menacing white oblivion sword pointed at their throat, they would surely be paralyzed with fear. Yet Xiao Siming remained composed, having long since transcended concerns of life and death. "So you are a spy from another race?" Dongfang Yue queried sharply. "Not only are you an alien, but you are also a prince of that race, are you not?" Sima Ao added. "That is all in the past. For now, I am merely a subordinate of the Eastern Emperor," replied Xiao Siming. "Ah, if the Eastern Emperor were to learn that you are a prince of a foreign race, would he still employ you?" Dongfang Yue retorted. Xiao Siming brushed aside the white death sword that Dongfang Yue had draped around her neck, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Yue, do you really believe that the Emperor Donghua is unaware of my identity? It was he who rescued me when I was cast into the wilderness, flayed and tormented by my father. No, by a beast." Dongfang Yue looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a wise deity as the Emperor Donghua could choose to keep a wolf like Xiao Siming close. Noticing her disbelief, Xiao Siming continued, "I am aware that you are the daughter of the great Siming. Your participation in the Siming Sea selection is to vindicate your father, is it not?" When Dongfang Yue learned that Sima Ao had been sent by the Emperor Donghua to protect her, uncertainty flickered in her gaze as she glanced at him. Sima Ao nodded subtly, affirming the truth of Xiao Siming's words. Dongfang Yue was deeply shaken. It appeared that the Emperor Donghua had always held her father in his heart, honoring his millennia of loyalty. Suddenly, she raised the white death sword once more, positioning it against Xiao Siming's throat. This unexpected action left both Sima Ao and Xiao Siming in a state of disbelief. "Yue, what are you doing?" Sima Ao asked, bewildered. Ignoring him, Dongfang Yue, her eyes blazing with intent, demanded, "Tell me, was it you who conspired against my father?" Xiao Siming stood in shock, unable to comprehend how Dongfang Yue could so disdainfully accuse her, merely because she hailed from a different lineage. "No, why would I betray the great Siming? Furthermore, I had no knowledge of the celestial machinations surrounding the birth of the Heavenly Lord." Anger began to rise within Xiao Siming. "If it was not you, then who could it be?" Dongfang Yue pressed. "I do not know," came the reply. "In those days, the Grand Priestess deemed my origins mysterious, and thus forbade me from touching any of the fate registers. All matters were entrusted to the Minister Su. Why should I place my trust in your words?" Dongfang Yue retorted. The minor priestess closed her eyes, exuding an air of composure, and replied, "Every word I utter is the truth. Whether you believe it or not is entirely your choice." "I believe," Sima Ao answered, fanning himself with the jade dragon fan. Dongfang Yue gazed at Sima Ao in astonishment and asked, "Whose side are you on?" Sima Ao smiled slightly, reaching to push aside the white oblivion sword that hung around the minor priestess's neck. "Naturally, I am on your side. For the time being, I shall place my trust in you. But I will keep a vigilant watch. Should I catch you engaging in actions that jeopardize the heavenly clan, you shall experience the full force of the white oblivion sword." Meanwhile, the fairy Xylan and Dongfang Yue, being young maidens, shared a bed. When the fairy Xylan turned over, she reached out and found Dongfang Yue absent, abruptly opening her eyes. Not only was Dongfang Yue missing, but also Sima Ao and the minor priestess had vanished. In a panic, the fairy Xylan exclaimed, "This is terrible. Sister Yue, the Lord of Literature, and the minor priestess are all gone." Her exclamation roused all the members from their slumber, who rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Realizing that Sister Yue was indeed missing, along with the Lord of Literature and the minor priestess. As the members stood in confusion, the fairy Xylan suggested, "Let us search the vicinity for them." The members responded in unison, agreeing to venture near the riverbank to look for Dongfang Yue, Sima Ao, and the minor priestess. With keen eyesight, Shuani soon spotted the trio beneath a large tree, engaged in earnest discussion. Shuani joyfully pointed towards a towering tree, exclaiming, "I have found them. I have found them." The members followed the direction of his finger and indeed spotted Sister Ware, Lord Wincuxing, and Shea Simon gathered beneath the grand tree. At that moment, Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, and Shea Simon also noticed the group and approached them. "You are all awake. Let us continue our journey," Sima Ao announced. "I have conferred with Shea Simon. Should we take the main road, it would require 2 days to reach the Xuanzhen Taoist temple. However, by taking the small path, we can arrive in just 1 day. Thus, I have decided to take the small path with Shea Simon. A day to reach the Xuanzhen Taoist temple by the small path." The members echoed in unison. "However, the small path may pose greater dangers. It is narrow and uneven, overgrown with weeds, and flanked by mountains, raising concerns that masked figures in black might ambush us along the way," Shea Simon cautioned. The members exchanged glances, their faces betraying worry. What is there to fear? We are immortals, and our descent to the mortal realm is for the purpose of honing our skills, Sima Ao declared with a spirited voice. "Indeed, we are immortals. How could we be afraid of a few young miscreants in black?" Inspired by Sima Ao's words, the others felt a surge of enthusiasm. "Very well. Let us proceed along the small path." With that, Sima Ao led the group towards the narrow trail. As they traversed the path, the members soared and dashed with the speed of shooting stars. Upon entering the dense thicket, a black arrow suddenly shot forth from behind them. In that moment of peril, Sima Ao leapt into action, catching the arrow deftly in midair. Then, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, be cautious, there is an ambush." At that moment, the lesser deity of fate raised 2 fingers and chanted an incantation. With a swift motion of his middle finger, a barrier emerged before them, blocking the arrows that were raining down. Having established the shield, he urged, "Hurry, move." Yet, before the members could take more than a few steps, 100 cloaked figures surged forth from the thicket, identical in appearance to the previous masked assailants, albeit possessing even greater agility. The onslaught of these black-clad figures descended upon the members like a relentless tide, who, undeterred, stepped forward to confront their foes. Chapter 23. The Incineration of Demons. "This will be a fierce battle," Bai Wang. "It seems you shall have your fill of blood this time," murmured Dongfang Yuer as she unsheathed the Bai Wang sword. As the blade emerged, a brilliant white light illuminated half the sky. The radiance was so intense that it forced the masked assailants to retreat 2 steps. With the hilt of the sword in hand, Dongfang Yuer struck with the swiftness of a rushing river, plunging the blade into the heart of a cloaked figure, who, caught off guard, fell lifeless to the ground. Swiftly withdrawing her sword, she kicked aside the fallen foe and, in one fluid motion, thrust the Bai Wang's sword at another terrified black-clad figure, who perished in panic. In a single breath, Dongfang Yuer dispatched 2 of the assailants, but felt it was insufficient. She continued to wield her sword against the multitude of enemies, leaving countless masked figures in her wake, vanquished beneath the edge of the Bai Wang's sword. While Dongfang Yuer achieved her initial triumph, Sima Ao also fought with relentless ferocity, leaving no foe unscathed. With a mere flick of Sima Ao's jade dragon fan, a thunderous peal echoed across half the heavens. A gentle wave of the fan unleashed a surge of light reminiscent of a colossal wave, its violent energy decimating the black-clad, masked figures, leaving them utterly defenseless. In the brief span it takes to brew a cup of tea, over half of the 100 or so assailants were vanquished by Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao. Emboldened, the remaining members pressed their assault, swords flashing as they pierced the ranks of the masked adversaries. Though nimble, the attackers were no match for the celestial prowess of those who had cultivated for 3 lifetimes to achieve immortality. Ultimately, the black-clad figures were as helpless as gourds on a chopping block, each member of the group slicing them to pieces. With the last of the masked figures eradicated, elation surged through the group, marking the most exhilarating moment since their descent to the mortal realm. Indeed, as the members rejoiced and cheered, Sima Ao interjected with a sobering reminder, "Do not let your joy overtake you. We must not forget the urgency of our journey." The heavens began to undergo a transformation as a dark cloud materialized, growing larger and larger, casting an ever-deepening gloom over the landscape. Instantly, the entire meadow was enveloped in an aura of malevolent energy, plunging the group into a state of trepidation. "Be cautious, everyone. This miasma bears a striking resemblance to that of the bamboo forest, Xiao Siming warned. What manner of specter could it be? Sima Ao inquired of Xiao Siming. A chimera? Upon hearing the possibility of encountering chimeras, the members were seized by a cold sweat. Even Sima Ao shuddered involuntarily. Chimeras, beings both demonic and spectral, possess an ethereal form, a terrifying voice, and specialize in manipulating souls and devouring blood. Heh. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Swiftly, a dark silhouette darted across the scene, brazenly flitting before the onlookers' eyes, intensifying their trepidation. Incensed, Dongfang Yuer lunged with her sword, yet each thrust proved futile. She had forgotten that the demon was incorporeal. Sima Ao attempted to strike with his fan, the shimmering light only managing to repel the specter momentarily, failing to inflict any real harm. Heh. You think you can kill me? I tell you, no one under the heavens can vanquish me. The demon proclaimed with smug arrogance. I refuse to believe that. Dongfang Yuer retorted, seizing her Baiwang's sword and drawing a line across her own hand. This action alarmed Sima Ao, who hastily inquired, Yuer, what are you doing? Before he could finish his query, the Baiwang's sword, having drunk of Dongfang Yuer's blood, surged with a formidable, malevolent aura. Baiwang, now that you've had your fill, behead that demon for me, Dongfang Yuer declared, her face betraying elation. Little did she know that the demon, having caught the scent of her blood, was undergoing a terrifying transformation, its malevolence surpassing even that of the Baiwang's sword. Blood. I relish it. I must drink it. The demon roared, lunging menacingly toward Dongfang Yuer, intent on draining her life force. Even Dongfang Yuer was taken aback by the demon's ravenous nature. She had only been aware that the Baiwang sword, once imbued with blood, would become immensely powerful. She was ignorant of the fact that blood served as a catalyst for the demon, and even more so that her own blood, being of a nature, would amplify its strength. With every ounce of her strength, Dongfang Yuer narrowly escaped the demon's grasp. The demon, however, had shifted its focus, targeting a member with weaker magical prowess. It pounced upon the unfortunate soul, sinking its teeth into their neck and commencing its gruesome feast. The member initially struggled, but soon the strength to resist faded away, leaving him at the mercy of the malevolent spirit that drained his life force. The sight of this gruesome act sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The crowd surged forward to rescue their comrade. But the spirit merely vanished like a wisp of smoke. When it reappeared, it had feasted sufficiently and relinquished its grip on the member's neck, carelessly discarding him to the ground. With a satisfied demeanor, the spirit stretched and cracked its neck, a chilling sound echoing in the air. The fairy's island rushed to aid the fallen member, revealing 2 deep crimson bite marks on his neck, a sight that was nothing short of horrifying. At this moment, the member lay unconscious, his breath faint and teetering on the brink of death. The fairy's island swiftly invoked her celestial magic to protect his ethereal body and administered a divine pill, thereby preserving his life. The rest of the members could only watch in anguish as their comrade suffered a dire fate. The spirit lingered before them, licking its lips in blatant provocation. That boy's blood was exquisite. Ah, I shall kill you, wretched spirit. The members declared in a furious rally. You may think you can escape, but with so many of us, I refuse to believe we cannot subdue you, Sima Ao declared with indignation. Then let us see. Just don't become my dinner later. The spirit retorted arrogantly. With a determined gesture, Sima Ao rallied the members to form the 8 trigrams formation. However, due to the spirit's enhanced power from its bloodthirsty feast, the formation could only encircle the spirit, unable to restrain it. The lesser deity of destiny pondered alongside the grand scribe of fate, contemplating how to subdue the malevolent spirits known as Chime. The Bagua formation was on the verge of failing to contain these entities. In the cycle of existence, where all things are born and perish, what could possibly restrain Chime? The lesser deity of destiny devised a solution. Fire would be their bane. However, ordinary flames would only incapacitate Chime temporarily, as they would soon resurrect. To obliterate their very essence, only celestial fire would suffice. The lesser deity conjured a luminous ring and cast it skyward, where it expanded magnificently, ensnaring Chime within its grasp. Upon witnessing the ring, Chime was engulfed in terror. No, please, I repent. The malevolent spirit, having committed countless wrongs, realized its folly too late. The lesser deity intoned an incantation, and the ring ignited with ferocious flames. Members, form a protective barrier around the fire. The assembled participants understood and encircled the ring, channeling their energy into it, causing the celestial flames to blaze ever brighter. Release me. I fear the flames. Chime writhed in a frenzy, yet ultimately succumbed to the consuming celestial fire, annihilating its spirit. With the vanquishing of Chime, the ominous clouds dispersed, and the malevolent aura faded, revealing a cerulean sky over the northern lands. The villagers of the peculiar hamlet witnessed the flames soaring into the heavens and heard the anguished cries of the vanquished spirit. They erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "Heaven has seen our plight. The demon Chime has finally faced justice." The villagers of the strange hamlet rejoiced and knelt in reverence. Chapter 24. The Xianjin Taoist Temple. The members traversed through the dense pines and cypress, ascending to the summit adorned with lush bamboo. It was there that the Xianjin Taoist Temple lay concealed amidst the swirling mists, a celestial haven indeed difficult to locate. The venerable Taoist master Xianjin received a report from his disciple Wei Min and, accompanied by his fellow disciples, ventured forth to greet Sima Ao and his companions. Among them were the Southern Dipper Star Lord, the Star Lord of Longevity, Princess Jin Yang, Shun Dao, and 10 other members, who followed closely behind. Upon hearing that Dongfang Yu'er was still alive, Shun Dao, overwhelmed with emotion, descended the long staircase and was moved to tears upon reuniting with her. He had believed he would never see his elder sister Yu'er again and was consumed by self-reproach. Dongfang Yu'er reassured Shun Dao, telling him not to blame himself, for she was indeed quite well. "Shun Dao, you have accomplished something remarkable this time, arriving at the destination ahead of your team," praised the other members. Shun Dao beamed with a foolish grin. "My group was the last to leap from the auspicious clouds, and just as we were about to jump, the clouds veered north. When we touched down, we found ourselves in the northern kingdom. We realized we had lost contact with everyone. So we hurried to the Xianjin Taoist Temple without pausing to rest, fearing we would delay our arrival. To our surprise, we were the first to reach the temple. Shun Dao, you are indeed an exemplary model for us all," Sima Ao remarked, patting Shun Dao on the shoulder. "I heard that Brother Ao vanquished the malevolent spirits?" "Brother Ao, you are my role model." Sima Ao was taken aback, not realizing when Princess Jin Yang had stepped forward. Disregarding any notions of propriety or her noble status, Princess Jin Yang boldly embraced Sima Ao in front of everyone. Sima Ao gently pried her arms away and guided her to face Xiao Ximing. It was Xiao Ximing who extinguished the malevolent spirits. "Thus he is your true role model." "You flatter me, Your Highness." Xiao Ximing, upon encountering Princess Jin Yang, blushed like a bashful young boy. Averting his gaze from her eyes, Princess Jin Yang rolled her eyes at Xiao Ximing's shyness. "Who has praised you?" The words of Princess Jin Yang immediately left Xiao Ximing feeling quite embarrassed. "Everyone has worked hard along the way. Let us rest at the temple." Master Xuanjin, holding his Buddhist staff, invited everyone inside. It was then that the group noticed Master Xuanjin, who had reached the venerable age of 60 years. With his head of white hair and beard, he stood tall and slender, exuding an aura of vitality. Sima Ao counted the members, confirming that all 30 had arrived, and followed Master Xuanjin as he ascended the long staircase. Upon entering the Taoist temple, the group settled in a circle, sitting cross-legged. Master Xuanjin waved his Buddhist staff, instructing his disciples to serve tea. Sima Ao accepted a cup of tea with both hands and savored a sip. "Ah, delightful tea." Master Xuanjin smiled and remarked, "Lord wants you. Do indulge in a few more cups." He gestured for his disciples to serve additional tea to Sima Ao, who gratefully accepted the offerings. After 2 cups, Sima Ao curiously inquired, "Lord Nandu, has Lord Shoshing found time today to visit the Xuanjin Taoist temple as well?" Lord Nandu cast a glance while Lord Shoshing remained silent. With a chuckle, Lord Shoshing responded, "As for me, I was compelled to come by Princess Jin Yang's incessant pleas. Since I was descending to the mortal realm, I couldn't neglect to bring along the old man Nandu, lest he chide me for not informing him of interesting places. On that day, when Princess Jin Yang was unable to obtain the decree to descend, she encountered Lord Shoshing, who was on his way to the Lingxiao Palace. An idea struck her. Since Lord Shoshing frequently descended to the mortal realm for various matters, it would be feasible to seek his assistance in bringing her along, even without an official decree. Thus, Princess Jin Yang visited the Fusho Tower daily, beseeching the god of longevity to escort her down to the mortal realm. The god of longevity, weary of the persistent entreaties akin to a cat's incessant mewing, ultimately acquiesced to her request. While escorting Princess Jin Yang to the earthly realm, He cunningly invited the Southern Dipper Star Lord, claiming to have discovered a delightful place on Earth, inquiring if he wished to join him. The Southern Dipper Star Lord, believing the invitation to be genuine, consented to accompany him. Upon their arrival, he soon realized that the so-called delightful destination was none other than the Xianzhen Taoist Temple. You came to the Xianzhen Taoist Temple, and yet I was the one who brought you here. How has it turned into you escorting me instead? Furthermore, you have always relished such amusements in solitude, the Southern Dipper Star Lord lamented. The god of longevity, upon hearing the Southern Dipper Star Lord's grievances, could hardly contain his mirth, his laughter echoing joyously. Observers could not help but stifle their chuckles as they beheld the two ancient beings, each over 10,000 years old, bickering like children. At this moment, the god of longevity inquired of Sima Ao why he had arrived at the Xianzhen Taoist temple so late. Sima Ao recounted the incident involving Dongfang Yue falling from the auspicious clouds, his subsequent search for her, and the ambush by masked assailants along the way, detailing the encounter with the malevolent spirits he had vanquished. Upon hearing Sima Ao's account, the god of longevity, the Southern Dipper Star Lord, and the venerable Taoist elder furrowed their brows, stroking their beards in contemplation. It appeared that these troubling signs were the handiwork of a single individual. Has the secret of your descent to the mortal realm been divulged? Alas, we cannot lay the blame upon you. These are tumultuous times. Ever since the ascension of the new heavenly monarch, various clans have shown signs of discontent, particularly the elder kings of foreign tribes, remarked the Southern Dipper Star Lord. As he mentioned the elder kings of foreign tribes, the expression of the young Simi Ming turned notably grim. What was the cause of this? Sima Ao inquired. Oh. The Southern Dipper Star Lord hesitated momentarily. However, he soon spoke candidly. The position of the heavenly sovereign was relinquished by the Eastern Emperor, rather than being revered by the myriad celestial beings. Although the heavenly sovereign has reigned for millennia, he has achieved little. The longevity of the heavenly clan's dominion over the three realms is largely due to the efforts of the Eastern Emperor and the Wenchang Emperor. Preposterous. My uncle is not so incompetent. Princess Jin Yang could not fathom her uncle's supposed ineptitude. You, young lady, sit down at once. Henceforth, I, the Star Lord of Fortune and Longevity, shall not bring you down to the mortal realm, he declared solemnly, causing Princess Jin Yang to hastily comply. Despite the heavenly sovereign's abilities being far inferior to those of the Eastern Emperor during his reign, it must be acknowledged that the heavenly sovereign was diligent and benevolent, contributing to the peace and prosperity of the three realms. The Star Lord of Fortune and Longevity remarked. Aside from Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao, none were privy to the true lineage of Xiao Siming. The typically reserved Xiao Siming's sudden deviation from his demeanor astonished all present. Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao comprehended the anguish that Xiao Siming was enduring. No father, regardless of the severity of his son's transgressions, would resort to such cruelty as to flay his son alive and abandon him. Xiao Siming, do not be agitated. The heavenly sovereign is undoubtedly aware of the ambitions of the exiled king and will bring him to justice, Sima Ao advised. Only then did Xiao Siming gradually take a seat. Chapter 25. The subjugation of the dragon. How long do you intend to stay at the Taoist temple? Asked Taoist Xianzhen of Sima Ao. Dragons and serpents in the south? Is there truly a dragon in the southern kingdom? The 10 members queried in unison. The Southern Dipper Star Lord stroked his white beard and replied, in the southern kingdom, there exists a dragon pool cave, which seals a serpentine dragon. That dragon is none other than the Emperor Diyu, sealed within the dragon pool during his southern expedition to the Yashui River. Oh! The members sighed in unison. The dragon of the dragon pool is an ancient divine beast, its power formidable beyond measure. In those days, Emperor Diyu could only seal the dragon with the alliance of various deities. Relying solely on your strength tomorrow, it may prove challenging to subdue the dragon. Perhaps I, along with the Southern Dipper Star Lord, should accompany you to assist in the endeavor, suggested the Lord of Fortune and Longevity. Sima Ao harbored similar sentiments. Subdue the dragon? I wish to join, exclaimed Princess Jin Yang, her excitement palpable at the thought of such an adventure. However, Sima Ao firmly opposed the notion of allowing Princess Jin Yang to partake in the perilous task of subduing the dragon, for it was no trivial matter. Princess Jin Yang, indignant, retorted, as a princess of the celestial clan, why should I be denied the opportunity to contribute to my people? Subduing the dragon is fraught with danger. Should anything happen to the princess, we would bear the brunt of the heavenly lord's wrath, Sima Ao cautioned. Indeed, Sister, taming the dragon is no game. It would be wiser for you to remain at the Xuanjin Taoist temple and await our return, urged Fairies Island and Dongfang Yue in unison. Princess Jinyang discerned their motives. They cloaked their objections in the guise of her princely status, but in truth, they viewed her as a hindrance. No, she could not allow others to perceive her as ineffectual. With a resolute tone, Princess Jinyang asserted, accidents? There are so many of us going to subdue the dragon. It is not as though I alone will be there. How could there possibly be an accident? If that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to protect the princess, offered Xiao Siming, advocating for Princess Jinyang's involvement. Princess Jinyang, dismissive of Xiao Siming's concern, pouted and declared, "Who needs your protection? This princess can manage on her own." To which Xiao Miao retorted with biting sarcasm, "What can you manage? You couldn't even pass the written exam." His words struck deep, leaving Princess Jinyang momentarily speechless with embarrassment. In her desperation, she turned to the god of longevity for assistance, employing her charming and endearing demeanor. Unable to resist her allure, the god of longevity replied, "Perhaps it would be wise to allow the princess to accompany us, as it may serve her well for her personal growth." Given his esteemed status as a patriarch, akin to Xiao Miao's great-grandfather, his endorsement for Princess Jinyang was significant. Reluctantly, Xiao Miao consented to let her join their venture. With time of the essence, the celestial beings hastily departed for the southern kingdom. In the span of a single incense stick's burning, they arrived at Yuzhou City, only to find the city gates wide open, devoid of guards. An influx of refugees, fleeing the flood, poured into the city with their families in tow. What calamity had befallen them? The group pondered anxiously. Xiao Miao approached an elderly man fleeing the deluge and inquired, "Good sir, what grave event has transpired that has compelled so many to seek refuge in Yuzhou?" "Young man, you must understand, the southern kingdom is on the brink of being submerged by floods. It would be prudent for you to avoid Yindu," the elder urged, his voice laden with concern. Upon hearing that Yinqing had been engulfed by water, Dongfang Yue's face paled in terror as she pressed the elder. "And what of the ruler of the southern kingdom?" Dongfang Yue murmured, "I did not expect this southern monarch to be a fearless sovereign." Upon learning of the dire predicament facing Yinqing, the celestial beings hastened their journey, moving with the swiftness of shooting stars. Upon reaching Yinqing, the ravages of the deluge were starkly apparent. Landslides, collapsed structures, and an expanse of water stretched as far as the eye could see, macabrely dotted with countless corpses. The imperial palace of Yinqing was half submerged, prompting the assembled officials to implore the monarch of the southern kingdom to evacuate the city without delay, emphasizing the importance of survival. The queen and concubines, amidst tears and lamentations, also entreated the sovereign to flee. The king, his face ashen, waved a dismissive hand, stating, "Flee, and from this moment forward, you shall be free." Bereft of hope, the southern kingdom's ruler ascended the city tower, his heart lacerated by the sight of his dominion, once secured through countless lives, now transformed into a boundless sea. He saw Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao as his last beacon of salvation. The immortals arrived at the Dragon Pool, a place encircled by towering mountains and churning waves, deeply shaded and lush, where the dragon stirred the clouds. As they prepared the dragon-subduing formation, a group of masked figures ambushed them, encircling the immortals. These figures, significantly outnumbering the immortals, were prepared for a battle of life and death. Unexpectedly, their intent was not immediate combat, but rather to stall for time, allowing the dragon to summon storms. "A plot. This is a plot," bellowed the god of fortune and longevity. "God of literature, disengage. Take your members and subdue the dragon, the southern dipper star, and I will hold them here." Seeing their strategy falter, the masked figures attempted to impede Sima Ao and his group from subduing the dragon. The southern dipper star swiftly erected a barrier, blocking their advance. Sima Ao leaped gracefully onto the head of the dragon, wielding the jade dragon fan to strike down upon it. The dragon, taken aback by this sudden assault, felt a painful dizziness and roared with fury. With a mighty toss of its head, it flung Sima Ao Tenjong away, sending him crashing into the marsh. Just as Sima Ao attempted to rise from the mire, the dragon's tail lashed out with force, propelling all the members another Tenjong into the swamp. Princess Jinyang fortuitously landed atop Sima Ao, further muddying him, rendering him akin to a figure sculpted from clay. It appeared that the dragon had grown wary after receiving Sima Ao's blow, making it challenging to approach it again. With this thought in mind, Sima Ao scrambled up from the marsh and, with a determined leap, seized one of the dragon's whiskers. The whisker was a source of discomfort, inciting the dragon to thrash violently, desperately attempting to shake Sima Ao loose. Just as Sima Ao managed to secure his grip on the whisker, Dongfang Yue also successfully climbed onto the dragon's back. The dragon, now in a state of panic, raised its formidable tail, seeking to flee. However, Xiao Shiming and the other members quickly formed the dragon suppression formation, encircling the dragon tightly. Yet, being an ancient divine beast, the dragon was not easily subdued. In a fit of rage, it summoned a tempest. Instantly, the sky over the southern lands darkened, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain fell like thunder, as if the dragon intended to upend the heavens in its fury. The dragon suppression formation, hindered by the storm, lost its potency. With a thunderous roar, the dragon unleashed a powerful whirlwind, drawing Sima Ao into its maw, intent on swallowing him whole. At the moment when Sima Ao's life hung by a thread, Dongfang Yu wielded the white oblivion sword, striking at the spine of the dragon. A fierce white light erupted from the sword, severing the dragon's backbone. With a pained groan, the dragon expelled Sima Ao, who had been caught in its throat, sending him tumbling into the marsh below. The young deity swiftly arranged the dragon suppression formation with the other members, successfully sealing the dragon within the mire. Chapter 26. The banquet having finally sealed the dragon. The torrential rains in the southern kingdom ceased, and the floods gradually receded, allowing the people to return to a life of peace and stability. The survival of Yin Kingdom amid the deluge was largely due to the assistance of Sima Ao and Dongfang Yu. In gratitude, the sovereign of the southern kingdom decided to host a grand banquet to honor Sima Ao, Dongfang Yu, and their companions. The celestial beings arrived at the banquet hall, which was adorned with intricate carvings and opulent architecture, with furnishings crafted from sandalwood. The tables were meticulously arranged with tea and delicacies, alongside an array of 4 fresh fruits, 4 dried fruits, and 4 candied treats. The banquet was ready, and the celestial guests were simply required to take their seats. Attending the feast were not only the celestial beings, but also ministers of the 3rd rank and above, as well as favored concubines, including the empress. Among the concubines present were Meng Shufei and Zhao Liang. On this day, Meng Shufei donned a flowing gown of pale yellow, draped with a shawl embroidered with lotus flowers. Her hair was elegantly pinned up with a delicate magnolia hairpin, and she wore a subtle smile that seemed to dance at the corners of her mouth. Greeting Dongfang Yu with a respectful demeanor, the sovereign of the southern kingdom sat upon a gilded throne, raised his cup, and began, "I, on behalf of the people of the southern kingdom, extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the celestial beings present. Haha, how fortunate I am to meet such esteemed guests today, truly a blessing beyond measure." Upon concluding his words, the sovereign of the southern kingdom commanded the commencement of the feast. As the palace maidens and eunuchs diligently presented an array of exquisite delicacies, the banquet unfolded in grandeur. The feast boasted a staggering 380 dishes, with 200 of them being cold and hot dishes, 100 desserts, and 80 varieties of soups. The dining ware was crafted from fine blue and white porcelain, while the wine was served in silver 3-legged goblets. During their time in the northern kingdom, Dongfang Yue and her companions had heard tales from the common folk about the southern kingdom's wealth, despite its low-lying terrain. It appeared that these tales held truth. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, and the guests engaged in lively conversation, creating an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie. Naturally, music and dance were integral to the festivities, and this time, the sovereign of the southern kingdom had specially invited the talented Zhao Liangren to perform. It was said that Zhao Liangren was a virtuoso, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as being an exceptional dancer, captivating the southern sovereign with her graceful movements. Adorned in a simple dress embellished with butterflies poised to take flight, and draped in a delicate white veil, Zhao Liangren made her entrance at the banquet. She first bowed in reverence to the sovereign, and then greeted the assembly before commencing her dance. With a form as light as a swallow, she moved with the gentleness of a breeze, evoking a sense of ethereal grace, while the flowing white veil danced around her, accentuating her delicate waist. Upon completing her performance, Zhao Liangren bowed once more to the audience before gracefully retreating. After the banquet, the sovereign of the southern kingdom, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Esteemed deities, may I ask how long the sealing of the dragon will endure? Will it be for 500 years? If the 500-year-old dragon breaks free from its seal once more, our great southern kingdom shall face dire consequences." Before the southern king could finish his sentence, Dongfang Yue rose swiftly, her sword drawn, exuding an air of grace and valor. Your Majesty, you need not worry. The dragon's lineage has been severed by my white oblivion sword. It shall take millennia for it to break free from its bonds. The Southern King gazed at Dongfang Yue, lost in thought, his eyes reflecting a hint of enchantment. He mused quietly to himself, if only she were not a celestial being. After the banquet, the Southern King graciously invited Sima Ao and Dongfang Yue, along with their companions, to linger a few more days within the imperial palace. He had prepared 3 separate palaces for the celestial guests. The Southern Dipper Star Lord and the Longevity Star Lord resided in one, Sima Ao, the lesser deity of destiny. And all members of the Destiny Division occupied another, while the trio of Dongfang Yue, the Xylan Fairy, and Princess Jinyang shared the third. At long last, the 3 sisters, Dongfang Yue, the Xylan Fairy, and Princess Jinyang, rejoiced in their shared abode. Upon entering the palace, they embraced each other with laughter and joy. It was Princess Jinyang's first descent to the mortal realm, her inaugural stay in a terrestrial palace. Although the earthly palace could not rival the grandeur of the heavenly abodes, it was nevertheless splendid, adorned with golden brilliance and intricate carvings. As Princess Jinyang caressed her bed, she expressed her satisfaction, exclaiming, "How delightful! A sandalwood bed, pink drapes, and a room filled with antiquity." The Xylan Fairy chuckled. "Then let our dear Jinyang rest easy. We shall take our leave." "Not so fast. It is a rare opportunity for us 3 sisters to be together. Let us share the night in companionship," Princess Jinyang insisted. Pulling Dongfang Yue with her left hand and the Xylan Fairy with her right, her voice sweetly coaxing. The Xylan Fairy glanced at Dongfang Yue, silently inquiring her thoughts on the matter. Dongfang Yue glanced at the bed and remarked, "Princess, will it not be too small for 3 of us to sleep here?" Princess Jinyang widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Sister, how can you still call me princess? While we were in the heavenly realm, it was one thing. But here in the mortal palace, you continue to address me that way. Sister, do you truly regard me as your sister?" This unexpected inquiry left Dongfang Yue momentarily stunned. And after a long pause, she stammered, "Princess, no, Jinyang, I mean. Jinyang's sister." The various titles had thoroughly confounded her. Fairy Xylan chuckled softly and said, "Oh dear, let us not allow these so-called palace rules and titles to tarnish the bond of our sisterhood." Dongfang Yue replied, "But my status is different from that of a sister. If we do not adhere to the proper hierarchy, we may invite gossip. I am a princess. Who would dare speak ill? Whoever does shall have their tongue cut out," Princess Jinyang retorted. "No, we must still adhere to the palace etiquette when outside. It prevents unnecessary troubles," Fairy Xylan advised. "Then let it be so. In the presence of outsiders, you may call me princess, but among ourselves, we shall refer to each other as sisters." Xylan smiled. "Very well, then tonight we shall all sleep together." The next morning, Fairy Xylan rose earliest. Feeling a bit restless, she stepped out of the palace and noticed a few physicians entering Zhao Yang's chamber. "What has happened? Is it something serious? I must go take a look," she said. And with that, she proceeded towards Zhao Yang's quarters, where she fortuitously encountered the ruler of the Southern Kingdom. The Fairy Xylan bowed respectfully to the sovereign of the Southern Kingdom, who returned the gesture and inquired, "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed fairy. Where do you intend to go?" Upon hearing that the beloved Zhao was unwell, Xylan humbly offered her modest knowledge of medicine, asking if the sovereign might allow her to take a look. The sovereign, pleased, replied, "Of course, esteemed fairy, please." At that moment, the royal physician was examining Zhao's pulse. While Zhao lay in bed, moaning in agony, peering through the bed curtains, Fairy Xylan discerned that Zhao's complexion resembled that of ash, indicating a grave illness. "What affliction does the beloved Zhao suffer from?" the sovereign inquired. "A peculiar ailment," the physician responded. "What sort of peculiar ailment?" the sovereign pressed anxiously. "This. My medical knowledge is limited. I am yet unaware of the nature of the affliction," the physician stammered nervously. Chapter 27. The venomous curse. What? Even you cannot identify the illness? How can you call yourself a physician? The sovereign spoke with harsh indignation. The physician, trembling at the thought of impending doom, pleaded, "My skills are inadequate, Your Majesty, please show mercy." The sovereign sighed deeply and commanded, "Leave." The physician, taken aback by the unexpected reprieve, retreated with utmost trepidation. Standing beside him, Fairy Xylan performed a respectful bow and addressed the sovereign. "Might I take a look at Zhao?" "Your assistance is greatly appreciated, esteemed fairy," the sovereign responded joyfully. Fairy Xylan lifted the bed curtains and carefully examined Zhao's countenance. In just one day, the once enchanting Zhao had transformed into this wretched state. Her gaze was vacant, her complexion dull and ashen, and her thin lips tinged with purple. At this moment, Zhao Liangren was in great distress, groaning painfully, his emotions in a state of disarray. The fairy Xylan once again took his pulse, and it was indeed chaotic and erratic. The sovereign of the southern kingdom, observing the increasingly grave expression on Xylan's face, asked in astonishment, "Fairy, is there something amiss?" "The ailment afflicting Zhao Liangren can only be remedied by your great shaman," Xylan replied. This revelation caused the sovereign's brows to furrow in understanding. Zhao Liangren had fallen victim to a sinister poison. The notorious Gu poison from the witch tribe was both infamous and terrifying, for only those of the witch clan possessed the antidote. "Bring forth the great shaman at once," commanded the sovereign sternly. "Yes, your majesty." A young eunuch hurried off to summon him. Moments later, the great shaman arrived, panting heavily. He gazed in bewilderment. "Why has your majesty summoned me with such urgency?" The sovereign, with a fierce flick of his sleeve, replied coldly, "Great shaman, please examine Zhao Liangren's pulse." The shaman noted the sovereign's face, contorted with barely contained fury, and then turned to the sharp-eyed Xylan. Finally, he glanced at the ailing Zhao Liangren lying on the bed, and immediately discerned that he had been poisoned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the shaman declared, "I shall obey." After uttering these words, he approached the bedside to assess Zhao Liangren's pulse. Upon doing so, he was so horrified that he knelt down in fear, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, spare me. This is beyond my control." The sovereign, with an urgent and fierce tone, insisted, "Great shaman, you must provide the antidote for Zhao Liangren's poison today, and also identify the perpetrator behind this treachery. If Zhao Liangren meets with misfortune, I shall demand the lives of your entire clan as recompense." The grand sorcerer stumbled to his knees and replied, "Yes, your majesty. I shall procure an antidote for Zhao Liangren at once." After the grand sorcerer departed, the sovereign of the southern kingdom praised the fairy Xylan, saying, "The healing prowess of a celestial being is indeed remarkable. One glance suffices to discern that my beloved has been ensnared by a poisonous curse." Xylan, being a practitioner of the celestial arts, possessed some knowledge of sorcery and, naturally, had a slight understanding of witchcraft. The fairy Xylan humbly responded, then, "With the wisdom of the celestial, can you discern who is responsible?" The sovereign of the southern kingdom inquired. "As practitioners of the celestial arts, we are forbidden from meddling in courtly affairs, and as for the identity of the culprit, the sovereign of the southern kingdom ought to have his own suspicions, though he may choose not to disclose them." The sovereign let out a deep sigh and began to ponder. He realized that he had been overly indulgent towards concubine Ming over the years, and apart from her, he could conceive of no other suspect. The grand sorcerer promptly summoned the 4 clan elders, the wood sorcerer, the gold sorcerer, the water sorcerer, and the fire sorcerer. He informed them of the matter regarding Zhao Liangren's poisoning and commanded the elders to unearth the perpetrator within 3 days. The grand sorcerer also relayed the sovereign's ominous decree to the elders. Should they fail to identify the poisoner, the entire clan would face annihilation. Except for the wood sorcerer, the other 3 elders were left pale with fright. They understood well that while the royal family heavily relied on the sorceress clan, they also harbored deep-seated fears of them. Should the royal family exploit this incident to eradicate the sorcerers, their clan would be faced with an unavoidable calamity. I have consistently urged you to refrain from involving yourselves in royal politics, yet you have chosen to ignore my counsel. Our sorceress clan is no longer in its former glory, the grand sorcerer lamented. Our clan of sorcerers fled from the north to the south, and it was with great difficulty that we gained the favor of the southern king. Why should we not seize sovereignty and establish an era of great sorcery? The emaciated elder of the wood sorcerers exclaimed indignantly. "So, you are the one who unleashed the poison?" the grand sorcerer demanded furiously. The slender wood sorcerer elder replied with an air of solemnity, "Indeed, it was I. If the grand sorcerer wishes to hand me over, I shall not resist. All my actions are aimed at restoring the glory of our great sorcery." Wood sorcerer, you are mistaken. Do you not comprehend the reason behind the relentless pursuit of our clan by the royal family, and why we have been entrusted with such responsibilities? It is because they regard our extraordinary abilities with admiration. Yet, they also fear our powers. Should they secure the realm, they would extinguish our clan without mercy. Shall we, then, sit idly by and await our demise? The water sorcerer elder, the gold sorcerer elder, and the fire sorcerer elder asked in unison. The Grand Sorcerer, after a long silence, finally spoke. If we do not surrender someone, will the entire clan be forced to pay the ultimate price? We, the entire clan, are willing to fight. The Wood Sorcerer Elder declared vehemently. Fight? How shall we fight? The entirety of our clan barely numbers 1,000, the Grand Sorcerer rebuked. But we possess extraordinary abilities, and we may not necessarily lose against the royal family, the Wood Sorcerer Elder asserted with unwavering confidence. Do not forget, the royal family is currently protected by celestial beings. Even with our extraordinary skills, we cannot defy the heavenly order. The Wood Sorcerer Elder became increasingly anxious, fearing, Grand Sorcerer. You are indeed considering handing me over. Grand Sorcerer, you cannot surrender, the Wood Sorcerer Elder implored the Water Sorcerer Elder, the Gold Sorcerer Elder, and the Fire Sorcerer Elder in unison. Exchanging the lives of one's own kin for that of the clan leader, though undeniably despicable, is indeed an effective strategy. The Water Elder, the Wood Elder, the Gold Elder, and the Fire Elder all concurred. 3 days later, Dongfang Yuer, Princess Jinyang, and Fairies Island received an invitation from the Empress of the Southern Kingdom to attend a flower-viewing gathering in the Imperial Garden. This so-called gathering was merely a leisure event for the palace concubines to engage in idle chatter. However, Dongfang Yuer, Fairies Island, and Princess Jinyang were not ordinary mortals, nor were they residents of the palace. Thus, they found such frivolities exceedingly dull. Before the flower viewing could conclude, the three of them sought an audience with the Empress to take their leave. What perplexed Dongfang Yuer during the gathering was the sight of all the concubines adorned in vibrant finery, delighting in the blossoms of the imperial garden. Yet the imposing Meng Shu Fei was conspicuously absent. Upon inquiry, they learned that Meng Shu Fei had been cast into the cold palace by the southern monarch 3 days prior for poisoning and framing Zhao Liangren, and the crown prince had been handed over to the empress. To their astonishment, the palace had undergone a dramatic upheaval in just 3 days. Dongfang Yuer felt that the court was rife with turmoil and found it far more enjoyable to be outside its confines. Meanwhile, the Southern Dipper Star Lord and the Star Lord of Longevity, wishing to avoid trailing behind the youth, chose to remain within the palace. Bored, they began a game of chess. Just as their match became engrossing, a melodious female voice greeted them. Zhao Liangren approached the two celestial beings. The Southern Dipper Star Lord and the Star Lord of Longevity lifted their gazes to the lady and smiled gently, inquiring, "Are you not the one who performed a dance just a few days ago?" "Indeed, esteemed sirs, you possess keen eyesight. Do you still remember this humble girl?" She replied with a chuckle. "Of course I remember. The grace of the Empress's dance is truly enchanting." The God of Longevity smiled as he remarked. Chapter 28. Return my husband. Old Longevity, where do you think you can escape this time? The Southern Dipper Star Lord said with a triumphant smile. Old Southern Dipper, do not be so complacent. With that, the God of Longevity picked up a white piece, shifting from offense to a stealthy assault from the left, circumventing the Southern Dipper's black pieces. You think you can evade me, Old Longevity? The Southern Dipper Star Lord surrounded the left-flanking white piece with all his black pieces. The God of Longevity became frantic and retorted, Old Southern Dipper, considering our long-standing friendship, must you pursue me to the bitter end? The Southern Dipper Star Lord coldly scoffed. What does friendship matter? On the battlefield, it is either your demise or my survival. You, Old Southern Dipper, if you show no mercy, do not expect me to be just. With those words, the God of Longevity launched a counterattack. As the Southern Dipper surrounded the God of Longevity's left white piece with all his black pieces, the God of Longevity stealthily advanced one white piece across the river. It was only then that the Southern Dipper Star Lord comprehended he had fallen into the trap set by the God of Longevity, a tactic known as casting a brick to attract jade. The God of Longevity had deliberately sacrificed the left white piece to lure the Southern Dipper into believing he intended to launch a surprise attack, whereas his true objective lay with the piece ahead. Zhao Liangren observed the match between the Southern Dipper Star Lord and the God of Longevity, along with their recent exchange, feeling as though he were a mere pawn on the board. The agony of poison felt like a piercing through the bone, an inescapable torment that left Zhao Liangren in a perpetual state of dread. He had gained insight into life and the intrigues of the harem, perceiving the fade of false affections and deceit, yet he found himself compelled to exist within this blood-soaked realm. Meng Shufei and Zhao Liangren entered the palace on the same day, thus forming a sisterly bond. Both were favored by the monarch of the Southern Kingdom and chosen to serve him. However, Meng Shufei was luckier than Zhao Liangren. She conceived the monarch's offspring within the same month of her service, allowing her to surpass Zhao Liangren and ascend to the rank of Shufei. With her newfound status, Meng Shufei became arrogant, ruthlessly eliminating her rivals in the harem, yet she maintained a semblance of friendship with Zhao Liangren. Zhao Liangren, believing that their sisterly bond would protect her from Meng Shufei's wrath, was blindsided when Meng Shufei conspired with the elder Mu Wu to cast a curse upon her. Realizing that survival in the harem demanded a protective shield, Zhao Liangren lamented her humble origins and the absence of power to secure such protection. In desperation, she knelt before the Southern Dipper Star Lord and the Longevity Star Lord, pleading, "I beseech you, noble sages, to illuminate my path." The Longevity Star Lord scrutinized Zhao Liangren before inquiring, "What is it that you seek?" "I desire nothing more than a lifetime of safety, if it pleases you." Zhao Liangren timidly replied. The Southern Dipper Star Lord stroked his white beard thoughtfully and said, "I can indeed offer you guidance, but ultimately, your fate lies in your own hands. Sages, I humbly ask for your direction." Zhao Liangren insisted with a bow. "You shall find safety in the city of Yuzhou, which can guarantee you a lifetime of peace," proclaimed the Southern Dipper Star Lord as he adjusted his beard. Zhao Liangren, somewhat bewildered, expressed her gratitude before the two celestial beings took their leave. True to their counsel, Zhao Liangren resolved to heed their advice and journey to Yuzhou. 2 months later, Zhao Liangren found herself with child, bearing the offspring of the Southern Kingdom's sovereign. The bustling streets of Yinqing were alive with noise and vibrancy, filled with a throng of people jostling shoulder to shoulder. Merchants called out loudly, while the citizens of Yinqing leisurely strolled, contentedly selecting their wares. The splendor here rendered it difficult to imagine that just days prior, the area had been engulfed in a vast flood. "Oh, how splendid the mortal realm is! So distinct from the heavenly palace," one remarked. "Indeed, just days ago, this place was a sea of water, and now there is no trace of the deluge. Do not let the allure of this grandeur ensnare you," Sima Ao cautioned as he noticed the members captivated by the opulence around them. "Fear not, Lord of Literature. We remain unfazed by the glimmer of the mortal world," the members responded affirmatively. "Hey, do you know where those 3 women have gone?" Sima Ao glanced around and noted that Dongfang Yuer, Xylan Fairy, and Princess Jinyang had seemingly vanished. "I see them. They are over there." He pointed towards a nearby establishment, Yihong Courtyard. The group turned to follow his gesture, spotting the trio standing at the entrance of Yihong Courtyard, staring blankly at the sign. Unbeknownst to them, the men passing by were eyeing them with lewd interest, some even drooling. Heavens! What could these 3 women possibly seek at Yihong Courtyard? Do they not realize it is a place frequented by men? The initial response of each member was to rush to take their respective companions away. Xylan Fairy, for instance, was pulled away by others, while Sima Ao's instinct was to grasp Dongfang Yuer's hand and lead her away. Similarly, Xiao Siming hastened to seize the hand of Princess Jinyang, drawing her along. Sima Ao swiftly approached Dongfang Yuer, and without uttering a word, he took hold of her hand and began to pull her away. Caught in a daze, Dongfang Yuer was still gazing at the sign of Yihong Courtyard when Sima Ao whisked her away. Meanwhile, Princess Jinyang, similarly entranced by the sign, found herself seized by Xiao Siming and dragged along as well. In a fit of rage, she shouted, "Xiao Siming, how dare you pull me, a princess?" At the entrance of Yihong Courtyard, the alluring courtesans, enchanted by Sima Ao's striking appearance, flocked to him, tugging at his sleeve to prevent his departure. "Oh, this young master is truly handsome," they exclaimed in unison. "Now that you've reached our doorstep, why not step inside Yihong Courtyard for some amusement? We have plenty of charming young ladies who are sure to please you." The Madam of Yihong Courtyard, recognizing Sima Ao's distinguished demeanor and the exquisite jade fan he held, immediately deduced that he must belong to a wealthy family. She discreetly signaled to the 3 courtesans. One, clad in red and possessing an alluring figure, cooed, "Young master, come in and allow us to serve you." Sima Ao, contemplating that Dongfang Yuer was masquerading as his wife, mused that perhaps these courtesans would indeed let him be. The group of courtesans clung to Sima Ao's sleeves, refusing to let go, while one who referred to herself as Yin Ji went so far as to caress Sima Ao's handsome face, unable to restrain herself. Casting a derisive glance at Dongfang Yuer, she sneered, "Oh, this withered and emaciated woman dares to aspire to such an exquisite gentleman. You should cast her aside, for I am the one truly deserving of your affections." With that, the self-proclaimed Yinji forcefully shoved Dongfang Yuer away from Sima Ao's side. It was Dongfang Yuer's first experience in the mortal realm, where she had believed all women to be modest and well-mannered. Yet today, she encountered these brazen courtesans, whose provocative antics were shocking. Angrily, she glared at them as they flirted and seduced Sima Ao. The sight of Sima Ao engaging with them was infuriating. Unable to endure it any longer, Dongfang Yuer drew her white oblivion sword and declared assertively, "Who dares to covet my husband? Today, I shall let her experience the might of this blade." With a flourish, she unleashed a flurry of sword moves, and in mere moments, the red garments of the self-styled Yanji were rendered into tatters. The gleaming edge of the white oblivion sword passing so close to her sent the courtesan trembling in fear. "My lady, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable," Sima Ao exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Dongfang Yuer, consumed by a tempest of fury, shot him a sharp glance and retorted, "Who is your lady?" Sima Ao, seemingly incredulous, took her hand and, as they walked, chided, "Who was it just moments ago that cried out for her husband?" Chapter 29. Rouge. The retort from Sima Ao caused Dongfang Yuer's anger to dissipate instantaneously. Alas, Sima Ao must have misunderstood. She reflected that her earlier urgency to rescue him had prompted that remark. A blush crept across Dongfang Yuer's face as she awkwardly smiled and clarified, "I only said that because I wanted to save you." Despite her evident jealousy, which she adamantly refused to acknowledge, Sima Ao found Dongfang Yuer increasingly perplexing. As they reached the corner of the street, they encountered Princess Jinyang, who was tugging at Xiao Shiming's ear while scolding him loudly. "Xiao Shiming, how bold you are! The princess is delicate and frail. Dragging me along so forcefully feels as though my arm might snap. Do you not realize?" Xiao Shiming stood there in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how he had not even pulled the princess's arm. Cough, 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 Brother Ao. The moment Princess Jinyang laid eyes on Sima Ao, her previous irritation transformed into radiant joy, and she rushed forward to embrace him. Sima Ao hastily stepped back, while Dongfang Yuer, feeling awkward, discreetly distanced herself. "Princess, why do you always bully Xiao Shiming? Just because he is docile does not warrant such treatment." Sima Ao defended Xiao Shiming. "Bully him? He is the one bullying me. He nearly crushed my hand." Princess Jinyang exclaimed, her expression one of grievance as she lifted her sleeve for Sima Ao to see. Sima Ao glanced down and noticed a bruise, yet it hardly justified the vitriolic reprimand directed at Xiao Shiming. It appeared that Princess Jinyang's entitlement was only bearable for Xiao Shiming. "Ah, so it is you both here." In truth, it was only the celestial maidens Dongfang Yuer, Princess Jinyang, and Fairy Xylan who took delight in procuring earthly trinkets, while the male immortals merely observed. "You have wandered the streets for an entire day. Why have you yet to make a purchase?" Sima Ao inquired, perplexed. "I intended to buy something. However, I was dragged along by you all and ended up with nothing." Dongfang Yuer replied, casting a reproachful glance at Sima Ao. Dingxiang and Yuzhu were celestial maidens elevated from the mortal realm by the Eastern Emperor, well-versed in the curiosities of the earthly world. Yet, Dongfang Yuer, being a natural-born celestial being who had never descended to the mortal realm, was unfamiliar with the concept of rouge. At that moment, Yuzhu and Dingxiang had not adequately explained that rouge was a cosmetic, merely stating it was something for girls. Thus, Dongfang Yuer was entirely unaware of its purpose or where one might procure it. In private, Dongfang Yuer had inquired with both Fairy Xylan and Princess Jinyang about the nature of rouge, but neither could elucidate its significance. Mortal women typically adorned themselves with blush and powders, but celestial beings required none of these. Their beauty was enhanced by pure dew and the enchantments of celestial arts. Fairy Xylan, born of the celestial realm and never having set foot in the mortal world, could not possibly know what rouge was. As for Princess Jinyang, she was accustomed to using only the rarest treasures of the immortal realm and had likewise never descended to the mortal plane, rendering her equally ignorant of rouge. As Dongfang Yuer, Fairy Xylan, and Princess Jinyang strolled past the establishment known as Yihong Courtyard, they heard the persistent calls of patrons for the Rouge Maidens. The three maidens halted, staring in bewilderment at the sign of Yihong Courtyard, contemplating whether it might indeed be the very place to procure rouge. Yet, why does Yihong Courtyard see so many men coming and going, while several enchanting and flirtatious women linger at the entrance? What purpose do these women serve? Before Dongfang Yuer, Xylan Fairy, and Jinyang Princess could ponder the matter, they were pulled away by Sima Ao and others. The male immortals, witnessing the trio's naive gaze fixed on the sign of a home courtyard, burst into hearty laughter, realizing that they were simply there to purchase rouge. Sima Ao laughed even harder, playfully tapping Dongfang Yue's head with his jade fan, exclaiming, "Silly girl, why didn't you ask me about buying rouge? I frequently accompany my master to the mortal realm. There isn't a single thing I am unaware of." This only incited more laughter from Sima Ao and the group of male immortals. He continued, "It seems I truly must take you to discover what rouge is." With that, Sima Ao led Dongfang Yue to procure some rouge, and the others eagerly followed to join in the merriment. Sima Ao guided Dongfang Yue to a small stall selling rouge, where an array of beautiful and exquisite boxes filled with various shades of powder was displayed. Dongfang Yue exclaimed, "Heavens! So this is what rouge looks like." She selected 4 colors: pink, bright red, pale yellow, and light blue. Xylan Fairy, noticing Dongfang's excitement, leaned in to choose a box of purple. Jinyang Princess, captivated by these delightful novelties, exclaimed, "So these beautiful boxes are indeed rouge. It makes sense, after all. Girls are simply drawn to such lovely trinkets." Beside her, Xiao Siming smiled with pursed lips and remarked, "Your Highness, rouge refers to the powder within the box. On the day of their wedding, women of the mortal realm adorn their faces with this powder to enhance their beauty." "Is that so? Then I must purchase some," exclaimed Princess Jinyang, as she placed the remaining rouge into her satchel and called out loudly, "Shopkeeper, I shall take all this rouge. How much does it cost?" Xiao Siming, alarmed, interjected, "Your Highness, this rouge is not edible. There is no need for so much. A few shades that you fancy will suffice." Princess Jinyang playfully winked at Xiao Siming and whispered, "This princess desires what she wishes. Your opinion is irrelevant." With a flourish, Princess Jinyang generously offered a luminous pearl to the rouge vendor, who beamed with delight, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to encounter such a distinguished customer today. Xiao Siming felt a pang of sympathy for Princess Jinyang. The mere rouge, though trivial, cost merely 10 taels of silver, while a single pearl could purchase the entirety of Yinqing Street. Xiao Siming contemplated intervening but hesitated, for the princess's charming capriciousness resembled a thorny little rose. She cherished this prickly flower in her palm, unwilling to let go even if it pricked her hand. Chapter 30. Return to the Heavenly Palace 10 days later. Taichin Palace remained unchanged, still exuding an air of tranquility and elegance. Ahem. Dongfang Yue feigned a cough, while Yuzhu and Dingxiang yawned, only to fall back into slumber. "Well, you 2 sluggards sleep soundly." Dongfang Yue resolved to cough even louder, and sure enough, Yuzhu and Dingxiang were roused from their dreams. Dingxiang and Yuzhu squinted their eyes into narrow slits, tilting their heads back as they rubbed their eyes, inquiring, "Who is it?" Dingxiang and Yuzhu, both serving as maids to Dongfang Yue, affectionately referred to one another as sisters, a testament to Dongfang Yue's kind-hearted nature. Dongfang Yue was not particularly fond of being attended to, nor did she appreciate being addressed as mistress by Yuzhu and Dingxiang. The 2 maids, being slightly younger than Dongfang Yue, found it endearing to call her sister. In truth, Dongfang Yue had never regarded Dingxiang and Yuzhu as mere servants. They were more than willing to accept her as an elder sister, but due to palace etiquette, they only dared to do so in the absence of outsiders. "Sister, you have always been slender, but now you seem to have lost even more weight. You are becoming quite gaunt," Dingxiang exclaimed in alarm. "We must prepare an abundance of food for you so that you may regain your strength," Yuzhu chimed in nervously. Dongfang Yue, however, was indifferent to the concerns of weight, merely responding with a gentle smile at their anxiousness. "Isn't it true that those who cultivate immortality are often slender? How could one embody the ethereal grace of a celestial being without a lean physique?" Yet, Yuzhu added thoughtfully, "But it is indeed preferable for a sister to have a bit more flesh. Men typically favor women who are somewhat plumper. I suspect even Lord Wenchu would appreciate you more if you were a little fuller." Upon hearing the mention of Lord Wenchu, Dongfang Yue's heart skipped a beat, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Lowering her gaze, she playfully admonished, "Yuzhu, what nonsense are you spouting? There is nothing between Lord Wenchu and myself." Yuzhu showed no fear of Dongfang Yue and teased, "Sister, the Lord of Literature is not only handsome but also possesses an elegant demeanor, showing you great affection. Have you truly never considered your feelings?" Dongfang Yue's unusual demeanor startled both Dingxiang and Yuzhu, leaving them in a state of dazed bewilderment. "Heavens, why is this happening?" Dongfang Yue shook her head, silently admonishing herself to cease her wild imaginings. She tightly closed her eyes, yearning for slumber, yet, while her body lay upon the bed, her heart wandered elsewhere, consumed by the lingering image of Sima Ao. A wave of dread enveloped her, prompting her to wrap herself in the quilt, believing that by covering her head, the visage of Sima Ao would dissipate. Little did she realize that the more she sought to let go, the more her heart clung to thoughts of him. In that moment, Dongfang Yue truly understood the meaning of being unable to restrain one's feelings, tossing and turning in bed. Unable to find rest, Dongfang Yue resolved to rise and abandon sleep. She gently opened the window, whereupon she beheld the gardenias blooming and drifting softly to the ground. Inspired, she took up her brush and ink, inscribing upon a piece of white silk, "For whom do the gardenias bloom? For whom do the gardenias fall?" As she gazed at the drifting blossoms, a wave of drowsiness overtook her, and she unknowingly laid her head upon the table at the window, succumbing to sleep. Time passed unnoticed until Yuju knocked upon the door, calling, "Sister Yue, please open the door. I have brought you some pastries." It was only then that Dongfang Yue, still in a haze, rose to open the door, and indeed, Yuju had brought a plate of still warm pastries. Yuju placed the delicacies upon the table and noticed the piece of white silk, upon which were written 2 lines. Intrigued, Yuju inquired, "Sister Yue, what does this piece of silk say?" "Oh, sister, please enjoy the pastries while they are still warm." Dongfang Yue accepted the pastries handed to her by Yuju and took a gentle bite. Yuju, your pastries are truly delightful. Then I shall indulge a little more." Yuju replied. On the day of the official bestowment, the Taichin Palace was filled with exuberance as 30 selected members finally realized their dreams, being appointed as the current Star Lords of Destiny. During the ceremony, the Heavenly Sovereign and the Heavenly Empress unexpectedly graced the Taichin Palace, personally distributing the official attire to the 30 chosen members, leaving them in a state of astonishment. When the Heavenly Sovereign and Empress handed the official robes to Dongfang Yue, they felt a subtle tremor, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to someone they knew. The 30 Star Lords of Destiny carefully accepted their official garments, their faces beaming with joy, some eagerly unwrapping their attire. The official robe was a straight, dark green long gown with a round collar, complemented by a black and white patterned jade belt. Clad in their official robes, the 30 Star Lords of Destiny stood tall and proud, collectively expressing their gratitude to the heavens. The Heavenly Sovereign and Empress chuckled, "Esteemed Star Lords of Destiny, please rise. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as the Star Lords of Destiny." Of course, the ceremony included a series of speeches. Since Sima Ao was not a Star Lord of Destiny, the responsibility of delivering the address fell to the young Star Lord. Standing at the podium, the young Star Lord proclaimed, "You 30 selected members have worked tirelessly, overcoming numerous examinations and rigorous selections to fulfill your dreams. Now, you are the Star Lords of Destiny, entrusted with the fates and lives of beings across the 3 realms. You must adhere strictly to the teachings, diligently fulfill your duties, and never contravene the celestial decree. You must not alter the destiny records for personal gain, nor fabricate them at will, nor disrupt the balance of the 3 realms. Anyone who contravenes these regulations shall face reprimand, with lighter offenders banished to the mortal realm for trials, while more serious violations may lead to the removal from the office of fate and subsequent exile to the wilderness." On the first day of her appointment, Dongfang Yue recalled her father's banishment, which stirred feelings of resentment within her. Unbeknownst to her that fate would lead her down a similar path. The only ones aware of Dongfang Yue's lineage were the minor deity of fate and Sima Ao. Sima Ao, perceiving her anxiety, quietly approached her and softly reassured her, stating that there was no need for worry, as the words were not directed at her. Dongfang Yue steadied her mind, gradually calming her frantic emotions. The ceremony for the appointment of the deity of fate concluded, and Dongfang Yue realized her aspiration to become a deity of fate had been fulfilled. Dongfang Yue, alongside 30 newly appointed deities of fate, welcomed their first day of work. Their workplace was the record hall of the Taichin Palace. This hall, towering 7 stories high, featured red walls, azure bricks, and emerald tiles, surrounded by a magnificent golden aura that rendered it particularly grand, imposing, and dignified. The record hall stood as the crown jewel of the Taichin Palace, fortified by barriers that only the deities of fate could traverse. The entire structure was divided into 7 levels, each sectioned into 4 chambers designated by the cardinal directions: east, west, south, and north, with each chamber further divided into 3 to 5 rooms. Within these chambers and rooms were orderly bookcases, meticulously organized into wooden grids. Each grid could be gently pulled open, revealing the destiny records that governed the 3 realms. On the inaugural day of employment, there was indeed a training session. Led by Sue Siming, the esteemed instructor. Every newly appointed Star Lord of Destiny is under her tutelage. Stand tall and attentive. Today marks your first day at work. And it is imperative that you listen carefully and learn. What are the responsibilities of the Star Lords of Destiny? The seemingly austere Sue Siming began her instruction. It is revealed that the Star Lords of Destiny are categorized into 3 ranks: Siming, Shea Siming, and Dasiming. Siming is the entry-level rank, followed by Shea Siming, and culminating in Dasiming. The first step in compiling the Destiny Ledger involves understanding the concept of fate and its classifications. It becomes apparent that fate is stratified into 3 tiers: noble, wealthy; humble, ordinary; and base, ill-fated. The allocation of these 3 tiers is determined by one's actions in a previous life. For instance, if an individual committed numerous transgressions in a past existence, in this life, the Star Lord of Destiny may assign their fate to the 3rd tier, compelling them to atone. Conversely, it is also possible that divine providence recognizes their potential, thereby testing their resolve. In essence, individuals categorized within the 3 tiers of fate are not necessarily those who have erred in their past lives. If one has accumulated virtue and performed good deeds previously, the Star Lord of Destiny will designate their fate to the 1st tier in this life. However, if one has consistently committed wrongdoings and shows no remorse in this life, then in the next, the Star Lord of Destiny may relegate them to the path of beasts, stripping them of their humanity. Of course, the classification of fates can occasionally harbor discrepancies or instances of favoritism, albeit these are exceedingly rare. Within the Hall of Destiny, there are hundreds of Star Lords diligently engaged in their duties. What, one may wonder, occupies their daily endeavors? In truth, beyond compiling the Destiny Ledger, the Star Lords of Destiny are also tasked with descending to the mortal realm every 10 days, equivalent to 10 years in the human world, to conduct inspections. For the mortal realm is subject to the whims of fate. Meteorology pertains solely to natural phenomena, primarily focusing on energy. Energy exists in various forms: positive energy, negative energy, and malevolent energy. Meteorological conditions can disrupt the normal fluctuations of magnetic fields, and any impairment of these magnetic fields could jeopardize the entire ecological system. Once the biological system is compromised, the populace may succumb to panic. Such widespread anxiety can lead to unrest among nations. This turmoil, if exacerbated, may escalate into conflicts between countries, and the outbreak of war would plunge the world into chaos. This is the chain reaction at play. When disorder reigns, the meticulously crafted celestial records will inevitably falter, and the established order will follow suit. At that juncture, even divine intervention may prove futile. The celestial registrar descends to inspect the fluctuations of meteorological phenomena every 10 days, ensuring the smooth operation of the celestial records. In addition, the registrar is tasked with the organization of these records, a formidable challenge given the vastness of the 3 realms and the multitude of living beings. Thus, each celestial registrar has distinct responsibilities, and their roles naturally differ. Upon listening to Sue's exposition on the duties of the celestial registrars, Dongfang Yuer and the 30 new registrars grasped the gravity of their responsibilities in maintaining the order of the realm. Her father, having diligently ascended from a celestial registrar to the esteemed position of grand registrar, exemplified this commitment. Now, Dongfang Yuer comprehends her father's resolute approach. On their inaugural day, Dongfang Yuer and the 30 new registrars commenced their duties by dusting the wooden grids and neatly arranging the bamboo slips of the celestial records. Su assigned Dongfang Yuer and Shun to clean the highest floor, the 7th, leading her to ponder the logic behind such an arrangement. The immortals were unable to wield their celestial powers, rendering them no different from mortals. Consequently, Dongfang Yuer and Shun Dao were left with no choice but to ascend the 7th floor on foot. It is worth noting that climbing the 7 flights proved to be far more exhausting than subduing a dragon. Upon reaching the 7th floor, both were left breathless. Exhausted, Dongfang Yuer and Shun Dao found themselves seated on the floor for a brief respite. Shun Dao muttered, "I am utterly fatigued. On my very first day of duty, I am assigned to mop the floor. What a stroke of misfortune. Enough of the complaints. Let us get back to work." Dongfang Yuer said. brushing off the dust from her clothes in an effort to console her younger brother. Shun Dao elongated his tone and chuckled, "Very well. My dear Yuer sister." Together, Dongfang Yuer and Shun Dao ventured into the west wing. Goodness, how long had it been since this place had seen a thorough cleaning? The wooden grills and floor were shrouded in dust, and many of the wooden grills stood ajar, with numerous fate scrolls scattered about haphazardly. As Shun Dao had remarked, the misfortune of the first day on the job was indeed palpable. Dongfang Yuer casually picked up a scroll and opened it. Discovering that this was a repository for individuals steeped in sin, condemned by the star god of fate to the path of livestock. No wonder it had been neglected. Dongfang Yuer and Shun Dao worked diligently, swiftly tidying the central chamber and organizing the scattered fate scrolls. Being new to the task, Dongfang Yuer could only open each scroll one by one, attempting to categorize them based on their content. After the central chamber was restored to order, they proceeded to the east wing. To their dismay, the east wing was even more chaotic, with many scrolls missing. Dongfang Yuer picked up another scroll and opened it, exclaiming in realization, "Ah, these are the scrolls of cats and dogs. No wonder it is in such disarray." Sister Yuer, you question the significance of recording the fates of these insignificant creatures, suggesting that it would be more efficient to obliterate them entirely, thus alleviating us of further burdens. However, Brother Shun Dao, all beings possess life and spirit. If we were to eradicate these cats and dogs, what would become of the balance in the three realms? Without equilibrium, chaos would ensue in the order of existence. As she spoke, Dongfang Yuer picked up a bamboo scroll from the ground, glancing at it briefly before bursting into laughter. Curiously, Shun Dao inquired, "Sister Yuer, what is it that amuses you?" Dongfang Yuer replied, "This record speaks of a queen named Jiyu, who loathed cats in her previous life due to her being born under the sign of the rat, leading her to slaughter all cats in the mortal realm. One day, the emperor favored a concubine born under the sign of the tiger, and Jiyu, fearing that this tiger-born concubine was the embodiment of a cat intent on consuming her, plotted to eliminate her rival. Consequently, Jiyu murdered the tiger concubine and transformed her into a grotesque figure. After her demise, the tiger concubine summoned all feline souls to accuse Jiyu of her heinous crimes. As she narrated, Dongfang Yuer's voice faltered with emotion. Chapter 35. The scar of the celestial monarch Shun Dao, captivated by her tale, pressed on. What transpired next? Thus, Jiyu was banished by the great deity of fate to live as a cat for eternity, Dongfang Yuer divulged. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, Shun Dao, perplexed, questioned, "Is it not a relief that Jiyu, burdened by her transgressions, was condemned to such a fate? Why do you weep, Sister Yu?" Unbeknownst to Shun Dao, Dongfang Yuer, the daughter of the grand deity who had relegated Empress Jiyu to the status of a mere cat, could hardly comprehend the reason behind her tears. Dongfang Yuer, however, harbored no desire to divulge her lineage to her Navi brother. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she both wept and smiled, saying, "Empress Jiyu is deeply culpable. How could I shed tears for her? It is the plight of the magnificent grand deity Dongfang Shu that moves me to weep." The name Dongfang Shu seemed to stir something in Shun Dao's memory. Isn't this the very grand deity who was stripped of her title and exiled by the heavenly sovereign 300 years ago? He inquired. "Sister, I advise you to refrain from mourning for this grand deity. Should anyone catch wind of it and relay the news to the heavenly sovereign, it would spell trouble." "Why?" Dongfang Yuer pressed, perplexed. "Dear sister, you are unaware that this grand deity was dismissed from her position by the heavenly sovereign 3 centuries ago and cast into the wilds. It is said she dared to alter the celestial decree established by the sovereign, who harbors lingering resentment against her to this day. I am aware of this, yet I still believe the grand deity has been wronged. Surely there must have been compelling reasons for her actions. Shu, it is prudent not to voice such sentiments. Dear Yuer, should the heavenly sovereign learn of your thoughts, you would find yourself in dire straits. Why can I speak of it? It has been 300 years. Why does the heavenly sovereign still harbor animosity towards the grand deity? I cannot say for certain. I have only heard whispers that grand deity is a sensitive subject for the heavenly sovereign. A scar? Dongfang Yuer's confusion deepened. How could my father be a scar for the heavenly sovereign? Unable to withstand Dongfang Yuer's relentless inquiries, Shun Dao divulged all that he knew. 3 centuries ago, the heavenly sovereign descended to the mortal realm for training, only to be ensnared by a fox demon's enchantment. The grand deity, in an act of retribution, exterminated the deceiving fox, yet upon the heavenly sovereign's return to his celestial form, he exacted vengeance by dismissing and exiling the grand deity. It was only today that Shun Dao learned of his father's disgrace and exile, a calamity stemming from the very birth of the heavenly sovereign. A surge of fury ignited within Dongfang Yue, an overwhelming urge to commit violence coursing through her, causing the white blade in her hand to tremble with indignation. "Sister Yue, what is the matter with you?" Shun Dao stammered, trembling under the weight of her sudden murderous intent. Gripping his shoulders tightly, Dongfang Yue shook him vigorously, demanding, "Shun Dao, tell me swiftly, is every word you spoke the truth? Did the heavenly sovereign bring harm to the grand deity? Oh heavens, how could I utter such words? If the heavenly sovereign were to hear, it would mean certain death." Shun Dao quickly covered Dongfang Yue's mouth, hastily making a shushing gesture and lowering his voice. "Sister Yue, you must not speak so loudly about this." Realizing her loss of composure, Dongfang Yue took a deep breath to regain her calm. "Shun Dao, please tell me, was everything you said indeed true? That fox demon, daring to deceive the heavenly sovereign, deserves death. Why then does the heavenly sovereign punish the grand deity?" She pressed further. Shun Dao exhaled deeply, responding, "Sister, I too have only heard these tales from others. 300 years ago, I had yet to attain celestial status. How could I possibly know of events from that distant past? Only with celestial status can one truly be considered immortal and ascend to the heavens." Hearing others speak, "Who is that person? Sister, what is the matter with you? Why are you so concerned about the great deity's affairs?" Shun Dao glanced at Dongfang Yue in confusion. I have no connection with the great deity. I merely hold great admiration for his character and sympathize with his plight." Dongfang Yue, feeling guilty, turned her face away, unable to meet Shun Dao's gaze. "What are you two whispering about? Slacking off on your very first day?" Su Siming's sudden appearance startled Dongfang Yue and Shun Dao, who exchanged anxious glances. They wondered if Su Siming had overheard their previous conversation. In a flurry, Dongfang Yue and Shun Dao bowed and exclaimed, "We shall get to work immediately." After saying this, the two hastily grabbed their brooms and scurried off to the eastern hall to attend to their tasks. At last, they completed their work and were ready to leave. Dongfang Yue, exhausted, stretched her shoulders. As she exited the Book of Fate building, she noticed someone standing outside the gate. Curious, she approached. Oh, it was Sima Ao. "What brings the god of literature here to the Book of Fate today?" Dongfang Yue inquired with feigned innocence. Sima Ao smirked mischievously and replied, "I am waiting for you." "Waiting for me? Why would the god of literature be waiting for me?" Sima Ao, well aware of Dongfang Yue's pretense, quipped, "Isn't it clear that I am merely relaying a message?" With a gentle tap of his jade fan on Dongfang Yue's head, he took the lead. "In truth, you need not heed his words. I am quite capable of taking care of myself." As Dongfang Yue rubbed the spot where she had been struck by the jade dragon fan, she quickened her pace, walking ahead of Sima Ao. Sima Ao shook his head in resignation and walked alongside her. Fanning himself, he inquired, "How do you find your first day at work?" Dongfang Yue replied listlessly, "I have no feelings. What sensation can one derive from tidying up a bunch of stray animals?" "What stray animals?" Sima Ao was taken aback. He could not comprehend Dongfang Yue's words and even wondered if her mind had been muddled by the earlier blow, though that seemed unlikely. Today, he had been assigned to clean the 7th floor alongside Shun Dao, where they found the records in disarray. Picking up a volume, he realized that the 7th floor was filled with records pertaining to these stray animals, thus explaining their task of organizing them. Listening to Dongfang Yue's explanation, Sima Ao couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at? What's so amusing?" Dongfang Yue was perplexed. Sima Ao, still smiling, lightly tapped her head with the jade dragon fan and said, "I'm laughing at your foolishness." "What? You're the foolish one." Dongfang Yue shot him an exasperated glance. Just as Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao were bantering, an official from the heavenly court, Jia Yin, approached them. Jia Yin saluted both Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao. Coincidentally, the Star Lord of Literature and the Star Lord of Fate were present. The heavenly monarch summoned them to the Lingxiao Hall. Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao exchanged bewildered looks as they sensed something unusual upon Jia Yan's approach. Upon learning that the celestial sovereign had summoned her, Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao were beset by an ominous premonition. It was evident that a summons from the celestial sovereign, especially within the hallowed halls of the Lingxiao Palace, heralded neither good tidings nor fortuitous news. Sima Ao surmised that this audience would surely not bode well. Having learned from Shun Dao that his father had been dismissed from his position and exiled, he recognized that all calamities stemmed from the celestial sovereign's birth 3 centuries prior. Dongfang Yuer harbored no fondness for the celestial sovereign, contemplating that such a summons could hardly be a reward. Chapter 36. Daughter of the Sin God Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao followed Jiayin to the Lingxiao Palace, where they found the celestial sovereign seated upon the dragon couch, his brow furrowed with worry. Observing the celestial sovereign's distressed demeanor, Sima Ao could surmise the reason for their summons. Dongfang Yuer momentarily faltered, sensing that misfortune loomed, and she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lord of Literature, Sima Ao, pays his respects to the celestial sovereign. Lord of Fate, Dongfang Yuer, pays her respects to the celestial sovereign. The celestial sovereign raised a hand and said, Lord of Literature and Lord of Fate, please rise. Grateful for the celestial sovereign's words, the two stood. As the celestial sovereign gazed upon the graceful Dongfang Yuer, he felt a jolt, increasingly reminded of the moon-loving celestial sovereign. Gathering his thoughts, he fixed his gaze upon her with an imposing expression and inquired, Lord of Fate, your countenance appears troubled. May I ask which palace or sect you hail from? Dongfang Yuer understood that the inevitable had arrived. Her identity as the daughter of the Sin God could no longer remain concealed. She replied candidly, I am neither of the palace nor of any sect. I hail from the wilderness. Wilderness? What wilderness? The heavenly sovereign's earlier sorrow transformed into a fierce wrath. How he wished that Dongfang Yuer was not the daughter of Dongfang Su, as the scandal from 3 centuries ago had finally subsided, only for the daughter of the grand deity to emerge now. With a thunderous command, the heavenly sovereign declared, the wilds are the domain of the sinful deities. How audacious for a sinful spirit to dare emerge from this forbidden land and conceal her identity to partake in the grand deity's selection. He ordered, seize this sinner at once. 2 formidable martial officials from Lingxiao Palace promptly advanced and seized Dongfang Yuer, preparing to escort her to the dungeons. The frail Dongfang Yuer found herself gripped by the 2 giants, akin to a hawk clutching a chick. She struggled momentarily and exclaimed loudly, hold on. Yuer has committed no crime. Why must I be barred from the wilds? Moreover, the selection does not stipulate that the daughter of a sinful deity is forbidden from participating. Upon hearing her words, the heavenly sovereign exchanged glances with the 2 martial officials, who, upon receiving the silent order, released Dongfang Yuer but remained poised, awaiting further instructions. Daughter of a sinful deity, reveal to me the identity of your progenitor. The heavenly sovereign, fully aware that he was feigning ignorance, harbored a flicker of hope that Dongfang Yuer would refrain from uttering the name grand deity. Yet, the truth remained immutable. Dongfang Yuer candidly admitted her lineage, even taking pride in it. I, the humble fairy Dongfang Yuer, am the daughter of grand deity Dongfang Su. Indeed, as fate would have it, grand deity Dongfang Su was a festering wound for the heavenly sovereign, now that Scar had been reopened, leaving him at a loss for dignity. The heavenly sovereign reprimanded the martial officials. Why do you linger? Quickly escort this daughter of a sinful deity to the dungeons. The military officer found himself momentarily stunned by the heavenly sovereign's unpredictable demeanor, swiftly advancing to seize Dongfang Yuer's wrist. Hold on, heavenly sovereign. Sima Ao, who had accompanied Dongfang Yuer to the Lingxiao Palace, had not uttered a single word, let alone advocated on her behalf until now. Sima Ao's actions left the heavenly sovereign astonished. At last, he was interceding for Dongfang Yuer. Lord Wenshu, I initially had no intention of involving you in this matter. Yet you have chosen to plead for the sinner, the heavenly sovereign declared sternly. This matter does indeed concern me, for I am the chief examiner of this selection process. Wenshu Star-Lord replied. The heavenly sovereign cast a sidelong glance at Sima Ao, regarding him as yet another foolhardy individual. With a cold snort, he inquired, are you suggesting that you were aware that Dongfang Yuer is the daughter of the crime deity Dongfang Su? Failing to report such knowledge shall result in your imprisonment. She is indeed a woman of deep affection and loyalty, the heavenly sovereign mused, observing Dongfang Yuer as she anxiously implored Sima Ao for assistance. Turning his gaze back to Sima Ao, who remained composed while fanning himself with his jade dragon fan, the heavenly sovereign pondered Sima Ao's unflinching confidence and tranquil demeanor. Dongfang Yuer had made mistakes, so why should the heavenly sovereign strip her of the right to serve the celestial clan? At this juncture, Sima Ao abruptly ceased speaking, his expression betraying a struggle to articulate his thoughts. His pointed inquiries plunged the heavenly sovereign into contemplation. While Sima Ao's words were rather blunt, they were not unreasonable. Only Sima Ao would dare to address him in such a manner. The vastness of the ocean is a testament to its capacity to embrace myriad rivers. And at a time when the Celestial Clan faces tumultuous challenges, why not set aside grievances and embrace Sima Ao's unwavering loyalty to the Celestial Clan? Sima Ao's words struck at the very heart of the Heavenly Sovereign's concerns. What troubled him most was the turmoil among the tribes. In recent years, the tribes have been plagued by suspicion towards one another, fighting fiercely over trivial gains. And if this continues, another bloody suppression is inevitable. 3 centuries ago, the chaos had finally subsided, but should another storm arise now, the Kunlun Mountains? Let us not dwell on that. Even if Oriental Yuer were imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, it would not silence the murmurs of the immortals, who might perceive the ruler of the 3 realms as narrow-minded and unworthy of imperial dignity. Furthermore, over these 3 centuries, the grand decree of fate has indeed faced punishment, yet has shown no sign of discontent, remaining obediently in the wilderness. Speak truthfully to me, dear Heavenly Sovereign. Was your ascension to the position of Star Lord truly to serve the Celestial Clan? Your father was stripped of his title and exiled by me. Do you not harbor a trace of resentment? Do you not yearn to vindicate your father? The Heavenly Sovereign's gaze was as sharp as a dagger, piercing through Oriental Yuer's very essence, ready to strike if he sensed even a hint of deceit within her. How could Oriental Yuer be unaware of the Sovereign's intent? Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Indeed, I harbor resentment, yet I have never contemplated revenge against the Heavenly Sovereign. My father often taught me that I am a divine subject of the Celestial Clan, destined to serve it. I did not enter this competition to vindicate my father. Rather, my aspiration is to become an immortal official, to serve the Celestial Clan. In truth, my father has not mentioned his exile to me in 3 years, and thus I remain unaware of the true circumstances. Why would I seek vindication?" The words of Dongfang Yuer brought a fleeting expression of self-reproach to the Heavenly Sovereign's face. After a moment, he spoke softly, "Military officer, you may withdraw." The military officer responded affirmatively, released Dongfang Yuer's hand, and stepped back. "What you just articulated is entirely true." The Heavenly Sovereign inquired further. "The heavens can bear witness." He thought to himself, reflecting on Dongfang Yuer's sharp tongue. Despite her slender and delicate form, she could hardly stir any significant turmoil. With a soft sigh, the Heavenly Sovereign remarked, "Very well, you both may retire." Exchanging a glance with Sima Ao, Dongfang Yuer expressed her gratitude to the Heavenly Sovereign and retreated. Chapter 37, Daughter of the Sin God, Part 2, Once outside the Lingxiao Palace. Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao believed they could finally set aside the burden weighing on their hearts and no longer needed to conceal the identity of the Sin Goddess daughter. However, as soon as they exited the palace, the Empress sent a messenger to summon Dongfang Yuer to the Yaoqi for a gathering. Strangely, the summons was directed solely at Dongfang Yuer. Both Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer found the Empress's intentions inscrutable. It was rumored that her thoughts were elusive, and this invitation to Dongfang Yuer could not possibly be merely for the sake of admiring flowers or scenery. Dongfang Yuer contemplated that even if the Empress had set a trap akin to a banquet of doom, she would accept the decree. Nodding in acknowledgement to the messenger fairy, she prepared to follow her. Sima Ao swiftly stepped forward, blocking her path, and respectfully addressed the messenger fairy. "May I ask you to wait a moment while I converse with the Star Lord of Destiny?" After receiving her consent, he expressed his gratitude to the fairy and discreetly pulled Dongfang Yuer aside to speak in hushed tones. Sima Ao's explanation left Dongfang Yuer momentarily stunned. This forthcoming meeting would undoubtedly be a dialogue of life and death. To alleviate Sima Ao's concerns, Dongfang Yuer, brimming with confidence, replied with a smile, "I understand. There is no need for you to worry." With that, she turned and followed the fairy who had conveyed the message. As Dongfang Yuer accompanied the fairy to the Yaoqi, she caught sight of the Heavenly Empress joyfully admiring flowers alongside Princess Jinyang, accompanied by several court attendants. Indeed, Yaoqi was a divine realm of the 9 heavens, with the fragrance of the sacred lotus wafting in the air. The lotus blooms reached toward the sky in layered splendor, while numerous lotus flowers floated serenely upon the water, with wisps of gentle mist curling around them. Dongfang Yuer ascended the steps of the pavilion with the fairy, who announced, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Empress, I present Dongfang Yuer, the new star of destiny." "Ah, sister, you too have come to Yaoqi. How delightful. Sister, do behold the beauty here." Princess Jinyang suddenly realized, clearing her throat and responding, "Oh, yes, this princess is also present." This is the newly appointed female star of destiny, so strikingly graceful, akin to my sacred lotus flower. The heavenly empress remarked, appraising Dongfang Yuer with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. Dressed in a resplendent red robe embroidered with twin phoenixes that swept the ground. Adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, her countenance was radiant, her phoenix-like eyes captivating, and her brows arched like willow leaves, exuding an air of regal authority. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Dongfang Yuer, the daughter of the sinful god, respectfully bowed before the heavenly empress. Her words left the assembly in astonishment, eliciting incredulous gazes from those present. Even the empress was taken aback by Dongfang Yuer's candid admission of guilt, internally marveling at the girl's intelligence for discerning the true purpose of the encounter, enviously acknowledging that the great destiny officer had indeed sired a daughter of such wit. Princess Jinyang, bewildered, inquired, "Sister, what on earth are you talking about? How could you possibly be the daughter of the god of crime?" In disbelief, she took a step back, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly the daughter of the great destiny officer? Jinyang, please step aside. Allow your aunt to converse with the Star Lord of Destiny in private." The empress's tone was laced with authority. "Aunt, please do not punish my sister for concealing her identity." Princess Jinyang, even as she departed, could not help but plead for Dongfang Yuer, which deeply touched the latter, though she remained unaware that the more Jinyang interceded, the angrier the empress became. The empress's expression darkened as she commanded, "Enough. Your aunt knows how to handle this." Reluctantly, Princess Jinyang withdrew. Once she had left, the empress dismissed the remaining palace maids, keeping only the messenger fairy in attendance. With an air of solemnity, the empress settled into the regal phoenix chair at the center of the pavilion, her gaze fixed sternly upon the kneeling Dongfang Yuer, who cast her eyes downward. "You have indeed committed a grave transgression, daring to escape the forbidden wilds and conceal your identity to participate in this election of destiny. Do you truly believe the laws of heaven are mere trifles?" The empress's voice dripped with a chilling undertone. "Is this truly how you perceive the situation?" The empress's piercing gaze bore into Dongfang Yuer, as if to say that any hint of her desire to vindicate her father would spell her doom. Yuer, merely a frail woman, harbored but a single aspiration, to become a celestial official and secure her place in the celestial realm, free from humiliation, with no other thoughts occupying her mind. It is truly commendable that you possess such thoughts. Rise now. The celestial queen's face bore a hint of a smile. However, Dongfang Yuer hesitated, still unwilling to stand. Observing this, the celestial queen's smile faded, and she gently urged, "Please, rise. Since even the celestial sovereign has chosen not to reprimand you, I, as the celestial queen, must certainly abide by his wishes." Upon finishing her words, the celestial queen unexpectedly stood and approached Dongfang Yuer, assisting her to her feet. The queen's transformation was astonishing. Moments ago, she exuded an aura of menace, yet now her demeanor was warm and approachable, leaving Dongfang Yuer feeling bewildered and apprehensive. With a significant tone, she remarked, "Since Jinyang has acknowledged you as her elder sister, and I, being Jinyang's aunt, henceforth you shall address me as aunt as well." The celestial queen cast a displeased glance at Dongfang Yuer, her hand still firmly grasping Yuer's, as if to convey a silent warning, "Do not take my leniency for granted." The celestial queen oscillated between the ferocity of a wolf and the gentleness of a lamb, instilling fear in Dongfang Yuer, who complied with a timid yes. The queen then revealed a tender smile and inquired, "Yuer, how fares your father in the wilderness?" With a deep sigh, she continued, "Such is the temperament of the great destiny. In the past, I had counseled the celestial sovereign when he punished the great destiny. Yet, it is undeniable that a grave error was committed. As the sovereign of the 6 realms, how could the decree be arbitrarily altered? Was this not a provocation to celestial authority? Thus, the celestial sovereign's wrath was entirely justified." At this moment, Dongfang Yuer remained silent. The celestial queen, observing her, added, "Presently, the celestial sovereign has chosen not to pursue the matter of your escape into the wilderness or your concealment of identity during the sea selection, solely out of consideration for your father, who has shown remorse over the past 3 centuries. Therefore, do not harbor resentment toward the celestial sovereign. For 3 centuries, the father had never mentioned the matter of his banishment to Yuer. He bore no grievances. So why should Yuer harbor resentment towards the heavenly sovereign? That is well. That is well." Yuer's retort caused a fleeting flicker of guilt to cross the queen mother's visage. Chapter 38. A false alarm. The Queen Mother subjected Ewer to a series of tests, all of which Ewer navigated with ease. It was likely that Ewer, risking her life to assume the role of the Star Lord of Fate, sought merely fame and fortune. The Queen Mother contemplated an opportunity to utilize Ewer for her own purposes. As time pressed on, the Star Lord of Fate was advised to take her leave. Do remember to visit the Queen Mother often with Princess Jinyoung for our conversations. I often find myself quite bored. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ewer responded, preparing to depart. The Queen Mother nodded at Ewer, who expressed her gratitude before hastily retreating, her anxious heart finally finding solace. When one refrains from stepping out, rumors can spread far and wide. The news of the Heavenly Sovereign and Queen Mother summoning Ewer for questioning circulated, and her identity as the daughter of the God of Fate became widely known. Now, all members of the Taichin Palace were deeply concerned for Ewer's safety, astonished that she was indeed the daughter of the Grand Star Lord. Understanding their concerns, Ewer reassured them, "There is nothing to worry about. It was merely a false alarm. Sister, I am sorry for not speaking a good word for you in front of our aunt. I feel so useless," Princess Jinyoung confessed with guilt. Ewer stepped forward to embrace Princess Jinyoung, smiling as she said, "My dear sister, you mustn't blame yourself. As the second sister has recovered, let us not dwell in sadness. Instead, we should celebrate her fortunate transformation from misfortune," the Fairies' Island proclaimed. "Indeed, let us prepare a feast to honor the safe return of our celestial companion." Yuzhu and Dingxiang replied in unison. "Lord Simi, you must instruct the imperial kitchen of Taichin Palace to prepare an abundance of exquisite dishes for our grand celebration," Sima Ao declared. "I shall relay the instructions at once, and I will also summon all the Star Lords. For it has been far too long since our Taichin Palace has enjoyed such merriment," Lord Xiao Simi responded. With that, everyone dispersed. While Dingxiang and Yuzhu made their way to the imperial kitchen to prepare the festive fare, Lord Xiao Simi also proceeded to instruct the kitchen to increase the menu. At this moment, only Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao remained in the Shusheng courtyard. They exchanged glances and awkwardly lowered their heads. Dongfang Yue spoke first. "Did you deliberately send them away?" She smiled shyly, about to say more when Sima Ao suddenly stepped forward and embraced her tightly, his voice trembling. "Yue, you cannot fathom how much I worried for you just now. My heart ached unbearably." Although Dongfang Yue initially intended to push Sima Ao away, his heartfelt declaration softened her resolve, and she allowed him to hold her close. Princess Jinyoung, accompanied by the maidens of the princess's residence, arrived in a grand procession bearing radiant celestial peaches, the prized fruits from the peach blossom garden. Fairies' Island commanded the soldiers of the God of War's estate to bring forth 10 jars of peach blossom wine, a cherished collection, brewed from the love blossoms planted by Fairies' Island and General Yuan. Today's book Fragrance Garden is the most bustling event in history. Though it cannot compare to the grandeur of the Queen's Peach Blossom Banquet, it surpasses it in liveliness. Aside from Su Siming's absence, all the Star Lords have gathered to console Dongfang Yue. To our surprise, Sister Yue is the daughter of the Grand Star Lord, whose illustrious reputation I had already heard during my cultivation days. I raised my glass towards Dongfang Yue in acknowledgement. Some of the elder Star Lords sighed, expressing their deep respect for the Grand Star Lord, who was known for his decisive and vigorous nature. They found it hard to believe that the Grand Star Lord would. It seems these elder Star Lords were growing indignant on behalf of the Grand Star Lord, with some even voicing their support for him. Naturally, Dongfang Yue felt a sense of comfort in their solidarity, yet this was not the time for her to seek vindication for her father. Yue thanked the gathered Star Lords while keeping her father in her heart, wishing not to dwell on the past. Her father held no grievances regarding the Heavenly Monarch's punishment. His wish was for the Celestial Clan to govern the 3 realms and ensure peace for all beings. Yue was determined to fulfill her father's aspirations, performing her duties diligently in service to the Celestial Clan. Unbeknownst to me, Shuani, having indulged in a few too many drinks, suddenly posed a question. "Sister Ware, knowing that the Grand Star Lord has been wronged, do you not plan to seek justice for him? After all, you are his daughter." Such a notion of vindication was a grave affront, a rebellion against the heavenly mandate, and to utter it before the assembly was indeed reckless. The moment Shuani spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, leaving even Dongfang Yue momentarily stunned. Recognizing my brother's inebriation, I swiftly moved to cover his mouth, apologizing profusely. "Everyone, please continue to enjoy your drinks. My brother tends to speak nonsense after a few cups. I shall take him away now." In Shuani, having indulged excessively, Shuani's companions, Jiping and Qin Yun were summoned by the commanding voice of Xiao Siming. They promptly responded and assisted in carrying Xuanyi down, despite his indignant protests asserting, "I am not drunk. I am not drunk." At that moment, Sima Ao, seated beside Dongfang Yuer, tugged at her sleeve, urging her to take a stand. Dongfang Yuer was acutely aware that this was a critical moment requiring a decisive stance to ensure her own safety. She understood that her participation in the selection was to uncover the truth from 3 centuries ago and to seek justice for her father. However, she realized that often things do not unfold as one desires, and at times, one must resort to humility. With a composed demeanor, Dongfang Yuer declared, "Brother Xuanyi has spoken words of great disrespect that have unsettled me. The matters concerning my father are now over 300 years old. There is no need to revisit them. Therefore, let this banquet conclude here, and I invite everyone to disperse after finishing their meals." The assembly, in unison, began to disperse. Yet none reproached Dongfang Yuer for her display of emotion. Each individual could empathize with her feelings. It was not that she wished to refrain from vindicating her father, but rather that many circumstances were beyond her control. Yuzhu and Dingxiang exchanged glances filled with dismay as the celestial beings departed in silence, marking a poignant end to what was meant to be a joyful gathering. Xilan Xianzi approached to offer consolation, saying, "Dingxiang, Yuzhu, do not be disheartened. Your celestial beings are awaiting your care." Indeed, it was true that their celestial beings must be feeling distressed and were counting on them for support. Yuzhu, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, spoke softly, "You too, please tidy this place up. I shall go and check on Sister Yuer." With that, Xilan Fairy instructed Yuzhu, and Dailing began to clear the banquet's remnants while she proceeded into Dongfang Yuer's chamber. Princess Jinyang, wearing a forlorn expression, sighed softly and followed Xilan Fairy into the room to visit Dongfang Yuer. At that moment, Xilan Fairy and Princess Jinyang found Dongfang Yuer lying against the bed railing, her face filled with sorrow. Chapter 39. The ordeal. Meanwhile, Su Siming was reporting to the Empress. As all the Star Lords of Fate were making their way to the residence of Dongfang Yuer, the Book Fragrance Courtyard, to celebrate her relief from distress, the Empress, appearing indifferent, waved her hand dismissively and remarked, "Let her be. What storm can a mere Star Lord of Fate stir?" Su Siming, perplexed by the Empress's intent, questioned with a hint of jealousy, "Empress, did you not instruct the little fairy to keep a close watch on Dongfang Yuer? Why are you now so lenient with her? She is the daughter of the Grand Star Lord of Fate." What if, before Su Siming could finish her words, the Empress's expression darkened, and with a curt sound, she shot Su Siming a stern glance. Su Siming, terrified, trembled and hastily knelt in submission, pleading, "I acknowledge my error, O Empress." Although Su Siming had ascended to the rank of Star Lord of Fate and was no longer the Empress's maid, she still referred to herself as a maid in the presence of the Empress. Seeing Su Siming realize her mistake, the Empress sighed and said, "Su Siming, do you not remember that you are also the daughter of a sinister god? It was through my entreaties to the celestial sovereign that you were granted the position of my maid. Your elevation to Star Lord of Fate has also been my discreet promotion." The celestial maid understands that her current standing is entirely due to the nurturing of the celestial queen, whose kindness she shall forever cherish. The celestial queen, satisfied, uttered a soft acknowledgement and instructed, "Rise. From now on, you need only to discreetly observe Dongfang Yuer and report her every action to me." Su Siming complied with a respectful affirmation and withdrew. The following day, Dongfang Yuer arrived at the Book of Fate Tower as usual, oblivious to Su Siming's unusually stern demeanor. Regret consumed her. Fear overwhelmed her. The notion of redemption could lead to execution. How could she have uttered such words in front of the esteemed celestial officials? If this phrase reached the ears of the heavenly sovereign, her fate would be dire. She might just become the next great celestial mandate. In truth, Dongfang Yuer did not dwell on her words, nor did she harbor any resentment towards Xuanyi. Rather, she feared that this statement might circulate, inviting peril upon her life. "I am doomed. I am doomed. Sister Ware, I was inebriated yesterday and uttered that foolish remark. Please do not take it to heart, and do not punish Xuanyi." Xuanyi had been waiting early at the entrance of the Book of Fate Tower, eager for Dongfang Yuer's arrival. Upon seeing her, he rushed forward, filled with regret, to apologize and explain. "Brother Xuanyi, you spoke too recklessly yesterday. Such treasonous words should never be voiced in public." Fortunately, the lesser celestial mandate managed to suppress the matter. Had those words reached the ears of the heavenly sovereign and the celestial queen, not only would I find myself imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, but you would also face dire consequences. Sister Yuer, your admonishments are well-founded. I was indeed inebriated to have spoken so foolishly. It is all my fault, all my fault. Shuani, while apologizing, chastised himself by striking his own head. The two of you were murmuring outside the door. What could possibly be so significant? The Lord of Destiny, Su Siming, suddenly appeared behind Dongfang Yuer and Shuani. His face darkened as he reprimanded them. Startled by Su Siming's abrupt emergence, Dongfang Yuer and Shuani exchanged glances, their faces paling in fear, uncertain whether Su Siming had overheard their previous conversation. And no, we weren't discussing anything, Dongfang Yuer replied. Although you are the daughter of the Grand Lord of Destiny, and the heavenly sovereign and sovereigness do not pursue your transgression of fleeing to the wilderness, you must not behave so recklessly. Shortly, you are to dust this building of destiny. But the building of destiny was already dusted just the other day. And there is hardly any dust. Yesterday, you dined. Today, you shall abstain from feasting. Whether there is dust or not is not for you to decide. Su Siming scolded Dongfang Yuer in a biting tone. Unable to tolerate the harsh treatment, Shuani rose to Dongfang Yuer's defense. The building of destiny is vast. How can Sister Yuer possibly finish dusting it alone? What? Do you intend to stand up for her? Indeed, I do stand up for Sister Yuer. With so many lords of destiny and palace maids in the building, why must Sister Yuer always be tasked with such menial chores of dusting and cleaning? Ah, you, a newly appointed Lord of Destiny, dare to lecture me? Do you know that my title as Lord of Destiny is bestowed by the Empress? Save for the former Grand Lord of Destiny, my seniority is unparalleled. Even the lesser deity of fate would not dare to speak to me with such audacity. Now, you newly appointed celestial officials are all under my command. You shall do as I instruct. Su, the deity of fate, flaunted her seniority with utmost pride. However, Shuani, still indignant, retorted, does your seniority grant you the right to be unjust and bully others? This remark caused Su's complexion to shift from green to pale with rage. At this moment, Dongfang Yuer grew anxious, fearing that matters might escalate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she decided it would be best to humbly admit her fault. Yua acknowledged her error, recognizing Su's admonition as just. Kneeling down, she expressed her contrition. Observing Dongfang Yuo's sincerity, Su's expression softened somewhat. She then addressed Shuani. Since you are so fond of your sister Yuer, you shall assist her in cleaning. Ensure that every corner of this entire ledger building is immaculate, without a speck of dust. In a fit of anger, Su concluded with an exasperated, very well. Do as you please. In truth, Dongfang Yue felt quite disheartened. Among all the celestial officials, it was Su who took particular pleasure in making her life difficult. Yet, from the words of the other celestial deities, she learned that her father had once held Su in high regard. One would think that, out of gratitude, Su would not treat her so harshly. Moreover, her father had been relegated and exiled for 3 centuries, and Su had never once visited him, nor had she offered any words of concern or inquiry. With a small wooden stick in hand, Dongfang Yue, accompanied by Shuani, trudged along with a few rags, dejectedly wiping away the dust. They toiled from the 7th floor down to the 1st, prohibited from using any celestial powers. It was utterly infuriating. Shuani grumbled in frustration. Alas, and Shuani, my dear brother, it is futile to shout until your throat is hoarse. The dust is ours to wipe away. Rather, conserve your strength and hasten to complete the task so we may conclude our work early. Sister Yuer, there is hardly any dust here, for days. You have polished the floor to a brilliant sheen. I fail to comprehend why Su Siming insists on treating you thus. Indeed, as Shuani has stated, Dongfang Yue, along with 30 others, has been appointed as a Star Lord. Now, those 30 Star Lords are assigned their duties, and their primary responsibility involves the classification and organization of the celestial records. Although Dongfang Yue is now a Star Lord, her role resembles that of a mere maid, engaged solely in dusting and cleaning day after day. Together, Dongfang Yue and Shuani have swept from the 1st floor to the 6th, from dawn until dusk, so fatigued that they could easily doze off while standing. The other Star Lords observe their plight and feel sympathy, wishing to intercede on their behalf, yet they dare not. Su Siming is a veteran of the 3 dynasties, and even the junior Star Lords must show her respect. Alas, no one can assist them now. They can only resign themselves to their misfortune. As they reached the 6th floor, they found it exceptionally clean and orderly, suggesting that a mere cursory visit sufficed. requiring little in the way of cleaning. Curious about the sixth floor's immaculate state, Dongfang Yuer wondered why it appeared so pristine, and why the Star Lords there were notably quiet. It turns out that the wooden latticework on the sixth floor houses the celestial records, serving as the office for the record-keeping department. All Star Lords stationed on the sixth floor are responsible for compiling these records, which explains the ethereal yet refined atmosphere. The Junior Star Lord is also present in the western chamber on this floor, while Emperor Donghua resides in the eastern chamber. The east chamber is exceptionally spacious and well-lit, surrounded by bookshelves crafted from sandalwood, orderly stacked with volumes and bamboo slips. A jade-carved screen stands elegantly, adorned with minimal embellishments. In the center lies a large stone table, neatly arranged with the four treasures of the study, beneath which rests a bamboo mat. Yuer, I have already tidied up this area. You may proceed to clean on the seventh floor at your leisure, said the speaker. Just as Dongfang Yuer was about to begin her cleaning in the east chamber, Xiao Siming happened to be present. Dongfang Yuer paused momentarily, responding with an "oh," and turned to leave the east chamber when Xiao Siming called out to her once more. At that moment, Xilin Xingu entered, holding the well-organized register of fates to present to Xiao Siming. Upon seeing the weary Dongfang Yuer, her heart ached for her. Sister Yuer, what troubles you? Do you need to rest for a while? Xilin Xingu inquired, then turned to Xiao Siming, saying, Xiao Siming, cannot you lend a hand to Sister Yuer? Xiao Siming sighed. The newly appointed Star Lord of Fate is currently under the jurisdiction of Su Siming. It will be 3 months before I can take over. Yuer has not yet completed her 3-month tenure. As Xiao Siming, I cannot breach the established regulations. Moreover, even if I were to insist on taking Yuer away, I would not prevail against Su Siming. Though my official rank as Xiao Siming is higher, her experience and standing surpass mine by several levels. And she has the support of the Queen Mother. I cannot ascertain whether Yuer's current plight aligns with the Queen Mother's intentions. What shall we do about Sister Yuer then? She must endure for 3 months. I fear that her delicate constitution may not withstand it. Xilin Xingu expressed her increasing concern for Dongfang Yuer. Certainly, the lesser deity understood that Su was intent on exhausting Dongfang Yuer to the utmost. Each day, the workload imposed upon her intensified, and the hours stretched longer, all while being unable to employ any celestial magic. Yet, the lesser deity found herself powerless to intervene. She shook her head and remarked, I am uncertain. The emperor did not mention it upon his departure. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed from outside the eastern hall, followed by a pained cry. The anguished exclamation belonged to Dongfang Yuer. In a flurry, Xilin Fairy hastily set aside her scrolls and bamboo slips, joining the lesser deity in a swift exit to ascertain the situation. It appeared that Su was inspecting Dongfang Yuer's cleanliness standards. Su, bent low, had pointed with her finger, confirming the absence of dust. However, upon utilizing a flying technique to reach the top of the wooden shelf, she discovered a speck of dust clinging to her fingertip. With a scowl, Su reprimanded, There is still dust on the upper shelf. Clean it immediately. The cloth must not be too wet. You must use a damp cloth once, followed by a dry one. Otherwise, the shelves will become damp, and the fate books within will mold. Do you understand? But I cannot use celestial magic. I cannot reach that height. Dongfang Yuer protested timidly. Are you incapable of using a ladder? Su retorted. A ladder? I do not know where it is. Yuer replied in confusion. It is in the storage room on the first floor, Su stated coldly. Reluctantly, Dongfang Yuer descended to the first floor's storage room, where indeed a cloud ladder awaited her. Alas, how could she possibly carry such a long ladder to the 6th floor? In a moment of desperation, she resorted to magic, shrinking the ladder to conceal it within her sleeve. As Dongfang Yuer lightly waved her sleeve, a cloud ladder emerged from its depths. In truth, the cloud ladder was a clever trick she had devised specifically for the mischief of disobedient palace maids. Now, the prohibition against using magical powers was aimed at her. Who permitted you to employ sorcery? Su Siming demanded sternly. From her sleeve, Su Siming conjured a supple whip and struck Dongfang Yuer with great force. The pain caused tears to well up in her eyes, yet she bit down hard on her lip, stifling any cries of anguish. Even as blood oozed from her bitten lip, she remained silent. But Su Siming's reprimands were so thunderous that even the celestial officials working on the 6th floor heard them. Curious, the celestial officials rushed out to ascertain the situation, initially believing Su Siming was reprimanding a newly arrived maid, for she had been known to discipline them with a severity akin to that of a demon. However, upon closer inspection, They discovered that Su Siming was not chastising a maid, but was instead reprimanding a new celestial official. Concern for Dongfang Yuer's safety filled the onlookers. Su Siming was notoriously fierce in her discipline, having even accidentally caused the death of a palace maid in the past. Had it not been for the Empress's support, her position as a celestial official would have been revoked. Su Siming commanded Dongfang Yuer to ascend the cloud ladder and thoroughly clean the wooden frames above. Reluctantly, Dongfang Yuer obeyed, trembling as she climbed higher. Glancing down, she was seized by fear at the dizzying height, her legs quaking uncontrollably. Eventually, as she wiped away the dust, she lost her balance, tumbling down along with the ladder. The ladder landed heavily upon her waist, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from Dongfang Yuer. The purple orchid fairy and the lesser god of fate encountered each other, and upon seeing Dongfang Yuer being crushed by the cloud ladder, they hastily helped her up. At that moment, the purple orchid fairy could no longer contain her frustration. Before the lesser god of fate could utter a word, she drew her sword and pointed it at Su Siming. Su Siming, what crime has my sister Yuer committed to warrant such punishment? Su Siming arrogantly cast a glance at the purple orchid fairy and coldly replied, Purple orchid fairy, what is your intention? Su Siming then sternly addressed the assembly of Fate Lords. What do you see in my training of the newcomers? Are the Fate Lords truly so idle? Just then, a resonant and piercing voice echoed, arriving before the speaker was even seen. Chapter 41. The Emperor Donghua before the words had fully settled. A flash of purple appeared before them. Dongfang Yuer focused her gaze and beheld a figure towering at 9 feet, clad in purple garments, with a cascade of white hair resembling a flowing spring. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an unparalleled elegance as he stood before the crowd. Dongfang Yuer vaguely recalled this person, resembling the Emperor Donghua who had visited her father in the wilderness 300 years prior. The appearance of the Emperor Donghua brought expressions of excitement to the faces of the Fate Lords, with the only exception being Su Siming, who turned pale with fright and trembled uncontrollably. The lesser god of fate led the other Fate Lords in a respectful bow towards the Emperor Donghua. With a graceful sweep of his long sleeves, the Emperor raised his hand, signaling for them to dispense with such mundane formalities. He then inquired once more, what transpired here? Just as the lesser god of fate was about to respond, Su Siming swallowed hard and mustered his courage to reply. This humble immortal was merely training the newly appointed Fate Lord. As he spoke, Su Siming's gaze fell upon Dongfang Yuer. Oh, is this person particularly unruly? Why such a grand spectacle? The Eastern Emperor looked at Dongfang Yuer and then at the scattered celestial ladder on the ground. What purpose does the celestial ladder serve? To clean the dust? Are there not palace maids for that? With a hint of confusion, the Eastern Emperor inquired of Su Siming. Oh, it is because this individual is not only clumsy, but also a bit unruly. I have assigned her the punishment of performing laborious tasks to clean this place of dust. As it is a punishment, I have forbidden her from employing celestial powers, making the elevated areas particularly challenging to clean. Thus, I commanded her to ascend the celestial ladder. And the result? Oh, I understand now. This person is indeed both clumsy and unruly. I shall take her under my wing and personally instruct her, ensuring that she flourishes despite her initial shortcomings, the Eastern Emperor declared, casting a glance at Dongfang Yuer. That, Your Majesty, this may not be feasible. Su Siming could hardly believe that he had inadvertently provided a compelling reason for the Eastern Emperor to accept Dongfang Yuer as his disciple. What do you mean it is not feasible? The Eastern Emperor's expression darkened slightly. In the 3 realms, no one dares to proclaim their limitations, not even the heavenly lords. Su Siming, trembling, knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This individual is the daughter of the Grand Commander, known as Dongfang Yuer. She secretly escaped from the wilds and concealed her identity to participate in the selection for the commander. After assuming her role as a Star Lord, her true identity was discovered by the Heavenly Lord. The grace of the Heavenly Lord and the Heavenly Empress spared her from punishment, yet commanded me to oversee her closely, threatening to let her suffer if she disobeys. Had Su Siming not mentioned the Grand Commander, the Eastern Emperor might not have reacted so fiercely. However, upon hearing the name, the Emperor's countenance turned a shade of green. Your Majesty must not entertain such thoughts. The mortal realm cannot endure your absence. The Eastern Emperor, infuriated, contemplated resigning from his position, while the various Star Lords knelt in unison, urging him to reconsider. Indeed, the Eastern Emperor is the arbiter of celestial laws. governing the cycle of life and death across the 6 realms. Should the Eastern Emperor resolve to seclude himself within his domain, chaos would undoubtedly ensue among the populace. Su Siming understood that the Heavenly Lord would never permit the Emperor to resign. It was likely that the Heavenly Lord would attribute all misdeeds to himself. It appears that the Emperor has long recognized that Dongfang Yuer is the daughter of the great Simi, and he harbors the intention of taking her under his wing. Su Siming's eyes were filled with resentment and indignation, yet she dared not invoke the authority of the Heavenly Lord or the Heavenly Empress any longer. Emperor, please temper your wrath, Su Siming implored desperately. It is acceptable if you choose not to revoke my position, but you must always remember to fulfill your duties as the Star Lord of Destiny, the Eastern Emperor solemnly admonished. Su Siming quickly bowed her head in gratitude. At that moment, the Eastern Emperor addressed the Lesser Star Lord. Dongfang Yuer shall henceforth be under your tutelage. You must teach her how to compose the Destiny Register. As you command, the Lesser Star Lord responded, stepping forward with alacrity to accept the order. The Eastern Emperor then spoke to Su Siming. Rise. Once you have tidied up, return to your tasks. Understood, Your Majesty, Su Siming replied, standing up after expressing her thanks. Very well. Everyone may disperse. There is much work awaiting the Star Lord of Destiny. Noticing that Dongfang Yuer remained dazed and reluctant to depart, the Eastern Emperor called out, Yuer, come with me. The Eastern Emperor entered the Eastern Hall, where he waved his long sleeves, casting a barrier over the entrance. He seated himself upon the bamboo mat on the stone platform, and due to his height, he occasionally reclined, exuding an air of tranquility. When in contemplation, he would rest his chin upon his hand. Dongfang Yuer sat cross-legged before the Eastern Emperor. The Emperor spoke first. It has been 300 years since we last met, and you have grown so tall. I remember the time I visited the wildlands. You were but a child then, and now you stand gracefully as a young woman. The Eastern Emperor continued. From now on, the East Chamber will be your study, where you may learn to compose the fate registers. The East Chamber is the office of the Great Divine Mandate, while my own study is in the Zeton Hall. Oriental Yuer was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the East Chamber was indeed her father's study, preserved intact by the Emperor. This demonstrated that the Emperor held some regard for her father, yet she pondered why he had not interceded on her father's behalf all those years ago. Yuer, do you harbor resentment towards me for not advocating for your father? The Eastern Emperor perceived the sorrowful glimmer in her eyes. Yuer, astonished, lowered her head. For this was a question that had haunted her for years. The Emperor was aware of her anguish. This implied that he had long known her father was wronged. Unable to contain herself, she wept and asked, Why? Why did you not help my father? The Eastern Emperor, without reservation, replied, Yes, I know. Then why? Why did you not assist him? My father has served you faithfully for millennia. If you had only petitioned the heavenly monarch, he would surely have granted you a favor, and my father would not have faced demotion and exile, nor would he have fallen into despair, drowning his sorrows in wine. Even the typically stoic Eastern Emperor was moved by the loyalty of the Great Divine Mandate, his brows furrowed and tears welling in his eyes. Despite Dongfang Yuer's persistent inquiries, the Eastern Emperor did not elucidate the reasons for his failure to advocate on behalf of the Grand Commander. Instead, he urged her to relinquish her quest for justice for her father. Chapter 42. Returning to the wilderness, Yuer, you must release the grudges that weigh upon your heart. Cease your pursuit of vindication for your father, and focus instead on fulfilling your duties as the Star Lord of Destiny, the Eastern Emperor advised. Dongfang Yuer gazed at him in astonishment, for he seemed to discern her innermost thoughts, while she struggled to comprehend his enigmatic nature. How could he harbor concern for her father, yet remain silent on his behalf? Why now prohibit her from seeking justice for him? Why did the Emperor refuse to assist my father back then, and now deny me the chance to rectify this? Dongfang Yuer questioned, her voice tinged with melancholy. The Eastern Emperor observed the fiery resentment in her eyes, recognizing the tumult of grievances and anger simmering within her. Rest assured, I shall deliver justice for the Grand Commander's plight, but it requires time. Haste will not serve us well, he solemnly assured her. Dongfang Yuer, however, dismissed his words with a scoff, feeling unappreciated. Reflecting on her secret escape from the wilderness to participate in the destiny selection, she felt a pang of longing for her father. She wondered how he had fared since her departure. Was he drowning his sorrows in drink, consumed by despair? With a gentle smile, the Eastern Emperor remarked, Do you perceive me as jesting? Upon your reunion with your father, convey my regards. He nodded, then rose gracefully, gesturing towards the Eastern Hall's entrance, which opened at his command. Dongfang Yuer clasped her fists in farewell to the Eastern Emperor and turned to leave the Eastern Hall. Yuzhu, what are you doing? Why do you appear as a lovesick fool? Hearing Dongfang Yuer's words, Dingxiang burst into hearty laughter. Yuzhu pouted, saying, Sister Yuer, I've been the subject of Dingxiang's laughter for ages. Please don't mock me any further. Yuzhu repeatedly queried Dongfang Yuer with several why, leaving her momentarily speechless. Very well. Let us proceed to the Zeton Hall to beseech the Emperor. With that, Yuzhu set aside her rouge, took Dingxiang's hand, and hurriedly exited, leaving her makeup untouched. What brings you to the Zeton Hall? The venerable Emperor is not there. He resides in the east wing of the Mingbu building. Observing that Dingxiang and Yuzhu were genuinely intent on seeking the Emperor to intercede on her behalf, Dongfang Yuer felt quite touched and chose not to tease them further. Sister Yuer, you are truly mischievous. You nearly gave us a fright. Yuzhu and Dingxiang, realizing Dongfang Yuer was merely jesting, clenched their tiny fists in mock indignation, pretending to strike her in retaliation. Dongfang Yuer chuckled. This time, it was indeed my fault for alarming you both. However, how else could I ascertain your loyalty? Sister Yuer, our loyalty requires no testing. We shall remain steadfastly devoted to you for all eternity. Oh, as Dingxiang spoke, she, in a gesture of loyalty, pulled Dongfang Yuer onto the bed and began to massage her shoulders and back. As Dongfang Yuer joyfully exclaimed, how comfortable, truly comfortable. After Yuzhu and Dingxiang had finished massaging her back, they began packing her belongings. Sister Yuer, I have prepared some pastries for the great deity. The wilderness is a remote and impoverished place, and it must be difficult to find such delicious pastries there. Just as she was about to place the pastries into her bag, Dongfang Yuer stepped forward to stop her. These pastries cannot be taken. You are unaware of the harsh climate in the wilderness, which is plagued by relentless heat and drought. The journey is long, and I fear that by the time we arrive, these pastries will spoil. What shall we do then? Yuzhu has made so many, and she worked quite hard on them. Dongfang Yuer paused for a moment and then smiled. Let us save them for my journey. With that, Dongfang Yuer finished packing her belongings and bid farewell to Dingxiang and Yuzhu before exiting the Taichen Palace. She arrived at the South Heavenly Gate, adorned with resplendent golden light and vibrant red clouds, where auspicious vapors billowed in purple mist. Emerging from the illusions were two formidable-looking guards who blocked her path, inquiring, which celestial being goes there, and to what destination? Since the Heavenly Empress had received a reprimand from the Heavenly Lord, she had grown concerned for her nephew and thus summoned these two imposing guards from the underworld. Although these guards were not as formidable as General Yuan Yan, their fearsome appearance alone was enough to instill a sense of intimidation. Dongfang Yuer produced her official insignia of the star deity of fate to show the guards. Ah, so you are the star deity of fate. Forgive us for not recognizing you. The guards apologized, acknowledging that it was natural for them not to recognize her, as she was newly appointed as the current star deity of fate. And where does the star deity of fate intend to go? To the wilderness. Upon hearing that Dongfang Yuer was bound for the wilds, the two dark-skinned sentinels were momentarily taken aback. It is well known that the wilds is a place of exile for the condemned. Noticing the astonishment etched on their faces, Dongfang Yuer quickly clarified, Ah? The Emperor Donghua has commanded this humble fairy to attend to certain matters in the wilds. With that, the guards dispelled their apprehension and gestured for her to proceed. Just as Dongfang Yuer was about to take flight, a voice called out from behind, Lord of Destiny, please wait. Chapter 43, Blood Battle with the Wolf Pack. Turning around, Dongfang Yuer saw it was Sima Ao, the Lord of Literature, clad in elegant white robes, approaching her with a confident flourish of his jade fan. Upon reaching her, Sima Ao playfully remarked, Yuer, good morning. Good morning, indeed. The sun is but a mere pole's height from setting, she retorted. Sima Ao chuckled, and at that moment, the two sentinels inquired, where does the Lord of Literature venture this time? To the wilds, as the Emperor Wenchang has entrusted this humble deity with certain tasks. The guards, upon hearing that Sima Ao was also heading to the wilds, were initially stunned, but soon made a gesture of invitation towards him. A charming smile graced Sima Ao's lips as he took Dongfang Yuer's hand, and together they soared into the sky. With a leap and outstretched arms, they ascended, gliding over the resplendent South Heavenly Gate, traversing the myriad golden streams of light, and crossing the vast, billowing clouds of the nine heavens, until they reached the borders of the wilds. It was Sima Ao's inaugural visit to this desolate expanse, and as he gazed upon the vastness before him, he beheld the barren land, thick yellow earth, sparse patches of wild grass and scrub, and desolate hills and stones, an eerie silence enveloping the lonely wilderness. The blazing sun scorched the earth, stirring up swirling dust with each gust of wind. This was the desolate land of the exiled sinners, a wild realm bordering another world, starkly different from the celestial realm. The thought that Dongfang Yue had grown up in such a harsh environment stirred a wave of pity within Sima Ao. A mournful howl echoed from afar, sending chills down one's spine. Quickly, we must hide. The wolf pack is approaching. The wolves here are exceedingly fierce. Dongfang Yue exclaimed in panic, grasping Sima Ao's hand as they hurried toward the thicket. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Before they could reach the safety of the bushes, the wolves surged across the hills towards them. Each wolf's eyes glowed a menacing crimson, filled with a murderous intent. Their jaws agape revealing sharp fangs, exuding an aura of savagery. Especially the lead wolves, which were as large as cheetahs, howled with a deep-seated hatred as they lunged towards Dongfang Yue. Last time, I had slaughtered several of their pups, and now the pack has caught my scent. Eager for revenge. It seems another bloody battle with the wolves is imminent. Dongfang Yue murmured. Sima Ao stood frozen, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sound of the howling. He was astonished to find that the seemingly delicate Dongfang Yue showed no fear in the face of the ferocious wolves. The pack drew ever closer, executing their familiar tactics to encircle both Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao. With narrowed eyes, Dongfang Yue unsheathed the white death sword, wielding it with the swiftness of a rushing stream as she thrust it towards the leading wolf charging at them. Sima Ao hurled the jade dragon fan into the sky, causing it to unfurl automatically. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, startling the pack of wolves momentarily. As Sima Ao leaped upward, he deftly caught the fan midair. Armed with the jade dragon fan, he struck at the wolves, and two wolf cubs were instantly dispatched, their skulls shattered by the fan's radiant energy. The lead wolf, witnessing the grim fate of its offspring, let out a mournful howl of rage and sorrow, summoning 4 fierce adult wolves to flank Sima Ao from all sides. With a swift motion, Sima Ao repelled one of the wolves attacking from the left. Then, with a deft flick of the fan, he dispatched another that lurked by the stones. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes, the fan crackling with energy as it felled 2 more formidable wolves. Having dispatched 4 of them, the lead wolf's fury escalated, and it howled 4 more times, summoning an additional 8 wolves, 2 of which bore their own cubs. Do not underestimate these 2 young cubs. They were remarkably fierce, cunning, and agile. Dongfang Yue had nearly lost her life to them on 2 occasions. The first time, her compassion prevented her from harming the small cub, only to be viciously bitten as it lunged at her. The second time, a cub stealthily attacked from its mother's back, leading to a coordinated ambush by several adult wolves. On that occasion, had it not been for her father's timely intervention, she would have surely perished. Now, the lead wolf adopted a similar ambush strategy against Sima Ao. Surrounded by 8 ferocious wolves, Sima Ao found it increasingly challenging to remain vigilant, particularly regarding the small cub that lay in wait upon its mother's back. The young wolf cub, perched upon the back of the she-wolf, peered intently at Sima Ao. Just as Sima Ao was engaged in a fierce battle with 8 formidable wolves, the cub opened its small mouth, revealing sharp teeth and poised claws, ready to lunge at Sima Ao's back in a vicious attempt to sink its fangs into his neck. At that critical moment, Dongfang Yue launched the white death sword. The sword struck the cub mid-leap, ending its life instantly. It was only then that Sima Ao became aware of what had transpired. Though he had narrowly escaped disaster, Dongfang Yue was not as fortunate. Without the might of the white death sword, she found herself besieged by the 8 wolves and had to confront them unarmed. The wolves closed in on her relentlessly, forcing her to retaliate against the foremost beast, while another wolf raised its sharp claws, aiming a vicious strike at her back. A cry of pain escaped her lips as 5 deep gashes marred her back. Hearing her anguished scream, Sima Ao turned to see the dire situation. Yue had been bitten by a young wolf cub on her arm. He hurriedly retrieved the white death sword that had been embedded in the cub that had just ambushed him. With precision and speed, Sima Ao launched the sword towards the cub that clung to Dongfang Yue's arm. The cub was pierced through the back by the white death sword and met its demise. However, infuriatingly, it refused to release its grip even in death. Enduring the pain, Dongfang Yue used her other hand to forcefully tear the cub away, casting it before the lead wolf. Sima Ao fended off the attacking pack with a swift motion and rushed to save Dongfang Yue. Before him stood Dongfang Yue, in a pitiful state after being bitten by the wolf, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Her once elegant blue attire lay in tatters, stained crimson with her own blood. A furious roar escaped Sima Ao as he wielded the jade dragon fan, striking fiercely at the pack of leading wolves encircling Dongfang Yue. The wolves, dazed and disoriented by the blow, retreated several steps. Sima Ao quickly supported the fainting Dongfang Yue with one hand and inquired, "Yue, what ails you? Have you been poisoned? Lie down for a moment." With that, he gently laid her upon the ground. His eyes narrowed with fury as he rose, a palpable aura of wrath emanating from him. It seems a fierce reckoning is at hand. No sooner had he spoken than a tempestuous wind stirred up the ochre earth, howling through the air and swirling dust in a chaotic dance. The atmosphere thick with the scent of impending bloodshed. The wolf pack, struck with an uncanny dread, hesitated to approach the enraged Sima Ao. The leading wolves, sensing his fury, let out a couple of howls, commanding their pack to retreat swiftly. Alas, it was too late. Sima Ao had already unleashed his fan, waves of blinding light crashing towards the wolves like a relentless tide. In an instant, the valiant beasts, unable to escape, fell victim to the overwhelming force, leaving the ground strewn with lifeless bodies. "Please cease. Do not harm them." A melodious and gentle voice cut through the chaos. A maiden clad in pristine white, her face partially veiled by a white silk scarf, approached him with grace. She reached Sima Ao and implored, "Do not kill them. They are but unfortunate creatures." Though the maiden in white concealed her face, revealing only a pair of luminous eyes, her graceful figure, the faint outline of her crimson lips, and her melodious voice unmistakably indicated that she was a breathtaking beauty. Sima Ao, astonished, reflected on the fact that this desolate wilderness, a place designated for the exile of condemned deities, could harbor such exquisite femininity, akin to a white lotus blossoming amidst the arid desert. "Which divinity are you? What offense has led to your banishment here?" he inquired, bewildered. "These wolves are exceedingly ferocious. What pity can be felt for them?" After the pack had departed, Sima Ao, still astonished, turned to the maiden. "Which deity are you? You possess an understanding of the nature of wolves." The maiden merely smiled softly, the gesture subtle and silent, her brows lifting slightly, indicating a fleeting amusement. "I am not a deity. In truth, good and evil are not inherent traits. They are transient obsessions. Wolves too possess benevolence. Have they not nurtured many wolf pups? Thus, we must not slay them." Sima Ao paused, finding wisdom in her words, and sensed that she was a person of profound mystery and rich narrative. "Water," came the faint voice of Dongfang Yue. In his preoccupation with the maiden, Sima Ao had forgotten that Dongfang Yue had been poisoned. Hearing her plea for water jolted his memory. He immediately leaned down and asked, "Yue, what troubles you?" "I am so thirsty. I long for water," she replied weakly. "Very well, I shall fetch you some water," he assured her. After speaking, Sima Ao hurriedly lifted the half-conscious Dongfang Yue, glancing around in search of water. It was difficult to find a water source in this vicinity, and since she had been poisoned by wolf venom, it was imperative to expel the toxins from her body swiftly. Otherwise, her life would be at stake. After observing Dongfang Yue's features, the girl in white addressed Sima Ao, "What shall we do? If you trust me, follow me. I can assist in alleviating her wolf venom." Although the girl in white appeared somewhat enigmatic, her compassion towards even the ferocious wolf suggested that she was not a malevolent being. The urgency of saving Yue took precedence over any doubts. Trusting her, Sima Ao embraced Dongfang Yue and followed the girl in white. She led him into a thicket, winding through several serpentine paths until they ascended a desolate hill, finally stopping at a thatched cottage. "This is where I reside. It may be modest, yet it offers shelter from the elements." Sima Ao observed that, as the girl had described, the cottage was indeed simple, but it was preferable to sleeping in the wilderness, and given the circumstances, it was the best they could hope for. He said nothing, carrying Dongfang Yue into the cottage, where he gently placed her on a small wooden bed. The girl in white filled a gourd with water and urged Dongfang Yue to drink. Then she turned to Sima Ao, "Allow me to tend to her wounds." Sima Ao replied with a simple "all right," stepping aside to let the girl in white attend to Dongfang Yue's injuries. The girl in white gently parted the long hair of Dongfang Yue that cascaded over her shoulders, skillfully unfastening the garment on her back to tend to her wounds. Poor Dongfang Yue, whose back was once smooth and fair, now bore the ghastly marks of injury, leaving one's heart aching at the sight. The clear imprints of wolf claws and fangs marred her arms, inflamed and alarming to behold. After carefully cleansing her wounds, the girl in white prepared a bowl of medicine to apply to the injuries. While she endured the pain during the cleaning process, Dongfang Yuer could no longer contain herself upon the application of the soothing balm. The medicine, both cool and potent, made her cry out in agony, startling Sima Ao. "Fear not, I shall not harm her. The potency is indeed intense, yet it will hasten her recovery. Soon she shall be well," the girl in white assured him. Indeed, after a brief while, Dongfang Yuer felt the pain subside, replaced by a sense of comfort, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Sima Ao sat at the edge of the bed, gently stroking Dongfang Yuer's hair, gazing tenderly at her as she drifted into slumber. Though the poison in her wounds had been neutralized, the toxin within her body still lingered. Why not address the internal poison first? Sima Ao inquired, perplexed. To cleanse the internal wolf poison, a specific medicinal catalyst is required. And regrettably, I do not possess that particular remedy, the girl explained. What is this remedy, and how might we procure it? Sima Ao pressed eagerly. Do you care for her? The girl in white suddenly asked, causing Sima Ao to pause, taken aback by her inquiry. Only the blood of a deity, one with over 10,000 years of cultivation, can purify the demonic poison within her. Sima Ao found himself ensnared in a web of tormenting thoughts. He had just ascended to the rank of a celestial deity, yet his cultivation was merely 5,000 years, insufficient to save Yuer. The number of deities who could attain such a level was scant, and most required over a millennium of cultivation. Now, ensconced in the wilderness, was Yuer truly destined to perish here? Her life force was tenacious. She had been bitten by a young wolf cub, thus the poison was not deeply rooted. What puzzled him further was the presence of a pure and potent inner power within her, a force likely bestowed upon her by a deity with millennia of cultivation. Hence, she would remain unharmed for a fortnight or more. The words of the maiden in white ignited a spark of realization within Sima Ao. He now knew who could save Dongfang Yuer. I know who can rescue Yuer. I shall take her away at once. The maiden in white stood frozen at the door, prompting Sima Ao to curiously inquire, "May I ask the esteemed name of the celestial maiden? You do not appear to be a malevolent deity. What misfortune has led you to be exiled here?" The maiden in white retorted with a cold smile. "Is it a given that those who dwell in the wilderness are divine lords? Must every exiled deity be a wicked sinner? I reside here because I have a fondness for this wild land." Her rhetorical question left Sima Ao momentarily speechless. Finally, he expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for your assistance, fair maiden, in the days to come." Before he could finish, the maiden in white interrupted. "There is no need for thanks. My rescue is driven by my own motives. Do not seek me after you depart, for you will not be able to find me." With that, she turned and vanished from sight. Chapter 45. The Abandoned Village Emerging from the Thatched Cottage. Sima Ao carried Dongfang Yuer along the path leading to her village, Abandoned Village. In the desolate village of Luo Wang, home to fewer than 100 souls. It stands as the largest settlement in the wild expanse, for it is here that the earliest exiled deities reside. The medicinal salve applied by the maiden in white indeed proved to be miraculous, as the wounds on Dongfang Yuer's body showed considerable improvement. Yet her countenance remained pallid and melancholic. "Please set me down." Dongfang Yuer implored Sima Ao to release her. Sima Ao, weary himself, gently lowered her to the ground. While Dongfang Yuer could stand, her steps were somewhat unsteady, prompting Sima Ao to support her as they walked. "Grandfather Lei, during my absence, how has your health fared? And what of Granny Feng?" Grandfather Lei and Granny Feng were among the first deities exiled to the wilderness. Grandfather Lei, the god of thunder, and Granny Feng, the goddess of wind, were shrouded in mystery regarding the reasons for their banishment, a tale Dongfang Yuer was not privy to. The deities of Luo Wang possessed an odd quirk. They refrained from discussing their lives prior to exile, perhaps in an effort to dull the pain of their past transgressions. Nevertheless, Grandfather Lei and Granny Feng were not malevolent beings. During their time in the wild, Dongfang Yuer had never witnessed them act against their conscience. They treated the villagers with kindness, especially extending a grandmotherly warmth towards her. Granny Feng was a midwife, responsible for the delivery of every child born in the wilderness. Of the infants she aided into the world, 9 out of 10 arrived safely, yet Dongfang Yuer was the exception. The year the Grand Master of Destiny was exiled to the wild coincided with the year of Dongfang Yuer's birth. As she was presented in a transverse position, the delivery did not proceed smoothly, culminating in a heart-wrenching choice between mother and child. Dongfang Yuer's mother, Xie Yuankuan, chose to sacrifice herself to ensure the survival of her daughter. Thus, from the moment of her birth, Dongfang Yuer was deprived of her mother, and perhaps this was the reason why the grand deity displayed a remarkable indifference towards her. With a few calls from old Master Lei, there was a stir within the room. "You ungrateful daughter, how dare you sneak away from the wilderness to seek your own demise? Today, I shall bring about your end." As he spoke, the grand deity Dongfang Su raised his divine whip in a fit of rage, aiming to strike Dongfang Yuer. The grand deity had always held old Master Lei in high esteem, and thus, he could only remain silent and heed the reprimand, momentarily halting his punishment of Dongfang Yuer. "Father, Yuer is aware of her misdeeds," Dongfang Yuer cried out, tears streaming down her face. "Please, grand deity, wait a moment," Sima Ao interjected. "Who are you? Why are you holding my daughter?" the grand deity inquired sternly. At that moment, Sima Ao suddenly recalled the notion of gender distinction. Promptly releasing his hold on Dongfang Yuer and bowing respectfully to the grand deity. This revelation left everyone in a state of astonished silence. Dongfang Yuer had always believed that Sima Ao was, as he claimed, sent by the Emperor Wenchang to conduct affairs in the wilderness, hence accompanying her on her journey. Initially, she felt a twinge of doubt, but then considered that since the Emperor Wenchang governed the order of merit across the 6 realms, it was plausible that the wilderness fell under his jurisdiction, making Sima Ao's presence there conceivable. Upon hearing that Sima Ao was dispatched by the Emperor Donghua, the grand deity was momentarily taken aback, but soon his demeanor warmed towards Sima Ao. "Please, Lord Wenchu, take a seat inside," he invited. Dongfang Yuer understood that her father held the Emperor Donghua in the highest regard. As long as Sima Ao invoked the name of the emperor, he need not fear being cast away by her father. Once inside, the grand deity gestured for Sima Ao to sit and produce 2 flasks of wine, offering one to Sima Ao and the other to old Master Lei. With great hospitality, Sima Ao accepted the flask of wine from the grand deity. Sima Ao, Grandfather Lei, and the great god of destiny gathered to partake in a drink. Grandfather Lei was the first to speak, inquiring of Sima Ao, "Young man, did you truly say that my Yuer has ascended to become the god of destiny?" Sima Ao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true." Suddenly, a loud clap resonated across the table, startling Sima Ao into a state of bewilderment. It was merely Grandfather Lei, who, in moments of excitement, would strike the table. Unaware of the situation, Sima Ao was understandably taken aback, prompting a quiet chuckle from Dongfang Yu, who witnessed his astonishment. "Dongfang, I have long asserted that our Yuer, born with innate wisdom and understanding, cannot remain in the wilderness forever. Just as I predicted, you shall become the one who governs the destinies of all mortals." Upon hearing that the heavenly monarch bore no punishment towards his daughter, the great god of destiny finally sighed in relief. Just as Sima Ao was about to speak, the great god of destiny interjected, asking, "How fares the emperor and the celestial clan?" Sima Ao hesitated, surprised that even in her exile, the great god of destiny remained concerned for the emperor, the celestial clan, and the well-being of the people. "The little deity is quite well in the wilderness." With no need for the emperor's concern, he replied after swallowing a sip of wine. Seated beside the great god of destiny, Grandfather Lei patted her shoulder. In that moment, Sima Ao recalled that upon his departure, the Emperor Donghua had entrusted him with a letter, instructing him to deliver it personally to the great god of destiny, and had specifically asked him not to peek. At that time, he had wondered what could be so pressing that even he was forbidden to read it. "The Emperor also has a letter for me to convey to the great god of destiny." Grandfather Lei and the great god of destiny exchanged a solemn glance, both curious about the contents of the letter. "Yuer, you may step aside for now." The great deity spoke. "Yes, father." With that, Dongfang Yuer retreated. After she departed, Sima Ao handed a letter to the great deity. Upon opening it, the great deity discovered it was indeed penned by the Emperor Donghua. The contents of the letter were unclear, causing the great deity to furrow his brow in concern. Sima Ao and Grandfather Lei observed, feeling anxious for the great deity. "What does the letter say? Is something significant about to occur?" Grandfather Lei could not restrain his curiosity. "It's nothing serious, just some words of greeting," the great deity replied, carefully storing the letter away. Grandfather Lei found it hard to believe that it merely contained pleasantries, yet seeing the great deity's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Sima Ao shared the curiosity. He too wondered what the emperor had written, but the great deity's silence suggested it was undoubtedly related to Dongfang Yuer. As the three fell into a contemplative silence, Sima Ao suddenly recalled that the wolf venom within Dongfang Yuer had not yet been resolved. I forgot to inform the great deity that Yuer has been poisoned by the wolf's venom, which requires... What? Yuer has been afflicted by wolf venom? Before Sima Ao could finish, the great deity sprang to his feet in alarm. Grandfather Lei, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "You foolish boy! Why did you only mention such a grave matter now?" The great deity, unable to contain himself, rushed to the kitchen, seized a bowl and a knife, and without hesitation, made a quick incision on his palm, letting the blood drip into the bowl. Immediately, the Grand Divine Commander presented a full bowl of blood before Dongfang Yuer, commanding with an authoritative tone, "Drink this bowl of blood at once." "Ah, I am the Thunder Lord. I shall not strike. I shall not strike your father. Besides, the Thunder Lord does not strike indiscriminately. Drink, drink." Grandfather Lei was truly amusing, causing Dongfang Yuer to suppress a smile, yet she resolutely refused to drink. This provoked the Grand Divine Commander to anger, as he forcefully poured the bowl of blood into Dongfang Yuer's mouth. "Do not act like this, Grand Divine Commander." Sima Ao, startled by the Grand Commander's coercive behavior, attempted to intervene but was restrained by Grandfather Lei. Alas, this little one from the east has such a temperament. Dongfang Yuer understood the immense value of this blood, a culmination of her father's millennia of cultivation. She held back her tears, refusing to let a single drop fall, and drank it down. Afterward, she lay on the bed. The wolf venom was not easily dispelled. "Tomorrow, we shall continue," the Grand Divine Commander instructed Dongfang Yuer. "But father, what about you? You've lost so much blood. How will your body cope?" Dongfang Yuer choked out, concern etched on her face. "Your father is a deity who has cultivated for thousands of years. A mere few bowls of blood are inconsequential. It will not cost your father's life." Despite being an ancient deity, the Grand Divine Commander felt dizzy from the blood loss, staggering slightly as he exited the room, prompting Grandfather Lei to swiftly catch him. Grandfather Lei promptly infused some celestial energy into the Grand Divine Commander, alleviating his dizziness. Although the Grand Divine Commander had cultivated for millennia, such significant blood loss would inevitably lead to fatigue. Thus, he too reclined on the bed to rest, while Sima Ao felt somewhat superfluous in that moment. "Young man, if you're bored, come to my home. I have several little spirits who would love to play with you," Grandfather Lei chuckled. "What?" Sima Ao's face flushed slightly as he realized that although he was not thousands of years old, he had lived for 5 millennia. Grandpa Lei actually regarded him as a child, suggesting he play with the little spirits of his family. Grandpa Lei chuckled, saying, "To me, Dongfang Su is also a young lad. So you are certainly just a little spirit. Do you know how old I am?" Sima Ao shook his head. With a proud laugh, Grandpa Lei continued, "In truth, I am unsure of my exact age. I only know that I was the one who unleashed the very first thunder from the heavens." Sima Ao stared in astonishment at Grandpa Lei, realizing that in his presence, he truly was but a child, for Grandpa Lei held a status even higher than that of Emperor Donghua. Grandpa Lei's residence was not far. It was only about 200 meters from Dongfang Yuer's home. Upon entering, Sima Ao indeed found 13 little spirits playing in the courtyard. Could it be that Sister Yuer was genuinely devoured by the big bad wolf? The smallest spirit, upon hearing that Sister Yuer had been consumed, began to wail in fear. "You all must not go anywhere now." Although Sister Yuer was not eaten by the wolf, she sustained severe injuries while battling it. "She needs her rest, and you must not disturb her." "Oh." The little spirits sighed in disappointment. Sima Ao, filled with curiosity, wondered how Grandpa Lei had so many grandchildren. Listening to the tales of the little spirits was akin to uncovering the past of Dongfang Yuer, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. The savage Sin spirits were not all guilty. The heavenly sovereign's punishment seemed excessively harsh. Indeed, these little spirits were quite pitiable. "Grandpa Lei, please come out and help. Assist me in dispatching this strange beast," called Granny Feng from outside. "All right, coming, coming." Grandfather Lei quickened his pace as he stepped outside, ready to assist Granny Feng with the peculiar beast. "Kiki, have you little ones heeded Grandfather Lei's words? Do not run about recklessly," Granny Feng gently inquired, cradling the smallest of the children. "Granny Feng, Sister Ewer was not devoured by the big bad wolf, interjected the second child. However, while Sister Ewer battled the wolf, she sustained grave injuries. Indeed, affirmed Grandfather Lay. Sister Ewer is seriously wounded, and we must refrain from disturbing her rest. Upon hearing that Dongfang Ewer had been injured, Granny Feng anxiously asked, Grandfather Lay, is Ewer truly hurt severely? Then why have we not seen her? She delights in playing with the children, she curiously remarked. Indeed, fortuitously, I captured a peculiar beast on my way here. I shall prepare a nourishing soup from it for her recovery, Granny Feng murmured. Is there anything I can assist with? Sima Ao inquired. Grandfather Lay, whose child is this? He is remarkably handsome. Sima Ao's arrival caught Granny Feng's attention, and she regarded the striking youth with delight, pondering how he seemed unlike a child raised in the wilderness, prompting her to question Grandfather Lay with curiosity. Younger generation Sima Ao has met Granny Feng. Her grace remains as resplendent as ever. Sima Ao respectfully bowed to her. Hee, you have quite the way with words, young lad. Come, help Granny Feng skin this peculiar beast, she said, tossing the lifeless creature towards Sima Ao. The beast bore resemblance to both a deer and a sheep, albeit smaller than a deer. This is indeed a treasure from the wilderness. Sima Ao inquired. Indeed, do not be deceived by its gentle appearance. It is quite wild, and I exerted considerable effort to capture it. He then took a sharp kitchen knife and skillfully skinned the peculiar beast. As a civil official, Sima Ao displayed such remarkable knife skills that even Granny Feng was taken aback. This young man possesses exceptional skill with a blade, quite unexpected, Granny Feng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. To be favored by the Emperor Wenchang and to receive the attention of Emperor Donghua, one must possess considerable talent, wouldn't you agree? Young man? Grandpa Lay teased with a wink. Granny Feng, Grandpa Lay, please refrain from jesting at the expense of the younger generation. Comparing Sima Ao to you two is akin to measuring the distance between a water buffalo and a mosquito. Yet, one must admit, there are times when the mosquito outshines the water buffalo, even managing to deliver a sting. Granny Feng and Grandpa Lay chuckled, genuinely fond of this young man. Granny Feng, Grandpa Lay, what are you two laughing about? Dongfang Yuer, having dozed off for a short while, awoke and realized Sima Ao was not in the room, leading her to conclude he must be with Grandpa Lay. We both have taken quite a liking to you, our esteemed suitor. Grandpa Lay chuckled, seizing the opportunity to tease Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao. Sima Ao was momentarily taken aback, his face slightly flushed as he cast a profound gaze toward Dongfang Yuer, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Flustered by Sima Ao's evident affection, Dongfang Yuer felt somewhat bewildered and shyly averted her gaze from his intense stare. Ah, is this not a peculiar beast? She inquired, shifting the topic. Indeed, it is a peculiar beast that Granny Feng captured on the way. We shall slice the meat for stir-frying and use the bones to brew a soup for you to enjoy. The wind Granny cheerfully exclaimed. This is just perfect for my father to regain his strength. Indeed, indeed. It is essential for all of you to nourish your bodies. Wind Granny laughed heartily. The little ghost, upon seeing Dongfang Yuer, excitedly called out, while the youngest ghost began to wail. Dongfang Yuer picked up the smallest ghost and comforted, do not cry. Little ghost, your sister Yuer no longer likes you. Dongfang Yuer took charge of entertaining the little ghosts. Sima Ao was responsible for adding firewood. Grandpa Lay handled the meat and vegetables, and Wind Granny was in charge of brewing a large pot of soup. It had been quite some time since the desolate Luo Huang village had witnessed such liveliness. At mealtime, the great death god also rose to visit Grandpa Lay's home. You arrived just in time, it's time to eat. Grandpa Lay chuckled. Father, Yuer will ladle you some soup. The great death god nodded in acknowledgement. The little ghosts clamored for soup as well. Perhaps Wind Granny's firewood soup was simply too delectable, or perhaps in this barren wilderness, obtaining a bowl of soup was quite a luxury. Grandpa Lay's dwelling was constructed from hardwood, with thatched roofs atop. If it were just Wind Granny and Grandpa Lay living there, the house would have been sufficiently spacious. It comprised 3 rooms, a hall, a small kitchen, and a little courtyard. However, accommodating over a dozen little ghosts made it somewhat cramped. The 3 rooms were surrendered for the ghosts to sleep, leaving Grandpa Lay and Wind Granny to rest in the hall. Consequently, meals had to be taken in the small kitchen. The kitchen housed a large round table surrounded by a dozen stools, where the little ghosts perched upon the stools, gathered around the table for their meal. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuer, Grandpa Lay, Wind Granny, Sima Ao, and the great death god encircled the stove to eat. These little spirits are all hungry ghosts reincarnated, grasping large chunks of meat and devouring them ravenously. The smaller spirits, unable to bite through the hefty morsels, looked on enviously as the larger ones savored their feast, eventually bursting into pitiful tears. Oh, caring for these little spirits is no easy task. Do not cry, said Grandpa Lay, relieved that he had prepared a dish of smaller meat pieces for them. As he placed the small chunks of meat on the table, he worried that the little spirits might not have enough to eat, so he sought Ed some dried vegetables to accompany the meat. The fragrant aroma of the vegetables soon silenced the little spirits' cries, and they eagerly grabbed at the food with their hands, ultimately filling their bellies until they were round and plump. By the time they finished eating, dusk had settled in, marking the time for the little spirits to take a bath. In the arid wilderness, water is a precious commodity. Grandpa Lay and Grandma Foam could only scoop a few ladles of water to wipe the little spirits down before urging them to sleep early. The wilderness is not only home to wild wolves, but also lies on the border of another realm, thick with the malevolent aura of otherworldly entities. The long, dark night poses dangers for the little spirits, compelling Grandpa Lay and Grandma Foam to prioritize their safety by encouraging them to retire early. Once the little spirits were tucked in, Grandpa Lay and Grandma Foam finally found a moment to attend to their own affairs. At this time, Grandpa Lay particularly enjoyed sharpening his knives, while Grandma Foam busied herself mending the little spirits' clothing. Their modest abode consisted of merely 2 rooms, and that night, Sima Ao would have to make do with the parlor. Dongfang Yuer brought Sima Ao a soft, thin quilt, for the temperature in the wilderness fluctuated greatly. The scorching days gave way to cool nights. As Sima Ao accepted the cozy quilt from Dongfang Yuer, he gazed at her, his eyes reflecting a warmth that lingered. At this moment, Dongfang Yuer's heart raced with anticipation. Both individuals yearned to express their thoughts yet hesitated. Throughout the lengthy night, Sima Ao lay restlessly in bed, unable to find any semblance of sleep, perplexed by his persistent wakefulness. Similarly, Dongfang Yuer tossed and turned, her sleep eluding her. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, prompting her to rise from her bed. She retrieved a silk scarf from her collar, inscribed with the words, "For whom does the gardenia bloom? For whom does it fall?" With curiosity ignited and sleep wholly absent, she stealthily crept towards the hall, like a timid mouse, to ascertain whether Sima Ao was asleep. To her surprise, the small bed in the hall was empty. In the pitch darkness of the night, where could Sima Ao have gone? Chapter 48. The mystery of Sima Ao's heritage. It turned out that Sima Ao, unable to sleep, had climbed to the rooftop to gaze at the stars. Dongfang Yuer, too, ascended the roof with utmost caution, though her movements did not escape Sima Ao's notice. He turned to see her approaching, his heart secretly delighted, and asked, "What brings you up here?" As he extended his hand to assist her, Dongfang Yuer joined him, brushing off the straw from her garments as she settled beside him. "I found the wild stars to be exceptionally beautiful, and since I couldn't sleep, I thought I would come up here to admire them," Sima Ao explained. "Is that so?" Dongfang Yuer inquired, tilting her head upward. The sky was shrouded in mist, concealing the stars. Only a hazy, solitary moon was visible. A chill breeze caressed the flowing hair of Dongfang Yuer, causing a strand to drift onto her lips. Sima Ao, observing this delicate moment, gently brushed it aside with his hand, his gaze imbued with warmth as he looked at her. This subtle gesture instantly captured Dongfang Yuer's heart, and a fleeting tremor of emotion flickered across her face. Seizing the opportunity, Sima Ao drew closer to her, his lips poised to brush against her ear. In a tender whisper, he began, "Yuer, However, a sudden jolt of apprehension gripped him. He had intended to confess his feelings under the serene canopy of night, yet unexpectedly, Dongfang Yuer silenced him. The fervor that had once surged within him evaporated in an instant, akin to a blazing torch being doused by a bucket of icy water. In the stillness of the dark night, both remained silent, the only sounds being the chirping of crickets, the howls of wolves, and the calls of exotic birds and beasts. For Dongfang Yuer, who had grown up in the wilderness, such sounds were the norm. "Yuer, having been raised in the wild, do you ever feel lonely or afraid?" Sima Ao inquired gently. When Dongfang Yuer spoke of having lost her mother at a tender age, Sima Ao was momentarily taken aback, and after she finished, he exhaled deeply. "In truth, I too lost my parents when I was young. No, I should say I do not even know if I was born of a placenta or nurtured by the grace of heaven and earth. Thus, I often feel a profound sense of solitude and envy those children who have parents." It was only then that Dongfang Yuer came to understand Sima Ao's background, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words as she gazed at him in astonishment. Sima Ao smiled and remarked, "Though your mother passed away early, she still knew that she was a mother to you. Although your father appears indifferent, he harbors love for you in his heart. Otherwise, why would he sacrifice his own flesh to let you drink his blood?" Sima Ao's words brought tears streaming down Dongfang Yuer's face. He continued, "During your participation in the semi-selection, I discerned resentment in your eyes. Yuer, open your heart and relinquish the bitterness within. Do not allow yourself to dwell in animosity. You are aware of everything. Yet why do you not expose the truth? Why do you not revoke my qualification for the competition? Is it merely because you promised the Eastern Emperor to covertly protect me? Initially, that was indeed the case, but later I realized your heart is pure, akin to a sacred lotus flower, and thus, I seethe with anger that this world is devoid of justice, enraged that my father, who is innocent, has been exiled to this desolate place. As a result, I have become the daughter of a sinner, doomed to exist in perpetual darkness. I clandestinely entered the semi-selection to vindicate my father." Finally, Dongfang Yuo opened her heart to Sima Ao. "Justice? Yuo, now that you have ascended to the position of the Semi-Star Lord, you will come to understand the essence of justice," Sima Ao scoffed. Dongfang Yuer was astonished that Sima Ao, who was 5,000 years her senior, could articulate such profound thoughts akin to the Eastern Emperor. As their conversation unfolded, they both began to feel drowsy. Dongfang Yuer, feeling a bit chilly, hugged her arms and shivered. She nodded in acknowledgement and softly replied, then rose to brush off her garments and carefully descended from the rooftop. Sima Ao followed closely behind, constantly reminding, "Be cautious." The next day, the sun rose brightly, illuminating the desolate and solitary wilderness. In the early morning, Luowang village remained eerily quiet, for it had never been bustling with activity. Aside from the Dongfang family, the only inhabitants were Grandpa Lei, Grandma Feng, and a handful of mischievous children. As the sun ascended to a height of one pole, Grandpa Lei would gather the children in the courtyard to practice self-defense techniques or would bring out stools to bask in the sunlight. While enjoying the warmth, Grandpa Lei would regale the children with tales of thunder from his youth, stories that were their favorite. Every spring, I would summon the first clap of thunder, which I called spring thunder. After a long winter's sleep, I often awoke a bit dazed, so spring thunder was usually not very loud, akin to a mere sneeze or a passing gas. At this point, the children would erupt into hearty laughter, prompting Grandpa Lei to embellish his tales further. But come summer, the thunder I conjured was thunderous indeed. The sound could nearly deafen everyone, reminiscent of a cataclysmic upheaval. The children would gaze at Grandpa Lei in admiration, exclaiming in awe, "Oh." At this juncture, Grandma Feng would eagerly interject, sharing her own stories of the winds. "Whenever spring arrives, I would stir the first breeze, the spring wind. This spring wind is exceedingly gentle, caressing the faces of people like a tender kiss." At this moment, the little spirits cast adoring glances at Grandma Wind, uttering sounds of reverence. "Oh." Then Grandma Wind continued to narrate with vivid embellishments. "That is because I am quite pleased, hence the term the spring breeze brings success. However, when I am enraged, the winds I unleash can be quite ferocious, capable of toppling houses and uprooting trees." Hearing this, Grandpa Thunder would chuckle heartily, clutching his belly, and say, "I must tell you, Grandma Wind, you are misguiding the children. The spring breeze brings success does not mean what you think it does." Grandma Wind, somewhat indignant, retorted, "Well, Grandpa Thunder, you are free to recount your tales of thunder from days gone by. Why can't I share my stories of the winds I have stirred?" "Very well. Grandma Wind, please continue with your tales of how you called forth the wind," Grandpa Thunder teased, intentionally mispronouncing gu-f-ing to blow wind, as f-f-ing to emit wind, which phonetically resembled f-f-ing to go mad. This infuriated Grandma Wind, who placed her hands on her hips and glared, wishing she could snatch off Grandpa Thunder's ears and serve them with wine. In response, Grandpa Thunder feigned a fearful demeanor, quickly backtracking. "Oh, I am truly forgetful. It is not. My apologies. My sincere apologies." The little spirits sitting on the benches, witnessing Grandpa Thunder's antics that left Grandma Wind in a state of exasperated laughter, erupted into gleeful laughter. Chapter 49. The Enigma of Sima Ao's Origins, Part 2. While Grandpa Thunder regaled the little spirits with stories, on the other side, The Grand Commander was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, a daily routine that had become a habit in his life. Early in the morning, Dongfang Yuer prepared a pot of thin rice porridge, which would serve as their sustenance for the day. She would enhance the porridge with a few slices of dried mushrooms, some dried wild vegetables, and a few pieces of dried meat. Every time Dongfang Yuer harvests an excess of fragrant mushrooms and wild vegetables that she cannot consume, she meticulously dries and preserves them for future use. Sima Ao, the guest, finds himself in a position where he need not lift a finger. Yet he incessantly circles around Dongfang Yuer, imploring, "Yuer, allow me to serve the porridge." To which Dongfang Yuer replies, "You are an esteemed guest in my humble abode. There is no need for you to do anything." With that, she gently pushes Sima Ao away from the stove, finding his presence somewhat cumbersome. Reluctantly, Sima Ao retreats to the doorway, observing the grand deity practicing swordsmanship. Such exquisite swordplay. Truly, the grand deity's technique is unparalleled. Sima Ao claps in admiration, and to his surprise, the grand deity extends an invitation for a duel. Sima Ao, not one to refuse, readily responds. It is an honor of a lifetime to compete with the revered grand deity today. Upon finishing his words, Sima Ao swiftly unfurls the jade dragon fan. Rather than launching a direct assault on the grand deity, he stands opposite, ready to engage in a contest of spirit. With unwavering determination, he flourishes the fan, conjuring a tempest that stirs the very essence of dragon energy from the cosmos. The grand deity, calm and imposing, wields the demon slayer's sword with precision, channeling the ethereal light into a bagua formation, gathering the vital essence of the heavens and earth. The energies of the grand deity and Sima Ao clash. The grand deity seeks to test Sima Ao's inner strength. The grand deity's essence radiates a brilliant white, while Sima Ao's dragon energy emanates a regal purple. These two energies intertwine like wisps of smoke, colliding, chasing, and contending with one another, locked in a fierce struggle. The grand deity gazes in astonishment. Sima Ao, with merely 5,000 years of cultivation, possesses an unexpectedly pure and profound inner strength, rivaling even his own, infused with the essence of a true dragon. The origins of this strength remain an enigma to him. Since my earliest memories, I have been a disciple of the Wenchang Emperor. Did the Wenchang Emperor never reveal your origins? The Grand Commander's curiosity prompted the question. 5,000 years ago, when the Wenchang Emperor descended to the mortal realm, he fortuitously passed through the eastern wilderness and heard the cries of an infant. Following the sound, he arrived at the edge of a celestial lake, where he beheld a naked baby lying upon a lotus pedestal. Listening intently to the enigmatic tale of Sima's origins, the Grand Commander furrowed her brow and inquired, "Was there no token left behind to trace your lineage?" Sima Ao, with an air of pride, extended the jade dragon fan for her perusal. The Grand Commander accepted the jade dragon fan and scrutinized it closely. The fan's remarkable feature lay in the intricately carved dragons on either side of the handle, while the fan's leaf depicted a sacred lotus flower, devoid of any other embellishments. Yet, it was evident that this jade dragon fan was indeed a mystical artifact of primordial origins. Although the Grand Commander was a deity who had traversed millennia and possessed vast knowledge, this jade dragon fan alone could not unravel the mystery of Sima Ao's ancestry. However, it was certain that Sima Ao was connected to dragons. The question remained, was he born of the dragon's divine essence, or was he a child of the dragon clan? If he were born of the dragon's essence, then the lotus pedestal would serve as his womb. Yet, why would the jade dragon fan be found upon the lotus pedestal, which could not possibly give rise to a magical artifact? Conversely, if he were born from the womb of a member of the dragon clan, why would the infant be placed upon a lotus pedestal? Furthermore, the dragon clan, from ancient times to the present, had engaged in numerous battles, resulting in a significant depletion of their vitality, leaving only the celestial monarch's family as their descendants. The celestial monarch is the youngest scion of the dragon lineage, making it implausible for Sima Ao to belong to the celestial monarch's family. From various analyses, it appears that Sima Ao is more akin to the progeny of the dragon of Zhehua. As for the appearance of the Yulong fan upon the lotus plate, its explanation remains elusive. "Breakfast is ready," called Dongfang Yuer from the doorway, summoning De Siming and Sima Ao to the table. As they entered the room and approached the stove, they found 3 bowls of breakfast prepared, one of which contained several additional pieces of meat. Without uttering a word, Dongfang Yue silently pushed the bowl with the extra meat towards Sima Ao, conveying the unspoken message that this bowl was meant for him. In the wilderness, where food was scarce, they were left to subsist on wild game. Concerned that Sima Ao might find the fare unpalatable, Dongfang Yue had placed the extra meat in his bowl. Siming cast a glance at Dongfang Yue, the meaning of which was clear. This daughter, now enamored, seemed to have forgotten her father. The combination of fragrant mushrooms and lean meat made for a surprisingly delightful breakfast. Indeed, there was an undercurrent of affection in the meal. Sima Ao found it quite palatable, relishing each bite. After breakfast, Siming retrieved 10 wolf pelts and 3 fox skins from the house, placing them into a handcart, ready to exchange them at the market for essential supplies, including, of course, some wine. Given the considerable distance from Luowang village to the market, Siming would wait until he had accumulated a sufficient quantity of pelts before making the journey. Whenever Siming ventured to the market for provisions, Dongfang Yue would remain at home, gathering firewood. Today was no different. She diligently chopped the dry wood into small pieces, preparing them for use as firewood. Sima Ao, feeling rather idle, was not the type to shirk his responsibilities. Upon seeing Dongfang Yue, a delicate young woman, he felt compelled to lift a hefty axe and split wood into pieces. He requested the axe from her, eager to try his hand at chopping firewood. However, as he swung the axe, he failed to produce the expected results. His poor aim caused the axe to strike inaccurately. Observing this, Dongfang Yue shook her head in resignation and said, "Clearly, you are unable. Allow me to handle it." She reached for the axe in Sima Ao's grasp. The thought of being deemed incompetent by a woman he admired stung Sima Ao's pride. Blushing, he retorted, "Who says I cannot? Just watch." He lifted the axe once more and, with a powerful swing, cleaved the log into 5 pieces. Chapter 50. The disappearance of Little 13. Just as Dongfang Yue and Sima Ao exchanged meaningful glances, Grandpa Lei hurriedly approached, panting, and inquired, "Yue, has Little 13 come to you?" Little 13, the youngest and most sensitive child, had suddenly gone missing, causing great distress to Grandpa Lei and Grandma Feng. "Hasn't he come here?" "What's the matter, Grandpa Lei?" Dongfang Yue asked anxiously, dropping the axe from her hands. She knew Little 13 was timid and typically played near the door. Where could he have gone today? Could he be playing hide and seek with you? Perhaps he is hiding in some corner of the house, Sima Ao suggested. Then let us split up and search the nearby areas. Sima Ao proposed earnestly. I ventured eastward, towards the territory frequently roamed by wolves, apprehensive that Little 13 might encounter them. Dongfang Yue hesitated to voice her fears, her mind conjuring images of Little 13's perilous encounter with the pack. "Grandfather Lei, have you found Little 13? The Wind Granny, accompanied by the ghost children, had also arrived. Without the Wind Granny, Little 13 would not have come to Yue. Where could Little 13 possibly be?" The Wind Granny pondered anxiously. Wah, wah. The ghost children wept, lamenting. "Has Sister 13 been devoured by the big gray wolf? Do not speak such nonsense." The Wind Granny scolded the children, her irritation mounting as their cries only intensified. "Oh, my dear ghost children, cease your tears. The more you cry, the less likely we are to find Little 13. Grandfather Lei soothed the distraught children. "Let us first search nearby for Little 13. Sima Ao proposed once more. "Wind Granny, you shall stay here to watch over the ghost children while we search the vicinity for Little 13. "Very well, Grandfather Lei, do hurry." "I shall take care of the ghost children," the Wind Granny replied. They split into 3 groups. Dongfang Yue headed east to search for Little 13, where the wolves often played. Sima Ao traveled south, where strange beasts frequently appeared, and Grandfather Lei ventured north, where unusual tribes were known to roam. Whoever finds her first shall sound the whistle. Little 13, where are you?" Dongfang Yue called out as she searched. After the passage of a brief incense stick's time, Dongfang Yue had neither encountered the wolves nor located Little 13. Suddenly, a whistle echoed from the north, signaling that Grandfather Lei had found Little 13. Filled with joy, Dongfang Yue hurried to reunite with them when, all of a sudden, a fleeting white shadow flashed before her eyes. As Dongfang Yue focused her gaze, she recognized the white-clad maiden who had saved her life. Grateful for the maiden's timely intervention, Dongfang Yue bowed respectfully in appreciation. The white-clad maiden responded with a gentle smile, but suddenly, taking advantage of Dongfang Yue's unguarded moment, she raised her hand and struck Dongfang Yue on the back, rendering her unconscious. When Dongfang Yue regained consciousness, she discovered that her hands and feet were bound, and a few alien soldiers stood guard nearby. Observing her surroundings, she realized she must be within the confines of the alien military camp. Soon, she heard the soldiers urging, "Hurry up, old man." Then, a chilling cry pierced the air, reminiscent of the voice of Xiao Shisan. Moments later, an elderly man and a child were brought into the tent under the watchful eyes of the alien soldiers. To her astonishment, Dongfang Yuera recognized them as none other than Grandfather Lei and Xiao Shisan. She was taken aback to see the formidable Grandfather Lei, the Thunder God, so helplessly bound and ushered in. "I was only trying to protect Shisan, and yet here I am, threatened by them," Grandfather Lei awkwardly explained, his pride taking a hit. "Then why are you also brought here?" Dongfang Yuera countered, her own embarrassment palpable as she forced a smile. "What are you all mumbling about?" "Silence," the leader of the alien soldiers bellowed. Little Shisan, inherently timid and prone to tears, was frightened into a state of panic and weeping by the thunderous inquiry of the alien chief. This incited the ire of Dongfang Yuera and Grandpa Lei, who hurried to console little Shisan. "You barbaric aliens shall soon face the consequences," Dongfang Yuera declared indignantly. A few of the aliens scoffed, mocking her audacity, considering her bound and helpless, questioning her confidence and claiming to make them pay. The alien leader, noticing Dongfang Yuera's striking beauty, leered, "Ah, this young lady is truly a vision. Before the princess has the chance to execute her, let her serve me well." Other aliens gathered, leering at Dongfang Yuera, their salivation evident. "Why not beseech the princess to grant her to us for our enjoyment?" One suggested. "It would be a shame to kill her. I, for one, would gladly take her as a concubine, too. How dare you insolent beings defile the goddess in this manner? Do you not fear the wrath of the heavenly monarch?" Dongfang Yuera retorted, her fury unabated. Laughter erupted among the alien soldiers, ridiculing her naivety. "Heavenly monarch? You misguided fools have been banished here by the heavenly monarch himself, yet you still cling to the delusion of rescue. You would do well to submit to us. It would ensure your survival." As the alien chief leaned in, eager to touch Dongfang Yuera's delicate face, she spat in disdain. "We may be exiled here, but we remain the divine subjects of the celestial clan. The decree of life and death belongs solely to the heavenly monarch, not to you wretched aliens." As Eastern Yuera exhibited her defiance, it only served to pique the interest of the alien chieftain, who once more attempted to belittle her. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from outside the tent, declaring, with death looming, "You still speak with such bravado." Princess Daila, clad in a flowing black veil gown, strode confidently into the grand tent, accompanied by her formidable black bull guard. Upon entering, she cast a triumphant glance at Eastern Yuera before taking her seat upon the ornate throne at the center of the tent. "Salutations, Your Highness." Several alien warriors exclaimed in unison, bowing before Princess Daila. It was indeed the alien princess herself. "May I inquire why you have captured us?" Eastern Yuera asked, her curiosity piqued. "Surely, I harbor no deep-seated grievances against the princess?" "Ah, true, but you had the audacity to best me in the trial, which left me quite displeased." Princess Daila retorted, revealing that she indeed remembered the incident. Eastern Yuera, momentarily taken aback, recalled that the princess was but a defeated foe. "You." Eastern Yuera's words rendered Princess Daila momentarily speechless, her ire palpable. After a brief silence, Princess Daila sneered, "Do not become overconfident. You have yet to escape my grasp." "Humph." Eastern Yuera's defiance only fueled Princess Daila's frustration. Suddenly, with a commanding tone, Princess Daila ordered, "Bring forth our esteemed guest at once." Chapter 51. Captured. As Eastern Yuera pondered who this esteemed guest might be, Grandfather Lei turned to observe the entrance of the grand tent. 3 alien warriors soon appeared, escorting a young gentleman dressed in white. Eastern Yuera focused her gaze intently as he was brought into the tent. Alas, the man in white is actually Sima Ao. Fang Yuera never anticipated that even Sima Ao had been captured. Reflecting on her earlier bravado, she had merely been stalling for time, hoping for Sima Ao's timely rescue. Now, to her dismay, he was brought in, bound tightly and forcefully escorted by the fierce soldiers of a foreign tribe. When Sima Ao was thrust before Dongfang Yuera and Grandpa Lei, both were overwhelmed with despair, sighing in unison. "How could you also have been captured?" Dongfang Yuera questioned in disbelief. Sima Ao, unable to articulate his thoughts, replied, "Wasn't I here to save you?" The white-clad maiden then interjected, "Lord of Literature, Sima, How fortunate we are to meet again so soon. Princess Dairo, what is the meaning of this? Sima Ao inquired, raising his bound hands in confusion, prompting a stifled giggle from Princess Dairo. Since Lord Sima has arrived in the wilds, yet has not paid a visit to my princess's palace, I had no choice but to invite you in this manner. In truth, I had intended to visit Princess Dairo, but I did not expect her to be so eager to see me, Sima Ao remarked, casting a charming smile at Princess Dairo, his eyes brimming with affection. No woman is immune to the desire for love, and even the typically fierce and masculine Princess Dairo could not deny her longing for affection. As Sima Ao's admiration stirred her heart, she found herself flustered. Who is anxious? Suddenly, the Black Bull Guard erupted with a loud bellow towards Sima Ao. What are you bellowing about, Black Bull? Are you out of your mind? Princess Dairo scolded sharply. Princess, how dare this fellow harbor feelings for you? Have my men take his head, the Black Bull Guardian declared with indignation. Even the slow-witted Black Bull could sense the tension. Princess Di Luo cast a shy glance at Sima Ao, her cheeks flushed, ignoring the Black Bull Guardian's outburst. Upon hearing that his head was to be severed, Sima Ao feigned great fear and exclaimed, Do not misunderstand. It is not I who has taken an interest in your princess. Who could it possibly be? The Black Bull Guardian, standing beside Princess Di Luo, could not contain himself and rushed over, glaring with wide eyes as he demanded, Who is it? Princess Di Luo considered the fact that the Black Bull Guardian towered over Sima Ao, his fierce visage undoubtedly intimidating. You shall not speak disrespectfully to the star god of literature. He is a guest of mine, she asserted. Who is that wretched turtle? The Black Bull Guardian's tone softened slightly. Sima Ao remained silent, instead lifting his tightly bound hands before the Black Bull Guardian. The dull-witted guardian paused, finally comprehending Sima Ao's request for the release of his bonds upon hearing the word rope. The Black Bull Guardian drew his knife and swiftly severed the ropes binding Sima Ao. Bah! Bah! The Black Bull Guardian exclaimed in frustration, clenching his fists in anger. So it was that little turtle. No wonder that day at the Taichin Palace. He kept peering at my princess. Should I encounter that turtle again, I shall certainly twist his neck. As the Black Bull Guardian cursed the lesser deity as a turtle, Princess Di Luo's expression darkened. Before Sima Ao revealed the presence of the lesser deity, the Princess Di Luo mistakenly believed that he had developed feelings for her. When he later mentioned the lesser deity, the realization struck her like a thunderbolt. How dare Sima Ao mock her in front of the assembled generals? Enraged and humiliated, Princess Di Luo launched herself forward, brandishing her divine whip with fierce determination aimed at Sima Ao. She had initially intended to spare his life, but his reckless provocation left her no choice. The black-clad guards stationed before Sima Ao stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden outburst of the princess's wrath. Swiftly dodging the lash aimed at him, Sima Ao inquired with confusion, What has incited your fury, Princess Di Luo? Could it be that you harbor resentment for not ascending to the rank of the deity of fate? As a proud princess of a foreign realm, do you think I would covet the position of a mere deity of fate? She scoffed. Yet, if she truly disdained the lesser deity, one might wonder why she had clung so tenaciously to the Taichin Palace in the past. Sima Ao's question was a deliberate provocation. Princess Di Luo's reluctance to leave the palace stemmed from her desire to gaze upon the lesser deity. After all, it had been 5 centuries since they had last met as siblings. Exasperated, Princess Di Luo dismissed the need for further explanation and commanded, Generals, swiftly eliminate this band of celestial beings on my behalf. With her command issued, a troop of foreign soldiers burst into the tent, encircling Sima Ao, Dongfang Yuer, and Grandfather Lei. As Sima Ao continued to tease Princess Di Luo, Dongfang Yuer and Grandfather Lei quietly liberated themselves from their bindings. Once free, Grandfather Lei scooped up little Shursan and unleashed 2 powerful bolts of heavenly thunder. The thunder rumbled ominously, tearing a gaping hole in the tent, causing it to tremble and collapse, while everyone covered their ears in shock. In a swift motion, Dongfang Yuer conjured the white death sword from her sleeve, and a brilliant white light illuminated the grand tent, harmonizing perfectly with the thunderous roar of Grandfather Lei, creating a symphony of lightning and thunder. With the white death sword in hand, Dongfang Yuer lunged towards the nearby foreign soldier, delivering a lethal strike to the very foe who had attempted to belittle her moments earlier. Princess Dairo, consumed by rage, gritted her teeth and declared, How dare you, Sima Ao, insult this princess? Today, I shall reduce you to a mere pulp. Oh dear, how frightful. The princess exclaimed sarcastically. Sima Ao, what do you mean by calling me an insignificant lover? You this is truly embarrassing. Princess Dairo stamped her foot in fury. Sima Ao, do not revel in your triumph just yet. Prepare yourself. With that, Princess Dairo unleashed her signature move, White Serpent Spits Venom, ensnaring Sima Ao's left hand with her whip and yanking him forcefully towards her. Just as she was basking in her moment of victory, Sima Ao, ever the cunning one, deftly seized the whip from her grasp and swiftly bound Princess Dairo with it. Once the binding was complete, a devilish smile curled at the corners of Sima Ao's lips as he remarked softly, My apologies, Princess. Allow me to advise you to abandon your obstinacy, as the lesser deity has urged me to counsel you. Princess Dairo paused in astonishment. What do you mean? You know very well what I am implying. Your relationship with the lesser deity is something I have been aware of for quite some time. Sima Ao replied with a sly grin. Princess Dairo retorted, What do you intend to do? I shall not allow either of you to leave. And what will you do about it? She replied coldly. If this confrontation were to persist, it would be Princess Dairo who would ultimately suffer the consequences. Indeed, as Sima Ao has aptly remarked, should this battle continue, it is the Princess Di Luo who will suffer the consequences. The formidable white oblivion sword wielded by Dongfang Yuer has already felled all the foreign soldiers within the grand tent. Furthermore, Old Master Lei's thunderous might has caused the very structure of the tent to tremble and collapse, plunging the surroundings into utter chaos. Chapter 52, Silver-Tongued Princess. Do not be swayed by this rogue's honeyed words. Allow me to sever his tongue to relieve your frustration, declared the Black Bull Guardian, clenching his fist, reminiscent of a cauldron, and launching it towards Sima Ao's face while hurling a stream of profanities. By heavens, you dandy. All you do is charm women with your slick tongue. What skill is that? And now you dare to provoke our princess. Sima Ao understood that the Black Bull possessed immense strength, and a direct confrontation would inevitably lead to his downfall. A faint smile graced Sima Ao's lips as he devised a strategy to counter the brutish guardian. Remaining composed, he deftly turned his head, causing the Black Bull's fist to strike nothing but air. The Black Bull Guardian, undeterred, swung a second punch, prompting Sima Ao to swiftly retreat a few steps and unfurl the Jade Dragon fan, which perfectly intercepted the Guardian's blow. After evading two of his powerful punches, the Black Bull Guardian momentarily faltered in confusion. Seizing this opportunity, Sima Ao suddenly leaped into the air, soaring behind the Black Bull Guardian, and delivered a palm strike to his back. Channeling 8/10 of his strength, the blow shattered the Guardian's internal organs. The Black Bull Guardian coughed up several mouthfuls of blood before staggering and collapsing. Princess Di Luo, having freed herself from her restraints, cried out loudly. Black Bull. Fearing for his condition, the Black Bull Guardian murmured, Princess, take care, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Princess Di Luo, filled with grief and fury, exclaimed, Sima Ao, I shall end your life. The Black Bull Guardian is not beyond saving. Dear Princess, it would be wise to relinquish your stubbornness. The young god of death awaits you in the Taichen Palace, Sima Ao advised. Brother, why can you not comprehend my suffering? Princess Di lamented sorrowfully to herself. Sima Ao continued, to oppose the Celestial clan is to oppose your own brother. I truly wish to avoid witnessing the tragic scene of you two siblings clashing as foes on the battlefield. His counsel began to resonate, and Princess Di Luo halted her whip, commanding, everyone, stand down. At her command, all were taken aback and ceased their actions. Your Highness, will we not avenge the Black Bull Guardian? The remaining foreign soldiers inquired in unison. Dongfang Yuer, accompanied by the elder Lei, approached Sima Ao, cradling the small 13. The Black Bull Guardian is unharmed. Quickly, carry him to the military physician's tent, Princess Di commanded. Several foreign soldiers hastily fetched a stretcher to transport the Black Bull Guardian to the medical tent. The remaining 10 foreign soldiers questioned, Your Highness, shall we simply let these celestial beings go? One discontented foreign soldier remarked, Your Highness, must we allow these celestial beings to escape unscathed? We have summoned them. As the foreign soldier uttered the word foreign, he caught a glance from Princess Di Luo, causing his face to turn pale and a shiver to run down his spine, leaving him speechless. We thank you, Princess, and shall take our leave, Sima Ao expressed with a fist salute. However, Sima Ao, my letting you go today does not signify that my people will embrace the Celestial clan. We shall undoubtedly seek vengeance against them, Princess Di declared resolutely. Dongfang Yuer was perplexed by the animosity between Princess Dilu and the foreign tribes against the heavenly clan. Just as she was about to seek clarification, Sima Ao tugged at her, prompting her to hesitate. Fearing that Princess Dilu might suddenly change her mind, Sima Ao urged Dongfang Yuer and Grandpa Lei to hasten their pace. After Sima Ao exited the grand tent, Princess Dilu remained dazed in her spot. A maiden clad in white entered, casting a cold and piercing glance around the room. Her icy eyes fixated on Princess Dilu. "You are truly a worthless being, just as incompetent as your deceased brother. You cannot even handle trivial matters. If your father were to discover this, I wonder how you would retain your status as a princess among the foreign tribes." With a sharp sound, Princess Dilu felt the sting of 5 fingers imprinting on her cheek. "Your Majesty, please show mercy and forgive the princess." 10 foreign soldiers knelt in fear, pleading with the maiden in white to spare Princess Dilu. The maiden coldly replied, "Remember, I am the queen of the foreign tribes, which makes me your mother. From now on, you shall treat me with the respect I deserve." Suppressing her inner fury after receiving the slap, Princess Dilu reluctantly admitted her fault. "Yes, your Majesty." The maiden let out a disdainful snort, ignoring Princess Dilu entirely, and with a turn, vanished without a trace. Sima Ao, having confirmed that they had left the foreign realm and reached the wild frontier, noted the absence of pursuers behind them, indicating their safety. "I suppose you are all weary now. Let us pause and rest on this stretch of sand dunes," Sima Ao suggested. "Oh dear, this old body of mine is utterly exhausted," he lamented. Grandfather Lei set down the little 13 he had been carrying and lay back on the sand dune, panting. Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao stretched out their legs, exhausted, and also collapsed onto the dune, shielding their eyes from the scorching sun with the backs of their hands. Suddenly, little 13 turned his round, unblinking eyes towards Sima Ao and exclaimed, "Big brother, you are amazing. You have defeated so many bad people." "Huh, what is he amazing for? He only knows how to talk big." It is Grandfather Lei who is truly formidable, piercing a hole in the tent and collapsing the entire structure. Grandfather Lei retorted indignantly. As he criticized Sima Ao's empty bravado, Dongfang Yuer interjected with a hint of jealousy. "He only knows how to use his charm. Yuer, you should take a page from his book and learn how to employ your beauty to your advantage," Grandfather Lei teased, knowing it would irritate Sima Ao. "Understood, Grandfather Lei," Dongfang Yuer replied cheerfully. Sima Ao hurriedly protested. "Yuer cannot use her charm. Why can you employ your good looks, but I cannot use mine?" Dongfang Yuer pouted, indignant. Sima Ao assessed her from head to toe and replied dismissively, "Because you are not pretty enough to use your charm." "What? You are the one who is ugly." With that, Dongfang Yuer, incensed, drew her white death sword. Sima Ao, frightened, took off running, with Dongfang Yuer angrily pursuing him. "Don't run, stand still. Yuer, please don't be fierce. I was merely speaking the truth." Little 13 watched with amusement, chuckling, while Grandfather Lei affectionately patted his little head. Enjoying the playful banter between Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao, he sighed, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Grandfather, I am thirsty." "Little Shirsan." Grandpa Lei glanced at little Shirsan. His lips chapped and cracked. "My poor little Shirsan, who has not eaten or drunk anything all day, must be both thirsty and hungry." Little Shirsan nodded slightly. Responding with a soft Grandpa Lei picked up little Shirsan and called out loudly to Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao, "You too, stop your flirtations. It's time to go." "Sister Yuer, I'm thirsty," exclaimed little Shirsan. Dongfang Yuer looked at little Shirsan, feeling guilty, and said, "I'm so sorry. I forgot that little Shirsan has tea eaten or drunk anything all day." Little Shirsan shook his head and said, "Little Shirsan likes Sister Yuer and Big Brother." When he mentioned Big Brother, he shyly glanced at Sima Ao. Sima Ao smiled sweetly at little Shirsan and gently ruffled his hair, indicating that he too cherished little Shirsan. Chapter 53. Seeking the water source. Grandpa Lei, we must quickly find a water source. Is there any nearby? Sima Ao inquired. "So, which direction shall we head now?" he asked again. "Let us head east. If we cross this dune, there is a forest to the east where water is sure to be found, though there will be many fierce beasts. However, it will take us 3 days to traverse this dune, and little Shirsan cannot wait," Dongfang Yuer said anxiously, gazing at the endless dunes. Dongfang Yuer pouted and touched the spot where Sima Ao had struck her, saying, "Oh right." With that, Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, and Grandpa Lei, cradling little Shirsan, chanted a spell and soared into the sky like a gust of wind. Wow, how high and beautiful it is. Little 13 gazed blankly at the sky, exclaiming in admiration. Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, Grandfather Lei, and Little 13 had ventured into a dense forest, vast and challenging to navigate in search of a water source. Sima Ao decided it best for Grandfather Lei and Little 13 to wait in the shade while he and Dongfang Yuer sought out the water source. Noticing Little 13 beginning to feel drowsy, Grandfather Lei consented to Sima Ao's suggestion, settling down with Little 13 beneath a towering pine tree. Do you have a better idea? Dongfang Yuer inquired. With a derisive laugh, Dongfang Yuer retorted, Are you not merely stating the obvious? There isn't a soul in sight, let alone someone familiar to guide us. Suddenly, a frog leapt out from the grass, causing Sima Ao to crouch down, grinning at the creature. Dongfang Yuer followed suit, perplexed, and asked, What are you staring at the frog for? Surely, you've seen a frog before. Hush, don't make a sound. You'll scare it away, he whispered. You can't possibly be suggesting the frog guide us to water, can you? Dongfang Yuer questioned in a hushed tone. Sima Ao turned his face, lightly tapping Dongfang Yuer on the head with his jade dragon fan, chuckling, It seems you've grown wiser? What nonsense! When have I acted foolishly? Dongfang Yuer retorted, rubbing the spot on her head where the fan had struck. Look, you frightened the frog away, Sima Ao scolded. Just then, in a moment of distraction, the frog leapt into the thicket and vanished. SSSSS. At that moment, a large python emerged from the grass. Sima Ao, upon seeing it, was delighted and crouched down again, fixating intently on the serpent. The python slithered forward, intent on devouring the frog. Sima Ao stealthily crawled behind the great python, while Dongfang Yuer, too timid to inquire, followed suit. Initially, the frog remained oblivious to the lurking python, but as the grass stirred, the frog sensed its presence. Croaking and leaping in a frenzy, the python pursued the frog relentlessly, with Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer closely trailing behind. The frog leaped to the edge of a small stream and splashed into the water. Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer, upon witnessing the stream, joyfully exclaimed, How splendid! We have finally discovered a source of water. They quickly crouched by the stream's bank, cupping their hands to wash their faces and drink deeply. Then, Dongfang Yuer produced a gourd from her belongings and filled it with water. Sima Ao chuckled, covering his mouth, and remarked, What is there to be embarrassed about when answering nature's call? Go on. I shall wait for you here. Dongfang Yuer shot him a disgusted glance and retorted, What is there to wait for when someone simply needs to relieve themselves? Hearing this, Grandfather Lei and Little 13 could not suppress their laughter. Sima Ao rose to his feet and said, Grandfather Lei, I shall go search for Yuer. I worry she may fall into the pit. Grandfather Lei chuckled, Go ahead. Following the stream, Sima Ao soon spotted a woman bathing in the water from a distance. As he approached, he beheld her cascading hair, fair shoulders, and a green garment laid upon the bank. A mischievous smile crept onto Sima Ao's lips as he called out, Where? Have you fallen into the pit? Sneaking off to bathe in the stream, are we? Upon encountering the situation, Dongfang Yuer instinctively placed her hand over her neck, her expression filled with alarm as she exclaimed, Ah, what brings you here? Do not peep, quickly go away. Fell into a latrine? Who claimed that I fell into a latrine? I merely haven't bathed for several days. You are well aware of the severe water scarcity in this desolate land, having stumbled upon such a clear stream. I simply wish to indulge in a bath. You seem to wish for my misfortune, Dongfang Yuer retorted with disdain. Very well, I concede my error, and I shall take my leave now, Sima Ao replied, indeed turning to depart. As Sima Ao walked downstream, he caught a whiff of himself. Wow, what a pungent odor of sweat. He had been in this wilderness for several days without a single bath and without a change of clothing. This wretched place was indeed plagued by a severe lack of water, making it the perfect opportunity for a refreshing soak. After Dongfang Yuer finished her bathing and donned her clothes, she strolled downstream, only to discover a man also bathing in the stream. Curiosity piqued. She approached to see that it was Sima Ao, and she gasped in shock. Hearing Sima Ao call her a shameless woman sent her heart racing, and she immediately covered her eyes. I swear I saw nothing. Is that so? Even if you did, it would not matter, Sima Ao teased. I truly did not see anything, Dongfang Yuer insisted fervently. Suddenly startled, she found Sima Ao fully dressed and standing mischievously before her. So nervous about peeking at me, have you perhaps fallen in love with me? Who would wish to spy on you? I merely happened to pass by. Who could possibly be enamored with you? Dongfang Yuer stammered, desperately trying to defend herself. Sima Ao, indifferent to Dongfang Yuer's explanations, waved the Yulong fan with an air of triumph and departed. Yet, Dongfang Yuer remained rooted in place, still shaken. In Chapter 54, titled The Ambition of the Otherworld, Grandpa Lei observed the disheveled state of Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao, their hair damp and unkempt, their expressions tinged with shyness. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired sternly, "What have you two been up to? What? You took a bath together?" Grandpa Lei held a fondness for the pairing of Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer. Yet he found their eagerness rather hasty. The marriage had not been arranged, nor had the wedding been conducted. For them to hastily engage in intimate activities was rather unbecoming. "No," Dongfang Yuer hastily protested. "You are overthinking it, Grandpa Lei. I was upstream, and he was downstream. There is an 800-meter distance between us. How could we have engaged in such activities?" Sima Ao clarified. "That is well," Grandpa Lei remarked, "for one of you is the star of literature, and the other is the star of destiny. Your union requires the consent of the Eastern Emperor and the Emperor of Literature." Upon hearing this, both Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer lowered their heads in silence, apprehensive that their marriage might face obstacles. Having rested long enough, Sima Ao, Dongfang Yuer, Grandpa Lei, and Xiao Shisan resumed their journey. Suddenly, a large python emerged from the thicket, obstructing their path. Startled, Xiao Shisan clung to Grandpa Lei's leg, exclaiming in terror, "I'm scared." "Do not fear, Xiao Shisan. Let Grandpa Lei take care of it." With that, Grandpa Lei retrieved a wooden stick. As Grandpa Lei ventured forth in search of a sturdy stick, the timid Xiao Shisan trembled in fear, rushing to embrace Dongfang Yuer's legs. With a raised stick, Grandpa Lei struck the head of the giant python. Dazed by the blow, the serpent hissed and flicked its elongated tongue menacingly, suddenly lunging at Grandpa Lei in retribution for the assault. However, as Grandpa Lei circled to the python's back, he delivered a forceful strike to its midsection, severing its spine and rendering it immobile. Following this, another powerful blow landed upon the python's head, shattering it with a resounding crack. Chuckling to himself, Grandpa Lei lifted the defeated serpent with his stick and placed it into a cloth bag, exclaiming, "Ah, what a plump snake! Ample enough for these little rascals and Granny Fong to feast upon." The four continued their journey, with Dongfang Yuer scanning the surroundings in search of edible treasures within the forest. Along the way, she gathered an abundant harvest of fresh mushrooms and wild fruits. As the conversation flowed, Grandpa Lei handed Granny Fong a cloth bag, which upon inspection revealed a lifeless python within. "Grandpa Lei," she inquired, "how long has this snake been dead?" "It has been deceased for several hours, yet it is still fit for consumption. Quickly prepare it. But remember to save the gallbladder for Dongfang's brew." "Understood," she replied promptly. Granny Fong then took the python to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous snake soup. With an air of arrogance, Sima Ao proclaimed, "Those who dare to harm me, Sima Ao, have yet to be born." At mealtime, Granny Fong presented a large pot of snake soup, eliciting joyous exclamations from the children. "Granny Fong, I want a bowl of snake soup." "Granny Fong, I too desire a bowl of snake soup." "Granny Fong, I still want a bowl of snake soup." "Grandma Wind, I would like another bowl of snake soup." The little spirits eagerly clamored for more, to which Grandma Wind cheerfully replied, "Very well, I shall serve you all." After the little spirits finished their snake soup, their cheeks flushed a rosy hue, utterly charming. Once dinner was concluded and the little spirits had drifted into slumber, Grandma Wind slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Grandpa Lei immediately gestured for silence, gently urging Grandma Wind to contain her emotions lest she disturb the little ones. Taking a deep breath, Grandma Wind lowered her voice, saying, "These years, the foreign tribes have grown increasingly arrogant. We must be vigilant and safeguard the little spirits from now on." Grandpa Lei nodded in agreement, exhaling softly. The great deity of fate furrowed his brow tightly, lost in contemplation. "Grandpa Lei, Grandma Wind, have you heard any rumors regarding the foreign queen?" inquired Sima Ao. "Well, we have heard whispers that the old foreign king married a young and beautiful queen, subsequently executing the old queen. It is said that the method of execution was particularly cruel, as they cast the old queen into a snake pit, allowing the snakes to devour her alive." Upon hearing that the old queen had been thrown into the snake pit to be bitten to death, Dongfang Yueru immediately retched, expelling all the snake soup she had just consumed. Alarmed, Grandma Wind patted her back and anxiously asked, "Yueru, what is the matter? Did you eat too much?" That old foreign king is a beast, utterly inhumane. After all, they were once husband and wife. How could he stoop so low? Dongfang Yueru exclaimed indignantly. Grandpa Lei sighed deeply and added, "It is said that even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. This old foreign king is nothing but a demon." Suspecting his own son of illicit relations with the new queen, he had his son flayed alive. "Is this true?" Sima Ao asked in astonishment. "It seems this new anomaly is quite remarkable," Sima Ao praised. At this moment, the Grand Master nodded in agreement, saying, "This new anomaly is not only extraordinary but also ambitious, frequently inciting the people of foreign tribes to attack the Celestial clan. It appears that a great battle between the Celestial and foreign tribes is imminent." Grandpa Lei sighed sadly. "If such a day truly arrives, it will be the common people who suffer." The crowd wore solemn expressions, unsure of what to say, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Chapter 55. Farewell. However, the Grand Master did not exhibit any reluctance, nor did he display the sentimentality typically associated with farewells. He remained as indifferent as ever. This morning began like any other, with him practicing swordsmanship for a while, polishing his sword afterward, and then leisurely enjoying a small flask of wine. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuer, fearing her father would go hungry in her absence, rose early to prepare a pot of porridge for him. She also mended his tattered garments, folding them neatly. During breakfast, Dongfang Yuer noticed her father had yet to speak, so she took the initiative, saying, "Father, I must leave shortly. Please take good care of yourself." The Grand Master continued to focus on his meal, responding with a detached while his expression remained as cold as ever. One would expect a father to feel joy and pride for having such a dutiful and obedient daughter. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon hearing his daughter's words, the Grand Master's countenance darkened, and he forcefully set down his bowl. This sudden behavior startled not only Dongfang Yuer, but also Sima Ao, who sat nearby. "Father, you are clearly..." Before Dongfang Yuer could finish her sentence, the great deity of destiny slammed his palm onto the table in anger and admonished. "What do you mean? When your father instructs you, you must obey. Should you choose to disregard my commands, you may as well cease to call me father, for I shall consider you no longer my daughter." After his reprimand, the great deity, infuriated, forsook his meal, vigorously shook his sleeves, and stormed away from the cooking area to chop wood outside the door. Dongfang Yuer, tears streaming down her face, attempted to explain but was halted by Sima Ao. After finishing his remarks, Old Master Lei handed a garment to Dongfang Yuer. Noticing the great deity's wrathful demeanor, Old Master Lei turned to Sima Ao and asked, "Young man, have you been tormenting my Yuer?" Sima Ao feigned a look of great distress. Old Master Lei then glanced at the great deity, who was venting his anger while chopping wood, and comprehended the situation. With a fierce expression, Old Master Lei approached the door, placed one hand on his hip, and pointed at the great deity, scolding, "Dongfang Su, you wretched fellow, only capable of bullying your own daughter. What kind of ability is that? You possess such a dutiful and gentle daughter, yet fail to cherish and protect her? If you do not want her, then you may give her to me." The great deity of destiny paid no heed to Old Master Lei's scolding, continuing to chop wood with fervor, further inciting Old Master Lei's ire. "Sister Yuer, what troubles you?" inquired the eldest of the little ghost children. "Sister Yuer, why are you crying?" asked the second little ghost, scratching his head. "Is it true? Then I want to go as well." "Sister Yuer, take me to the heavenly palace for a visit," pleaded the third little ghost, gazing at Dongfang Yuer with pitiful eyes. "Must we work? Does the heavenly palace require farming too? Is wood chopping necessary in the heavenly palace? Is there grazing to be done there as well? You are truly foolish. The heavenly palace requires none of these tasks. The heavenly palace is solely concerned with delightful food, exquisite drinks, and enjoyable pastimes," declared the fourth child of the ghost clan. "You are deceiving us. How could you possibly know?" The eldest child of the ghost clan questioned, skeptical of the fourth child's claims. "I am not lying. This is what my mother has told me," the fourth child explained. "Your mother has never been to the heavenly palace. How could she possibly know?" The second child of the ghost clan continued to express disbelief. "Why is that?" the ghost children chorused, pressing the fourth child for answers. The fourth child shook his head in response, indicating his lack of knowledge. Listening to the ghost children's exchanges, Dongfang Yuer's heart felt as though it were being pricked by needles, leaving her at a loss for words in the face of their inquiries. Grandfather Lei had anticipated that the ghost children would one day pose such questions, possibly discovering that he was a descendant of the Sin God. However, he did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. When the ghosts inquired whether he was the child of the Sin God, and whether such a child would forever remain in the wilderness, Grandfather Lay found himself utterly bewildered, his mouth agape in shock. "Father, Yuer is leaving. Please take care of yourself." Dongfang Yuer bid farewell to the Grand Minister of Fate. Upon finishing her words, the Grand Minister of Fate raised his axe once more, vigorously chopping firewood. "Father, Yuer understands." Chapter 56. The Celestial Orchid's Intrusion at the Southern Heavenly Gate. Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao utilized their celestial flight technique to arrive at the Southern Heavenly Gate. To enter the Nine Heavens, one must first pass through the Southern Heavenly Gate, which is always guarded by sentinels. The two decided to proceed on foot. Strangely, the normally silent Southern Heavenly Gate echoed today with the sounds of a struggle, accompanied by a familiar female voice. In a state of bewilderment, Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao stood frozen, pondering whether there were invaders from foreign tribes at the Southern Heavenly Gate. Due to the distance, they could not discern who dared to trespass. As Dongfang Yuer hastened closer, she beheld the imposing Southern Heavenly Gate, where a woman clad in purple, adorned with a crimson cloak, wielded a purple sword, fiercely battling the guards. 10 guardians of the Southern Heavenly Gate, bolstered by 2 dark sentinels summoned from the underworld, surrounded the purple-clad woman. Yet, she stood resolute, resembling a solitary bamboo swaying defiantly against the wind. Recognizing the figure as her sister, Xylan, Dongfang Yuer was consumed by confusion. How could her typically gentle and obedient sister find herself in such a predicament at the Southern Heavenly Gate, and why were the guardians preventing her passage? "Sister Xylan, what has transpired?" Dongfang Yuer called out, her voice filled with urgency. However, Xylan remained engrossed in her battle, unable to divert her attention to explain. Sima Ao, fearing that Dongfang Yuer might act impulsively, joined the fray, grasping her arm to restrain her from rushing forward. "Everyone, cease this at once," he bellowed. Yet his plea was in vain. The conflict continued, albeit at a diminished intensity, as the combatants momentarily slowed their pace. Determined, Dongfang Yuer wriggled free from Sima Ao's grasp, leaping forward to confront the purple-cloaked fairy, brandishing her white blade against the guardians of the Southern Heavenly Gate. With no choice but to side with Xylan, Sima Ao hastened to support her. "Sister Yuer, retreat. This is a matter for my sister alone. Do not involve yourself." The Purple Orchid Fairy is acutely aware that trespassing the Southern Heavenly Gate constitutes a grave sin. Today, however, she is compelled to breach this gate, ensuring that her actions do not implicate her dear sister, Yuer. The matters concerning Sister Purple Orchid are inherently linked to Yuer. How could she possibly remain an onlooker? Although Dongfang Yuer is unaware of the reasons behind her sister's audacious endeavor to enter the Southern Heavenly Palace, her profound understanding of Sister Purple Orchid leads her to believe that there must be compelling circumstances necessitating such a bold act. "Lord Wenchu, do you also intend to defy the celestial decree?" The 2 dark guards, reluctant to engage with Sima Ao, find themselves compelled to confront him as he joins the ranks of the Purple Orchid Fairy. Sima Ao, confused, questions their insistence on combat, having merely suggested they cease hostilities and resolve matters through dialogue. "We harbor no desire to trouble the Purple Orchid Fairy. However, we are bound by the inexorable will of fate, executing our orders," one guard responds. "I advise Lord Wenchu to refrain from intervening in this affair." As a close friend of the Purple Orchid Fairy, Sima Ao cannot idly stand by while his ally is besieged. "Are you then prepared to stand against us?" The 2 dark guards inquire, their intentions seemingly benign. Yet, Sima Ao, incensed by their lack of gratitude, retaliates with 2 hefty hammers. He deftly evades their strikes, reiterating that he does not oppose the guards, but merely seeks clarity on the situation. The reason is thus: "We act under the command of the Empress, tasked with preventing the Purple Orchid Fairy from exiting the Southern Heavenly Gate. Beyond that, we possess no further knowledge." Sima Ao, upon hearing the guard's explanation, is left even more perplexed. Why would the Empress prevent the Purple Orchid Fairy from passing through the Southern Heavenly Gate? And what could possibly motivate her to risk defying celestial orders to do so? Cannot the Black Guard cease for a moment? Sima Ao inquired once more. "Very well. I shall summon the Fairy Xylan to halt." The 2 black guards exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let the literary star proceed." Sima Ao hastened to Fairy Xylan's side, urging, "Xylan, please stop. Everyone, cease hostilities. Let us not fight any longer." Fairy Xylan looked at Sima Ao in astonishment and complied. Observing her halt, the black guards immediately commanded, "All guards, stand down." Upon hearing the black guard's authoritative call, the other guards ceased their actions. "Why have you stopped? Quickly apprehend that woman," Jin Hong demanded angrily, noticing that all the guards had halted. Although Jin Hong had been appointed as the god of war by the Empress, tasked with guarding the southern heavenly gate, his authority had diminished since the black guards were summoned from the underworld to oversee it. Consequently, Jin Hong, despite holding the title, possessed no real power. All guards obeyed the orders of the two black guards. "Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry and seize her." Jin Hong, seeing his subordinates frozen in place, was further incensed. He raised his whip and struck one of the guards, exclaiming in frustration, "Is this how it is? You all treat me, the god of war, as if I were invisible." The guard who was struck cried out in pain, but dared not retaliate, bowing his head in submission to Jin Hong's wrath. "Jin Hong, cease this at once," Fairy Xylan admonished sharply. "What concern is it of yours? Do not take pride in this. Soon I shall have you captured and brought before my aunt for a thorough reprimand," Jin Hong retorted, pointing menacingly at Fairy Xylan. Dongfang Yuer was taken aback by the fact that the esteemed Princess Jin Yang, who exhibited a certain capriciousness yet possessed commendable virtues and kindness towards others, had such a brother. Furthermore, why did Jin Hong, Jin Yang's brother, harbor such animosity towards Sister Xylan? Could it be that there existed a familial vendetta between them? That seemed implausible, as Jin Yang and Xylan had regarded each other as sisters since childhood. How could they have become adversaries through their brothers? Two irate guards, frustrated by Jin Hong's incessant meddling and incompetence, found their patience wearing thin. "Bah, what a so-called god of war you are. You are nothing but a pitiful coward," one of the guards exclaimed, raising two hefty hammers to strike Jin Hong on the head. Before Jin Hong could react, the heavy blow sent him reeling, nearly causing him to collapse. Regaining his composure, Jin Hong pointed at the guards and shouted, well, you have all turned against me. I shall report you to my aunt this very moment." With that, he fled in a haphazard manner to inform the Empress. "Xylan, could you possibly calm yourself and explain why you insist on exiting through the southern heavenly gate?" Sima Ao inquired. "Indeed, Fairy Xylan, we are merely carrying out our orders. We implore you not to make this difficult for us," the guards pleaded. Taking a deep breath, Fairy Xylan expressed her remorse, stating, "I was indeed impulsive just now, but I must pass through the southern heavenly gate today." Her tone grew more emphatic, rendering her intentions unmistakable. The two guards exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they replied with equal gravity, "Then do not blame us. It appears that a conflict is imminent once more." Sima Ao promptly interjected, "Xylan, what is troubling you?" I, the Fairy Xylan stammered, unable to articulate her distress. Dongfang Yuer comforted her. "Sister, relax your mind and speak slowly." After hastily perusing the letter, the Fairy Xylan rushed to the Lingxiao Palace, beseeching the heavenly sovereign to dispatch celestial soldiers to aid Yu Wenyan. Unfortunately, the heavenly sovereign was absent from the Lingxiao Palace, having traveled to Kunlun Mountain to attend the Grand Immortal Assembly. Chapter 57. The Fairy Xylan breaches the southern heavenly gate 2 days later. The heavenly Empress, who was also slated to attend the Grand Immortal Assembly, had been unable to do so due to a sudden bout of dizziness. Thus, the Fairy Xylan was left with no choice but to seek the heavenly Empress's assistance. To her dismay, when she informed the Empress of her betrothed's peril, not only did the Empress refuse to send aid, but she also chastised Yu Wenyan for his past transgressions. The Fairy Xylan, upon realizing that the Empress harbored resentment towards her beloved for an incident 5 years prior, when he had stood up against the Empress, could not comprehend why the Empress still held a grudge, considering that her brother Yin had already faced punishment for that matter. The encroachment of Beihan upon the territories of the Yu clan posed a grave threat to the heavenly clan. Did the Empress not recognize the greater implications? The Fairy Xylan was not the only one perplexed by the Empress's lack of discernment. Even Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, and the guards stationed at the southern heavenly gate were baffled by her actions. "Fairy Xylan, we too are deeply concerned for General Yu Wenyan. Yet we cannot defy the heavenly decree. Those who oppose it face execution," lamented two of the dark-clad guards. "Is that so? Then let my head be forfeit. I shall see if the Empress dares to strike it down." Once again, the voice echoed before the figure arrived. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, which belonged to none other than Princess Tieli, the mother of the Fairy Xylan, standing at an impressive height of 8 feet. She donned a suit of silver-black armor and wielded a formidable halberd that weighed 1,000 pounds. Her footsteps resonated like thunder as she strode towards the southern heavenly gate. Upon reaching the gate, she forcefully struck the ground with her halberd, causing the southern heavenly gate to tremble, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld it, their faces paling to ashen hues. At that time, the world was still engulfed in turmoil, and chaos reigned supreme. Our divine warrior clan was engaged in relentless campaigns, following the Eastern Emperor in battles across the lands. For over 100,000 years, we, the divine warriors, have fought valiantly to quell the chaos and unify the six realms. With tears brimming in her eyes, Fairy Xylan supported Princess Tieli, urging, "Mother, please do not be agitated, for it may harm your health." The guards at the southern heavenly gate bowed their heads in shame at Princess Tieli's fervent declarations. Princess Tieli, in a fit of righteous indignation, proclaimed, "Today, our divine warrior clan is gravely weakened, our descendants few and far between, and my son-in-law is severely injured. Why can't my daughter visit her husband? Do you think I have aged so much that I can no longer wield this halberd? Allowing you to bully my daughter so? Princess Tieli, please cease your lamentations. Fairy Xylan, quickly go and visit General Yan," urged the black-clad guard, gesturing for her to proceed. Fairy Xylan expressed her gratitude to the guard and bid farewell to Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao with a clasped fist, then took to the skies with her celestial flight, heading towards the North Cold region. "Do not worry. Should the Empress place blame upon you, I, Tieli, shall bear it alone," Princess Tieli reassured the black-clad guard. "Aunt, look at these few rebellious spirits who defy your sacred command. But wait, is there still one missing? Has he fled?" Jinhong pointed at the black guard and Dongfang Yuer, along with Sima Aoli, who were intimidatingly posturing, and reported to the Empress. "Ah, so the elder sister is also present?" The Empress, adorned in a splendid gown patterned with twin phoenixes and crowned with a golden headpiece, approached Princess Tyler with a graceful smile upon her ruby lips, accompanied by 4 ethereal maidens. Princess Tyler cast a cold glance at the Empress, regarding her with a haughty demeanor. The Empress's expression subtly darkened as she bowed slightly to Princess Tyler, offering her respects. Jinhong, in a state of panic, rushed to inform Xiang that someone intended to defy the celestial decree and breach the southern heavenly gate. Xiang hurried over to ascertain the situation, only to find that it was indeed the elder sister. The Empress wore a gentle smile, yet emphasized, "So it is the elder sister," as if reproaching Princess Tyler. Princess Tyler's face flushed with indignation, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Although the Empress was revered as the mother of the 3 realms, overshadowing her authority, Tyler was a seasoned veteran of 3 dynasties, whose formidable achievements had forged the Tianzu's current renown with her formidable Fangtian Huaji in hand. Furthermore, she was of a higher rank than the Empress, and according to the Celestial Court's customs, the Empress should address her as elder sister or royal sister. Princess Tyler resolved to teach this proud Empress a lesson. Grasping the Fangtian Huaji, she struck the ground with force, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air, causing the southern heavenly gate to tremble, instilling fear in the Empress and Jinhong. "What did the Empress just call me?" Princess Tyler demanded darkly. "Humph." As the words of Iron Pear were spoken, the Empress's countenance darkened, filled with indignation, yet she forced a smile and replied, "Of course. Sunset knows that her talents do not surpass those of her sister. However, as the mother of the 3 realms, it is not excessive to refer to you, Sister Iron Pear, as imperial sister." Dongfang Yuer, curious about why the Empress's expression turned pale upon hearing the name Xiao mentioned by Princess Iron Pear, leaned closer to Sima Ao and whispered, "Who might Sunset be? How peculiar that the Empress should exhibit such trepidation upon hearing her sister's name." Xylan had indeed defied the Empress's celestial decree and ventured through the southern heavenly gate to the northern cold. If the Empress sought to punish someone, let it be only the old deity. How delightful it would be to witness how my brother, the celestial monarch, intends to chastise this sister. And I must inquire why my daughter is forbidden from visiting her severely injured fiancé, Princess Iron Pear exclaimed with fervor. The Empress endured a severe reprimand from Princess Iron Pear, her face alternately ashen and flushed, until finally, suppressing her fury, she departed. Jinhong, witnessing the Empress's distress, dared not utter a word or inquire further for fear of incurring her wrath, and thus he trailed behind her in silence. When the Empress arrived, Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, and the guards at the southern heavenly gate were rendered utterly perplexed. Should they pay their respects to the Empress, or should they refrain? As the verbal clash between the Empress and Princess Iron pair intensified, Dongfang Yue, Sima Ao, and the guards were even more at a loss. Should they intervene or withdraw? Yet, retreating at that moment did not seem advisable either. In the end, Dongfang Yue, Sima Ao, and the guards of the southern heavenly gate could only stand by silently, observing the scene. Once everyone had departed, Dongfang Yue inquired of Sima Ao why the relationship between the heavenly empress and Princess Tai Li had become so strained. Sima Ao promptly silenced Dongfang Yue, whispering, "It is best that you refrain from meddling in the affairs of the heavenly monarch's court. The harem of the heavenly monarch is no more peaceful than that of a mortal emperor." Chapter 58. The bewildered Dongfang Yue, the heavenly monarch, is indeed a romantic soul. It's no wonder he has accrued so many romantic entanglements. Dongfang Yue exclaimed indignantly, "Fool! Since ancient times, which man has not been a rake? It is the norm." Sima Ao said, fanning himself with a look of self-satisfaction. Dongfang Yue, like a toppled vinegar jar, erupted in anger, directing her ire towards Sima Ao, her words splattering onto his face. Forget it. Even the Star Lord of Literature is no exception, with Princess Jinyang on one side and Princess Daila on the other, both enamored with him. Is he not reveling in their affections? Sima Ao wiped the spittle from his face. What are you going on about? I was referring to the heavenly monarch. Why drag me into this? Did you not just say that all men are rakes? Sima Ao gave Dongfang Yue a bemused glance. I did say that, but it was merely to dissuade you from meddling, especially concerning the heavenly monarch's family. What is there to be so furious about? I. Dongfang Yue pondered why she was so vexed, noticing her peculiar behavior. Sima Ao could not help but chuckle. Sima Ao, that insufferable fool. Donghua Emperor observed Dongfang Yue chattering away. And it was only then that Dongfang Yue realized her rudeness. Yue, pay your respects to the emperor. How is your father? Father is well. He asked me to convey that the emperor need not worry. It is the emperor. Dongfang Yue, Donghua Emperor, and the lesser deity of fate entered the eastern hall. Upon entering, Donghua Emperor instructed the lesser deity to set up a barrier at the door to prevent eavesdropping. Seated in a meditative posture on a bamboo mat, Donghua Emperor picked up a scroll arranged on the stone table, unfolding it with a gesture. Dongfang Yue, idly resting her chin on one hand, cast a glance at the bamboo scroll on the table. After finishing the reading, Donghua Emperor inquired of the lesser deity. Has Xylan gone to the northern cold to visit General Yin? Did she request leave? Yes, but she was granted only 10 days. Donghua Emperor furrowed his brow and remarked, 10 days is too long. The deity of fate cannot afford such leisure. Allow her only 2 days. Sister Xylan and General Yin share a deep bond. And now that he is gravely injured, it is a rare opportunity for them to meet. Why not grant them a little more time together? Just as Donghua Emperor was about to respond, Dongfang Yue interjected indignantly, darkening the emperor's expression. The lesser deity had served Donghua Emperor for many years and understood that he despised interruptions. She shot a warning glance at Dongfang Yue, signaling her to remain silent. Understanding the cue, Dongfang Yue continued to advocate for Xylan. You just engaged in combat with the Southern Gate Guardian at the Southern Gate? Inquired the Eastern Emperor of Donghua, addressing Dongfang Yue. How do you know, my lord? Dongfang Yue responded, momentarily taken aback. I ask you, is it true or not? Yes. Do you realize that you have already transgressed the grave taboo of the Star Lord of Fate? What taboo of the Star Lord of Fate? Dongfang Yue questioned, puzzled. The Star Lord of Fate must remain devoid of personal sentiment, and must be unyielding in matters of duty. Your emotional actions may lead to your own downfall. The Eastern Emperor admonished Dongfang Yue for the first time. Dongfang Yue, acknowledging the Emperor's perspective, retorted, I do not believe that being sentimental is inherently detrimental. Nor do I think the Star Lord of Fate must be devoid of emotion. Could it be that the Emperor himself is a heartless individual? The Eastern Emperor gazed sternly at Dongfang Yue, wishing he could send this naive girl down to the mortal realm to experience hardship and gain wisdom. My lord, please do not chastise me, Dongfang Yue pouted defiantly. I am still young and naturally prone to impulsive behavior. Having grown up in the wilderness, my temperament is somewhat untamed. How absurd, Dongfang Yue protested. Yet she acknowledged the validity of the Star Lord's words, realizing that educating her would not be an overnight endeavor. The Eastern Emperor sighed in resignation as he observed the innocent Dongfang Yue. He then instructed the Star Lord of Fate to share perspectives on General Yin's surprise attack. Unbelievably, I was thinking along the same lines. The Eastern Emperor nodded in agreement. Given his exceedingly strict nature, praise from him was reserved for those who truly excelled. For 5 centuries, Xiao Siming has accompanied the Eastern Emperor, receiving scarcely any praise from him. Now, upon hearing the Emperor commend her, she is taken aback by the unexpected attention. Could it be that the Emperor's earlier decision to grant Zigua merely 2 days of leave for Xylan is indicative of this sentiment? Xiao Siming muses aloud. The Emperor nods in silence, not providing a verbal response. Filled with excitement, Xiao Siming exclaims, "Zigua, I understand." Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuera remains perplexed, utterly clueless about the conversation exchanged between the Emperor and Xiao Siming, and bewildered by Xiao Siming's elation. Yet, she hesitates to inquire further. The Emperor, aware of her confusion, reveals, "I have borrowed the celestial being Yang Jian from the heavenly court to temporarily guard Beihan in place of General Yan. With Yang Jian stationed at Beihan, there is little to fret about, and Xiao Siming refrains from asking more questions. Indeed, the Eastern Emperor proves to be as astute as the rumors suggest, handling the affairs of General Yu Yanwen with remarkable ease. This only deepens Dongfang Yuer's admiration for him. Yes, Xiao Siming acknowledges the decree and hastens towards Beihan. Once she departs, the Eastern Emperor notices Dongfang Yuer gazing at him with awe akin to that of an enamored admirer. He inquires playfully, "Yuer, why do you look at me so strangely? Is there something amiss upon my visage?" "No, no, no," she fervently asserts. "The Emperor is indeed as my father described, master of the 8 desolations, ruler of the 6 realms, enforcer of divine law, and the Eastern demon lord who instills terror in countless demons, spirits, and phantoms." Dongfang Yuer ardently praises the Eastern Emperor. "Is it so? Did your father truly speak of me in such a manner?" "Indeed." Father repeatedly urged Yuer to learn extensively from the esteemed Donghua Emperor and to diligently remember the lessons imparted by him. Yuer deliberately referred to the Donghua Emperor as old man, believing this would elevate their relationship and foster a sense of closeness, thereby demonstrating her respect. However, upon hearing the term old man, the Donghua Emperor's expression darkened slightly. He lifted a scroll and lightly tapped Yuer's head, squinting as he remarked, "Do I truly appear so aged?" Yuer playfully retorted, "Your Majesty, are you not old?" With a chuckle, the Donghua Emperor observed Yuer stifling her laughter and added, "Such a mischievous child. We shall see how I shall discipline you in due course." Yuer assumed the Emperor's words were but a jest, unaware of his earnestness. The following day, Yuer rose early, even before Yuzhu and Dingxiang, stretching her limbs lazily. She refrained from waking them and, with a playful spirit, styled her hair into a masculine appearance, securing all her tresses high. Once adorned, Yuer donned the attire of a celestial officer and, brimming with vitality, made her way to the registry pavilion. Along the way, Shuani and others were left astonished by her transformation. "Sister Yuer, why are you dressed as a young man today?" they inquired. Yuer responded with a smile, "Simply because I enjoy it." Upon reaching the East Chamber, Yuer stealthily pushed open the grand door, only to discover that the Donghua Emperor had arrived even earlier than she, seated on a cushion beside the jade stone platform, intently examining the registry scrolls in his hands. The platform was piled high with scrolls and bamboo strips, nearly reaching the height of Yuer's head. "Good morning, Your Majesty." Dongfang Yuer softly settled down and casually picked up a book of fate. The characters within were blurred, indicating its age. "Yuer, write a few characters for me to see." "Oh." Dongfang Yuer carefully opened the scroll and inscribed her name on a blank space, presenting it to Donghua Emperor for review. Your handwriting is quite elegant. It seems that the great god of fate has put considerable effort into your education," praised Donghua Emperor. "When I was young, my father was quite strict with me, forcing me to read and write daily. At that time, I couldn't understand what the purpose of learning such things was in the desolate wilderness. Is that so? I assure you, I will be even more relentless than your father." Donghua Emperor replied with a sly smile. "What? You shall copy the entire book of fate before you today?" Dongfang Yuer exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "But there are so many. And these books are quite old. Some characters are indistinct. If you encounter anything you do not comprehend, simply ask me. I shall be here all day to supervise you." "How infuriating. Your Majesty, you are even more mischievous than Su Simi," Dongfang Yuer retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. No. I understand my mistake. I shall begin copying right away." At that moment, the god of fate, responsible for compiling the fate books, entered with a pile of destiny tomes, placing them upon the stone platform before retreating. Donghua Emperor perused the books at a remarkable speed, while Dongfang Yuer took half the time to copy just one. Your Majesty, what is the significance of Jiazi? Dongfang Yuer inquired. Oh, so it is like this. Dongfang Yuer inquired. But, Your Majesty, what are the heavenly stems and earthly branches? Ah, so it is like this. Dongfang Yuer asked. Your Majesty, what is the sequence of the morning? Ah, so it is like this. And Dongfang Yuer diligently noted everything down. The Eastern Emperor instructed Dongfang Yuer that before learning to compile the destiny ledger, she must first master the method of recording years through the heavenly stems and earthly branches, as well as the principles of yin-yang and the five elements. The study of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, along with yin-yang and the five elements, is a fundamental course for every celestial being responsible for fate. This is because the compilation of the destiny ledger must be based on the ranking of one's destiny, which involves the principles of the heavenly stems, earthly branches, and the five elements. The concept of destiny is represented by the 8 characters, the year, month, day, and hour, sequentially arranged according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches into 4 pillars, known as the 8 characters. This is further calculated using the principles of mutual overcoming among the 5 elements represented by the arranged stems and branches. The calendar's heavenly stems and earthly branches signify the year, month, day, and hour of a person's birth, together forming the 8 characters. The relationships of mutual overcoming are also referred to as Zhengyin, Pianin, Shangguan, Zhengguan, Pianguan, Zhengkai, Piancai, Bijian, and Jiecai, collectively known as the 10 gods. Within the framework of yin-yang and the 5 elements, intricate and formidable relationships such as punishment, clash, auspiciousness, harmony, misfortune, killing, breaking, wolf, and harm emerge. The notion of destiny, often referred to as the fate situation, is essential to grasp. In pursuit of mastering the method of recording years through the heavenly stems and earthly branches and the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements, each day is filled with the memorization of vast amounts of knowledge, with nights spent enveloped in books. The heavenly stems are Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, Xin, Ren, and Gui. The earthly branches are Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shin, Yu, Su, and Hai. The rat, the ox, the tiger, the rabbit, the dragon, the snake, the horse, the goat, the monkey, the rooster, the dog, and the pig represent the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac. The 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal generates water, water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, fire transforms into earth, and earth produces metal, the cycle of generation. Conversely, metal overcomes wood. Wood conquers earth, earth restrains water, water extinguishes fire, and fire defeats metal, the cycle of overcoming. On the following day, Dongfang Yuer inquired curiously of the Emperor Donghua, Emperor, since the fates of mortals are predetermined by us, does it mean that they cannot alter their destinies? The Emperor replied, Indeed, mortals can change their fates, but they cannot contravene the laws of heaven. So, it seems that Yuer is destined to be the great deity of fate, he continued. Destined deity of fate? Dongfang Yuer questioned, perplexed. A destined deity of fate possesses an innate power to govern destiny, but I do not feel it, she exclaimed. The Emperor chuckled, Foolish one. Such power is not easily sensed. It has yet to be awakened within you. It was not until the sun set that Dongfang Yuer finally completed her writing, her hands weary to the point of cramping. On the 3rd morning, Dongfang Yuer rose early once more and arrived at the Book of Fate Pavilion. Shuani and Shundao asked, Yuer, why do you still don the guise of a man? Does the Emperor not say anything? Today, Dongfang Yuer quietly pushed open the door to the East Hall. Today, instead of the towering piles of ledgers, delicate tea sets were arranged on the table, filled with fragrant floral tea. Unlike yesterday, the sovereign emperor of Donghua was not engrossed in reviewing the ledgers, but leisurely savoring his tea. A graceful and comely palace maid stood beside him, attending to the task of replenishing his cup. The sight was formidable. Gazing at the mountain of ledgers, Oriental Jade's eyes glazed over. Your Majesty, must I transcribe them again today? She asked, her voice trembling. My hands ached to the point of cramping. No, he replied. Today you shall organize these ledgers. Oh, organize them. Oriental Jade breathed a sigh of relief. But Your Majesty, I do not know how to organize them. The sovereign emperor of Donghua lifted his teacup, gently blew on it, took 2 sips, and said languidly, It is of no consequence. I shall be seated here all day. You may inquire of me if you are uncertain. Yes, your majesty, the sovereign emperor of Donghua added, as you organize them. You must take heed. Some ledgers are written on bamboo slips, others on scrolls. The bamboo slips contain records of greater antiquity, while the scrolls pertain to the past 10,000 years. Be mindful to separate them accordingly. Yes, your majesty. Oriental Jade's eagerness to learn and her nimble hands had endeared her to the sovereign emperor of Donghua. As he elegantly sipped his tea, Oriental Jade blurted out, "These are all the ledgers of insignificant beings. Ugh, there's even cat excrement." Her abrupt remark shattered the refined atmosphere, and the sovereign emperor of Donghua nearly spat out the tea he was holding in his mouth. The palace maid beside him could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. Dongfang Yue raised her head, astonished for the first time at the uncharacteristic demeanor of the Eastern emperor. "My lord, do you truly smile? My father described you as an exceedingly solemn figure. Nay, he would say a very serious deity, one who has not smiled in 100,000 years, urging Yue to exercise utmost caution and to avoid inciting your wrath. During the organization, one is forbidden to speak. But that is impossible, my lord. If Yue remains silent, how shall I inquire of you? Except for that which I do not comprehend." "Indeed, my lord." Yet scarcely had a second passed when Dongfang Yue gasped, "Ah, I was pondering how to tidy up, only to discover it was a piece of black cloth, not cat excrement. Upon reflection, it is indeed curious. Cats are not permitted here. So how could there be cat droppings? What are you babbling about?" chuckled the emperor. "Pray tell, which mischievous deity of fate has hidden a scrap of black cloth upon the bamboo slips to frighten you, almost leading you to mistake it for cat droppings?" "Cat droppings? Your eyesight is remarkably keen, to mistake a mere piece of black cloth for such. Which playful deity of fate could it be, save for your father? This is no ordinary scrap of black cloth. It has been treated with insect-repelling powder and placed upon the bamboo slips of fate to prevent them from being infested. Do you understand now? It is my father." "Oh, I see." Upon hearing the emperor mention her father's name, Dongfang Yue felt a swirl of mixed emotions. After savoring 3 pots of tea, it was time for 2 incense sticks. 2 incense sticks had passed, and Dongfang Yue remained diligently engaged in her task, which was indeed commendable. "Yue, take a moment to rest and have a sip of water." "My lord, I am not thirsty." Yet, 2 incense sticks later, Dongfang Yue was still intently focused on her work, which was truly remarkable. "Who penned the fate slips that have captivated you so?" inquired the Eastern Emperor of Dongfang Yue. The Eastern Emperor, upon hearing this, could not help but smile. "Oh, what is amiss with this destiny ledger? Pray, enlighten me." He invited Dongfang Yue to share her thoughts. With a triumphant smile, Dongfang Yue began her discourse. "The ledger delineates the fortunes of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The Great Zhou Emperor has 4 sons. The eldest is simple-hearted and dutiful to the emperor, yet timid and lacking the regal demeanor. The second possesses the bearing of a sovereign but is ruthless and adept in the art of manipulation. The third is gentle and learned, yet abhors the palace's power struggles, preferring the idyllic life of lovebirds in the peach blossom grove. The youngest, however, has inherited the virtues of his 3 brothers. He is generous, dutiful, and talented, aspiring to be a formidable ruler while also being a romantic at heart. The great Zhou emperor deemed the youngest to be the most suitable heir and bequeathed the throne to him before his demise, believing this would grant him eternal peace thereafter. Alas, tragically, the youngest, favored by the emperor, found the great Zhou in turmoil both internally and externally upon assuming the throne, leading to its demise within 5 years due to internal strife and external aggression. The Eastern emperor, perplexed, inquired of Dongfang Yue, "Do you believe the youngest is unfit to inherit the throne? The fall of a kingdom is attributable to myriad factors. How can one solely blame the youngest?" Dongfang Yue chuckled lightly and replied, "Indeed, the fall of the great Zhou cannot be entirely attributed to the youngest, yet he is the least suitable candidate for succession." The Eastern emperor, intrigued, asked why so. "By common reasoning, the youngest seems the most fitting for the role of emperor." With a knowing smile, Dongfang Yue responded, "Because the youngest is the most avaricious. He yearns to be an illustrious ruler while simultaneously being enamored with the escapades of lovebirds in the peach blossom grove. Since ancient times, it has been understood that one cannot simultaneously possess both fish and bear's paw. Likewise, a sovereign has always found it challenging to share both the realm and beauty. History has repeatedly demonstrated that those rulers who indulge in wine and lust, neglecting wise counsel, inevitably become indifferent to governance. When governance falters, power inevitably slips into the hands of others, leading to national decline and public unrest. Can such a state escape destruction? The Eastern Emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Uer possessed insightful perspectives. Pray tell, how should a monarch be portrayed in the royal edict you shall compose? If it were my decision, I would certainly not choose someone akin to the fourth prince. A monarch must embody the essence of royalty, possessing a heart that yearns for dominion, unwavering tenacity, and the courage to act decisively when necessary. With a dismissive gesture, Dongfang Yuer carelessly tossed the edict, inadvertently striking the Eastern Emperor's face. Realizing her blunder, she quickly forced a smile. Your Majesty, it was not my intention. The expression of the Eastern Emperor darkened immediately. Do you comprehend whose edict you just discarded? Curiously, Dongfang Yuer inquired. I do not know. Whose was it? The very edict you tossed aside was pinned by me. What? Surely not. Dongfang Yuer exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out. Hastily, she retrieved the fallen edict, saying, Your Majesty, I was merely speaking in jest. Please do not take it to heart. I find your words to be anything but jest. They resonate with clarity and conviction. Since you possess such insight, I shall have you commence the composition of the edict starting tomorrow, the Eastern Emperor coldly declared as he accepted the document from Dongfang Yuer. Upon hearing that she could begin composing the Destiny Book tomorrow, Dongfang Yuer felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Chapter 61. Composing the Destiny Book on the fourth day, Dongfang Yuer arrived early at the East Chamber, where the Emperor Donghua had also arrived before her. Seated on the bamboo mat beside the stone platform. Today, the Emperor neither perused his books nor savored tea, nor did he review any Destiny books. Instead, he was absorbed in a solitary game of chess. Good morning, Your Majesty. Dongfang Yuer greeted him with a bright smile. The Emperor glanced at her and acknowledged her with a slight hum, before returning his focus to the game. Wishing not to disturb his tranquil occupation, Dongfang Yuer delicately picked up the Destiny Book laid upon the table and began to read. As she became engrossed in the text, she suddenly realized that it contained the past destinies of Zhang Tianjun and Lu Rushi, along with an instruction to attempt composing their current destinies. Does the Emperor truly wish for me to compose the Destiny Book? Dongfang Yuer inquired, incredulously. Yes, he affirmed. I can compose the Destiny Book. I can compose the Destiny Book. Confirming that the task was indeed entrusted to her, Dongfang Yuer erupted with excitement, her hands dancing in joy. To facilitate her learning, the Emperor had temporarily repurposed the East Chamber, preparing a small seat for her on the left side. The past fates of Zhang Tianjun and Lu Rushi were riddled with misfortune. Lu Rushi hailed from a wealthy family, well-educated and genteel, yet possessed a gentle disposition. Zhang Tianjun was born into a scholarly family, but tragedy struck when he was merely 10 years old. His father passed away, and his mother fell gravely ill, turning their once prosperous household into one of poverty. Zhang Tianjun became a destitute scholar, and despite his numerous attempts, he failed to succeed in the imperial examinations. Before the Zhang family's misfortunes began, he had already been betrothed to Lu Rushi. The two had grown up together, their hearts entwined since childhood. Lu Rushi's parents, witnessing Zhang Tianjun's repeated failures in the imperial examinations, lost hope for his prosperous future and decided to annul the engagement, arranging for Lu Rushi to marry the county magistrate of their locale. It was a lamentable fate for the 16-year-old Lu Rushi, destined to wed an elderly man and become a concubine. With her gentle disposition, she endured relentless torment from the first wife, the second, and the third, living in a state of perpetual sorrow. Upon Zhang Tianjun's return from the examinations, he was devastated to learn that his betrothed had become the 8th concubine of the county magistrate. Consumed by heartache, he journeyed to the capital to accuse the magistrate of wrongful seizure of his wife. The news of a top scholar suing a local official spread like wildfire, captivating the entire city and inevitably reaching the emperor's ears. Following an investigation, the emperor stripped the magistrate of his position. However, Zhang Tianjun remained unable to claim Lu Rushi as his own. The reason being that she had already become another man's concubine, and Zhang Tianjun, despite his scholarly accolades, found himself mismatched according to the original agreement. Moreover, the princess had taken a liking to this esteemed scholar. Though Zhang Tianjun's heart belonged to Lu Rushi, he could not defy imperial will and thus accepted the princess's hand in marriage. A decade later, the steward of the princess's residence procured a group of servants, among whom was Lu Rushi. The sight of her filled Zhang Tianjun with a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow, leaving him perplexed as to how she had fallen to such a state. Even though the magistrate had lost his position, he still possessed some wealth, making her decline into servitude seem unfathomable. Lu Rushi explained the circumstances. When she wed the magistrate, he was nearing 60, thus leaving her unable to bear any children. The county magistrate met a fate he deserved, enduring the torment of his wife and children in his twilight years. They were solely fixated on seizing his estate, neglecting the arrangements for his funeral after his demise. Having been bullied by his predatory spouse and offspring, Lu Rushi's plight was even more lamentable. Lu Rushi received not a single share of the family fortune and was relentlessly pressured by the first, second, and third wives to remarry a butcher. Lu Rushi, resolute in her defiance, ultimately found herself sold to the slave market. After several transactions, she was purchased by the steward of the princess's residence. Upon discovering the truth of Lu Rushi's misfortunes, Zhang Tianjun felt deep compassion and appointed her as a personal maid. However, when the prince engaged in illicit relations with the maid, the princess could not tolerate it and demanded Lu Rushi's execution. Despite Zhang Tianjun's fervent pleas for mercy, the spoiled princess remained obstinate and insisted on Lu Rushi's death. After her execution, Zhang Tianjun was left desolate. 5 years later, he succumbed to despair, uttering a final wish that in the next life, he could share a bed with Lu Rushi. Upon reflecting on the previous lives of Zhang Tianjun and Lu Rushi, Dongfang Yuer penned the following: The Fate Ledger of Zhang Tianjun and Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi hailed from a humble farming family, gentle and endearing, gifted with nimble hands adept at weaving. Zhang Tianjun, no longer the frail scholar, had become a skilled hunter. The two were well matched, bound by a marriage agreement, and wed at 18, blessed with a son and a daughter, living to the ripe age of 80. The son excelled in archery, while the daughter inherited her mother's craftsmanship. Though not wealthy, they lived comfortably. Dongfang Yuer presented the meticulously crafted fate ledger to the Eastern Emperor for his review. The Eastern Emperor examined it intently, then silently walked towards the jade-carved screen. Yuer, you come here as well. As Dongfang Yuer approached the jade-carved screen, she noticed the Eastern Emperor stretching his hand towards its inner side. It turned out that a mechanism was cleverly concealed within the intricately carved jade. With a series of soft sounds, the jade screen gradually shifted, revealing a large bronze mirror that resembled a gong. "What a magnificent mirror!" exclaimed the Eastern Emperor, gazing in astonishment at Dongfang Yuer, who claims this is merely a mirror. Curious, Dongfang Yuer leaned closer to inspect it and realized it was not a mirror at all. It was a divination compass, meticulously arranged with the 10 heavenly stems, the 12 earthly branches, the 5 elements of creation and destruction, and the yin-yang trigrams. "Is this a compass?" Dongfang Yuer inquired, her curiosity piqued. "No, it is a life chart." Though she had seen compasses before, she had never encountered a life chart. In disbelief, she gently caressed the surface of the life chart. Dongfang Yuer's eyes widened in astonishment as the Eastern Emperor placed his newly crafted life ledger onto the chart. The life chart shimmered with golden light, whirring into motion. A pair of infants emerged, born into 2 separate families, a boy and a girl. The boy was born into a family of hunters, while the girl came from a farming household. Their families, well matched, quickly arranged a marriage between them. As the years passed, the boy and girl grew up, fulfilling their promise and uniting as husband and wife. The boy was robust and virtuous, excelling in archery, while the girl was gentle and skilled, adept at weaving. 3 years after their marriage, they welcomed a son and a daughter. The couple, diligent and sincere, though not wealthy, lived a life free from worries. Blessed by the heavens, both individuals led lives of integrity and reached the venerable age of 80. Could it be that these infants are Zhang Tianjun and Lu Rushi? Dongfang Yuer asked the Eastern Emperor, her voice filled with incredulity. Chapter 62. A visit. The courtyard was awash with blooming peach blossoms, their fragrance wafting through the air, each delicate petal adorning the branches and infusing the war god's manor with a vibrant springtime allure. Dongfang Yuer accompanied the Eastern Emperor to the war god's manor to pay a visit to the gravely injured General Yuan Yin. This illustrious manor, bestowed upon the divine ministers by the Eastern Emperor during his reign, had withstood the passage of time, still standing grand and imposing. The war god's manor was abuzz with activity as celestial beings from the 9 heavens flocked to visit General Yuan Yin, a testament to his esteemed reputation among the divine. Even the heavenly sovereign and the heavenly empress made their way to the manor. The heavenly sovereign chastised the heavenly empress fiercely, urging her to promptly visit the war god's manor to apologize to Princess Tieli. Reluctant to comply, the Heavenly Empress resisted, well aware of the long-standing discord with her cousin. To preserve familial harmony, the Heavenly Sovereign reluctantly took on the role of mediator, accompanying her to the war god's manor. In addition to his visit, the Heavenly Sovereign summoned a first-rate celestial physician to tend to General Yuan's wounds and delivered numerous celestial elixirs and fruits to the manor. Despite these gestures, Princess Tieli remained incensed, her demeanor dark and unyielding towards her brother, the Heavenly Sovereign, while the Heavenly Empress's displeasure was even more palpable. The Eastern Emperor, recognizing the Heavenly Sovereign's unpopularity, sought to mediate the situation delicately. He gently persuaded Princess Tieli to temper her fiery temper and graciously accepted the celestial gifts from the Heavenly Sovereign and the Heavenly Empress, providing them with a much-needed avenue of retreat. The Celestial Sovereign inquired about General Yuan's injuries and the circumstances of the ambush. It was revealed that General Yuan had been struck down by an unknown assailant who had shot a concealed arrow from behind, the shaft of which was coated with a rare and lethal poison. Although the peculiar toxin had been contained, it had yet to be completely eradicated, leaving General Yuan in a state of unconsciousness, with Fairy Xylan vigilantly attending to him. Divine Healer, please examine what poison has afflicted General Yuan and how it can be counteracted, commanded the Celestial Sovereign, summoning the celestial officials who had accompanied him to assist in the detoxification of the general. The Divine Healer bowed in obedience. He first lifted General Yuan's eyelids, then took his pulse, his expression grave as he employed silver needles to stimulate various acupoints on the general's body. Upon withdrawing the needles, they emerged stained a dark crimson. As the Divine Healer wore a solemn countenance, the Celestial Sovereign anxiously inquired, "What poison has befallen General Yuan?" When the Divine Healer disclosed that General Yuan had been poisoned with wolf toxin, Dongfang Yuer could not suppress her astonishment. What? Wolf toxin again? Upon her utterance, the other celestial beings present turned their attention to her, noting the nameless minor fairy who had taken refuge behind Emperor Donghua since entering the war goddess residence. It was at this moment that the Celestial Sovereign and the Celestial Empress also became aware of Dongfang Yuer's presence, exchanging bewildered glances. "Do you possess knowledge of wolf toxin, my lady?" the Divine Healer queried with astonishment. I. As the gaze of the celestial beings fell upon her, Dongfang Yuer hastily covered her mouth, muttering in dismay, "Oh no, have I spoken out of turn? Cursed be my loose tongue. Yuer, whatever you know, please share it. General Yuan's life hangs in the balance." Donghua Emperor intervened to rescue Dongfang Yuer. As the Emperor, Dongfang Yuer bowed deeply in respect. The wolf venom is a common poison found in the savage lands, where the beast wolves dwell. A mere bite from these creatures can lead to poisoning. General Yuan has undoubtedly succumbed to this venom, likely due to someone scraping the toxin from the beast wolf's fangs and applying it to a hidden arrow. The celestial physician inquired, anxious to know how to counteract this wolf venom. The wolf venom is imbued with a magical essence, thus, its antidote is indeed quite challenging to procure. It requires. At this point, Dongfang Yuer hesitated, finding it difficult to continue. "What is needed? Please, fair maiden, do share," the physician urged with growing impatience. "It requires the blood of a divine being. Only the blood of one of divine rank can purify the magical essence of the wolf venom." The assembly of celestial beings expressed skepticism towards Dongfang Yuer's proposed remedy. "How does the maiden know the antidote for such poison?" The physician pressed further. "I know quite well. I have experienced the wolf venom myself and have been cured in this manner." The celestial beings were even more doubtful, with a sense of unrest spreading through the crowd, questioning the bold claims of the young Dongfang Yuer. It is well known that the savage lands are a place for the exiled, and yet this unknown young celestial boldly claimed to have ventured there. Such a feat is implausible. One would either be a forsaken deity or a heavenly soldier escorting the condemned. Observing Dongfang Yuer, she appeared to be neither. Cough, cough. Yuer is under my patronage, and she is the current Star Lord of Destiny. Her words are indeed truthful, Donghua Emperor declared, coming to her defense amidst the rumors. Princess Tyli, having served Donghua Emperor for millennia and having faced life and death, naturally trusted his words. "Then let me offer my blood. I am indeed of divine rank." Upon concluding her words, Princess Tyli commanded a palace maid to fetch a bowl to collect blood. Several elder immortals were skeptical of Dongfang Yuer's assertions and urged Princess Tyli to remain calm. It was not merely one bowl, but rather a bowl a day. For General Yuan's wounds were deeply poisoned. He would require the essence of blood for half a month, as Dongfang Yuer elaborated. What? Now not only did the Assembly of Immortals doubt Dongfang Yuer's claims, but even Princess Tai Li began to question her words. Xilan, the fairy attending to General Yuan, found herself in a quandary. Desperate to save her husband, she also believed that Dongfang Yuer was not deceitful. Mother, allow Xilan to assist. Although Xilan had not yet attained the divine rank, her cultivation was considerable. Seizing the bowl from the palace maid, Xilan intended to draw her own blood. No, Xilan. Let your mother intervene. Princess Tai Li halted Xilan's fervent actions. Sister Xilan, the wolf poison is no ordinary toxin. Only the blood of a deity can counter its malevolent nature. An elder immortal could no longer contain himself, rising to point an accusatory finger at Dongfang Yuer, exclaiming, "To save a life is more sacred than the 7th level of the pagoda. You cannot speak such unfounded nonsense." Several other elder immortals joined in the denunciation, asserting, "Indeed, how can a mere celestial such as yourself possess such a venomous heart? You claim to have ventured into the wilderness. Yet how could you possibly know that General Yuan is afflicted by wolf poison? To suggest that the blood of a deity could counter it is sheer folly. I have certainly traversed the wilderness. I was raised there and am fully aware that General Yuan is poisoned by wolf venom." Dongfang Yuer protested for the first time against such slander, her heart racing with fear and desperation as she endeavored to defend herself. "You continue to deceive. For it is well known that the wilderness is the land where the banished gods reside. How amusing it is that you claim to have grown up in such a place. I am not lying. Every word I utter is the truth." Regardless of how Dongfang Yuer explains herself, the celestial beings remain unconvinced. In her desperation, she is on the verge of tears. Indeed, she was raised in the wilderness. She is the daughter of Dongfang Su, a subordinate of mine. Upon witnessing Dongfang Yuer being besieged and scolded by the celestial beings, the Emperor Donghua could no longer uphold the dignity of the heavenly sovereign and revealed her true lineage. What? The daughter of Dongfang Su. The great deity of fate, Dongfang Su. Was she not the one who was stripped of her position and exiled 3 centuries ago? Instantly, a slight commotion arose among the celestial beings, recalling the events of 300 years prior, when the heavenly sovereign was born and the great deity was ousted. Ahem. The heavenly sovereign furrowed his brow and cleared his throat, prompting the celestial beings to fall silent. Indeed, she is the daughter of the great deity of fate, Dongfang Su. For these 3 centuries, the great deity has remained compliant in the wilderness, sincerely repenting, and thus I have granted a special pardon to his daughter, Dongfang Yuer, appointing her as the current deity of fate. As soon as the heavenly sovereign concluded his words, the celestial beings collectively praised, "Wonderful! The grace of the heavenly sovereign." Chapter 63. Cold War after the departure of the heavenly sovereign and the heavenly empress. Emperor Donghua engaged in a private conversation with Princess Tieli for a while. Dongfang Yuer did not follow them, unaware of their discussion. As Dongfang Yuer and Emperor Donghua exited the war god's mansion, they unexpectedly encountered Sima Ao and Emperor Wenchang, who had also come to visit General Yuan Yan. Sima Ao remarked that every time his younger brother Wenchang descended to the mortal realm, he stayed for a decade or more, leaving him to wonder if his brother had settled down in the human world. Although Donghua Emperor was jesting with Wenchang Emperor, his words startled Wenchang Emperor considerably. The elder brother was merely teasing the younger brother. Why was the younger brother so anxious? Elder brother, such jesting is ill-advised. Ever since that day when Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer had a quarrel, the two have been in a cold war, neither willing to initiate contact with the other. Today, when they encountered each other, an awkward tension lingered in the air. Sima Ao was perplexed as to why Dongfang Yuer had taken her anger out on him that day. After reflecting, he realized he had committed no offense against her. Women can be inexplicably perplexing. Nevertheless, there is a saying, a good man does not quarrel with a woman. It would not be too much to swallow his pride and offer an apology to Dongfang Yuer. With this thought in mind, Sima Ao approached Dongfang Yuer while Donghua Emperor and Wenchang Emperor were engrossed in conversation, intending to gently nudge her and say he was sorry. However, Dongfang Yuer merely cast a cold glance at Sima Ao, uttered a soft and turned her back to him. Such is the reasoning. Sima Ao, feeling slighted, vigorously fanned himself with the jade dragon fan and turned away, presenting his back to Dongfang Yuer. Yuer has left. Yuer has left. Why are you both standing back to back? When Dongfang Yuer and Donghua Emperor truly departed, Sima Ao turned around, staring blankly at the retreating figures of Dongfang Yuer and Donghua Emperor. Suddenly they were gone, and he stood there in a daze. Oh, the disciple understands. Upon returning to the fragrant abode, Dongfang Yuer secretly took out the white silk handkerchief and gazed at the words inscribed upon it, lost in thought. Sister Yuer, what shall we have for dinner? Asked Yuzhu. Is it good to eat steamed buns? Yuzhu inquired, as Dongfang Yuer gazed at the steaming, aromatic buns laid before her. She found herself devoid of any appetite. All that escaped her lips were sighs of despair as she pinched the buns into tiny morsels. Eventually resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Ding Xiang, what do you think is troubling Sister Yu? Is she unwell? Yuzhu whispered. Shu, do not speak carelessly. It would be unfortunate if Sister Yuer overheard, Ding Xiang replied. Oh, right. Suddenly, Yuzhu conceived a brilliant idea, to which Ding Xiang nodded in agreement. Excellent. Let us now go to the Wenchang Hall and consult Lord Wenxiu. Upon arrival at Wenchang Hall, the attendant reported, 2 palace maids urgently seek an audience with Lord Wenxiu. Palace maids? 2 palace maids wish to see me? Allow them to enter. It turned out that the 2 maids were Yuzhu and Ding Xiang. Sima Ao, astonished, asked, Ding Xiang, what brings you and Yuzhu to Wenchang Hall? Feeling somewhat shy, Ding Xiang and Yuzhu hesitated to speak, prompting Sima Ao to dismiss the nearby attendants and palace maids with a wave of his hand. Ding Xiang and Yuzhu were taken aback. Just moments ago, Lord Wenxiu had been warm and welcoming, yet now he appeared utterly indifferent. Yuzhu swallowed hard and murmured, My immortal is not ill, but it seems. What exactly is wrong with your immortal? Sima Ao's demeanor shifted once again, his tone anxious. What shall we do about my immortal? Ding Xiang and Yuzhu were perplexed, scratching their heads, sensing that Lord Wenxiu was indeed peculiar. 10 days later, General Yuan Yin had eradicated the wolf poison and was now ready to hunt. In gratitude towards Dongfang Yuer, Princess Tyli organized a modest banquet. On the day of the banquet, Dongfang Yuer, feeling shy, invited Xiao Siming to accompany her. That day, Princess Jinyang also arrived, hand in hand with Sima Ao. When Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao met again, they remained in a state of Cold War, ignoring each other entirely, caught in silence. Dongfang Yuer could be considered the savior of Yuan Yin, who certainly felt indebted to her. Before meeting her, Yuan Yin had imagined Dongfang Yuer to be an ancient sage of immense cultivation, perhaps even a divine being. However, upon being introduced by Xylan, he was taken aback to discover that she was merely a youthful fairy with less than 500 years of cultivation. On the day when Dongfang Yuer accompanied the Eastern Emperor to the God of War's residence to visit Yuan Yin, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. Now, he finally beheld Yuan Yin's appearance, with sword-like brows and tiger-like eyes, a full forehead, a square face, a broad mouth, and a robust physique. Yuan Yin bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. I, Yuan Yin, am sincerely thankful for the life-saving grace of the little fairy. There is no need for such gratitude, Dongfang Yuer replied with a nod. I merely happened to learn of the antidote for the wolf poison and did not contribute significantly. Dear Sister Yuer, please do not be so modest. Had you not been present that day, I fear no one could have resolved the wolf poison affliction of Brother Yin. Even if we were not there that day, we still have Lord Wenxiu, who knows how to counteract the wolf poison. Oh, Xylan exclaimed, looking at Sima Ao with surprise. Lord Siming? Such a young age and already holding the title of Star Decree under the Eastern Emperor, Yuan Yin remarked in astonishment. General Yin, you flatter me, Sima Ao replied humbly. General Yin did not ascend to the battlefield at a tender age, nor did he achieve remarkable military exploits while still in his youth. To compare Yuer with General Yin would be akin to contrasting a cow with an elephant. How amusing it is that my benefactor possesses such a sharp tongue, making one quite fond of him. The banquet is about to commence. Let us take our seats, the fairy Xylan whispered discreetly in Yuan Yin's ear. In the company of Dongfang Yuer, Xiao Siming, Princess Jinyang, and Sima Ao, they followed Yuan Yin and fairy Xylan to their places. This gathering was not governed by the rigid hierarchy of the palace. It resembled a reunion among friends. Aside from Dongfang Yuer's designated seat, the others were free to choose their places according to personal preference, provided there was no contention. From the moment they entered the war god's residence, Princess Jinyang clung tightly to Sima Ao's hand, addressing him affectionately as Brother Ao repeatedly, which left Sima Ao quite flustered. Unable to escape the situation, he could only manage a forced smile, treating Princess Jingyang as if she were his own little sister. As they settled in, Sima Ao cleverly shifted Princess Jingyang's attention to Xiao Siming before making his way to sit beside Dongfang Yuer. Yu Wenyan, ever the gracious host, laid out a lavish spread of delectable dishes and poured his homemade peach blossom wine for everyone. My esteemed guests, please do not stand on ceremony. Drink to your heart's content, he urged. Cheers. As Yu Wenyan's gaze fell upon Sima Ao, he raised his cup with a grin, saying, I have heard that the Star Lord of Literature possesses remarkable drinking prowess. I look forward to witnessing it today. With that, Yu Wenyan personally filled Sima Ao's cup to the brim. Such are merely rumors. I am not one for strong spirits. Sima Ao initially contemplated declining the drink, but upon witnessing Yu Wenyan's earnest hospitality, he raised his cup and downed it in one go. Delighted, I truly enjoy this, Yu Wenyan exclaimed, raising his thumb in approval. Drinking cup by cup is simply exhilarating. Someone, quickly bring me several jars of wine. I wish to drink heartily with the Star Lord of Literature. As you command. General, the steward responded promptly, immediately dispatching servants to fetch the wine. The Fairy's Island advised Yu Wenyan to temper his indulgence, for excessive drinking is detrimental to one's health. Yet Yu Wenyan insisted, such joyous moments are rare. One must drink to the point of complete inebriation. A few guards arrived, cradling 10 jars of wine. Dongfang Yuer, Fairy's Island, and Princess Jingyang each consumed a jar, while the remaining 3 men, Sima Ao, Xiao Siming, and Yu Wenyan finished off the rest. Yu Wenyan approached Dongfang Yuer, holding a jar of wine, and expressed his gratitude. This jar is in honor of the life-saving grace provided by the Star Lord Siming. Let us drink. Dongfang Yuer gazed at the jar in Yu Wenyan's hands, and seeing the merriment of everyone around her, she did not decline. With a faint smile, she replied, very well. Let us drink. Observing from the side, Sima Ao felt conflicted about offering advice but could only watch as Dongfang Yuer consumed the jar of wine. Having downed her drink, Dongfang Yuer felt the effects of intoxication wash over her, and before long, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The atmosphere remained lively, especially among the 3 men, who, in their revelry, began to draw swords while drinking. Xiao Siming, having consumed 3 jars, could drink no more and collapsed beside the already inebriated Princess Jingyang. Sima Ao indeed drank as rumored, surpassing even General Yu Wenyan in capacity. Ultimately, everyone was thoroughly intoxicated, and when they awoke, it was already noon of the following day. Princess Jingyang found herself beneath the weight of the drunken Xiao Siming and, maintaining her decorum, let out a startled cry. Everyone was awakened by the piercing scream of Princess Jingyang. Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao opened their eyes groggily, only to discover that they were tightly embracing each other, their faces mere inches apart, their lips almost touching. Could it be that we? Both Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao instinctively glanced at their attire, relieved to find that nothing had been undone. Fairy's Island and Yu Wenyan also stirred from their slumber. Upon noticing the wine jars carelessly strewn across the ground and the remnants of the feast left uncollected, it was clear that the banquet had concluded. Yet no servants had come to tidy up. Yu Wenyan exclaimed, Steward, why was this place not cleaned up yesterday? My lord, you may have forgotten. But it was you who instructed us not to disturb your enjoyment of the festivities, replied the steward. Yu Wenyan tapped his forehead, a realization dawning upon him. Indeed, in the throes of merriment the previous day, he had commanded the steward to refrain from intruding upon their revelry. Since we have all gathered and found such rapport, why not visit my riding grounds for a horseback ride? Yu Wenyan suggested, still yearning for more excitement. Riding sounds splendid. It has been ages since I last rode a horse, exclaimed the princess. Sima Ao, eager for an opportunity to unwind, readily agreed to accompany them to the riding grounds. The young deity, Xiao Siming, seized the rare chance to spend time with Princess Jingyang, naturally enthusiastic about the venture. Dongfang Yuer hesitated momentarily, concerned that 2 days of leisure might invoke the ire of Emperor Donghua. Sensing her apprehension, Xiao Siming reassured her, Do not worry, Yuer. A day or 2 of enjoyment will not provoke the emperor's displeasure. Thus, the group made their way to the riding grounds, where an expanse of lush green grass stretched endlessly before them, reminiscent of a boundless wilderness. It is said that the School S horse farm is the ancestral estate of the Yuan family, sustaining thousands of war horses, which is the reason behind the Yuan family's unshakable power within the celestial clan. When selecting horses, Yu Wenyan suggested pairing up in 2s, ideally with a male and a female, as these steeds possess fiery temperaments and are difficult to control for those inexperienced in riding. Upon hearing about the group arrangements, Princess Jinyang joyfully exclaimed, "I want to be paired with Brother Ao." Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuer had no choice but to team up with Xiao Siming. While the enchanting Xylan fairy naturally partnered with Yuan Yen, Dongfang Yuer was the first to approach the horses. However, she had little knowledge of horse selection. Spotting a spirited red steed, she chose it, unaware that it was the most unruly horse in the entire farm. Before Yuan Yen could warn her against riding that particular horse, Dongfang Yuer had already mounted its back. As she struggled to grasp the reins, the red steed erupted in a frenzy, rearing and whinnying before galloping away. Dongfang Yuer, terrified, turned pale and cried out in panic. Sima Ao, having selected his own white horse, swiftly pursued the runaway red steed. Yuer, hold on to the reins, he shouted to the frightened Dongfang Yuer. This horse is too wild. I can't control it. With determination, Sima Ao spurred his white horse, racing to catch up with the red one. He leapt onto the back of the red steed, firmly grasping its reins. Trembling with fear, Dongfang Yuer clung tightly to Sima Ao's waist. After a few tense moments, Sima Ao finally subdued the red steed, bringing it to a halt. Dongfang Yuer remained shaken, still clutching Sima Ao. "Yuer, are you all right?" he asked gently. I'm fine, thank you," she stammered. Sima Ao smiled gently as he dismounted from his horse. Dongfang Yuer followed suit, and as she descended, Sima Ao offered his assistance. Where could this be? A land awash with blooming peach blossoms. It must be General Yuan Yan's peach orchard. It is said that a century ago, General Yuan planted this grove of peach trees in memory of Xylan. The peach orchard? I had not anticipated that General Yan, renowned for his valor in battle, would also possess such poetic sensibilities. No wonder he has captured Sister Xylan's heart so completely. Poetic sensibilities? The lush peach orchard, ablaze with vibrant blossoms. As a gentle breeze caresses the delicate pink petals, causing them to drift down like fluttering pink butterflies or glistening snowflakes. Enchanted by the riot of colors, Sima Ao could not resist leaning down to gently caress Dongfang Yuer's enchanting peach blossom-like eyes, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of the blossoms. Perhaps it was the overwhelming allure of the scent, or perhaps it gradually left the two of them in a state of delightful disarray. Chapter 65. A lesson learned. Sima Ao lifted Dongfang Yuer's silken tresses, leaning in to lightly brush his lips against her rosy cheek. Just then, a voice called out from afar, "Brother Ao, second sister. Where are you, Sister Yue?" It was the star of literature. The red sex horse, in a frenzy, galloped away as Sima Ao mounted his white steed to pursue it. The red sex horse ran with astonishing speed, and in an instant, both it and the white horse vanished from sight. Worried for Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer, Yuan Yin, Xylan, Xiao Siming, and Princess Jinyang fretted as they searched for the two. Unable to keep pace with the swift horses, they could only follow the trail of hoof prints, eventually leading them to the peach orchard. What a disappointment! Brother Ao, second sister, what brings you here? Princess Jinyang was the first to notice the intertwined fingers of Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer, resembling a devoted couple. She felt a moment of bewilderment, feigning ignorance. Although she and Sima Ao shared mutual affection, celestial laws dictated that the star of fate could not wed the star of literature. To be together, they would require the blessings of the Eastern Emperor and the Emperor of Literature. Dongfang Yuer, feeling somewhat awkward, shifted the conversation. "Sister Princess, how did you find your way here? Where are the others?" At this moment, Yuan Yen, the fairy Xylan, and the lesser star of fate also arrived. Yuan Yen, seeing Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao, asked anxiously, "Are the star of fate and the star of literature unharmed?" General Yuan Yen, there is no need for concern. Both Yuer and the star of literature are perfectly fine. With the assurance that Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao were safe, Yuan Yen felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, it was his idea to visit the equestrian grounds, and had anything happened to them, he would have faced grave repercussions from the two emperors. After the moment of panic had passed, Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, the lesser star of fate, and Princess Jinyang followed Yuan Yen to admire the splendid peach orchard he held so dear. It was surprising to see that General Yu had taken the time to cultivate such a vast expanse of peach blossoms, even larger than the famed peach garden. Dongfang Yuer playfully remarked, "Oh, Sister Xylan, you are so fortunate." She made a heart gesture and teased further, "Sister, I believe you too will find a worthy suitor." When Fairy Xylan mentioned that her sister would find a good match, she cast a subtle glance at Sima Ao, the implication clear. In truth, the meticulous Xylan fairy had long discerned the burgeoning affections between Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer, yet she sometimes felt a pang of sympathy for the foolishness of Princess Jinyang. She believed that the secretive dalliance between Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao would ultimately inflict harm upon her Navi sister. Xylan fairy found herself in a quandary. Both sisters had fallen for the same man. "Hurry, you lot. Chop down those peach trees for me," commanded Jinhong, urging several guards to cut down the peach grove belonging to Yuan Yin. This grove had been cultivated for the one he cherished, and Yuan Yin was naturally incensed. "How dare this little wretch attempt to destroy my peach grove? I am the guardian general of the South Heaven Gate. What right do you have to act so arrogantly?" Yuan Yin, "Today, I shall sever your precious peach trees." With a derisive laugh, Yuan Yin retorted, "The guardian general of the South Heaven Gate? You truly overestimate yourself. A coward like you is hardly worthy." Fuming, Jinhong clenched his teeth and, in a fit of rage, raised his axe and struck down 3 peach trees. This act of defiance undoubtedly provoked Yuan Yin. "I, Yuan Yin, shall teach you a harsh lesson today, you little wretch." Jinhong, wide-eyed, dropped his axe and pointed an accusatory finger at Yuan Yin, shouting, "You are the little wretch. Your entire family is a bunch of wretches." With a thunderous roar, Yuan Yin launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick to Jinhong's abdomen. No. The renowned general, known for his immense strength, was a formidable opponent for Jinhong, who was frail in comparison. Princess Jinyang cried out in alarm. Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, and Xiao Siming were equally struck with terror at Yuan Yan's explosive display. Sima Ao and Xiao Siming stepped forward in an attempt to dissuade him. "General Yuan, please." But before they could finish, they were met with Jinhong's agonized scream. Evading proved futile for Jinhong as Yuan Yin delivered a forceful kick, resulting in internal injuries and the expectoration of blood, indicative of severe harm. Despite his condition, he remained defiant, exclaiming resentfully, "Yuan Yin, mark my words. Just you wait." "Brother." Upon witnessing her brother's brutal assault, Princess Jinyang rushed to his aid, her countenance filled with apprehension. "Jinyang, you see the extent of the Yuan family's oppression. Hasten to inform the Empress Dowager." "Brother, I." Jinyang, step aside. "Today I, Yuan Yin, intend to end his life with my own hands." As Yuan Yin prepared to strike again, Jinyang lamented, "Behold the arrogance of the Yuan clan, showing no regard for our phoenix lineage, a royal family no less." "Brother, please refrain from further provocation," Princess Jinyang pleaded, interposing herself between Jinhong and Yuan Yin. "Esteemed Yingij, I implore you to spare my brother for Jinyang's sake." "Impossible. In my absence, your brother poisoned my 2 prized red steeds. I have yet to settle that score, and now he dares to desecrate my peach orchard. Yuan Yin, do not presume too much. How dare you strike me? My aunt will undoubtedly seek retribution on my behalf and obliterate your entire Yuan family." "Huh? Does our Yuan family cower before your petty attempts to sway the celestial sovereign and Empress Dowager with your honeyed words? Ugh, your Yuan family, emboldened by your vaunted military exploits, holds my aunt in contempt. My aunt has long." Jinhong abruptly ceased his utterance, realizing his indiscretion. "The Empress Dowager has long what? Speak on," demanded the immortal maiden Xylan, her voice like thunder. Lady Xylan discerned the underlying meaning in Jinhong's words. Recalling how the celestial emperor and empress had diminished the Yuan family's military power over the past century, suspecting, You rascal, are only capable of flaunting your aunt, the celestial empress, to swagger and abuse palace maids and guards in the celestial palace," Yuan Yin said, growing increasingly agitated. He stepped forward and kicked Jinhong's buttocks a couple more times, though with reduced force, yet still causing Jinhong to yelp in pain. "Enough, Brother Yin. Don't waste your breath on this shameless fellow," Xylan interjected, appealing to her sisterly bond with Princess Jinyang. Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, Xiao Siming, and others also recognized that Jinhong deserved a beating. However, as the saying goes, one must consider the owner before striking a dog. Jinhong was the nephew of the Celestial Empress, and if he were seriously injured, the Yuan family would be in deep trouble. Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, and Xiao Siming stepped forward to restrain Yuan Yin. Yuan Yin then released Jinhong. Jinhong limped to his feet, supported by the trembling guards who had accompanied him to cut down the peach trees. Jinhong had assumed that Yuan Yin, being severely poisoned, would not come to the peach orchard. This was a golden opportunity for revenge, as Yuan Yin particularly cherished the peach orchard near the horse training grounds. If he had this peach orchard cut down, Yuan Yin would be so enraged that he would vomit blood. With his aunt, the Celestial Empress, backing him, even if Yuan Yin knew he was responsible, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Jin Hong never anticipated that Yuan Yin would come to the horse training grounds today, his body free of poison and fully recovered. Jin Hong had hoped to avenge the century of bullying he had suffered at the hands of Yuan Yin, but now he couldn't, and he was instead half-killed. Jin Hong, filled with rage and hatred, had no outlet to vent his emotions, so he directed his anger towards Princess Jinyang. Chapter 66. The Marriage of the Celestial Sovereign Jinyang. Come with your brother, commanded Jin Hong. No, Jinyang wishes to stay with Brother Ao. You foolish girl. He has no interest in you. How can you shamelessly impose yourself upon him? In truth, when Princess Jinyang declared, Brother Ao must surely have feelings for Jinyang, she possessed little confidence. Her gaze darting towards Sima Ao, silently gauging his reaction. Sima Ao's heart raced, uncertain of how to convey that he harbored no romantic feelings for Princess Jinyang, and that his kindness toward her stemmed solely from the affection of a brother for his sister. If you disregard your brother's advice, you shall regret it. I have no sister like you. Unfazed, Princess Jinyang pouted at Jin Hong, saying, Brother, it was your wrongdoing. Why destroy someone else's peach orchard? Such a beautiful grove has been cut down. It is truly a pity. Jinyang. Enough, enough. Jin Hong, infuriated, flicked his sleeve and, with a sense of reluctance, limped away from the peach grove accompanied by several guards. Although Princess Jinyang believed Sima Ao harbored affection for her, her confidence wavered upon witnessing him standing closely with Dongfang Yuer. Yuer, perplexed, remarked, Sister Xilan's family is related to the Celestial Sovereign's family. Xilan's mother, Princess Tieli, is a cousin of the Celestial Sovereign. How could the relationship between your families be? Concerning the Celestial Sovereign's marriage. 100,000 years ago, the Phoenix clan's celestial realm was a place abundant with grace and beauty. By the grace of the heavens, the Phoenix clan gave birth to the first pair of twin sisters. This event sent ripples throughout the entire realm of immortals. It is noteworthy that this marks the first occurrence in the history of the Phoenix clan, where a pair of twin sisters were conceived in the sacred land of Zerhua. The clan leader of the Phoenix personally raised these twin sisters, bestowing upon the elder the name Xiao and the younger the name Xiang. After a millennium, Xiao and Xiang transformed from wailing infants into exquisite beauties. Due to their twin nature, the sisters bore an uncanny resemblance, often leaving others unable to distinguish between Xiao and Xiang. Although they were identical in appearance, Xiao surpassed her sister in terms of talent. She excelled in music, literature, and chess, possessed profound knowledge of etiquette and law, and at a tender age, held the esteemed position of music director, earning her the title Yuanjuan of music from the myriad deities. Consequently, the leaders of the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, and various other clans unanimously proposed Xiao as the successor to the position of empress, signifying that whoever ascends to the throne in the future must take her as his consort. There was another significant reason for promoting Xiao as the future empress. She possessed the Fushi Qin, an artifact capable of subduing demons, and only Xiao could play this instrument. Due to the prolonged warfare endured by the Dragon clan, its remaining descendants were few, which became a source of concern for the Dragon clan leader. Cheng Hao, the legitimate son of the Dragon clan, was known for his refined demeanor, sincerity, and respect for his mentors, earning the admiration of both the Phoenix clan leader and the Dragon clan leader. Given the historical alliances between the Phoenix and Dragon clans, the leaders intended to betroth Xiao to Cheng Hao. This was in light of the fact that the sovereign of heaven and earth, Donghua Jun, weary from over 100,000 years of striving for peace and unity for the sake of the populace, sought to relinquish his heavenly position and retreat into seclusion. Donghua Jun had set his sights on Cheng Hao, the scion of the Dragon clan, intending to abdicate the heavenly position in favor of him. Consequently, it was only fitting that upon assuming the mantle of the heavenly sovereign, Cheng Hao would take Xiao as his wife. After Donghua Jun relinquished his throne, Cheng Hao married Xiao and appointed her as his empress. On the day of the grand wedding, Cheng Hao invited the deities from the four seas and proclaimed to the myriad gods, inviting them to join in the celebration. On that day, Xiao, somewhat dazed, was ushered into the bridal sedan chair by several celestial maidens, which then made its way to the ZY palace. Xiao waited in the bridal chamber throughout the night. Yet Cheng Hao did not arrive to unveil her veil. It was only the following day that Xiao learned of the shocking truth that the heavenly sovereign had spent the wedding night with her younger sister, Xiang. Overcome with sorrow and indignation, Xiao wept bitterly and created a scene, transforming the heavenly sovereign's marriage into a widely discussed farce. Faced with such disgrace, the clan leaders, in an effort to preserve the dignity of the heavenly family, could only rectify the situation by designating Xiang as the empress. The unfairness of the clan leaders and the selfishness of her sister Xiang left Xiao heartbroken. In anger, Xiao resigned from her position as the music master and embarked on a journey across the seas. During her travels, she encountered the Prince of the West Sea, and a mutual affection blossomed between them. It is said that this West Sea prince cherished Xiao deeply, and on their wedding day, he sought to cleanse her past. On that momentous occasion, he summoned the deities from the four seas and announced the marriage to his beloved, the former music master, Xiao. In his twilight years, the old dragon king of the West Sea passed down the dragon throne to his son, who, upon ascending to the throne, immediately honored Xiao as his empress, bestowing upon her the title of West Sea Queen Mother. However, this incident severed the bond between Xiao and Xiang. And despite Cheng Hao and Xiang's attempts to explain and apologize, Xiao chose to ignore them and continued to live in seclusion in the West Sea. Even invitations dispatched by the celestial sovereign and empress over these millennia were invariably turned away by Xiao, who never once set foot within the celestial palace. This caused the Donghua emperor to rue his abdication of the throne to Cheng Hao. It also engendered in Princess Teal a marked aversion towards Xiang, the celestial empress. Upon hearing the purple orchid fairy disclose the celestial sovereign's matrimonial affairs, Dongfang Yuer sighed, remarking, "The celestial sovereign is ever courting amorous entanglements." Princess Jinyang lamented, "Only now do I learn that I have an aunt, Xiao, of whom Aunt Xiang has never spoken to me." Aunt? Dongfang Yuer inquired, perplexed. Were Xiao and Xiang not said to be twin sisters born of the grace of heaven and earth? How could she be related to Princess Jinyang as an aunt? Yuer, your sojourn in the barbaric wilderness has left you uninformed. Jinyang's grandfather is the Phoenix clan chief, who has 3 sons. Jinyang is the daughter of the eldest. As Xiang was raised by the Phoenix clan chief, she naturally addresses Jinyang's father as her brother. Oh, so the celestial empress is not Jinyang's blood aunt, Dongfang Yuer realized. Though the celestial empress is not my blood aunt, she treats me even better than a true aunt. Jinyang wondered why the elder deities seemed to look down upon her celestial empress aunt. Was it merely because of that wedding? My aunt is truly in love with my uncle-in-law. As Princess Jinyang defended her celestial empress aunt, the lesser lord of fate offered a fair judgment. To love someone is inherently not wrong, but Shi Yang's actions were indeed less than honorable. To be scorned is a consequence of her own making. No one asked you to speak. Let us not dwell on those bygone tales. I am quite famished at present, and we should seek some sustenance. Seek food? Aside from a grove of peach trees, there is naught to be found here. Indeed, the peaches have yet to bear fruit. The group questioned Yu Wenyan, each voice adding to the chorus. With a sly smile, Yu Wenyan replied, "Certainly, there is delicious fare. Follow me." He led the group to the grandest of the peach trees, where they spotted a quaint wooden cottage nearby. Upon entering, they found the cottage impeccably tidy, guarded by 2 palace attendants. To their delight, the interior was replete with a plethora of culinary delights, including numerous jars of peach blossom wine and an assortment of cured lamb and fish jerky. With a mere roasting over the fire, they could relish the delicacies. And there was indeed a hearth and bamboo skewers at hand. Indeed, General Yuan can truly indulge. Sima Ao jested. Without hesitation, Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, Xiao Siming, Princess Jinyang, Yu Wenyan, and Xylan Fairy soon engaged in grilling meat and indulging in wine. Chapter 67. The demotion of Jinhong recently. The Empress had frequently extended her goodwill, inviting Dongfang Yuer to gather at the Yaoqi for a flower viewing event. Dongfang Yuer had declined several times, and fearing the Empress's displeasure, she could no longer postpone the invitation. Following the messenger fairy, she arrived at the pavilion of Yaoqi. To her astonishment, she found Sima Ao, Sister Xylan, General Yu Wenyan, Princess Jinyang, and Xiao Siming already present. It appeared that the Empress had not specified whom she would invite, leaving everyone surprised by this unexpected assembly. You all have come. Today, the Empress did not don her majestic phoenix long-tail robe, but instead appeared in simple attire, approaching with a gentle smile. Only 2 palace maids accompanied her, along with the celestial messenger, Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, Xilan Fairy, Yuan Yin, Xiao Siming, and Princess Jinyang all bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Empress. Come, partake of these heavenly peaches, personally gathered from the peach garden by my royal maids." The Empress beckoned, gesturing towards the platter of peaches on the table. Princess Jinyang unabashedly seized one, devouring it with great delight. "Delicious, truly delicious. The peaches from the peach garden are unparalleled," she exclaimed. "Ah, you glutton. Look at how ungracefully you eat," the Empress teased, gently wiping the juice from the corner of Princess Jinyang's mouth with a silk handkerchief, her expression filled with maternal affection. In response, Princess Jinyang playfully made a funny face at the Empress, which brought forth joyous laughter from the Empress as she embraced the princess. To an outsider, one might mistake their bond for that of mother and daughter. Children, do not be so reserved. Today's gathering at the Yaoqi is meant for your enjoyment, the Empress encouraged. Indeed, eat freely. These treats bear no poison, so why the hesitation? Princess Jinyang chimed in with her frivolous remarks. The Empress cast a playful eye at her, prompting Princess Jinyang to realize her blunder and promptly apologize. Only after hearing the Empress's words did Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, Xiao Siming, Xilan Fairy, and Yuan Yin relax. Sima Ao was the first to pick up a celestial peach and took a hearty bite, fanning himself with a jade fan as he praised, "Indeed, the peaches from the peach garden are truly exceptional." Lady Xilan, Yuan Yin, and Xiao Siming each partook of a celestial peach, savoring its succulence while admiring the sacred lotuses of the jade pool. Only Dongfang Yuer contented herself with a pastry. The Empress Dowager beamed with delight as merriment filled the air. At this moment, Jin Hong, feigning a pitiable demeanor, approached the Empress Dowager, exaggeratingly recounting how Yuan Yin had disregarded divine authority and subjected him to a severe reprimand in the peach orchard several days prior. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's countenance darkened, and she coldly interrogated, "Jin Hong, the palace guards report that you were the one who trespassed upon General Yan's peach orchard, felling his trees, which led to General Yan's justified rebuke. Is this true? Aunt, you hear? Jin Yang corroborates my account. You know Jin Yang never utters falsehoods. Aunt, you must seek justice for your nephew." But elder brother, Princess Jin Yang was about to elucidate to the Empress Dowager that her brother, Jin Hong, was at fault and Yuan Yan's anger was warranted. However, before Princess Jin Yang could interject, the fiery-tempered Yuan Yin could no longer contain himself. "Indeed, I kicked you. So what? I, Yuan Yin, would gladly trample a cur like you to death. Aunt, you witnessed the arrogance of the Yuan clan. Jin Hong, cease your slanderous accusations. It is you who are at fault, repeatedly encroaching upon our peach orchard and even poisoning our crimson mane steed," Lady Xilan retorted indignantly. "You poisoned the crimson mane?" The Empress Dowager turned her gaze towards Jin Hong. "Aunt, no, never. Your denials are futile. My equestrian master was a direct witness." "Equestrian master? You employ an equestrian master at your stables?" Jin Hong, cornered, inadvertently confessed. "A well-deserved kick, I say. You deserve to be reprimanded. Why, as a general, must you stealthily harm the peach tree of another? Aunt, what is this?" Jin Hong appeared utterly bewildered. Not only was Jin Hong perplexed, but even Yuan Yin stood in astonishment. It was astonishing that the Empress favored her nephew this time. "It is my fault for indulging you too much. Just look at you now. You hardly resemble an immortal. Your skills remain at a rudimentary level, and you only squander your days idly, bullying the palace attendants and guards. It seems you must be relegated to the mortal realm to endure trials." "No, Aunt." Upon hearing of the impending demotion to the mortal realm, Jin Hong's face alternated between shades of pale and green, pleading desperately. "His brother's behavior is indeed bothersome, but dear Aunt, please spare him this time." "Jin Yang, do not plead for your brother. Your aunt's decision is final, and this is also your uncle's imperial decree," the Empress asserted resolutely. "Uncle? Your uncle has long desired to punish your brother. Had it not been for your aunt's intervention, your brother would have faced demotion countless times already. I beseech you, Aunt, to intercede with uncle on Jin Hong's behalf. Please do not cast him down to endure trials. This time, your aunt cannot assist you. You know well your uncle. Once the imperial edict is issued, none can defy it." With a heavy sigh, the Empress leaned down to support the trembling Jin Hong, patting his shoulder as she spoke. "Jin Hong, it is time for you to undergo some trials. See Ming Xingjun. I have heard that the Eastern Emperor has taught you how to compose the Destiny Register?" Dongfang Yuer was taken aback. Why did the Empress suddenly inquire about this? Perfectly timed, the destiny register for Jin Hong's trials will be entrusted to you. Huh? Dongfang Yuer felt a sense of unease. Just as she had mastered the art of fate writing, the Heavenly Queen impatiently dispatched Jin Hong to descend to the mortal realm, entrusting her with the task of crafting his fate record. This was indeed a formidable challenge. Perhaps it would be better for the Heavenly Queen to assign this task to Xiao Siming instead. I am willing to take on this duty, Xiao Siming declared with conviction. Xiao Siming sensed that the Heavenly Queen was behaving unusually today. Indeed, she intended for Dongfang Yuer to compose Jin Hong's fate record, seemingly setting her up for a trial. It was not only Xiao Siming who discerned the Queen's intention to complicate matters for Dongfang Yuer. Sima Ao, Zilan, and Yu Wenyin also perceived this and expressed their concern for her well-being. Jin Hong, being the Heavenly Queen's nephew, was effectively a prince of the Celestial clan. The notion of him undergoing trials in the mortal realm raised questions. Would the Queen and the Heavenly Sovereign truly permit such a thing? If the fate record were to be written contrary to their wishes, it could bring Dongfang Yuer considerable trouble. Yet, one must not forget that anyone who could earn the favor of the Eastern Emperor must possess extraordinary qualities. Do not hesitate. It is you who shall undertake this task. The Heavenly Queen spoke with an air of authority. Yes, Yuer accepts the command. Aware of the Queen's intentions, Dongfang Yuer had no choice but to comply. Do not feel constrained by Jin Hong's status as my nephew. Write as you see fit, adhering to the protocols established by your Star Lord. With the Queen's words, Dongfang Yuer, Sima Ao, Xiao Siming, Zilan, and Yu Wenyin finally relaxed their worried hearts. Chapter 68. The Legend of the Holy Lotus. After bidding farewell, Dongfang Yuer turned to find Jin Hong gazing at his beloved heavenly aunt in confusion. In the past, no matter what mistakes he had made, she had always shielded him. Even transgressions such as chastising guards or causing the demise of palace maids would be met with tacit acquiescence from the Celestial Empress. Yet, now she unhesitatingly decrees my banishment to the mortal realm for tribulation. The Celestial Empress spoke with unwavering resolve, her gaze sharpening to a keenness that compelled obedience. With a shiver, Jin Hong dutifully acknowledged, "As you command," and receded. The Celestial Empress assented. Sima Ao and Xiao Siming, dumbfounded, also yearned to request leave. But the Celestial Empress was presently engaged in amiable discourse with Princess Jin Yang, rendering interruption inopportune. "Brother Ao, would you be so kind as to pluck a sacred lotus for Jin Yang?" Princess Jin Yang had taken a fancy to a delicate, pink sacred lotus in the pond, but repeated attempts to reach it fell short due to insufficient reach. Sima Ao surveyed the clusters of lotus leaves and the stately sacred lotuses standing in the water, inquiring, "Which one do you desire? Does the Celestial Empress permit it?" Princess Jin Yang hesitated, confessing, "The Celestial Empress cherishes this sacred lotus patch and has decreed its inviolability. I dare not presume to pluck one without her express consent. It would behoove you to seek the Celestial Empress's approval first," Sima Ao cautioned, "lest we incur her displeasure." With endearing charm, Princess Jin Yang beseeched the Celestial Empress for a sacred lotus. The Celestial Empress, regarding Princess Jin Yang in silence, gently led her to the lotus pond, gazing proudly at the resplendent sacred lotuses in full bloom. "The sacred lotus is no mere water lily," she declared, "but a sacred object. Each petal is guarded by a flower sprite, rendering it inviolable." Thus, the Celestial Empress elucidated to Princess Jin Yang, Sima Ao, and Xiao Siming the reasons for the sacred lotus's unapproachability. Listening to this, Sima Ao was deeply moved and felt incredibly excited about the sacred lotus. Perhaps only by understanding more about the stories of the sacred lotus could he unravel the mystery of his origins. Sima Ao curiously inquired, "Does the sacred lotus possess a flower spirit? Is it possible for the flower spirit to cultivate into human form?" Sima Ao suspected that he might very well be the flower spirit of the sacred lotus who had cultivated into human form, as he was born on the sacred lotus pedestal, which was highly consistent with this notion. The Empress hesitated, pondering whether to reveal the secrets of the sacred lotus. After a long while, she finally said, "The sacred lotus possesses the divine power of rebirth and reorganization. After 10,000 years, the flower spirit can indeed cultivate into human form." The Grand Commandant, listening to the Empress recount the legend of the sacred lotus, suddenly remembered such an event. "Is there truly such a book? What is it called?" Sima Ao pressed. Sima Ao's strange abnormality regarding the sacred lotus astonished the Grand Commandant, who remained stunned for a moment. "Tell me quickly," Sima Ao exclaimed, unable to wait any longer, eager to unravel the mystery of his origins. "I only glanced at it briefly," the Grand Commandant replied, "but I vaguely remember that the sacred lotus does indeed possess the ability to nurture and recreate. It is often used as the placenta for celestial embryos. As long as the primordial spirit is injected into the petals of the sacred lotus, the sacred lotus can nurture a new primordial spirit, which is to create another version of oneself, known as a divided spirit." After listening to the Grand Commandant's account of the legend of the sacred lotus, Sima Ao had a profound realization. So that's how it is. Is that book, The Legend of the Sacred Lotus, still with the Emperor? It is. Sima Ao immediately bowed to the Empress in farewell and hurriedly rushed to the Taichin Palace to borrow the legend of the sacred lotus. Following Sima Ao's deferential departure, the Empress revealed a countenance of profound regret, lamenting her imprudent disclosure of the sacred lotus's secret. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuer was assiduously laboring over Jin Hong's mortal destiny. Her demotion to the mortal realm presented an opportunity to inflict some measure of suffering upon Jin Hong, a fitting recompense for the palace maids he had unjustly executed and the guards he had mercilessly flogged. However, Jin Hong was, after all, the Empress's nephew, and deference was due. Excessive punishment might incur the displeasure of the Empress and the Celestial Emperor. After careful deliberation, Dongfang Yuer resolved to seek the counsel of the Donghua Emperor in this matter. Thus, she gathered the meticulously prepared ledgers of fate and hastened to the Zishuan Palace for the Emperor's perusal and ratification. "Pray, good sir, do you not possess eyes in your head?" Dongfang Yuer exclaimed, her voice laced with irritation. Encumbered by the towering stacks of ledgers, which obscured her vision, she had been unexpectedly jostled. The collision scattered the precious documents across the ground. As she lowered the ledgers, Dongfang Yuer's gaze fell upon the figure responsible for the mishap, Sima Ao. "What urgent matter brings you to the Emperor's chambers in such haste?" she inquired, her surprise evident. Sima Ao offered a contrite apology, which Dongfang Yuer grudgingly accepted. "Since it is you, I shall overlook it." With a sigh, Dongfang Yuer hitched up her sleeves and bent down to retrieve the scattered ledgers, Sima Ao gallantly offering his assistance. "Tell me," Dongfang Yuer pressed, "what brings you to the Emperor's chambers?" "I seek to borrow the legend of the sacred lotus from the Emperor," Sima Ao replied. "The legend of the sacred lotus?" Dongfang Yuer mused. "I cannot divulge the details at present, but all will be revealed in due time." After collecting the scattered fate books from the ground, Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao entered the Zishuan Hall, where they found the Eastern Emperor and the Wenchang Emperor engrossed in a game of chess. Sima Ao exclaimed in surprise, "Master, you are here as well." The Wenchang Emperor and the Eastern Emperor paused their game, lifting their heads to gaze at Sima Ao and Dongfang Yuer. "Ah, disciple, what brings you to the Zishuan Hall?" Wenchang Emperor inquired, equally astonished. Dongfang Yuer set down a roll of fate books and respectfully saluted the Eastern Emperor and the Wenchang Emperor. Sima Ao, then realizing the situation, followed suit and performed a respectful greeting as well. "Enough. There is no need for such formalities," the Eastern Emperor said. "Now, my dear disciple, do tell me, what brings you to the Eastern Emperor's quarters?" "Master, I have come to borrow the legend of the sacred lotus," Sima Ao replied. Upon hearing this, both the Eastern Emperor and the Wenchang Emperor exchanged bewildered glances. Dongfang Yuer felt a sense of confusion regarding the nature of this legend of the sacred lotus, which seemed to have left both emperors in a state of alarm. "Why do you wish to borrow the legend of the sacred lotus?" the Eastern Emperor inquired, quickly regaining his usual composure and asking with a hint of aloofness. "Who informed you that I possess the legend of the sacred lotus?" Today, while admiring the sacred lotus flower, the heavenly empress casually mentioned the legend, which reminded the minor deity of a time she had seen a copy of the legend of the sacred lotus in your presence. The Eastern Emperor scoffed lightly. "Oh, even the heavenly empress has her moments of indiscretion?" This left not only Dongfang Yuer perplexed regarding the Eastern Emperor's derision towards the heavenly empress, but Sima Ao too was unable to comprehend the underlying meaning behind the Eastern Emperor's words. Observing a fleeting smile upon his lips, the sovereign of the East inquired, "The legend of the sacred lotus resides with me, indeed. For what purpose do you seek it?" Chapter 69. The Dragon Scion. I must unveil my origins. Who am I truly? Sima Ao's agitation was laced with an unyielding determination, unsettling the Emperor of Culture. The emperor, in a pacifying tone, gently advised, "My disciple, have I not told you? You are a gift from Zerhua. There are no hidden truths to uncover. Yet, why do fragments of memories linger, with someone calling out Dragon Scion?" Sima Ao's restlessness caused the Emperor of Culture dismay, his eyes seeking assistance from the Sovereign of the East. "Truth," the Sovereign of the East remarked with serene composure, betraying no hint of unease, "often veils a sorrowful past. Why cling to such obsessions?" With the Sovereign's presence reassuring him, the Emperor of Culture regained his composure. Seeing Sima Ao's prolonged silence, the Sovereign of the East sighed softly, smoothed his sleeves, and leisurely rose. Approaching the bookshelf, he retrieved the Legend of the Sacred Lotus and presented it to Sima Ao. Eagerly, Sima Ao grasped the tome and began to peruse its contents. Upon finishing the Legend of the Sacred Lotus, Sima Ao came to the realization of his identity. Watching Sima Ao's distress, Dongfang Yuer was at a loss, wondering what the Legend of the Sacred Lotus contained that could cause such anguish. She wanted to support the staggering Sima Ao, but the presence of the two sovereigns restrained her. "Master, did you and the sovereign know of my origins all along?" Sima Ao asked, perplexed. "Am I not the Dragon Scion?" The Dragon clan was utterly annihilated in the Great Celestial Demonic War. Even the Scion of the Divine Dragon clan could not elude this fate. His Jade Dragon fan vanished without a trace, Donghua Dijuan recounted. "Why Dijuan?" Dongfang Yuer, aggrieved on Sima Ao's behalf, indignantly inquired. "This sovereign is aware of your anguish and resentment. It is precisely why this sovereign was initially reluctant to reveal your lineage. Are you both cognizant of when the Celestial Demonic War transpired?" Dongfang Yuer and Sima Ao silently shook their heads. The Celestial Demonic War unfolded during the Primordial Era. The deities and immortals who bore witness to that history are no longer extant. Then, has everything our Divine Dragon clan has done for the common people been erased in this manner? Sima Ao asked, his heart filled with discontent. The Divine Dragon clan, in its defense of the Celestial Tribe's unification, suffered complete annihilation, only to be forgotten by the Celestial Tribe, forsaken by the common people, and buried in solitude and desolation amidst the dust. It has not been erased. It is all recorded in the divine annals, etched in the hearts of the common people. Sima Ao could not help but scoff. Divine annals? The divine annals merely gloss over the fact that the Divine Dragon clan perished entirely in its resistance against the demons. Are you aware of how grievous the losses were to the Celestial Tribe during the Celestial Demonic War? The Celestial Court was as if it had been ransacked, and the Celestial Tribe was nearly decimated. We merely eked out a meager existence. This Celestial Demonic War was only recorded in the divine annals by the historians after the pacification of the 8 wastelands and the unification of the 6 realms. And the historians who recorded it were already of the grandchild generation. Naturally, there would be instances of incomplete records. As Sima Ao listened to Donghua Dijuan's narration of the Celestial Demonic War, a scene of carnage on the battlefield from that year surfaced in his mind. The cacophony of battle. The anguished cries, the roars of fury, the battlefield was strewn with the bodies of valiant warriors. A river of blood and sweat flowing beneath the horror of it all. Sima Ao, his lips quivering ever so slightly, inquired, "Have you ever met the Scion of the Divine Dragon, my lord? Does he resemble me in any way?" A chill enveloped Sima Ao's heart. If even the Eastern Emperor had not laid eyes on the Divine Dragon's heir, then even if he were indeed the resurrected Scion, gaining the acknowledgement of the myriad celestial beings would be an insurmountable challenge. The Divine Dragon's heir was truly deceased. Noticing the desolation etched on Sima Ao's features, the Eastern Emperor could not refrain from adding, "However, in my youth, I heard tales of the Divine Dragon's heir, who was said to possess unparalleled elegance. With but a subtle smile and the gentle flutter of his jade fan, he could enchant countless celestial maidens." Sima Ao offered a faint smile, replying, "The Divine Dragon's heir has perished. I am but Sima Ao." Beneath the clear night sky, adorned with a tapestry of stars, a solitary figure clad in white sat despondently upon the eaves of a rooftop. In the soft glow of the moonlight, his striking visage was marred by a shadow of sorrow as he gazed longingly at the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of green appeared on the eaves, prompting him to turn with a sense of vigilance. The green figure was Dongfang Yuer, while the white figure was Sima Ao. Silently, she settled beside him, her gaze fixed upon the twinkling stars, and for a lengthy while, neither spoke. At that moment, both understood the thoughts lingering within each other's hearts. The act of speaking held little significance. What brings you to the Wenchang Imperial Hall? Sima Ao ultimately could not contain his curiosity. Today, I sensed your spirits were particularly low, so I. As she spoke, Dongfang Yuer's worried expression remained fixed upon Sima Ao. Live for yourself. The names of the dragon's heir and Sima Ao are merely labels. Do not allow such titles to confine you. One must be true to oneself. Sima Ao was profoundly moved by Dongfang Yuer's unwavering spirit against fate, murmuring, live for oneself. One is one's own. In the tranquil embrace of night, with stars twinkling above and the moon resembling a crescent, two solitary figures nestled closely together, no longer alone in their shared existence. Chapter 70. The ungrateful wolf, a celestial maiden, a confidant of the empress, came to summon Dongfang Yuer to the royal chambers, requesting that she bring along the life ledger of Jin Hong. The empress's chambers were not a place where anyone could be summoned. Typically, those called to her quarters were her most trusted allies. This left Dongfang Yuer perplexed, as she was not among the empress's closest confidants. Thus, the empress's invitation was indeed enigmatic. Although doubts lingered in her heart, Dongfang Yuer dared not defy the decree of fate and followed the legendary maiden to the empress's palace. The crimson door stood tall, the chamber adorned with sandalwood beams, illuminated by luminous pearls that gleamed as brightly as the moon itself. The bed, crafted from aromatic wood, was draped with exquisite silk curtains, featuring an embroidered flying phoenix. The floor was not merely wooden but laid with white jade, inlaid with either jadeite or golden pearls. The empress, regal and dignified, sat upon her phoenix throne. Indeed, her chambers were the most opulent in the 9 heavens. Upon entering the royal presence, Dongfang Yuer knelt and offered her respects. Celestial Lord of Fate, Dongfang Yuer pays her respects to the empress. After completing her reverence, she presented the life ledger of Jin Hong with both hands. The celestial maiden accepted the ledger and delivered it to the empress for her perusal. The empress smiled and gestured to Dongfang Yuer. Celestial Lord of Fate, please rise. Only then did Dongfang Yuer dare to rise, yet her heart remained engulfed in anxiety. The empress examined the fate of Jin Hong. Born to a wealthy family with the surname Yang, he had lived a life of luxury and abundance. Yet he was plagued by minor ailments, unable to enjoy the fruits of his wealth. At the age of 20, he faced a prison calamity. Jin Hong, unable to change his nature, quarreled with the noble young Master Mu over a courtesan, believing his greater numbers would ensure victory. However, as the saying goes, commoners cannot contend with officials, and thus Jin Hong attracted the wrath of the law. Young Master Mu, a malevolent individual, seized the opportunity to capture Jin Hong, fabricating charges against him and imprisoning him, subjecting him to profound torment and humiliation. Jin Hong's parents, in their desperate attempt to secure his release, exhausted their entire fortune, and only then did young Master Mu grant his freedom. Even upon releasing Jin Hong, the malicious young master did not forget to deliver one final beating. Once a wealthy young master, Jin Hong was reduced to a state of poverty, forced to rely on his own hands to earn a living, destined to endure the harshness and warmth of the world throughout his life. The composition is quite remarkable, truly befitting one favored by the Eastern Emperor, the empress remarked, leaving Dongfang Yuer in a state of astonishment. While inscribing Jin Hong's destiny, Dongfang Yuer had worried that her portrayal might be excessive, fearing the empress would disapprove or erupt in fury. Does the empress truly agree? Dongfang Yuer asked, uncertain. Of course, I consent. This time, Jin Hong must experience hardships in the mortal realm. It is through such trials that he will grow. With that, the empress rose from her phoenix throne and approached Dongfang Yuer, her brow furrowed with deep concern. Your Highness, I am not pleased with you. I was raised by the esteemed patriarch of the Feng clan, the grandfather of Jin Hong. Though I am not blood related to Jin Hong's father, our bond surpasses that of siblings. By both sentiment and reason, I ought to cherish him. Despite the immense pressure from the deities, I appointed him as the guardian general of the Southern Heavenly Gate, yet he has proven to be a source of chaos rather than order. Rather than dutifully guarding the Southern Heavenly Gate, he indulges in merriment with the guards, leading to his capture by Princess Tai Li, who reported him to the Heavenly Sovereign, resulting in my scolding. Yuer, puzzled, wondered why the Heavenly Empress would choose to appoint her nephew to the position of General of the Southern Heavenly Gate, given the multitude of ways she could express her affection. The Southern Heavenly Gate is. Yuer was confounded by the sudden intimacy of the Heavenly Empress, who had opened her heart to her. In turn, Yuer reciprocated with her own heartfelt inquiry. After much deliberation, the Heavenly Empress finally broached the topic at hand, unraveling the heavy enigma that had surrounded them. Recently, the Heavenly Empress had been extending her goodwill towards Yuer, and having just bared her soul, it seemed she sought to ally with her. There were whispers within the palace, the veracity of which remained uncertain, suggesting that the Eastern Emperor had fallen under the suspicion of both the Heavenly Empress and the Heavenly Sovereign. Such a notion should not hold water. The Heavenly Sovereign's throne was a relinquishment by the Eastern Emperor, so what grounds could there be for suspicion? However, the latest gossip suggested that the Heavenly Empress had advised the Heavenly Sovereign to station her 3 brothers with 100,000 celestial troops each at the borders, which posed a significant issue, as these troops would be drawn from the war goddess estate. Caught in a dilemma, the Heavenly Sovereign hesitated, concerned that acquiescing to the Heavenly Empress's counsel would effectively diminish the military strength of the war goddess clan, potentially inciting the wrath of the tempestuous Princess Tai Li, who would surely seek retribution against him. The actions of the Heavenly Empress incited indignation among the celestial deities, for the war god clan had loyally followed the Eastern Emperor for over 100,000 years, playing a pivotal role in quelling the chaos of the 5 desolations and unifying the 6 realms. The Heavenly Empress's current actions are evidently aimed at undermining the authority of the Eastern Emperor, prompting the celestial deities to express their discontent, unanimously perceiving the Heavenly Sovereign and Empress as ungrateful. However, the Eastern Emperor exhibited no signs of outrage, maintaining his usual serene demeanor, devoid of desire or ambition, and reproached those celestial deities who voiced their indignation on his behalf. The Eastern Yuer, feigning confusion, inquired, "What does your Majesty's statement imply? I serve the Eastern Emperor, and in doing so, I also serve the Heavenly Empress. Our celestial lineage remains united." Her words caused the Heavenly Empress's complexion to shift dramatically, from crimson to azure and then to pallid white, rendering her visibly uncomfortable as she cast a stern gaze upon Eastern Yuer, while Eastern Yuer outwardly maintained her composure. Inwardly she trembled in fear, beads of sweat forming on her brow. It was evident that Eastern Yuer was firmly aligned with the Eastern Emperor, leading the Heavenly Empress to abandon any hope for her, offering no kind words in return. Realizing her precarious position, Eastern Yuer understood that the Heavenly Empress might not treat her kindly in the future. Thus, she chose to excuse herself from the presence of the Empress, who feigned fatigue and waved her hand in dismissal. As Eastern Yuer withdrew, she nearly collided with Princess Tai Li, who approached with thunderous strides, brandishing her formidable fang-tipped spear, as if prepared to confront the Heavenly Empress in battle. Princess Tieli was well aware that Dongfang Yuer, the daughter of the Grand Commander, was also a disciple of the Eastern Emperor. Moreover, she had saved her son-in-law's life, which endeared her to Tieli. Thus, she restrained her temper while Yuer was present. However, once Dongfang Yuer departed, her fury could no longer be contained. Upon entering the royal chamber, she pointed an accusatory finger at the Empress, who was seated on the Phoenix throne, and loudly demanded, "Xiang, did you instruct my brother to diminish the military strength of the war god clan?" The Empress narrowed her eyes, suppressing her own indignation, and spoke to Princess Tieli in a soothing tone. "Sister, please do not be angry. Allow Xiang to explain. Recently, reports from the border troops have indicated that various frontiers are facing disturbances and provocations from foreign tribes. Xiang, fearing insufficient defenses, advised the Heavenly Sovereign to have our 3 brothers lead troops to secure the borders. This is merely for the long-term stability of the Heavenly Clan, not an attempt to diminish the strength of the war god clan, as you suggest." With a cold snort, Princess Tieli retorted, "Xiang, do not perform your tricks in front of me. Taking my troops to reinforce your generals is undeniably an effort to undermine the military authority of my war god clan." The Empress rolled her eyes in response. "If you insist on framing it that way, then I have no retort. I shall not mention the last time you siphoned off 100,000 troops from my war god estate for Jin Hong, but this time, you shall not extract any more. I command 300,000 divine soldiers from the war god estate." With that declaration, Princess Tieli forcefully slammed her halberd onto the ground, expressing her fury. The impact reverberated through the chamber, causing the very earth to tremble and fissures to crack open like the shell of a tortoise. "Even if I were to summon 300,000 troops from the war god palace, do you not still have 1,000,000 divine soldiers at your disposal? What is there to fear?" the Empress inquired. Princess Tieli, known for her fiery temperament throughout the celestial realm, glared at the Empress, brandishing her Fang Tianhua halberd and striking the luminous pearl, which shattered with a resounding bang, to quell the chaos of the 5 wastelands and unify the 6 realms. The War God clan has always been at the forefront. Their loyalty to the Celestial clan is evident for all to see. And I will not allow you to sow discord here, Princess Tieli admonished. The Empress, momentarily taken aback by fear, quickly regained her composure. After venting her ire, Princess Tieli continued, "What if you possess another million? Those are the sons of our War God clan, and you shall not lay a finger on them. You dare to shatter my luminous pearl?" The Empress, cradling the broken pearl with a pained expression, retorted, "Sunset, you are but a demon queen. Do not forget how you ascended to your position as Empress." As Princess Tieli insulted the Empress, the latter cast aside the shattered pearl, glaring at Princess Tieli with a fierce gaze, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. "Do not think that your illustrious achievements and high lineage grant you the right to repeatedly insult me. Do not presume that I fear you. My forbearance is merely an act of grace towards your royal brother. Finally, the truth has been spoken. Sunset, do not be disrespectful." Dongfang Yuer instructed a celestial maiden to urgently summon the celestial lord, for only he could mediate between the two. Upon learning of the conflict between the Empress and Princess Tieli, the celestial lord hastened from the Lingxiao Palace to intervene. By chance, the esteemed Donghua Emperor and the Wenchang Emperor were convening with the heavenly sovereign in the Lingxiao Palace, and they hastened to join him. "Your Highness, your arrival is most opportune. Please adjudicate this matter for me. Why must my war goddess manor be stripped of its military authority?" Princess Tieli inquired indignantly. "My husband's presence is timely as well. Might you also provide your insights? Why is it forbidden to draw soldiers from the war god's manor to safeguard the frontier?" The Empress queried. The heavenly sovereign glanced apprehensively between Princess Tieli and the Empress, expressing his discomfort. "Your constant bickering places me in a most challenging position. Dear brother, there is no need for you to feel troubled. My sister only wishes to understand why you have diverted troops from my war god's manor to your maternal uncle's command. You are aware that the male heirs of the war and divine clans are dwindling. The war god clan is the heart of the celestial tribe. Should the war god clan sustain grave injuries, the celestial tribe shall also endure significant losses." Before Princess Tieli could finish, the Empress interjected, "Sister, Xiang has conscripted 300,000 soldiers from the war god clan to defend the borders. You react with fury, shattering my luminous pearl, and dare to insult me. What is your intention? Why seek to diminish my military power?" Princess Tieli retorted, "You continually claim I have undermined your military strength. When have I ever done so?" The Empress countered, "You have withdrawn my soldiers, and yet deny it is a reduction of my authority?" Princess Tieli responded, a blend of amusement and anger on her face. The Empress rolled her eyes at Princess Tieli, exasperated. "What do you mean by taking your soldiers? That was merely a loan, and I never stated they would not be returned. Furthermore, as the mother of the 3 realms, is it not within my purview to mobilize troops from your war god clan? Sister." The heavenly sovereign cast a pleading gaze towards Princess Tieli. In consideration of the heavenly lord's sentiments, Princess Tieli exhaled deeply, endeavoring to quell her rising ire. "You have completely lost your troops. How do you intend to compensate for that?" she remarked with a touch of amusement. "How could they possibly be lost?" The Empress, bewildered, responded as if the 30,000 soldiers were destined for death. "Please consult the military texts before you address me." Princess Tieli was truly disinclined to engage in further debate with the Empress. Both the Empress and Princess Tieli held steadfastly to their perspectives, demanding the heavenly lord to adjudicate their dispute. Their voices crescendoed, causing the heavenly lord, caught in the middle, to cover his ears against the rising clamor. He glanced at Princess Tieli, then at the Empress, and implored, "Sister, Sunset, it has been millennia. Why can you not cease this endless quarrel and make some concessions? You also agreed at the time. Now you lay the blame upon me." The divine decree had been issued. If it were to be rescinded, the divine authority would undoubtedly be undermined. The Empress placed all the blame upon the heavenly lord. At a loss, he turned to Emperor Donghua. "Emperor Donghua, what is your perspective on this matter?" The inquiry posed by Emperor Wenchang left the Empress momentarily speechless. She hesitated, acknowledging that indeed, additional troops were necessary to fortify the borders, as the foreign tribes had grown increasingly audacious over the past century, creating unrest that was genuinely concerning. If you were to draw from the war god clan's forces, why not utilize their generals instead? Emperor Donghua interjected. The war god clan is not devoid of capable generals beyond General Yin. They are numerous and valiant. The Empress's approach is certainly perplexing. A flicker of guilt crossed the Empress's countenance, and she quickly admitted, indeed, Sunset acted rashly, without sufficient contemplation, nearly leading to a grave error. The celestial sovereign felt a sense of shame and awkwardness, remaining silent. The warriors of the war god clan were indeed valiant, and not everyone could command them. The Eastern Emperor added, "This is certainly true." Princess Iron Pear affirmed. Eventually, the Eastern Emperor proposed that the leaders of the war god clan lead 300,000 heavenly troops, marching forth with great momentum to guard the borders. Following this event, the celestial sovereign reprimanded the celestial empress, stating that she was truly a source of chaos. Although the celestial sovereign governed the three realms, he lacked actual power. He did not wish to be a ruler with only a name, yet devoid of authority. "Even for my sake, you must not be overly anxious." Understanding that the celestial empress was acting to assist him, the celestial sovereign did not hold too much resentment towards her. Chapter 72. The descent of the divine sovereign Eastern Ewer appeared flustered, hastily reporting, "Your Majesty, there is turmoil in the mortal realm." The seasoned Eastern Emperor had weathered many storms and, upon hearing Eastern Ewer's report, maintained a demeanor of calm. He merely remarked, "Eastern Ewer, is it truly necessary to be so agitated over such trivial matters?" With that, he continued to engage in a leisurely game of chess with the Wenchang Emperor. As if the collapse of the heavens were less significant than this match, Eastern Ewer, increasingly anxious, reported again, "Your Majesty, the mortal realm is indeed in chaos. Elder Mu Wu has defied the heavenly Tao and incited rebellion in the great southern kingdom." The Eastern Emperor remained composed, yet the Wenchang Emperor lost his earlier tranquility. Setting down the chess piece he held, "Perhaps it would be wise to pause for a moment, my old friend," he suggested. The Eastern Emperor temporarily halted their game, inquiring, "What is the matter? Please elaborate." Eastern Ewer proceeded to convey everything she had observed through the distant lens while inspecting the movements in the mortal realm. In the southern kingdom, the sovereign exiled concubine Meng to the cold palace and entrusted her son to the care of the empress. Years passed, and the sovereign believed that concubine Meng had genuinely repented. However, unbeknownst to him, she harbored no such intentions. Instead, she secretly conspired with the Elder of the Wood Witch to plot the demise of the sovereign, aiming for her son to ascend the throne. The Elder of the Wood Witch employed poison to kill the sovereign, unleashed concubine Meng to annihilate the empress's family, and suppress the ministers who opposed the new ruler, thereby seizing control of the imperial power of the southern kingdom. As the Elder of the Wood Witch consolidated power over the southern kingdom, his ambitions grew even more insatiable. Ultimately, he eliminated both concubine Meng and her son, the new ruler, proclaiming himself emperor. He relocated the capital to Jiang City and renamed the southern kingdom to Jiang Kingdom. The southern kingdom, which had flourished for 5 centuries, was thus usurped by the Elder of the Wood Witch. Such defiance of heavenly order is destined to face divine judgment. However, a dilemma arises. The fate of a nation's ruler is intertwined with the destiny of its populace. Should the celestial realm dispatch the ominous emissaries of death to claim the Elder's life, it could incite a bloody upheaval, with the Elder firmly seated on the throne. Having established the Jiang Kingdom, his sudden demise would undoubtedly spark wars among nations vying for control, plunging the world into chaos and ultimately bringing suffering to the common people. If a great turmoil were to erupt, the fate of all mortals would become entangled, necessitating a complete rewriting of the fated scrolls, an endeavor akin to constructing a mountain from grains of sand. Moreover, modifying the scrolls during their operation proves to be a formidable challenge. Yet, failing to punish the Elder of the Wood, which would breed public discontent and undermine celestial authority, which is why Dongfang Yuer finds herself in such a state of trepidation. The Eastern Emperor, wise and composed, inquired of the Wenchang Emperor and Dongfang Yuer about a method that would neither disturb the order of the mortal realm nor fail to punish the Elder Mu Wu for transgressing the celestial laws. After a moment of contemplation, Wenchang Emperor could not devise a suitable solution, while Dongfang Yuer, resting her chin in thought, was equally at a loss. Observing their struggle, the Eastern Emperor suggested a line of thought for them to pursue. What path might that be? They inquired. With a mere gesture, the Eastern Emperor reminded Dongfang Yuer of Zhao Liangren, the woman nearly poisoned to death by Meng Shufei. Zhao Liangren left a significant impression on Dongfang Yuer. She was lively and charming, well-versed in literature, gifted in song and dance, and adept at concealing her true self, a truly astute individual. Esteemed Emperor, I have conceived a brilliant idea. The descent of a divine being. The descent of a divine being? The Eastern Emperor and Wenchang Emperor exchanged knowing glances, expressing their approval. Indeed, it is an excellent proposal. As Dongfang Yue reveled in her newfound inspiration, the Eastern Emperor probed further. But how do you intend to bring forth this divine being? Have you identified a suitable candidate? At this, Dongfang Yue hesitated. Well, I have yet to ascertain the right individual. Perhaps I should consult the Book of Past Lives for guidance? What purpose does consulting the Book of Past Lives serve? The Eastern Emperor inquired, perplexed. Your Excellency implies that the candidate for the divine being must be one of our kin? Of course, it must be one of our own. Who among our kind would be most fitting? Dongfang Yue murmured, unable to identify a suitable candidate for the divine being. Seeing her dilemma, the Eastern Emperor offered, May I propose a candidate for your consideration? Who? Sima Ao. When Dongfang Yue heard the name Sima Ao uttered by the Eastern Emperor, she was momentarily taken aback. Of course, the star god Wenchang could indeed be involved. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yu realized that allowing Sima Ao to be born might not be a bad idea. Since Sima Ao had become melancholic upon learning of his lineage, feeling constrained by the identity of the divine dragon's son, this presented an opportunity for him to be reborn as a sovereign. Perhaps, on the day his primordial spirit returned to its rightful place, Sima Ao would no longer be shackled by his previous identity. My disciple is indeed the divine dragon's son, and his rebirth as a wise ruler would be an effortless task. Upon hearing that the Eastern Emperor had recommended his own disciple Sima, Wenchang Di couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Now that a candidate for the deity had been established, the deity would still require assistance to ascend to the title of deity. Where? Who else do you think is necessary? The Eastern Emperor inquired again. After a moment of deep thought, Dongfang Yue replied, A wise ruler cannot do without these three individuals: a strategist capable of foresight and planning, a valiant general to protect the nation, and a virtuous empress to manage the inner court. Your analysis is quite astute, but do we have candidates for these roles? This question posed a challenge for Dongfang Yue, as finding these three individuals proved to be no easy task. She shook her head and said, Not yet. Shang Ximing has been with me for 500 years. Although he has yet to grasp even a third of my wisdom, he would certainly be competent as a strategist. As for General Yin, is his injury not healed? He currently has little to occupy him, so let him be reborn as the national protector, a battle-hardened warrior, born as a formidable general of the nation. As for the Empress, that role shall be entrusted to you. At this juncture, the Eastern Emperor was interrupted by Dongfang Yue. I have never been an empress. I fear I may not be competent. The Star of Destiny decrees that every newly appointed Star of Destiny must descend to the mortal realm for training. This is a perfect opportunity for you to undertake such an experience. How can you ascertain your capability without attempting it? As for the remaining candidates, you may select them at your discretion. Upon hearing the Eastern Emperor's words, Dongfang Yue was illuminated with understanding and agreed. The Eastern Emperor, observing her consent, continued, Thus, the decree is established. The son of the Marquis of Yuzhou, Nan Guizhan, at the age of 8, will ascend the throne. Titled King of Yuzhou, he shall rally the loyal and righteous to confront the Wood Witch Elder, Jiang Huang, avenging the nation and restoring the great southern kingdom. 20 years hence, King of Yuzhou will lead the northern wolf cavalry to assault Jiang City, claiming the head of the Wood Witch Elder, Jiang Huang, abolishing the Jiang Kingdom, and founding the Jiang Nation, substituting Jiang for Jiang. The Eastern Emperor delivered this proclamation with an air of certainty, as if he had long anticipated the Wood Witch Elder's insurrection. With all matters well within his grasp, both Emperor Wenchang and Dongfang Yue were profoundly shaken, gazing in awe at the Eastern Emperor, captivated by the commanding presence that rendered them powerless in admiration. Yet, Dongfang Yue remained somewhat perplexed and inquired, Emperor, why establish the Jiang nation instead of restoring the southern kingdom? Chapter 73. The Western Empress on a chilly autumn night. As Dongfang Yue was about to close the window, a fleeting shadow passed before her. Startled, she demanded, Who is outside the window? Hearing the voice of Princess Jinyang, Dongfang Yue finally relaxed, yet she curiously inquired, Third sister, why are you here in the middle of the night? Second sister, please lend me a hand. With that, a head poked through the window. It was the princess attempting to squeeze through. The window was rather small, and although Princess Jinyang was petite and delicate, it proved somewhat challenging for her to navigate. When her shoulders got stuck, she cried out in distress, prompting Dongfang Yue to assist her. Despite her efforts, Jin Yang remained ensnared. With a sigh, Dongfang Yue lamented, "Third sister, why did you choose to enter through the window? If you wished to come in quietly, you could have employed spells like invisibility, transformation, or bone shrinking. Indeed, it is my fault for neglecting my magical practice and forgetting that I am a celestial being," Princess Jin Yang admitted. Dongfang Yue quickly poured her a cup of water to calm her nerves and brushed off the dust from her clothes. "Second sister, I have heard that you and Brother Ao are among the chosen for this reincarnation. Is that correct?" "That is by decree of heaven," Dongfang Yue replied. "Second sister, I wish to partake in this reincarnation as well," Jin Yang thought to herself, longing to be united with Brother Ao as lifelong partners. Dongfang Yue paused, a hint of confusion in her expression. "What? Princess? No. Third sister, you too wish to participate in this reincarnation?" "Yes. This may not be feasible. This reincarnation is a mission of great significance. Each reincarnator is destined for a specific purpose, and this is no trivial matter. What is impossible about it?" "Second sister, you are the chief editor of this mission. Please assign a purpose to Princess Jin Yang as well. As long as I can be together with Brother Ao, any mission will suffice. The destiny ledger has already been inscribed, and there are no missions left to assign. The tasks have been claimed so swiftly. Oh dear." Princess Jin Yang suddenly burst into tears, leaving Dongfang Yue at a loss. "Sister, what are you doing?" Crying in the middle of the night in second sister's room. How can she bear it? Now that all the tasks have been chosen, second sister, please allow me to merely be a filler. A filler? The adorableness of Princess Jin Yang caught Dongfang Yue off guard, causing her to smile unexpectedly. After some contemplation, Dongfang Yue realized that if it were merely to serve as a filler, it was indeed not an impossible task. The emperor had also permitted her to add a few bystanders as needed, aside from specific roles. Having received considerable care from Princess Jin Yang these days, and being her elder sister, it was only right, both emotionally and logically, to lend this assistance. Bystanders refer to those who do not participate in events and have no connections to specific individuals, or simply passers-by who add embellishments without causing disturbances. Dongfang Yue agreed to assist Princess Jin Yang with this small favor. "Very well. Second sister shall add your name to the ledger of destinies." Before Dongfang Yue could finish her sentence, Princess Jin Yang could no longer contain her excitement. "Ah, that's wonderful. Thank you, second sister." This exclamation stirred the slumbering lilac and jade bamboo in the adjoining room. Rubbing their eyes, they got out of bed and approached Dongfang Yue's door, knocking twice with concern. "Sister Yue, what happened?" Considering that lilac and jade bamboo were not strangers, Dongfang Yue opened the door to let them in. Upon entering, Dingxiang and Yuzhu were startled by Princess Jin Yang, who was adorned in a dark attire. Just as they were about to scream in terror, they were silenced by a gentle shoo from the princess. Curiosity piqued. Yuzhu inquired why Princess Jin Yang was awake at such an hour, dressed in such a manner. "It is a matter of great significance," replied the princess. "Who is to be born?" Dingxiang and Yuzhu asked, directing their inquiry towards Dongfang Yue. In order to safeguard the celestial secrets, Dongfang Yue refrained from revealing the details of this impending birth to Dingxiang and Yuzhu. However, Princess Jin Yang, being forthright, could not keep the secret within her heart. Now that Dingxiang and Yuzhu were informed, Dongfang Yue had no choice but to disclose the truth. Dingxiang and Yuzhu were originally mortals who ascended to the realm of immortals. They yearned deeply for their earthly lives, brimming with excitement, and implored Dongfang Yue to inscribe their names in the celestial register. This, however, caused Dongfang Yue considerable distress. The forthcoming birth was a solemn mission, not a frivolous affair. "We merely wish to accompany Sister Yue, to shield her from the storms of fate." Dingxiang and Yuzhu's words struck a chord with Dongfang Yue. The Empress of Jiang had a formidable challenge ahead, facing assassins covertly dispatched by the elder wood sorcerer. Should the Empress escape this peril, it would be due to the bravery of her maidservant, who would bravely intercept the blade on her behalf. Dongfang Yue pondered who would be the one to descend for this maidservant. "Do you truly wish to be born?" she asked. Indeed, the celestial register lacked 2 maidservants, and suitable candidates had yet to be found. "I am willing." "So am I." Dingxiang and Yuzhu eagerly raised their hands in fervent agreement. "However, this time you shall be born as maidservants, and the outcome will be quite tragic. You must consider this carefully," Dongfang Yue cautioned them. urging Dingxiang and Yuzhu to deliberate before hastily agreeing. Nevertheless, Dingxiang and Yuzhu believed that to die for their master was an honorable fate, and thus felt no need for further contemplation. Upon encountering Yuzhu, Dingxiang's resolve was unwavering, and thus, Dongfang Yuer granted her permission. Second sister, what would you have me do? In response, the third sister, who had just declared her intention to be a mere bystander, was met with a probing retort from Dongfang Yuer. Then, dear third sister, what do you wish to become? Whatever Brother Ao does, I shall do as well. Oh, my Navi princess. This time the literary star is destined to become the king of Yuzhou. Do you aspire to be the king of Yuzhou as well? Dongfang Yuer chuckled at the adorably foolish Jinyang princess. Then I shall be the empress. Since second sister has already consented to Dingxiang and Yuzhu, surely she will agree to my desire to be empress. Upon hearing that the Jinyang princess wished to be empress, Dongfang Yuer was momentarily taken aback. Since second sister has already acquiesced to Dingxiang and Yuzhu, surely she will agree to my desire to be empress. Unexpectedly, she found that it was not permissible. The Jinyang princess, perplexed, inquired as to why this was the case. Dongfang Yuer could only explain, the title of empress is designated for a specific individual, and I am that designated person. Such a designation cannot be altered. Second sister is to be the empress of the Jiang kingdom, and I shall be the empress of the Jiang kingdom as well, with my sister residing in the eastern palace, and I in the western palace. That makes me the western empress. Dongfang Yuer informed the Jinyang princess that no dynasty or emperor had ever appointed two empresses simultaneously. Is that so? Then I shall be the one to forge this new precedent. Initially, Dongfang Yuer intended to decline the Jinyang princess's proposal by citing the historical norm of not having two empresses. However, the Jinyang princess, oblivious to the implication, enthusiastically insisted on being the one to establish this historical first. No, this would lead to turmoil in the court. It will not incite chaos. I have no interest in court affairs. I solely wish to attend to my brother Ao. Princess Jinyang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spoke of serving her husband. It turned out that third sister had come for Sima Ao, and Dongfang Yuer finally comprehended the situation. Nevertheless, it was still inappropriate. Elder sister, you just agreed to assist me, and now you seem unwilling. Upon hearing Princess Jinyang's words, Dongfang Yuer felt a surge of irritation. Just moments ago, you mentioned merely being a filler, and now you aspire to be the empress. How am I to support you in this? If I cannot be empress, perhaps being a concubine will suffice. But you must ensure that Brother Ao loves me dearly and favors only me. Observing her elder sister's rising agitation, Princess Jinyang conceded. Sighing softly, Dongfang Yuer cast a bashful glance at Princess Jinyang. Is this truly unacceptable? Throughout history, emperors have had countless beauties in their harem. How could Brother Ao's affection for me alone incite chaos? It is evident that elder sister simply does not wish for my assistance. Princess Jinyang, perplexed, could not fathom why her sister fretted over such a matter. Very well. If you do not wish to help, just say so plainly. There is no need to invoke the edicts of the Star Lord to pressure me. With that, Princess Jinyang stormed off in anger. This was the first time Dongfang Yuer had witnessed Princess Jinyang arguing over a man with her own celestial being. Lingxiang and Yuzhu were left startled and at a loss. Chapter 74 and Chapter 58 have been revised. Chapter 75, the selection has also undergone changes. Some fans have commented that the selection section felt somewhat rushed. I am uncertain what it means to write in a hurried manner. Perhaps as a novice novelist, I have yet to master the art of narrative control. The system is designed to allow only minor modifications daily. Significant alterations would result in a lockout. The revision of the selection chapter will require some time. Regardless of the modifications made, the protagonist will remain unchanged. The selection chapter is free, and fans need not worry about spending money without receiving content. Chapter 76. Empress Jiang Princess Jinyang spoke with indignation. That destiny ledger was written by my second sister. Does she not think such an explanation is rather far-fetched? Far-fetched? Third sister, that statement. Chapter 77. A great task bestowed upon this individual Sima Ao, the fairy's island, and the lesser deity of destiny. Dong Yuanyan received a divine mandate and hastened to Shuxiang Garden to discuss the matter of descent. Chapter 78. Descent 1. As the day of descent approached, Dongfang Yuer, for safety's sake, entrusted the destiny ledger of this descent to the Eastern Emperor. Dongfang Yuer arrived at the residence of the Eastern Emperor. Chapter 79. Descent 2. On the third day, Xylan descended. She wore her purple gown, her hair styled into a flowing tassel hairdo, cascading down to her waist, adorned with a delicate. Chapter 80. The site of tribulation 8 years later, in the capital of the Jiang Kingdom, Jiang City. The once prosperous and stable Jiang City had fallen into disarray. Now it lay desolate, with sparse crowds and empty shops, shrouded in a chilling silence. Chapter 81. The Imperial Seal. After being rescued, Minister Jiang tightly grasped Jiang Hui's hand, looking left and right, desperately trying to evade the female assassin. Father, why did the man in black save us? Their eyes. Chapter 82. The 13th young master. The young man in white possessed remarkable skills, swiftly carrying Jiang Hui to a small boat moored at the riverbank, a vessel he had undoubtedly prepared in advance. Chapter 83. The Southern Kingdom's resurgence. The 13th young master found Jiang Hui's lack of intelligence quite exasperating, opting instead to recline on the ground and feign sleep, deliberately ignoring her. Chapter 84. The Empress Dowager. In the Southern Kingdom, Jiang Hui lay on the ground, breathless and exhausted, yet exchanged a cheerful smile with the 13th young master. She revealed her 2 adorable tiger teeth, exuding charm. Chapter 85. Imprisonment. Chapter 86. A 10-mile send-off miss has risen. Let the maid assist her in preparing for the day. Jiang Hui gradually opened her eyes, finding 2 little girls of similar age gazing at her. Chapter 87. Discussion. The Empress Dowager summoned the ministers to deliberate on how to counter the invasion of the Emperor of the frontier. Chapter 88. Training. The Empress Dowager wisely suggested that instead of cowering and waiting for the Emperor to strike, it would be more prudent to leverage the Imperial Seal and have the young master ascend the throne, rallying the local lords. Chapter 89. The Nurse's Betrayal. Dream Sequence 1. Beneath an ancient pine tree, 2 ethereal beings, one plump and the other slender, were seated at a stone table engaged in a game of chess. The slender fairy absent-mindedly stroked her long beard, smiling serenely. Chapter 90. The king of Yuzhou Fang Gang and Jiang Hui were competing for a hard bun, momentarily alleviating the atmosphere of disappointment. Yet the betrayal of the nurse deeply troubled Nan Guozhen, leading him to the morning hall. Chapter 91. Bluster. Nan Guozhen, with a heart resigned to death, awaited the imperial army atop the city walls of Yuzhou. Unexpectedly, he found himself waiting all day without any sight of the emperor's forces. Chapter 92. A shift in power. General Yuan sighed, stating that even if heaven turned a blind eye and sought to annihilate our great southern kingdom, this old minister would pledge his life to protect the citizens of Yuzhou and remain steadfastly loyal to the king of Yuzhou. Chapter 93. The unstoppable king of Yuzhou. The assassination of the frontier emperor delayed his military expedition, granting a brief reprieve to the citizens of Yuzhou. The inhabitants of the city could now enjoy a moment of tranquility, their households filled with laughter as they extended their well wishes to the frontier emperor. Chapter 94. The Proposal 1. Indeed, we, the scholars, are by no means cowardly individuals. Though we may appear frail, we possess the indomitable spirit of true men. The scholar in blue expressed a shared sentiment. Chapter 95. The Proposal 2. The Empress Dowager summoned the king of Yuzhou to the imperial court promptly. As the envoy from the northern kingdom sought an audience with him, his personal guard hurriedly delivered the news. When would the envoy from the northern kingdom arrive? Chapter 96. The Marriage Alliance. The envoy from the southern kingdom called out twice, bringing Yuan Yin back to his senses. He drew his sword and pointed it at Miss Xylan, declaring that one should not presume the northern kingdom's greatness grants them the liberty to act as they please. Chapter 97. A familiar encounter. After the banquet concluded, as Miss Xylan and her companions exited the imperial court, Yuan Yin eagerly pursued them, lifting the sleeve of Miss Xylan's garment. She halted, turning to face him. Chapter 98. Yuan Yin proposes to Miss Xylan. Yuzhou City, with its formidable walls and vibrant prosperity, justifies why the Empress Dowager once requested the Southern Kingdom's ruler to bestow it upon her son. The Empress Dowager truly understood its worth. Chapter 99. The Marriage Alliance announced for reasons unknown. From the very first glance at Miss Xylan, Yuan Yin, felt an inexplicable affection for her, as if our meeting had been preordained by fate. Chapter 100. The Wedding Night. At this moment, Jiang Hui was engrossed in a delightful conversation with a young man in white, leaning in closely. South Guozhen, witnessing this, felt a surge of displeasure. Throughout the wedding banquet, South Guozhen remained tight-lipped, his expression dark. Chapter 101. The royal concubine of Yuzhou. Where have you two been? Recently, South Guozhen and Jiang Hui had been frequently venturing out of the city, causing great concern and displeasure for the Empress Dowager. Today, South Guozhen and Jiang Hui were. Chapter 102. The Rising Wind. Miss, let Dingxiang help you into your wedding robe. Miss, let Yuzhu adorn you with the phoenix crown and bridal attire. Miss, please bend down. Chapter 103. Di Luo's nightly message. The peculiar wind of the day evoked a sense of contemplation. Tonight, some would revel, while others would be troubled. In the serene night, the lights of the Jingxiudian still burned brightly. Chapter 104. The Empress Dowager's return to power on the way. Shun Dao, Shun Yi, Dingxiang, and Yuzhu, terrified, cried out in protest. No, how could we dare? South Guozhen chuckled. Chapter 105. Reinforcements. Chapter 106. A faint 3 days later. As the 13th young master had anticipated, the Jiang Emperor was ostensibly attacking Fengzhou City, but in reality, he was seizing the opportunity as the 13th young master and General Yuan's troops marched towards Fengzhou. Chapter 107. The tactics of attrition. The sound of drums resounded with a rhythmic thud. The opposing side sounded the retreat, and South Guozhen adhered to the rules of engagement, commanding his generals to echo the retreat. Chapter 108. Breakthrough. As the four generals took the stage, they surrounded Yuan Yan from all sides, launching a fierce attack. Any other commander would likely be paralyzed by fear or tremble in terror. However, Yuan Yan. Chapter 109. Ceasefire. Here, Xilan tended to Yuan Yan's wounds, while Jiang Hui busily examined whether Nang Guozhen had sustained any injuries. Alas, the pain. Chapter 110. A resounding victory. It is indeed peculiar why the king of Yuzhou has displayed the flag of ceasefire for 6 consecutive days. During these days atop the city walls, apart from witnessing the execution of his own son, the noble Yushu, no other generals were seen. Chapter 111. From joy to sorrow. Long live the king of Yuzhou. General Yuan Yan is magnificent. Upon the victorious return, the citizens of the city rejoiced, and Yuzhou once again flourished with its former vibrancy and liveliness. This battle. Chapter 112. Jiang Hui is confined. Chapter 113. The family quarrel. Both Grand Minister Liu and Lord Shi were incensed, questioning in unison, "Isn't the king of Yuzhou humiliating us?" Yuan Yan, observing the situation, found it quite. Chapter 114. The king of Yuzhou's self-inflicted affection. The following morning, Jiang Hui was awakened by the clamor resonating from outside. Dingxiang and Yuzhu rushed in, breathless, to report, "Your Highness, the king of Yuzhou intends to." Chapter 115. Xilan's pregnancy. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, and Jiang Hui gently pushed it open. She beheld the radiant sunshine and delightful scenery. It was a splendid day to venture outside the city. Regarding the departure from the city, Jiang Hui. Chapter 116. The disappearance incident. Yuan Yan learned from the butler that the lady was still severely ill and, without even taking off his armor, rushed into the chamber, where he found Jiang Hui busily bowing and greeting. Chapter 117. The princess's disappearance. Chapter 118. A decade of reunions. Nang Guozhen searched every street and alley in the vicinity, yet he could not find any trace of Jiang Hui, driving him to the brink of madness. Why did that wretched servant not intervene? Chapter 119. Persuasion to stay. Brother Zhen. The envious gaze of Lord Shen darkened, a terrifying glint flashing across his eyes. The butterfly's icy, snow-like eyes scrutinized Lord Shen. Chapter 120. A long-planned conspiracy. Part 1. My lord, let Huier serve herself. As Jiang Hui reached for the bowl of congee, she lowered her head, scooping it up spoonful by spoonful. Lord Shen remained silent, merely. Chapter 121. A long-planned conspiracy. Part 2. In the room, Jiang Hui overheard. Chapter 122. Stealing the puppet soldiers. Lord Shen and the butterfly emerged, and the cloaked figures bowed in reverence to them. Lord Shen cast a sweeping glance at these young men. Chapter 123. The Return of the Princess. Part 1. After 3 days of slumber, Jiang Hui awoke, uncertain of how long she had slept, and climbed up. The room was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Jiang Hui called out several times. Chapter 124. The Princess returns too. Sister Butterfly. Jiang Hui wished to express her gratitude, but was interrupted by Butterfly. Chapter 125. The king of Yuzhou is betrayed. Apologizing? Jiang Hui asked in astonishment. Dingxiang, this incident is not your fault. Why do you feel the need to apologize? Xiang Wei furtively glanced at the southern kingdom. Chapter 126. jealousy, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She worried that the king of Yuzhou being betrayed would lead to chaos with the princess or a tumultuous dispute, pondering whether she should inform the empress. This is merely a temporary pause, not an abandonment. Dear readers, please do not abandon the birth record. To those urging for updates, do not fret. Shang Tao will not abandon the book. It is just a busy end of the year, resulting in a temporary pause of 1 month, during which some drafts will be prepared. The birth record is a fantasy work that Shang Tao has been contemplating for a long time, with a well-structured outline. Abandonment is not an option. Initially, upon signing, the data was quite satisfactory, ranking 4th on the list. It is entirely my fault for not having drafts ready before publication, with sporadic updates leading to a loss of many readers. Rest assured, dear readers, there will be more updates after the new year. Do not worry about abandonment. Chapter 127. The Princess is Deposed 1. Guards hidden inside and outside the house surged forth, surrounding Jiang Hui completely, yet no one dared to step forward and bind her. Jiang Hui looked on in astonishment. Chapter 128. The Princess is Deposed 2. Huier would not speak, even if Brother Jin killed her. She would never betray her master. Ah, my beloved woman, indeed. Chapter 129. The New Concubine of the King of Yuzhou. A wave of unease washed over Jiang Hui as she inquired, "Is it true that the Emperor of the Frontier has dispatched troops to attack Yuzhou? Is it Emophone leading them again?" No. Chapter 130. The 126th chapter. Persuasion for Battle. 10 miles away, the Emperor's formidable army surged forth like ravenous beasts. Advancing towards the city of Yuzhou, Nan Guozhen donned his armor, sword in hand, ready to depart. Chapter 131. The Undying Body. As the two armies clashed, the soldiers aligned in formation, adhering to tradition as the commanding generals stepped forth to converse. This time, Nan Guozhen brought forth 50,000 troops, while Xin Yu commanded merely 3. Chapter 132. The Catastrophic Defeat. With a wave of his hand, Xin Yu unleashed his 30,000 fierce soldiers, charging towards Nan Guozhen with the ferocity of a flood. The cries of battle echoed. Under Nan Guozhen's leadership, the generals fought valiantly amidst the chaos. Chapter 133. The fate of Yuan Yan remains uncertain. The defending soldiers erupted in fervent shouts, and the commander of the city's defenses, Yu Shu, ordered the gates to be opened for their welcome. As they approached the gates, they were met with 5. Chapter 134. The Duel Between Two. At the entrance of Yuzhou, a battle flag emblazoned with the character courage hung high, yet the countenances of the soldiers were heavy with gloom, their morale starkly contrasting with the flag's proclamation of courage. Chapter 135. The Capture of the King of Yuzhou. Chapter 136. Jiang Hui confides her heritage. Chapter 137. Xin Yu's assault on the city within the military tent. Jiang Hui, the 13th young master, and the national master deliberated on a strategy to rescue Nan Guozhen when news arrived that Xun Yu was leading a formidable army to besiege the city. Chapter 138. The puppet soldiers. You gazed at the city gates, where defenses were meticulously established. Thousands of archers had their arrows trained on every conceivable angle of the entrance. Should he advance even a single step, the enemy would undoubtedly. Chapter 139. The Puppet King. Emophone. The rampaging puppet soldiers discovered a little girl, advancing menacingly towards her. The girl, terrified, could only stand frozen in tears. Jiang Hui, witnessing the scene, felt. Chapter 140. Why stealing a glance at the blood-soaked figure within the prisoner cart, whose pallid face bore the marks of 2 lashes, Nan Guozhen. Jiang Hui could not suppress her tears. Countless arrows rained down upon the puppet soldiers from the city walls. Chapter 141. The Tragic Fate of the Witch Clan with the Death of the Puppet King. The 500 puppet soldiers ceased to be under control. However, the malevolent spirits possessing them lingered. The National Master, along with the Fire Witch Elder and the Golden Witch Elder, immediately commenced. Chapter 142. The Rescue Plan. The 13th young master's face was etched with the agony of helplessness. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had arrived too late. All he could do now was pray for divine intervention to save the King of Yuzhou. Chapter 143. Assigning tasks. The sensation of nausea was unbearable. Just as Jiang Hui reached out to grasp the last orange, Princess Diluer unceremoniously snatched it away. With the orange in her possession, Princess Diluer turned to Jiang Hui. Chapter 144. Borrowing the Imperial Seal. Jiang Hui. Chapter 145. Journey to the frontier city. Jiang Hui had successfully obtained the Imperial Seal, and Dingxiang had also packed her belongings. In truth, the trip to the frontier city did not necessitate an abundance of items. Besides 2 sets of clothing, provisions, and water, there was also Chapter 146. Entering the city upon arriving at the ferry terminal of the frontier city, Jiang Hui and Dingxiang disembarked and hurriedly made their way. Chapter 147. I miss him. Chapter 148. Jiang Hui's pregnancy in the dim, cold dungeon. A few torches barely illuminated the iron bars of the cell, from which emerged the sound of low, muffled coughs. Dressed in prison garb, Nan Guozhen leaned against the icy. Chapter 149. Shen Yu's relentless pursuit. Shen Yu gazed at Jiang Hui in confusion, unable to fathom the reason behind her sudden laughter. For several days, Shen Yu had been visiting Jiang Hui, witnessing her gradual recovery and the return of color to her cheeks. Chapter 150. A plea for life. Dingxiang. Do not die. Do not leave your sister. The sound of Jiang Hui's anguished cries resonated from the side hall. The butterfly, embodying Shen Yu's unwillingness, fluttered as the shaman prepared the remedies for Jiang Hui. Chapter 151. The death of the black poison swallow. As Shen Yu contemplated the possibility that the woman he cherished would harbor resentment towards him for eternity, he resolved not to surrender Nan Guozhen. Here it is. Let me first deliver an item to the Emperor of the Frontier. Chapter 152. The Mad Emperor, the once obedient butterfly, now exhibited signs of restlessness, reflecting on the fact that both she and Jiang Hui were orphans raised by the master. However, the affection the master bestowed upon her and Jiang Hui was distinctly different. Chapter 153. Reached an agreement. It turned out that the elder. Chapter 154. The painful choice. Chapter 155. Betrayal. I, Nan Guozhen, can lose everything, but I must not lose my dignity. As he spoke, Nan Guozhen clenched his fist tightly in his sleeve. His eyes reddened with fury as he stood up to confront Shen Yu. Chapter 156. Shen Yu's wedding. From afar came a gentle call. Nan Guozhen, startled, listened intently. It was Jiang Min's voice. Is it really Min? Chapter 157. The Emperor visits the Prime Minister's residence on the morning following the wedding. A gentle knock echoed at the door of the bridal chamber. Shen Yu, visibly displeased, asked in a low voice, "What is it?" The guard at the door. Chapter 158. The great witchcraft terms such as blood pool and evil spirit sent shivers down Jiang Hui's spine as she sensed a dreadful conspiracy lurking behind her. Moreover, Shen Yu's recent behavior. Chapter 159. Blood nourishes evil spirits. As the hour of the dog approached, Shen Yu quietly rose from her bed, her long hair cascading around her, clad in a flowing white robe. She silently made her way to the study, opening the door to Chapter 160. The rescue of the king of Yuzhou. Jiang Hui understood that Shen Yu possessed a fundamentally good nature, yet had unwittingly allowed power and darkness to taint her heart. In a bid to awaken Shen Yu, Jiang Hui resolutely unveiled the transgressions committed by her. Chapter 161. The rescue of the king of Yuzhou. To Sister Butterfly. How could you be so foolish? You are well aware that practicing the great witch's forbidden arts would invite backlash. Why did you not dissuade the master, especially when he has only just recovered? Chapter 162. The rescue of the king of Yuzhou. 3 Miss, we should leave at once. The blood pool is on the verge of collapse, Dingxiang urged. Indeed, Jiang Hui lamented as she cast a lingering glance at the lifeless Shen Yu and the Chapter 163. The rescue of the king of Yuzhou. 4 At that moment, Princess Di Luo could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. It was utterly cathartic. This venomous woman had finally been thoroughly humiliated by my brother. Chapter 164. Jiang Hui fell ill throughout the journey. Jiang Hui consistently leaned sideways, gazing out of the window, while Nan Guozhen remained bowed, his eyes cast down towards the floor of the carriage. The atmosphere within was peculiar, marked by their sparse conversation. Chapter 165. Jiang Hui's departure. After a night of attentive care from Nan Guozhen, Jiang Hui's fever finally subsided. Jiang Hui opened her eyes to find Nan Guozhen sitting at the edge of the bed, gazing at her with tender affection. After a long while. Chapter 166. The bookworm Su Mu. Rather than engaging in such fruitless searches, the king of Yuzhou should heed his brother's advice to wait in Dongfu country. Perhaps the princess will come to her senses and seek us out herself upon arriving in Dongfu. Chapter 167. The heroic sister. In her effort to evade the bookish Su Mu, Jiang Hui dared not relent and ran swiftly. For it is well known that long-distance running is ill-suited for pregnant women, especially since Jiang Hui's health had only just recovered. Exhausted, she truly. Chapter 168. Dongfu Village. Nanguozhen's promise invigorated Su Mu, pulling him from his melancholic state. Subsequently, Su Mu secured a minor official position in Yuzhou. Nanguozhen was aware. Chapter 169. Restless nights. After dinner, Su Su led Jiang Hui and Su Mu to the terrace to admire the moon. Jiang Hui gazed upon the vast terraced fields of Dongfu Village, which were bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. Chapter 170. The rejection of Su Su. The sound of the clattering wheels was desolate and monotonous. The little donkey cart moved at an excruciatingly slow pace. At last, they arrived at the capital of Dongfu country, where bustling crowds filled the streets. Chapter 171. The snatching of the embroidered ball. Oh, where have all these shameless, ugly figures sprung from? Do have the sense to step aside and not be an eyesore here. Chapter 172. Snatching the embroidered ball too. To safeguard the fetus within her, Jiang Hui braced her back against the mountainous pressure of the corpulent woman, her hands firmly guarding her abdomen, fearing it would be ruptured. Chapter 173. Spinning tales. Now that she had discerned the adversary's swordplay, vanquishing them would be a mere trifle. With a playful flick of her wrist, Jiang Hui executed a feigned maneuver. Chapter 174. A benevolent deceit. Speak, the Crown Prince commanded. I wish to hear the extent of your misery. Should your woeful origins genuinely move me, I might consider sparing your life. Chapter 175. I shall not depart if you do not. Jiang Hui embraced Su Su from behind, her voice gentle and soothing. Su Su, this chivalrous sister knows that prevarication is wrong, yet it was a benevolent deception. Chapter 176. A person hidden beneath the bed. Hush. Ask no questions for now. Should anyone inquire, remain silent and feign ignorance. Su Su nodded in bewilderment. Chapter 177. Su Mu infiltrates the Crown Prince's residence. In truth, the Crown Prince of Dongfu had long perceived that not a single word from Jiang Hui's lips held veracity. Despite this, he harbored no intention of investigating. At that moment, the door. Chapter 178. Jiang Hui and Su Su quarrel. What is the subject of your discussion? The Crown Prince of Dongfu was utterly bewildered by the intricate relationships among Su Mu, Su Su, and Jiang Hui. Chapter 179. Playful banter. I shall beseech His Royal Highness to release the esteemed Master Su. With these words, Su Su arose, poised to implore Prince Dongfu. But Jiang Hui restrained her, uttering, Su Su, have you truly contemplated this? Chapter 180. Su Su's decision to become the Crown Princess. Prince Dongfu cast a sidelong glance towards the space beneath the bed, inquiring, your reluctance to become the Crown Princess stems from the presence of that man concealed beneath the bed? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Hui's countenance as Dongfu. Chapter 181. Dongfu Kingdom. Across a millennium, the Crown Prince's estate was particularly tranquil this night, eerily so. A chilling breeze caressed the white veil of his bamboo hat as Prince Dongfu gazed upwards towards the window sill, beyond which. Chapter 182. A millennium of injustice. The spirit realm? Jiang Hui surmised that the spirit realm, as mentioned by the beautiful woman, was akin to the omnipotent, cataclysmic otherworld spoken of by Princess Di Luo, and responded with skepticism. Chapter 183. The serpent demon queen of Liao. Gusts of spectral wind arose, enshrouding the skies of the eastern Liao kingdom in a dense miasma of demonic energy, as tens of thousands of venomous serpents swarmed forth from the 100 Serpent Cave. Soon, the eastern Liao kingdom was overrun with. Chapter 184. The miraculous birthmark. Tell me. Prince Dongfu suddenly turned to Jiang Hui. Is it only through death that one may ascend to the heavens? Your face? You see. Chapter 185. The fire. Kiran. The pain. Jiang Hui playfully pinched the right cheek of Prince Dongfu, raising her thumb in admiration. Wow, it truly cannot be erased. The flying sparrow is vividly lifelike and intertwined with flesh. Chapter 186. The resurrection of Yuan Yin. Nanguozhen, Jiang Hui, Yijue, Ilong, and Mu Su accompanied the villagers to Julin village. They beheld rows of neatly arranged bamboo houses surrounded by. Chapter 187. Subduing the fire. Qilin Yuan Yan's punch nearly shattered the table, causing Hongmei, who was watching from the side, to feel somewhat uneasy. Hongmei knew that Yuan Yin had promised her to remain in Julin village. Urgent notification. How unfortunate. I am uncertain whether the issue lies with my computer or if the Qi system is malfunctioning. I am unable to log in or type, and updates may need to be paused for a day. It is truly lamentable that just as I eagerly awaited a recommendation, this predicament arose. Chapter 188. The Escape in Truth. The old Taoist mentioned by Nanguazan is none other than Wuchang Dijuan. Wuchang Dijuan often descends to the mortal realm to observe worldly affairs. While passing by Dongfu, he calculated. Chapter 189. The blindness of the 13th young master. This cannot continue. We must find a place to give birth to the child. Otherwise, both the child and the adult will be in peril, Ijua declared. Nanguazan grew increasingly anxious and inquired. Chapter 190. The Immortal Healer. Sister Ma, what are you planning to do? I intend to take your brother to treat his eyes. This witch. I shall no longer place my trust in you. Your methods are treacherous. Chapter 191. Jianghui gives birth whose eyes are to be treated? Nanguazan had not anticipated that Sister Ma's business was still quite bustling. Was this trip to the medical department as well? Sister Ma, I implore you, my lady. And Chapter 192. A tapestry of emotions. Sister Ma poured out the water from the reed and proceeded to cleanse the eyes of the 13th young master. She then retrieved the well-mixed medicinal fruit paste, applied it to a piece of white cloth, and gently placed it over his eyes. Chapter 193. The imminent battle. Isn't this the strategist? What has befallen the strategist's eyes? Yu Wenyin suddenly noticed that the 13th young master's eyes were covered with a white cloth, emanating a potent aura. Chapter 194. The Emperor's Siege. A heavy heart. The ebb and flow of popularity left me despondent, devoid of inspiration. I can only utter, ideals are beautifully full, while reality is starkly lean. My sincerest apologies. As I shall strive for another day. Chapter 195. The Rescue of Susu. Behold that woman in white, exuding an air of cold arrogance, her powers boundless. How could she resign herself to the will of another? Thus, Nanguazan resolutely refused to believe that the woman in white was loyal to the emperor, despite her repeated. Chapter 196. The Enigmatic Array. Chapter 197. Ominous foreboding. The 13th young master informed the assembled generals that within the 8 formations, 4 were illusory. The illusory formations intertwined with the real, utilizing scarecrows to mislead the enemy for greater deception. Chapter 198. Special Mission 1. Upon hearing this, the 13th young master's expression darkened, and the ominous premonition grew ever more intense. The enigmatic formation of the battle has indeed wounded the vitality of the Jiang Emperor's army, yet. Chapter 199. A Special Mission 2. With the mention of his esteemed father, what more could Yu Wenyin possibly say? Observing Yu Wenyin's sulky demeanor, Yu Wenji couldn't help but smile mischievously, bringing her lips close. Chapter 200. The Traitor. It is said that Yu Wenma, having left the city to assault the Jiang Emperor's main camp, returned victorious after merely a couple of incense sticks worth of time. The citizens of the city rejoiced upon hearing the news, singing and celebrating. Chapter 201. Susu's Betrayal. The 13th young master has always held South Country Zhen in high regard, yet now he spoke with arrogance, leaving South Country Zhen momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, South Country Zhen resolutely declared, "No. Dear readers, expect a surge in updates next month. Rest assured, this work shall not be abandoned. This month has merely seen delays due to various matters, but next month will witness a torrent of updates." Chapter 202. An Unforgivable Crime. Before capturing the traitor, Jianghui, South Country Zhen, and the 13th young master still harbored hopes for the salvation of their 100,000 soldiers. Upon hearing Susu mention that the antidote lay with the woman in white. Chapter 203. A Bloody Battle. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Jianghui arrived. By then, Susu had donned a phoenix red robe and adorned herself with a phoenix crown, embodying the quintessential image of a dignified and graceful queen. Chapter 204. The True and False Yu Wenji. When Yu Wenma announced the fall of Fengzhou City, his heart ached as he cast a sorrowful gaze over the ravaged and desolate landscape of Fengzhou City. This ancient city has become intertwined with the essence of life itself. Chapter 205. The Battle of Qishui. It turns out that the southern kingdom's Zhen had long been vigilant, instructing both Ke and Long to quietly escort Jianghui and a portion of the populace to safety. The 13th young master engaged in conversation with the woman in white. Chapter 206. The Battle of Qishui 2. Chapter 207. Request for troops. Recently, the Princess Murong of the Northern Kingdom was spurned in a marriage arrangement, a development that reverberated throughout the entire realm, causing considerable embarrassment for the northern sovereign. Upon hearing this, Zhen of the Southern Kingdom reflected. Chapter 208. Request for troops too, as Zhao Hu remarked on Guo Lu's trembling hands and feet. The northern sovereign glanced at Guo Lu and indeed observed the subtle tremors. Zhao Hu seized upon Guo Lu's exposed vulnerability. Chapter 209. Princess Murong. A faint frown crossed the brow of Zhen from the southern kingdom, a fleeting expression of unutterable distress passing over his face. Just as the northern queen was about to intervene on behalf of Zhen, the 13th young master rose. Chapter 210. The one in dreams. Murong would not depart. She was destined for her proud brother, her very existence intertwined with his. The princess wept as she implored. Listening to her delirious utterances, the northern. Chapter 211. The little hedgehog. Upon encountering Zhen from the southern kingdom, Princess Murong could not help but perceive him as resembling her proud brother from her dreams. Yet, why did he not don white garments, nor wield a paper fan, appearing devoid of the wisdom she had envisioned? Chapter 212. A misstep. Little did anyone anticipate that Princess Murong would hold such profound affection for this little hedgehog, even at the cost of her own life. Zhen from the southern kingdom hastily sheathed his sword, but alas, it was too late. Chapter 213. Marrying a corpse. The words of Yuan Yin struck a chord with the monarch of the northern kingdom, causing him to pause momentarily. After a brief silence, the northern king turned his face towards Nan Guozhen, displaying a hint of. Chapter 214. Intricate threads. At long last, Nan Guozhen awaited the completion of Princess Murong's meal. With her belly full, Princess Murong approached Nan Guozhen and inquired, "Who are you? You have ascended." Chapter 215. 20 years hence, following the recent events, the northern king, feeling uneasy, appended a new clause to the marriage contract. Upon the eventual restoration of the southern kingdom, Nan Guozhen was to elevate Princess Murong to the status of empress. Chapter 216. Siege. The emperor of the frontier was acutely aware of his advanced age and his inability to lead troops into battle. Coupled with the incessant internal strife within the frontier and the weakened state of the nation, direct confrontation was unfeasible. Thus, he resolved to construct defensive fortifications to withstand the southern kingdom's advances. Chapter 217. Ginger. For frontier. Even if you were to slay me and annihilate the frontier, you would still be unable to restore the southern kingdom. It is fate that seeks the destruction of your realm, not I. In the southern nation, Zhen wore a slight smirk as he spoke. Chapter 218. The battle for affection between Xylan and Hongmei. Jiang Hui was proclaimed Empress Jiang, which naturally incited ire from the northern realm, particularly since the engagement decree stated that should the Prince of Yuzhou restore his kingdom, Princess Murong would be declared empress. Furthermore, Chapter 219. Cease the agreement. Dazed, Yuanin observed the two women as they tumbled from the bed to the floor, then from indoors to outdoors, and eventually leaped to the rooftop to continue their brawl, a daily spectacle that left him quite. Chapter 220. Reckoning 1. Early in the morning, Jiang Hui was roused by the 13th son. Startled, she inquired, "Is there an urgent matter from the strategist?" The 13th son. Chapter 221. Reckoning 2. The person South Guozhen despised most in life was the old national teacher, and the individual he least wished to encounter was also the old national teacher. Now, upon seeing the old national teacher, South Guozhen turned on his heel in anger. Chapter 222. Time flies. Burn all these scriptures. Burn them. Clan leader. If we incinerate all these scriptures, the great shaman will have nothing left for posterity. Wishing all my readers and fans a joyous year of the ox. Unbeknownst to me, the Birth Chronicles has accompanied me for 3 years now, signifying that I have been intermittently writing this tale for 3 years. These 3 years have been filled with profound reflections. I recall when I began this book, several authors who shared my dreams have since departed. It has indeed been a trying time, and no matter how beautiful the dream or how resolute the heart, reality can still deliver a crushing blow. Several authors have advised me to give up, to abandon my persistence, and to start anew. Indeed, there were moments when I contemplated surrendering, yet ultimately, I chose to persevere in my writing. The sincere support from some readers and fans deeply moved me. They have waited 3 years for my updates. So how could I consider giving up? Moreover, I embarked on this literary journey out of passion, without any grand expectations of fame or fortune. My understanding of online literature is limited. My sole desire was to craft a quality book. I have heard that the audience for online literature predominantly consists of young readers who tend to favor lighthearted, simplistic narratives. However, the Birth Chronicle does not conform to this trend. It is a unique creation of mine, blending elements of fate and myth. Upon reading comments from some readers, One inquired how I possessed such extensive knowledge of destiny, suggesting I might be a fortune-teller. This made me chuckle. Certainly, I am not a fortune-teller. I merely researched the Book of Changes, the classic of mountains and seas, and various folklore to enrich my writing. Thus, the Birth Chronicle is a novel rich in cultural depth, deserving of careful contemplation. I would also like to inform my readers that the work will comprise 4 parts. I have completed the selections for the first 2 parts, with 2 remaining. The third part, The Truth, is currently in progress, and certain chapters require revision. During the upcoming New Year period, updates will temporarily pause. I apologize to all my readers and fans for this. Wishing everyone a joyful year of the ox. May all your aspirations come to fruition. With your support, I shall strive to enhance my writing. Chapter 223. Rebirth. Dongfang Yuer, Jianghui, and Sima Ao, Nenguozhen, are destined to live for 60 years, as they were both born on the same day, naturally aligning their souls. Chapter 224. An unexpected visitor. Chapter 225. A marriage mandate. Dongfang Yuer cast a sidelong glance at Sima Ao, silently reproaching him for his meddlesome nature. Dear Sima, it is truly a misunderstanding. I am but an uninvited guest. Chapter 226. Dongfang Yuer ascends as the lesser deity Gongzi stood to reveal his identity, prompting the assembled immortals to awkwardly close their mouths, as the atmosphere of the banquet grew somewhat uncomfortable and dull, though many celestial beings were captivated by his striking appearance. Chapter 227. Dongfang Yuer faces adversity according to earthly customs. Joyous occasions are marked by the hanging of 2 red lanterns at the entrance. Dongfang Yuer believed that the heavenly monarch and his consort were also participating in mortal traditions, hanging the red lanterns in honor of Princess Jinyang. Chapter 228. The invisible celestial net. Following her recognition by the heavenly empress, Su Siming became her personal maid, and subsequently, through this connection, ascended to the position of the star deity of fate. Chapter 229. The pillar of shame as the tale unfolds. Chapter 230. Princess Jinyang is confined. Sima Ao was delighted to meet the second prince once again. He approached Gongzi Yu to extend his greetings. Prince Yu discerned that Sima Ao was merely feigning sincerity. Chapter 231. Misunderstanding. After prolonged deliberation among the 5, they were unable to devise a satisfactory solution. The meeting concluded, and each individual departed. Once everyone had left. Chapter 232. Tinshan Wenchang Hall is not merely a residence, akin to the Mingbu building. It serves as an administrative center. Within Wenchang Hall, there are over 300 smaller halls, housing thousands of Wenxiu stars. Chapter 233. The Red Luan Star. Recently, the Eastern Emperor visited the Southern Dipper Star Lord to observe the celestial bodies and discovered that the Red Luan stars of Shao Siming, Princess Jinyang, Xylan, Yuan Yin, Dongfang Yuer, and Sima Ao were. Chapter 234. Prince Yu has beaten Princess Tieli, the eldest princess of the celestial clan. Could refer to herself as this palace in the presence of younger individuals like Prince Yu, although Yuan Yin is not her biological son. Chapter 235. A shocking secret and emergency meeting was convened at the Shuxiang courtyard, where it was reported that Princess Jinyang, after being confined within the Forbidden Wall, resorted to self-harm as a means to resist her marriage decree. Upon learning of this, Dongfang Yuer. Chapter 236. Breaching the Forbidden Chamber. 1. Dongfang Yuer was taken aback. Chapter 237. Breaching the Forbidden Chamber. 2. The Forbidden Chamber was profound, layered, and filled with an eerie emptiness. Shao Siming, Dongfang Yuer, and Xylan were unaware of how deep they had ventured or the fate of Princess Jinyang. Chapter 238. A sincere heart. The celestial maiden struggled with all her might. Strangely, the more the fairy struggles, the tighter the veil becomes, rendering her efforts in vain. Chapter 239. The punishment of the lesser deity of fate. As the sun sets, myriad rays of twilight illuminate the scene. Amidst this luminous backdrop, 2 figures, one male and one female, can be seen in pursuit of one another. Princess Jinyang desperately heads toward the southern heavenly gate. Chapter 240. Princess Jinyang agrees to the alliance. Jinyang, do not speak foolishly. You are a noble princess of the celestial clan. How can you endure the punishment of 10 thunderclaps? The Queen Mother admonished. A cold smirk graced Princess Jinyang's lips. Chapter 241. Su Siming acts as the lesser deity of fate, yet the Queen Mother is not unaware. Even if an alliance between the Celestial and Feather clans were to occur, the Feather clan may not necessarily submit to the Celestial clan. Why then must the princess make such an unnecessary sacrifice? Chapter 242. Xuanyi's promotion, it should be me. Xuanyi eagerly advocated for himself, only to receive a disapproving glance from Dongfang Yue. I certainly do not wish to be accused of abusing my authority. Chapter 243. The dowry inventory. To demonstrate her affection for her niece and showcase the opulence of the celestial clan, the Queen Mother prepared a generous dowry for Princess Jinyang, Xilan, Dongfang Yue, and various renowned immortals. Chapter 244. The division of Spirit O. So that is how it is. Dongfang Yue, realizing that some matters do not require the presence of living fur, deeply recognized her own ignorance. Chapter 245. Reluctance to marry the princess is to be wed tomorrow, yet why is there no sign of joy upon her countenance? The newly arrived maid, observing Princess Jinyang's perpetual melancholy, could not help but inquire. Chapter 246. The fractured bond of sisterhood. A daughter's marriage should bring joy to her father. Why then does he wear a countenance as sour as a bitter melon for all to see? Indeed, passing by the Yao pool in the east. Chapter 247. The princess's wedding. The sky was awash in hues of orange and red, adorned with countless auspicious clouds, as innumerable magpies soared above, creating a scene of serene harmony. A conspicuous. Chapter 248. Journey to the Beast Mountain to rescue. East. Chapter 249. The Beast Mountain. Without even locating the bear cave, one's life has already been sacrificed. As he watched the soldiers perish in agony, Dongfang Yu felt utterly powerless, coming to the realization. Chapter 250. Survival of the fittest. But master, now that you have departed, what are we to do? The young monkeys cried helplessly. Well, after a long while, this group of little monkeys managed to cease their tears. Chapter 251. The great battle against the black bear monster won. The tiger took a bite of the rhinoceros, infuriating it to the point that it uprooted two of the tiger's formidable fangs. Now toothless, the tiger lost its former majesty and would forever retreat from the stage of jungle supremacy. Chapter 252. The great battle against the black bear monster 2. Witnessing the black bear monster's blatant disregard for heavenly authority, Dongfang Yu and the others were incensed to the point of explosion. However, being confined within a cage, my spells failed to unlock it. Chapter 253. Princess Jinyang's fondness for mischief. Dongfang Yue and her companions have journeyed tirelessly for a day and a night. Chapter 254. And Ding Village 1. Lure, filled with trepidation, follows closely behind Princess Jinyang. The notion of sisterly affection is but a facade. There are no virtuous souls in this world, all are. Chapter 255. And Ding Village 2. In days gone by, whatever delicacies I desired, my father and mother would command the royal kitchen to prepare. Whatever whims I harbored would be indulged. Living within the palace, similarly. Chapter 256. The disappearance of Princess Jinyang 1. The bridal procession traverses the bustling marketplace, arriving at the serene outskirts of the city. After 100 miles, fatigue weighs heavily, prompting Yuan Yin to command a halt for respite. Chapter 257. The disappearance of Princess Jinyang 2. If not for the search for lure, Dongfang Yue would truly. Chapter 258. The disappearance of Princess Jinyang 3. Indeed, there is. When discussing. Chapter 259. The disappearance of Princess Jinyang 4. During the fierce altercation between the woman clad in white and the one in black, a child in black clings desperately to the white-clad woman's leg. Sharp fox fangs biting fiercely. The little fox. Chapter 260. Dao's Qi Feng. The first day, the second day, and the third day have passed. Yuan Yin mobilizes the entire populace to search for Princess Jinyang, yet there remains no sign of her. Chapter 261. Fairy by Fox Demon 1. Very well. Very well. Old Dao will now lead you to meet the White Fairy. As he spoke, a gentle breeze swept by, and Yuan Yin, Dongfang Yue, and Xilan followed suit. Chapter 262. The White Fairy, Fox Demon 2. Indeed, I have been overly sentimental, the White Fairy remarked, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. As her tumultuous heart gradually settled, she fixed her gaze intently. Chapter 263. The White Fairy, Fox Demon 3. However, the Black Fox matriarch warned herself that the words of the White Fairy were the least trustworthy. She was a sinner of the Fox Demon clan. The reason the White Fairy urged the foxes to cultivate was solely for her. Chapter 264. The Red and Green Woods 1. The White Fairy sat up, casting a doubtful glance at the Black Fox. The Black Fox, feeling constrained, turned her face away. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. But, Chapter 265, The Red and Green Woods 2. Our princess has gone missing in Ling City. Could it be the doing of this fox demon? Who else could it possibly be? Another team member remarked. Even her own flesh and blood could. May the world be free of calamities. The pandemic has resurfaced in Guangdong, and everyone is diligently responding to the national call to receive vaccinations and undergo nucleic acid testing. I am no exception. Over the past few days, I have struggled to secure an appointment, feeling my time wasted and my spirits dampened. Yet, witnessing the medical personnel clad in thick protective gear braving the sweltering heat to serve us, and hearing of one staff member who fainted from heat stroke due to lack of water, my eyes welled with tears. These angels in white are truly remarkable. It seems that our brief wait in line is a trivial matter in comparison. Here, I wish to express a heartfelt sentiment. May the world be free from calamities, and may all beings find peace. Chapter 266. The rescue of Princess Jinyang Dongfang Yuer and her companions rushed into the fox cave, only to discover Princess Jinyang crying for help, bound beside a black bear. The bear had tied the princess to a. Chapter 267. The truth emerges. One with Princess Jinyang and Dongfang Yuer departed, the black fox remained in a daze. The black fox could scarcely fathom that a celestial princess would extend such assistance to him. Chapter 268. The truth emerges too. In the midst of the dense, misty redwood forest, the two companions lost track of Fairy by as they ventured deeper, wandering aimlessly until the fog began to dissipate, revealing Princess Jinyang. Chapter 269. The truth emerges 3. Chapter 270. The truth emerges 4. The black fox inquired, "Did you sever my tail and inflict a wound upon my arm?" The white fox nodded in response. The little black fox shared this matter. Chapter 271. Farewell to Kunlun Mountain. As the three had only taken a few steps, the sound of a young girl weeping reached their ears. I extend my gratitude to the fan meeting you as my love. Thank you for being both a friend and a supporter. For creating a character cover for my book Late at Night. I wish to clarify that my lack of embellishments on the book cover is not due to laziness. I have always believed these were managed by the website, and being no professional myself, I am at a loss on how to proceed. Previously, I observed that other authors adorned their works with exquisite embellishments, and I mistakenly believed that it was the editor's doing. It is only now that I realize the responsibility of crafting one's own book cover falls solely upon the author. How harsh it is to depend entirely on oneself. It drives one to madness. Chapter 272. The shadowy mountains. Sima Ao initially hoped to soar upon the clouds to the western sea. Yet he was taken aback as a chilling wind dispersed the mighty clouds. The wedding procession was compelled to land, and everyone descended. Chapter 273. G-Clan's solitary wait. 1. We, with our 2 legs, remained silent about our fatigue and hunger, while those seated in the palanquin, who need not walk, audaciously proclaimed their weariness and hunger. I will not heed your complaints. Chapter 274. G-Clan's solitary wait. 2. Just as Dongfang Yuer was filled with perplexity, the G-Clan presented a large flatbread made from coarse grains. The G-Clan caught sight of Dongfang Yuer's stealing glances at the infant nestled within the gauzy bed. And suddenly, Chapter 275. The Western Sea's Queen Mother. At last, the wedding procession emerged from the shadowy mountains and arrived at the Western Sea. Sima Ao gazed out at the boundless expanse of the Western Sea, pondering how to ferry so many people across. Chapter 276. The Guqin Master. During the banquet, the Queen Mother of the Western Sea requested that everyone spend a night in the Dragon Palace before continuing their journey the following day. As the chief of the wedding procession, Sima Ao contemplated the road ahead. Chapter 277. Zealand's sudden attack. The next day, after everyone had partaken in breakfast, it was time to resume their journey. The Queen Mother of the West commanded 4 celestial turtles to ferry the wedding procession across the Western Sea, employing her magical powers to control the waves, creating a tranquil surface. Due to some family matters, I have paused updates for a few days, as I need to spend more time with my family. I have not had the time or mood to write, so I must take a brief hiatus. I kindly ask for the understanding of all readers and fans. Chapter 278. The fate of Xylan remains uncertain. Who are you, and what do you intend to do? Xylan inquired. Chapter 279. The abduction of Princess Jinyang. Sima Ao was convinced that the Empress would not let this matter rest. She would surely dispatch more assassins to thwart the marriage. Thus he instructed everyone to gather their belongings and prepare for immediate relocation. Chapter 280. Infiltrating the southern camp. Before heading to the southern camp, It is essential to prepare ample water, considering the arduous journey of 300 miles. Dongfang Yue returned to Tianmu Pond to fetch water, and prior to drawing water, she cautioned. Chapter 281. Recognition. The guard, noticing that Dongfang Yue stood there in a daze, shouted, "Hey, what are you staring at, old man? We should be on our way." "Oh, yes, yes," Dongfang Yue hurriedly replied. Chapter 282. An unprecedented fatherly love. This woman is clearly trying to deceive me. I have never partaken in such things. Why would I roast a lamb? Moreover, to roast it to your liking, who knows? Chapter 283. A prank. Early this morning, Princess Delu sought out Sima Ao, claiming she wished to express her gratitude for the exquisite roasted lamb he had prepared for her. Sima Ao appeared utterly disheveled. Chapter 284. Father and Son's Break. 1. Princess Dairo had been under house arrest for several months, rendering her somewhat oblivious to the current situation in the southern camp, prompting her to summon Hainiu for inquiries. Princess Dairo interrogated Hainiu regarding recent developments in the southern camp. Chapter 285. Father and Son's Break. 2. This foreign king was utterly deranged. Sima Ao indignantly unfurled the jade dragon fan, directing a sharp beam towards the foreign king. The king remained unperturbed. Chapter 286. Encounter at the inn. A glint of fierce light flashed in Xiao Siming's eyes as a sudden force surged within his palm. Chapter 287. Encounter without recognition. 1. Yuan Yin was certainly aware of Dongfang Yue, who was advocating for Xylan. Yuan Yin was seized by a cold sweat, hastily attempting to explain to Dongfang Yue. Chapter 288. Encounter without recognition. 2. Sima Ao believed it was not the time to provoke trouble and rushed to dissuade Yuan Yin. Brother Yuan, please remain calm. You have truly mistaken the person, even if Xylan were alive. Chapter 289. Choosing Justice. Strangely, Dongfang Yue, Sima Ao, Yuan Yin, Hongmei, and Xiao Siming arrived at the northern camp, lifting their gazes towards the northern camp's gate, which was not as fortified as they had anticipated. Chapter 290. The Enchanted Flute. The foreign leader absurdly proclaimed, "Ridiculous! Why should our emperor be judged by you? Indeed, we shall not accept any judgment." Chapter 291. The Fushi Qin. Dongfang Yue nodded in agreement. Initially, Dongfang Yue was reluctant to depart, yet upon witnessing the agitation and turmoil among the crowd, chaos ensued. The desolate sands of the vast desert swiftly buried the carcass of the black-haired wolf. The wolf pack mournfully observed this scene before sorrowfully departing. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon. After this calamity, everyone confirmed that Xylan had indeed met with misfortune. They deemed it necessary to report Xylan's demise to the celestial monarch. Heavens! Dongfang Yue was taken aback, realizing that within mere days, the ominous energy within Princess Jinyang had intensified significantly. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. This time, Sima Ao, the lesser deity of destiny, and Yuan Yin simultaneously channeled warmth into Princess Jinyang. Yet the warmth was swiftly extinguished by the frigid essence, which retaliated with the sinister energy. No one had ever encountered Princess Jinyang. Even if Dongfang Yue was not her, it bore no consequence to Lord Lien or the Feathered Clan. Lord Lien ceased to concern himself with the matter. If this union were not intended to forge a bridge of friendship between our two clans for the sake of peace across the realm, I would never consent to this marriage, declared Dongfang Yue. Upon hearing this, Lord He was astounded and incensed. Is this truly the case? If it transpires at the borders of my feathered clan, it becomes our affair. Chapter 299. The Eagle and the Crane. 2. As Master Lien inquired whether the palace maidservants were satisfied with their service to Princess Dongfang Yue, the maidens trembled in fear, anxious that the princess might express discontent, until Princess Dongfang Yue uttered. Chapter 300. The Eagle and the Crane. 3. The more Dongfang Yue listened, the more perplexed she became. Just as she was about to seek clarification, a dark figure flashed past, and with a swish, 2 beams of sword light cleaved the old man in 2. Chapter 301. The Eagle and the Crane. For what is your name? The sharp gaze of the feathered king abruptly softened. My surname is Dongfang, and my given name is Yue. Surname Dongfang. Chapter 302. The Conspiracy for a Palace Coup. 1. Have we ascertained why the Black Crow attacked us? Dongfang Yue inquired again. We have discovered that it was Luer's doing. She has confessed. Chapter 303. The Conspiracy for a Palace Coup. 2. Master Yu sighed and continued. Because I possess the bloodline of the Eagle clan, my father does not cherish me, and my brothers regard me as an outcast, subjected to disdain from all the cranes. Chapter 304. The Conspiracy for a Palace Coup. 3. Master Yu, unsteady, called out from outside the door. Chapter 305. The Conspiracy for a Palace Coup. 4. Sima Ao further questioned. When you took the lives of these individuals, did your heart feel no? Chapter 306. The Conspiracy for a Palace Coup. 5. I may have lost this battle, but I implore you to reconsider. Instigating a palace coup will only lead to the demise of many. Sima Ao's gaze lingered on Xiao Siming, awaiting. Chapter 307. The palace change won as the sun set, casting a golden hue upon the horizon. A serene figure appeared. His mother, her long hair cascading gracefully. Adorned in a verdant dress, her dimples subtly emerging, radiating a sweet smile as she sat peacefully atop a high slope, seemingly waiting for someone. Chapter 308. The palace change too, brother. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Just as Iho departed, Princess Dilu leaped through the window with a graceful bound. Xiao Siming entrusted Dilu. Chapter 309. The palace change 3. Young Master He. Young Master Lien cast a sidelong glance at him, lowering his head in silence. The guards on either side exchanged glances, none daring to act recklessly. Chapter 310. The palace change for your mother is indeed not a person of superficiality. She treats all with kindness, yet she is stern only with herself. I do not intend to belittle Dongfang Su. It is simply that at that moment, Dong. Chapter 311. The palace change 5. Life is but once. Who among us is unafraid of death? Observing young Master Yu's evident fear of mortality, Dongfang Wei chuckled darkly. Fear not. I shall not take your life. To kill. Chapter 312. The palace change 6. Sima Ao proceeded to articulate his intentions to King Yu. You may depart, but you cannot take Yuer with you. Upon learning that Sima Ao was here to bid farewell, King Yu. Chapter 313. The palace change 7. It was agreed that Dongfang Yuer would lead the group out of the city first, while Sima Ao would bid farewell to Princess Jinyang before hastening to join them. Eastern Yuer, accompanied by her team, engages with the generals. Chapter 314. The palace change 8. The second strongest force belongs to the third prince, Gongzi Lian. His followers are said to be spread across the realm, complemented by his own white crane guard, and now he has gained something extraordinary. Chapter 315. The pinnacle of the firmament 1. Gongzi Yu fulfills the promise of the lesser god of fate, presenting Princess Jinyang with a letter of divorce. Your celestial mission is complete. Come with me. The lesser god of fate. Chapter 316. The pinnacle of the firmament 2. King Yu, with an air of enthusiasm, remarks that the tempest there is exceedingly fierce, rendering it unreachable to anyone, including you. Upon saying this, King Yu's gaze rests upon Sima Ao's face. Chapter 317. Trapped in the void. Although the red-haired lion is formidable, it ultimately cannot withstand the alliance of Eastern Yuer and Sima Ao. Here, Eastern Yuer and Sima Ao have tamed the red-haired lion. Chapter 318. Falling into darkness. The consuming force continually devours, expands, and consumes again, creating a magnificent nebula from the swelling gas. Is our fate preordained? In life, we often encounter individuals who feel familiar, or those with whom we share a profound understanding, and those whose aspirations align with ours, evoking a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Alternatively, when we find ourselves in unfamiliar territories, we may inexplicably feel as though we have been there before. At times, we find ourselves beset by peculiar thoughts. As strange images drift before our eyes, and we occasionally find ourselves ensnared in enigmatic dreams. It is akin to the experience of writing, where days may pass without the production of even 2 lines. However, when inspiration strikes, the narrative unfolds in our minds as if played out before us, leading to the effortless creation of hundreds, or even thousands, of words. It is similar to the notion that without having loved, one cannot truly grasp the essence of love. Without having experienced pain, one cannot comprehend its depths. Just as our parents impart lessons on what is to be done and what is not, we often disregard their wisdom, compelled to seek our own experiences. Only through such trials do we come to realize that our parents genuinely seek our well-being. As we ascend to the role of parents ourselves, we find ourselves imparting similar teachings to our children, who, much like us in our youth, are driven by curiosity to explore. Thus, it is evident that without experiencing life, one can never truly understand it. Furthermore, certain individuals are destined to cross our paths, and particular events are fated to unfold, as if everything were meticulously orchestrated. Of course, our basic needs, eating, drinking, and resting, remain unchoreographed. We consume when hungry, drink when thirsty, and sleep when weary. Night has fallen, and it is time for me to retire. However, before I sleep, I wish to clarify my perspective on the notion that our destinies are preordained, as the forthcoming section will delve into the theme of predetermined fate. Chapter 319, The New Official's Fiery Arrival. My dear Jinyang, how could you have departed so suddenly? Alas, upon learning of Princess Jinyang's fall from the heavens, the Empress weeps bitterly. Chapter 320, Hypocrisy and Deceit. Yuer, look who has arrived. The Eastern Emperor addresses Dongfang Yuer. Chapter 321, The Rebirth of Sima A01. With a resounding thud, the fate book placed upon the table was knocked to the ground, as Dongfang Yuer's suppressed fury erupted entirely. As the lesser god of fate, Su Gu Gu. Chapter 322, The Rebirth of Sima A02. In order to alleviate his master's worries, Sima A0 patted his chest and smiled, saying, Master, you need not fret. Your disciple has weathered countless storms. Chapter 323, The Malicious Su God of Fate, Father of the Great God of Fate. What is your intention? Are you planning to steal the fate book? Dongfang Su, usually taciturn, wore a serious expression. Chapter 324, The Emergence of the Literary Star God. Yu Zhu realized he had let something slip and could only recount everything he had seen and heard in the past few days to Dongfang Yuer. In truth, Dongfang Yuer also sensed her father's. Chapter 325, Sima A0 skips class. My father punishes me daily by making me copy texts until my hands ache, rendering me unable to hold chopsticks. Fortunately, I am clever enough to claim I was visiting brother A0 to escape this dreadful punishment. Chapter 326, Dongfang Yuer descends to visit Sima A01. Due to his considerable weight, the little chubby boy could not run swiftly and ended up falling. Ouch! That hurts. As the farmer approached with a raised tool, Sima A0 anxiously shouted, Recently, I have been inspired to compose poetry and have written several verses. I wish to participate in some poetry competitions to test my skills. Recently, I have explored various so-called poetry competitions online, only to discover that they are largely deceptive. Even when not deceitful, they are fraught with intricacies. Friends who cherish poetry should exercise caution. Even if one is eager to share their poetic creations, it is imperative to seek reliable platforms. Chapter 327, Dongfang Yuer descends to visit Sima A0. As we embarked on our scholarly pursuits, we vowed to refrain from imparting our techniques to outsiders. To breach this oath would invite dire consequences. Chapter 328, Dongfang Yuer becomes Sima A0's mentor. A few days later, Sima Xiang sought the most esteemed tutor in the capital for his son, Sima A0. On the very first day of instruction, Sima A0, the chubby boy. Chapter 329, Dongfang Yuer assumes the role of Sima A0's teacher. Initially, Sima Xiang hesitated, concerned that Dongfang Yuer, being quite youthful, might struggle to manage his proud son. However, Sima. Chapter 330, Misaligned Life Roles. Sima Xiang promptly instructed the steward to purchase the entire mountain. Yet, due to the urgency of the academy's needs, what was initially intended to be constructed with bricks had to be altered to wood. Wishing everyone a joyful new year in 2022. As the festive season approaches, I find myself exceedingly busy and have had little time to write, hence the slow updates. Here, I extend my New Year greetings to all readers, fans, and fellow book enthusiasts. May you enjoy good health, peace, and happiness in 2022. With love from Dongwang Shangtao. I have been diligently storing manuscripts and will publish them in a couple of days. Although there are not many, I continue to carve out time for writing amidst my busy schedule. I have been diligently stockpiling drafts in recent days, which will be released in a couple of days. Esteemed readers, please rest assured that I have no intention of abandoning this work. Chapter 331, Jiang Min's Reincarnation. Today, Jiang Bin brought a little girl with limpid, soulful eyes and a delicate demeanor, rendering her particularly endearing. Upon catching sight of Dongfang Yuer, the little girl flung herself forward with a whoosh. Chapter 332, Conflagration. The mountain was ablaze with towering flames, accompanied by billowing plumes of thick smoke. The villagers below, upon witnessing the spectacle, cried out, Fire! Fire! Should the wildfire persist, there was concern that it might spread to the mountain. Chapter 333, Trapped in a deep pit. Sima A0 crouched down to examine the injury to Jiang Min's foot. Ouch, it hurts. There was a contusion on her ankle, indicating a sprain. A sprain necessitates rest. Chapter 334, Structured versus Unstructured Teaching, Part 1. Subsequently, Dongfang Yuer inquired into the cause of the forest fire. She learned that Sima Ao, in his grief over the death of the tree, attributed it to ants. In an attempt to eradicate the ants, he resorted to fire. Chapter 335, Structured versus Unstructured Teaching, Part 2. Given Dongfang Yuer's prior admonition against the indiscriminate use of immortal arts in the mortal realm, except in dire circumstances, coupled with Yu Zhu's petty suspicion and fear that Sima Ao was. Chapter 336, In the blink of an eye spare the rod and spoil the child. Dongfang Yuer, disregarding Madame Xiang's sensibilities, remained steadfast in her pedagogical approach. The Xiang household, incensed by this, demanded that her husband, Sima. Chapter 337, The Lantern Festival. Part 1. The group strolled leisurely through the lantern-adorned streets. Jiang Min gazed longingly at a uniquely crafted lantern, shaped like a lotus leaf. The young master is fond of this flower. Chapter 338, Lantern Festival 2. What could possibly transcend space and time, connecting 3 lifetimes of affection? Sima Ao furrowed his brow in profound contemplation once more. Dongfang Yuer continued to sway gently. Chapter 339, The Descent of Emperor Wenshang to visit his disciple. This woman, burdened by fate, has a husband relegated to mortality and a son cultivating in the mortal realm. With heartfelt sympathy, Aunt Ma gazed upon Dongfang Yuer, remarking, "Ear is not only." Chapter 340, A Farewell with Panache in the blink of an eye. The moment of parting arrived. Dongfang Yuer desired a farewell with panache, and thus, she organized a poetry recital. Poetry Recital. Chapter 341, A Farewell with Panache 2. Dongfang Yuer alighted upon a lofty, grayish-blue pagoda. The grayish-blue pagoda stood as the tallest edifice in the capital. Su Siming, adorned in an ink-hued robe and a hat upon his head. Chapter 342, A Life of Unparalleled Advantage 15 years hence. Upon the bustling avenues of the flourishing capital, an army cleared the path. The left censor-in-chief has arrived, all idlers. Chapter 343, Collective Amnesia. At this moment, the steward approached, announcing that the meal was prepared and inquiring whether to commence the banquet. Sima Xiang, observing the sky, noted that it was indeed supper time and instructed the servants to begin the feast. Chapter 344, Sincere Rejection. After everyone had departed, Sima Ao remained sleepless, rolling up his sleeves and grinding ink. Sima Ao intended to capture Dongfang Yuer's likeness in a painting, while the lingering memories persisted. Chapter 345, Besieging Tsuehua Brothel. Part 1. Aboard the carriage, Sima Ao inquired of Li Fulai, "Brother Li, where are you taking me?" "My dear brother Ao, you must save Qingqing this time." Chapter 346, Besieging Tsuehua Brothel. Part 2. With a flourish of his folding fan, Sima Ao deflected the blade aimed at his face. In a swift countermove, he seized a rod-like weapon from a henchman's grasp, then sent the ruffian flying with a powerful kick. Chapter 347, Master Dongfang seized these 3 at once. "Throw them into the dungeon." Sima Ao gazed down from the building to see Du Di leading a squadron of soldiers come to apprehend him. Chapter 348, Destined to Share a Pillow. Part 1. What sins have I committed, that such an exceptional son should be afflicted with this strange malady? Lady Xiang staggered, nearly losing her footing. Chapter 349, Destined to Share a Pillow. Part 2. Initially, Sima Ao felt culpable and yielded to Jiang Bin, but faced with Jiang Bin's ferocious blows, Sima Ao's anger flared. In a genuine confrontation, Jiang Bin would be no match for Sima Ao. Chapter 350, Destined to Share a Pillow. Part 3. On a visit to his wife's family, Sima Ao personally prepared gifts for his parents-in-law. Chapter 351, A Landscape of Beauty. There was gambling, violence, an elder being assaulted, and blatant robbery. Chapter 352, A Soulmate. Within Sima Ao was engrossed in official duties when Jiang Min entered, bearing a wedding invitation. Sima Ao opened the missive. It was Li Fulai's wedding announcement. At long last, Brother Li has decided to wed. Chapter 353, A Person Resides Within the Heart. Part 2. This woman has driven him to a state of abject devotion, selflessly safeguarding her well-being, ransoming her freedom, and defying his family to make her his wife. Yet she spurns him because he cannot offer her the status of a noblewoman. Chapter 354, A Person Resides Within the Heart. Part 3. Is this brocade of exquisite craftsmanship, intricate patterns, and vibrant colors truly Nanjing brocade? Jiang Min inquired. Chapter 355, Jiang Min Seeks Offspring. Part 1 3 years hence, a vermilion-covered two-horse carriage meandered leisurely along the bustling thoroughfare. A blue-covered carriage halted at the foot of a majestic mountain. Chapter 356 Jiangmin Seeks Offspring, Part 2 My lady, why have you been frequenting the temple so often of late? Is something amiss? Sima Ao asked Jiangmin. Jiangmin voiced her concerns, fearing that. Chapter 357 Misfortune Descends, Part 1 From that moment onward, Jiangmin felt increasingly that if she could not bear children for her husband, she would become a burden to the family. 2 months later, Jiangmin. Chapter 358 Misfortune Descends, Part 2 As a high-ranking court official, Sima Ao's failure to present the landscapes of splendor is an act of disloyalty to the great Tang, a betrayal of my benevolence. The new emperor seized upon this pretext to strip Sima Ao of his. Chapter 359 Misfortune Descends, Part 3 Sima Ao listened in silence. Sima Xiang imparted to his son Sima Ao that being a historian is not devoid of excitement. One discovers that each dynasty has its inevitable fate. Chapter 360 Sima Ao's ordeal 2 years later, the true nightmare befell Sima Ao. Malevolent forces slandered him, accusing him of harboring resentment and altering historical records, denigrating the emperor as one who indulged in debauchery and incompetence. Chapter 361 Sima Ao's struggle. Dongfang Yuer, possessing a primordial spirit of 100,000 years and having inherited her father's true teachings, found it a trivial matter to defeat Su Siming. However, Dongfang Yuer still. Chapter 362 Sima Ao's Trials. Chapter 363 Sima Ao's challenges. Suddenly, pushed by Jiang Bin, Li Fu stumbled in confusion and fell to the ground. Chapter 364 Sima Ao's confrontation. Sima Ao gradually loosened his grip, allowing Jiang Min to remove her upper garments. It may have been a long time since she had washed. For when Jiang Min wrung out the cloth. Chapter 365 Sima Ao's healing. In the serene stillness of the night, with the moon pale and stars sparse, the housekeeper, anxious, failed to inform Dr. Zhang that this visit was not for treating Master Xiang. Chapter 366 Zhang's mother counsels her daughter. Sima Ao realized that if he refused treatment, he would certainly perish. In truth, he wished for death. He also understood that should he die, his father would be utterly inconsolable. Chapter 367 Sima Ao's divorce. My foolish daughter, he lamented. But he can no longer serve as an official. Without that, what else can he do? Bereft of emolument, how shall this extended family sustain itself? The conviviality of a drinking session is undeniably enhanced by the presence of delectable accompaniments, such as peanuts, stir-fried snails, meat skewers, and chicken feet. Agitated, the young master interrogated the manservant, inquiring into the clandestine activities that warranted such furtive behavior in the dead of night. The servant, left with no alternative, recounted the events he had witnessed and overheard. Enshrouded in an oppressive darkness, a silence so profound it inspires trepidation, coupled with the isolation of being situated amidst a desolate wilderness, inevitably gives rise to a cascade of haunting reveries. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over the master. The steward, who had been stationed vigilantly outside the chamber, upon hearing the pronouncement that the mistress was enceinte, hastened with alacrity to inform the patriarch of the household. With the casement flung wide, a refreshing zephyr wafted into the chamber, imbuing the atmosphere with a revitalizing coolness. A thunderclap under a clear sky, accompanied by lightning. Trees snapping despite the absence of wind, and the dislodging of sand and stones. These portend an event of considerable magnitude. The venerable abbot of the temple, accompanied by his disciples, recently embarked on a mountain excursion, causing a temporary slowdown in updates. However, normal updates will soon resume. I kindly urge all readers and fans not to abandon the Birth Chronicle. Those who have journeyed from beginning to end will recognize the uniqueness of the Birth Chronicle. It transcends mere mythological narrative. It serves as a treatise on destiny. Through the medium of myth, the author seeks to elucidate the intricacies of fate and to attain enlightenment about life. The author has long grappled with profound questions. What is the purpose of our existence? Who is our creator? Have we truly evolved? Or have we been fashioned by a superior civilization that we refer to as deities? If we are indeed the product of such an advanced civilization, what significance does our creation hold? Does the seemingly chaotic nature of existence truly reflect disorder? By what means does this higher civilization maintain the order of the world? In Chapter 375, the character Dongfang Yue assists Sima Ao in altering his fate. As Su Siming employs a microcosmic instrument to observe the mortal realm, he notices the subtle swelling of Jiang Min's abdomen, suggesting she may be with child. In Chapter 376, as the city is besieged by malevolent spirits, the god of fortune contemplates and decides to bestow Jiang Min with a daughter, thus ensuring Sima Ao's predetermined destiny remains unaltered. Upon receiving the decree of the Fusho Star Lord, the Eastern. Chapter 377, the god of slaughter, Dongfang Yuer, Part 1. Chapter 378, the god of slaughter, Dongfang Yuer, Part 2. The invasion of malevolent spirits into the city resulted in significant damage to the treasures within the Sima residence, with more than half of the servants suffering casualties. Sima Xiang counted the number of people in the household, deeply saddened. Chapter 379, the 100-Day Feast of Little Jinlian. When Dongfang Yueter spoke of Sima Ao's hardships in the mortal realm, the heart of Emperor Donghua felt as if it had been pierced by something sharp. The Emperor Donghua, in contemplation. Chapter 380, Du Di causes a disturbance. Sima Ao arranged for Du Di and others to sit at one table, personally inviting them to take their seats. These individuals displayed no inclination to celebrate, disregarding decorum as they settled in with an air of arrogance. Chapter 381, letting go of the past and starting anew. The more Sima Ao concealed his sorrow, the greater the concern of those around him. You all should rest. Leave the remaining matters to the servants. Sima Xiang addressed his daughter-in-law. Chapter 382, Sima Ao establishes an academy, Part 1. In the night, a gust of wind flung open the door to Du Di's room, disrupting his slumber. Chapter 383, Sima Ao establishes an academy, Part 2. Why bring this up with me? Jingjing, feeling embarrassed, gently nudged Jiang Min's shoulder and walked away. Jiang Bin realized he had misspoken and wished he could retract his words. Chapter 384, Sima Ao establishes an academy, Part 3. Hee. I am immensely grateful to you, young master. Chapter 385, Sima Ao aspires to possess the Jade Dragon Fan 6 years later, Jingjing. Chapter 386, Refugees flood in. Indeed, it is well written, praised Xiao Jin, beaming at her father's commendation. Upon witnessing his daughter's radiant smile, Sima Ao felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Chapter 387, one delivers food, the other provides warmth. Unable to enter the city, the refugees sought refuge in the outskirts. A group of them settled near the Book Fragrance Academy. Sima Ao Jiang. Chapter 388, Sima Lian takes over the class teacher. This has always been the method of allocation, which is why I assigned the tasks in this manner, Monkey Boy explained. Sima Lian, embodying the demeanor of a young lady, remarked, my father. Chapter 389, Sima Lian faces punishment in an effort to instill a sense of understanding regarding the gravity of the situation. Sima Ao punished his daughter, Sima Lian, by confining her to the woodshed for a day without food. Chapter 390, Li Fu's disappearance. Strictness does not equate to a lack of love. After all, he has but one daughter. The fact that he had punished his daughter by sending her to the woodshed weighed heavily on Sima Ao's heart. Coincidentally, Chapter 391, entering the city to purchase winter supplies. Li Changshu, still a naive youth, found it unbearable to cope with the news of his father's disappearance. Thus, Sima Ao refrained from disclosing the truth of Li Fu's absence to the students. Chapter 392, Li Changshu. Sima Lian reviewed the items to be purchased and noticed a concerning reduction in the quantity of rice. The price of rice has multiplied several times over. The silver provided by the teacher is simply insufficient. Chapter 393, the little fatty's family. Li Changshu looked around with trepidation as the city guard soldier struggled to his feet. After rising, Li Changshu did not exit the city. Instead, he hobbled along. Chapter 394, the fall of the great Tang 1. Chapter 395, the fall of the great Tang 2. A hoary old man, thinly clad and with a stooped frame, gazed intently at the proud plum blossom, as if it were the very embodiment of his own being. The biting north wind. Chapter 396, a distinguished guest arrives at the Academy of Letters today. The esteemed Academy of Letters welcomes a most distinguished guest, none other than Prefect Lu himself. Prefect Lu's visit to the Academy of Letters was conducted with great fanfare, arriving with a retinue of 2. Chapter 397, Prefect Lu's ardent pursuit of talent. Prefect Lu surmised that his sincerity had not been sufficient to move. My city is ailing. My city is ailing. And I am deeply saddened, for I hold it dear. My city is not a bustling metropolis, nor can it compare to the clamorous prosperity and high incomes of such metropolises, yet my affection for it remains undiminished. My city is a picturesque ancient capital, boasting not only a rich history and profound cultural heritage, but also the reputation of being a cradle of talent. Now that it is ailing, my heart is heavy, and I yearn to contribute in some small way to its protection. I am currently a frontline worker. The chronicles of my rebirth shall be temporarily suspended. Chapter 398. Sima Lian seeks refuge with Prefect Liu as dawn approached. Jiang Min and Sima Ao were still in slumber when they were awakened by the sound of Monkey Child knocking on the door. Sima Ao, supported by Jiang Min, opened the door. Chapter 399. Sima Lian confined to the woodshed. If only you would acknowledge your fault to your father, he would welcome you back. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I admit to anything? Whether he comes or not is of no consequence to me. I am indifferent. Chapter 400. Monkey Child weds Sima Lian suddenly. A resonant voice echoed from beyond the doorway. It was because Prefect Liu had no genuine intention of restoring the great Tang dynasty. He merely used it as a pretext to. In such tumultuous times, conflict and carnage were inevitable, and the capital was not spared. Fortunately, before the fall of the capital, Sima Ao managed to lead his disciples. Chapter 402. Dongfang Yuer demoted. Part 1. Subsequently, Sima Ao addressed all his students, saying, "After I depart, you may choose to remain or leave as you wish. Do not feel compelled in any way. Follow your own inclinations." Chapter 403. Dongfang Yuer demoted. Part 2. Defying the Council of the Eastern Sovereign. Sima Ao resolutely made his way toward the Book of Fate Pavilion. Simultaneous with Sima Ao's arrival at the Book of Fate Pavilion, he instructed Shuani and Shundao to procure an auspicious destiny for him. Chapter 404. The demotion of Dongfang Yuer, Part 3. When the Empress Dowager inquired about the unauthorized alteration of the Book of Fate, her gaze fell upon Dongfang Yuer. Confronted with the Empress's accusatory stare, Dongfang Yuer offered no defense. Chapter 405. The rebirth of Dongfang Yuer. The first and second madams of the Zhu family were simultaneously with child. Overjoyed upon receiving this news while engaged in conversation with Master Su, Master Zhu resolved to host a celebratory banquet. Chapter 406. I am no jinx. Part 1. My Zhu family possesses an abundance of rice. How could my daughter be entrusted to another for upbringing? Master Zhu respectfully declined the blue-robed Taoist's goodwill. It was, in fact, a female infant. Chapter 407. I am no jinx. Part 2. The wet nurse fetched a tub of tepid water and a clean garment, enabling Zhu Susu to cleanse herself. The wet nurse removed Zhu Susu's soiled attire and cradled her into the water. Chapter 408. I am no jinx. Part 3. Brother Sumu, how did you come to be here? As Zhu Susu grieved, the entire hall began to spin. Master Zhu directed his eldest daughter, Zhu Xiuxiu, to proceed and assuage her. Chapter 409. I am no jinx. Part 4. Elder sister, my initial mountain climb was similarly challenging. With repeated ascents, it becomes easier. Chapter 410. Spring plowing sacrifice to do. The wet nurse's surname was Liu, her given name, Yi. From her tender years, Liu Yi had been sold by her parents to serve as a maidservant in the Zhu household. In the month leading up to the matron's confinement, due to being a guest in another household, Master Zhu could only share a room with his daughter. The bed was exceedingly rudimentary, consisting merely of a layer of straw spread across the floor. In Chapter 412, the serfs united their efforts to construct a simple bullfighting arena using yellow clay bricks. In Chapter 413, Zhu Susu suddenly. In Chapter 414, to maintain familial harmony, Master Zhu had no choice but to once again admonish the second wife to put an end to the matter. However, following this incident, Master Zhu took another wife, whom he doted upon. In Chapter 415, after transforming into another persona, Nurse Feng surprisingly performed a spell, producing a cage from her sleeve, which contained several small mice. She opened the cage and released the little creatures. In Chapter 416, Zhu Susu anxiously inquired, "Father, why have you lost so much weight? Are you unwell?" Master Zhu nodded slightly. His health had been deteriorating. In Chapter 417, upon learning that Master Zhu had recovered, the second wife found it hard to believe that a dying man could regain his health. She feigned a visit to inquire about the truth. In Chapter 418, the second wife, knowing Zhu Susu's filial piety, was certain that she would willingly leave the Zhu family. She could not help but celebrate her triumph. Upon entering the Zhu family's compound, the Taoist priest in azure attire surveyed the surroundings, yet Zhu Susu was nowhere to be seen. With the urgent matter of rescuing Master Zhu at hand, the Taoist priest could only set aside his concern for Zhu Susu's whereabouts. The Taoist priest in azure attire failed to fully grasp the implication of Zhu Xiuxiu's words, gone. Moreover, Zhu Xiuxiu's sorrowful expression led the Taoist priest to believe that Zhu Susu had also suffered a tragic fate. The dilapidated old house appeared uninhabited for quite some time. The Taoist priest inquired with the local villagers. From them, he learned about the wet nurse's father. The wet nurse brought Zhu Susu to her deceased husband's residence. From the outside, it was indeed a decent house, a 3-bedroom dwelling with a courtyard. The wet nurse and the Taoist priest in azure attire searched street after street. After a day of searching, they still couldn't find Susu. Susu, where have you gone, my child? Why do you speak in such a halting, flustered manner? Zhu Susu looked strangely at the handsome young man before her. Chapter 426, 3 Lifetimes of Love, Part 3. The wet nurse observed that her daughter's spirits had been remarkably high lately. She was perpetually humming cheerful melodies and had developed a fondness for adornment. She wondered if there was a recent cause for such elation, or perhaps if she had been. Chapter 427, 3 Lifetimes of Love, Part 4. Zhu Susu's residence was situated less than 100 meters from the Taoist temple. Should guests arrive at Zhu Susu's home, or should any event transpire, Dongfang Shuo within the temple would invariably be aware. Chapter 428, 3 Lifetimes of Love, Part 5. Ever since learning of the betrothal, the wet nurse had been in a state of profound unease. During a conversation with Dongfang Shuo, she divulged the matter of the engagement. Chapter 429, 3 Lifetimes of Love. Part 6. Master, you're just as amusing. Naturally, she is Susu's wet nurse. The disciples stifled their laughter. How many times must I reiterate that Susu is not? Chapter 430. Zhu Susu heals Sima Ao. I am truly sorry to have disturbed your rest. Sima Ao conveyed his apologies to the wet nurse. Susu, what has happened to your face? She noticed that her daughter's face was covered in blood. Chapter 431. The Black Hawk Society, Part 1. Zhu Susu insisted that she must ascend the mountain to gather herbs that day. Today, you shall rest. If you insist, I shall gather herbs for you. Chapter 432. The Black Hawk Society, Part 2. Engaged in official matters, Sima Ao could only tell Zhu Susu, you have mistaken me for another. Zhu Susu, of course, remained unconvinced. Sima Ao was apprehensive for Zhu Susu. Chapter 433. Black Hawk Society 3. A fleeting expression of sorrow crossed the Empress's countenance as Sima Ao mentioned Xiao Siming. Chapter 434. Gears of Destiny 1. An amused expression graced Sima Ao's face as he inquired, do you believe I would align myself with the Black Hawk Society? The implication being, I would never join Black Hawk Society. Chapter 435. Gears of Destiny 2. Elder brother, we have captured 3 beauties to present to the leader. As he spoke, the second-in-command's subordinates carried in 3 cloth sacks. The second-in-command instructed his men to release the 3. Chapter 436. Gears of Destiny 3. Are you Susu? Sumu recognized the long-separated Zhu Susu. Yet, Zhu Susu did not recognize Sumu and inquired with bewilderment. Who are you? Chapter 437. Gears of Destiny 4. As it was the day of the chief's joyous occasion, the guarding bandits were elated, and their vigilance towards Zhu Susu and Sumu waned. Zhu Susu and Sumu, with a touch of guile, managed to. Chapter 438. The Genesis of Tiger Wolf Mountain. Bathed in the glow of the crimson light, Zhu Susu appeared exceptionally delicate and beautiful at that moment. Busong Jelly gazed intently at Zhu Susu, as if from within Zhu Susu's eyes. Chapter 439. Finally, at the urging of the clan leader, the upheaval was quelled. A sudden upheaval allowed Madame Zhu to witness the serf's fearlessness, compelling her to relinquish her haughty facade. Chapter 440. Reluctance to meet. Sima Ao surmised that Su Mu might be concealed within the outpost camp, leading him to search there. The outpost camp was strategically positioned in a concealed and precarious location, with each outpost situated at a considerable distance from the others. Chapter 441. The same cog. Zhu Xiuxiu's sudden action startled both the mountain bandits attempting to apprehend her, and both Busong Jelly and Sima Ao. Miss Xiuxiu, why are you doing this? Chapter 442. The same cog, Part 2. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Sima Ao found it somewhat difficult to believe. Could it be that Su Mu had genuinely developed feelings for Susu? If such were the case, then matters would become quite complicated. Chapter 443. Little Zhuoma. As Zhu Susu's close confidant, Mania could naturally discern that Zhu Su Su and Sima Ao were acquainted. However, she couldn't comprehend why Zhu Su Su was evading him. Chapter 444, Night Raid on Taichin Palace. Whenever Zhu Su Su's face radiated an innocent and radiant smile, Sima Ao couldn't help but contemplate. Chapter 445, Halting the Wheel of Misfortune. Master Zhu intended for the Su family to wed his second daughter, thereby providing her with a secure place to reside. Moreover, should the Su family wish to annul the engagement in the future, they would be free to do so. Chapter 446, Individuals Acquainted in a Past Life. Destinies intertwined in this life. Initially, Sima Ao couldn't definitively ascertain whether Su Mu was the man destined for Zhu Su Su. To ascertain whether Su Mu is indeed the destined man for Su Su, Sima Ao made a statement. Chapter 447, Inciting Hatred While at Tiger Wolf Mountain. He repeatedly asserted his commitment to the marriage contract. Yet, after just a few days, he shifted his declaration to marrying her sister. Fortunately, I have never held any affection for him. Chapter 448, A Joyous Celebration. Zhu Xiuxiu questioned in disbelief. Is this truly the case? Mother, is this real? Why have I never heard you mention it? Not only did Zhu Su Su feel. Chapter 449, Unaware of peril. Su Mu intended to elucidate matters to Zhu Su Su, but due to the multitude of people, it was inconvenient. The wedding procession had already departed. Chapter 450, A Glimmer of Red. Truly, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. Zhu Furong shouted at the centipede demon, Monster, release my sister. Zhu Su Su was equally oblivious to her brother Zhu Fu. Chapter 451, Settling Old and New Scores. As Bizangeli was about to permit the second-in-command to descend the mountain in search of assistance, Sima Ao rose to his feet. With a great battle imminent, how could the second-in-command be absent from the fray? Allow me to take part. Chapter 452, Encircled at Tiger Wolf Mountain. One Master. Did you not release the people? Just speak it out. Witnessing their companions fall and the master wounded, the maidservants were filled with dread and fervently urged their master. Chapter 453, Encircled at Tiger Wolf Mountain. 2. The inspector observed Sima Ao's remarkable demeanor and exceptional skills. Upon seeing Dongfang's shape into a Taoist priest, he concluded that the two were not from Tiger Wolf Mountain. I Lu. Chapter 454, The Eastern Emperor disguises himself as a doctor to treat Zhu Su Su. A splendid wedding, inviting a horde of fearsome mountain bandits. What nonsense is this? Zhu Xiuxiu sat in the palanquin, hearing her husband's intention to invite a group of mountain. Chapter 455, Escape from the Inn. Madam, you are with child. The Eastern Emperor informs Mania of her pregnancy. Doctor, is it true? Am I truly expecting? Chapter 456, Sima Ao rescues Mania. The surviving officials involuntarily recoiled, inadvertently parting to create a path. None of the three anticipated that they would carve a bloody route. Chapter 457, Arrival in Gene State 1. Sima Ao safely escorted Mania up the mountain before hastily descending. Chapter 458, Arrival in Gene State 2. It seems you truly do not know where this is. At that moment, a flicker of sinister amusement crossed the man's face. Zhu Su Su could not discern his intentions. Chapter 459, Reduced to a Beggar. 7 days later. Am I destined to perish in this dim, damp cell? Master, wet nurse, come save me. In Zhu Su Su's. Chapter 460, Refugee Camp. Greetings, ma'am. I have come from I Ching to seek relatives in Gene State, passing through here. The night has fallen, and the roads are treacherous. Zhu Su Su deceitfully claimed to be seeking. Chapter 461, Encounter in the Refugee Camp 1. A fight has broken out. A fight has broken out. For reasons unknown. Two factions clashed in the food distribution area. Chapter 462, Encounter in the Refugee Camp 2. Due to the dim light of the candle, the distance, and the obstruction of a black cloth, Zhu Su Su was unable to discern the faces of these individuals, though she could not recognize them. Chapter 463, Bisangli becomes the leader of the refugee camp. As Bisangli walked, he suddenly recalled the moment he splashed water on his wife. The figure of that woman resembled that of Sister Zhuama. Oh right, just now with my wife. Chapter 464, The prince's mansion seeks to reclaim the refugee camp, taking advantage of the group's full bellies and high spirits. Zhu Su Su proposed the election of a leader, someone who could guide them and help them escape their plight. Chapter 465, The prince's mansion forces refugees to enlist. In her words, there was an air of defiance against tyranny. Alai casually glanced at Bisangli and inquired, Who are you? I am Chapter 466. The death of Mania. None of these circumstances led to his despair. Rather, it was the devastating news of his wife Mania's passing that shattered Busangli's spirit. Chapter 467. I am no longer your sister. You need not worry after this incident. Whenever Busangli encountered Ju Susu, he resembled a mouse evading a cat. To avoid her, he spent his days either in the military camp or. Chapter 468. Missed opportunity. In the void, two figures appeared engaged in combat. One was cloaked in blue, the other in black. The blue figure pursued, while the black figure fled. In the brilliance of gold. Chapter 469. The sacrifice won. My lord, what has transpired? The cloak was pierced, and the demonic energy within was seeping out uncontrollably, creating a rather disheveled appearance. Mark. Chapter 470. The sacrifice. Too, it is said that the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons spanned thousands of years. Ultimately, the divine beings triumphed over the demonic entities, reclaiming dominion over the five desolations. Consequently, many were eager to. Chapter 471. The Queen Mother of the West attends the celestial sovereign's birthday. Knowing this, let us proceed with the execution. Upon speaking. Chapter 472. The lute player Ruo Li, consort Li, with graceful steps and an enchanting figure. Her dance was nothing short of exquisite. The acrobatics were amusing, truly a spectacle to behold. The melodies were enchanting, leaving one utterly captivated. Chapter 473. Ali's Sai. The heavenly empress's cold demeanor and her unilateral departure left the celestial sovereign quite embarrassed. Chapter 474. Indifference. Ruo Li paid no heed to the celestial sovereign, indifferent to whether he accepted the present. Chapter 475. The empress's plot against Ruo Li. The celestial sovereign, slightly irritated, remarked, "You are always so jovial with others, yet you treat me with such indifference. Is it not because you constantly refer to yourself as I and this sovereign?" Chapter 476. The god of all gods and the demon of all demons. After thorough analysis, the celestial sovereign concluded that the shadow was indeed Nan Hai Mama, yet the motive behind Nan Hai Mama's intention to harm Ruo Li remained unclear. Forgetting Nan Hai. Chapter 477. The history of the gods. Escaped the god of all gods and formed the demon of all demons. It is not my intention to create an adversarial relationship with you. The universe has birthed both you and me, signifying that the myriad laws governing all things in existence are inherently relative. Chapter 478. The perilous history of the divine clan. As the Western Queen Mother passionately recounted the valiant struggles of the ancestors of the divine clan against the demonic forces, her fervor was palpable. Yet, when she spoke of their eventual defeat, a profound sorrow enveloped her words. Chapter 479. The Grand Unification Plan 1. The Grand Unification Plan has been approved. However, it faces formidable resistance. After numerous trials and tribulations, only one course of action is genuinely set to be enacted: the establishment of the Celestial Clan. Chapter 480. The Grand Unification Plan 2. Who was it that played the lute just now? The Celestial Sovereign inquired of the Eastern Emperor. At such a late hour, who could possibly be engaged in such music? The Eastern Emperor expressed his ignorance. Chapter 481. Defying fate to alter destiny. 1. In recent years, Busangli has been nothing short of invincible, conquering hundreds of cities, with territory vast enough to rival a feudal state. On this day, Sangali was engaged with his soldiers. Chapter 482. Defying fate to alter destiny. 2. You typically dress so modestly, yet at night you adorn yourself so vibrantly and wear such revealing attire. Busangli found himself intrigued by Ju Susu's appearance this evening. Chapter 483. Zhu Xiuxiu captured by the Black Hawk Society. Xiuxiu is missing. Xiuxiu is missing. Anxiously, Sumu sought out Sima Ao, pleading for his assistance in locating his missing wife, Zhu Xiuxiu. Chapter 484. Zhu Xiuxiu rescued my lord. Do you wish to enter? Observing the trembling Sumu, the bald man in a black robe wore a smug expression. Chapter 485. Zhu Xiuxiu's past identity, god of hell. If what the Black Hawk president asserts is indeed true, and it merely restores Xiuxiu's memories from her previous life, what kind of past could induce such a profound transformation in her? Chapter 486. An encounter in hell. Listening to the anguished cries and desperate struggles of the malevolent spirits, Sumu felt a twinge of compassion and implored the Blue Maiden to grant these spirits an opportunity for redemption. Chapter 487. Sumu's reincarnation. The Blue Maiden, oblivious to her own appearance, gazed daily upon the grotesque malevolent spirits, feeling as though she herself was even more disfigured than they. Chapter 488. The Blue Maiden sneaks into the mortal realm to visit Sumu in the depths of darkness. The Blue Maiden traversed the pathways of the underworld alone, her gaze inevitably drifting towards the cell where Sumu once resided, as the sound of the flute resonated. Chapter 489. The Blue Maiden transforms into a white cat I cannot recall. It is merely that for some reason, a multitude of images has surfaced in my mind. Perhaps my thoughts are a bit disordered. It could also be that upon seeing you, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chapter 490. The Blue Maiden is demoted to a mortal. Chapter 491. You are my white moonlight in tattered clothing, yet bearing the demeanor of a sovereign, though lacking sustenance. One is not to be underestimated. With empty pockets, how can one ascertain that there lies no hope for a future of grandeur? The present day is characterized by desolation. The rivers are strewn with corpses and the fields are littered with bones. Is there to remain but a solitary patch of pure land, which too shall be stained with blood? Is this still your homeland? As for the return home, Sumu, accompanied by numerous officials, awaited the arrival in the city with great anticipation. The royal procession of the Fusang kingdom arrived in a grand display, prompting the citizens to take notice. In another instance of returning home, upon witnessing her plump senior brother's struggle to recall, Susu couldn't help but chuckle. It is I, Susu. How could you forget me? Senior brother? Tragedy struck Susu's family as they fell victim to the vengeance of the Black Hawk Society. The assailants mercilessly slaughtered everyone, sparing not even the infants. Yet they allowed Susu to weep in anguish amidst the chaos. Each being, animate or inanimate, has its destined fate. In one scene, an elderly man clad in purple robes and another in blue, both appearing as old friends, sat together with smiles. Suddenly, the heavens. The past unfolds like a tumultuous film. Is you feeling better? Inquired Emperor Donghua of Dongfang Su. With a deep sigh, Dongfang Su informed the emperor of Zhu Susu's condition after months of treatment. Today marks the day of Dongfang Yuer's spirit's return to its rightful place. The celestial officials gathered at Shuxiang Wan, eagerly awaiting the return of Dongfang Yuer's spirit.